Mo Xiaowei coughed lightly and said in a low voice, "Old madam, little sister has always been out of her mind, please don't blame the old madam." Mo Xiaoxiao's words, if he encounters someone who is careful, he might blame Mo Xiaoxiao. Lei Yuanjia smiled and waved, "There's nothing to blame, I think this little girl is very sincere and cute. Of course, you're a good girl who knows the rules." Mo Xiaowei was overjoyed, she really got closer. Lei Yuanjia asked Mo Xiaoxiao to lean over, grabbed Mo Xiaoxiao's hand and asked with a smile, "Girl, how do you know that your young master is very strong?" "Mom." Han Feng grimaced and cried helplessly. How can a mother ask such a question in front of her son? Now, Han Feng finally understood why Protector Lei Jiao and others were from the same period as his mother, and his face hurt when he saw his mother. His mother is too rude *, too limitless. Mo Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, and felt that Lei Yuanjia had no malicious intentions, and was really kind. Mo Xiaoxiao's smile became more sincere, and regardless of Han Feng's wink, he told the story of the night with a crackle. Han Feng's face was stiff. Han Feng regretted it very much. She was used to it. Let's see what this girl is used to. Lei Yuanjia burst into laughter again, making fun of his son. "My son usually looks very serious, but he turns out to be a sullen man. This is like a mother. We are worthy of being a mother and son." Han Feng's face turned black. Lei Yuanjia also knew that enough was enough, and if it continued like this, his son might really be annoyed, and immediately coughed lightly, his face solemn. "Son, you are doing the right thing. At least you have to wait until you are 18 years old to do this kind of thing." Han Feng pouted, his first time was long gone, and he contributed it to Sister Lin. "Besides, you were about the same age when you were pregnant with me." These are naturally the words of the heart. Han Feng didn't dare to say it. Lei Yuanjia raised his hand, "Okay, Xiaoxiao and Xiaowei will be handed over to me. They will go to Xingjin City in 5 days. You should prepare yourself these days, and adjust your body to the best condition." The 4 major families gathered in Xingjin City, and there must be some who are not smart enough to provoke before the game starts. If someone provokes you, you can't weaken your old lady's reputation. Whether it's a man or a woman, call them back. Yes. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and finally stopped talking about the embarrassing things. After slowly leaving, Han Feng heard a few more laughter coming from the house. Needless to say, it came from his mother's mouth. Han Feng smiled. Han Feng knows that her mother has been lonely all these years. With Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Xiaowei accompanying her, Han Feng believes that her mother's life will be richer. At the very least, Mo Xiaowei's gourmet mother will be satisfied. Back at his residence, he received the 4 of Lei Dre, and the 2 daughters Lei Yanjia and Lei Shiming, and Han Feng began to retreat. The first is to improve the cultivation base. In 2 days, Han Feng raised the cultivation base from the early stage of the 7 stars of the mysterious rank to the middle stage of the 7 stars of the mysterious rank, and then raised it to the limit of the middle stage of the 7 stars of the mysterious rank. The realm is extremely stable, and it is only 1 step away from the later stage of the 7 stars. Away. On the last day, Han Feng entered the House of Time to practice Xianyan shattering slash, and finally cultivated it to the state of perfection. All in all, in just 5 days, Han Feng's comprehensive combat power has been raised by another level. On the 6th day, Han Feng got up early and went to the square to meet Lei Yuru and others. In the square, several people who knew each other whispered to each other, all with excitement. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a Dharma protector came to the center of the square. Ahem, I'm not a Dharma protector. This time, this law protector will lead you to Xingjin City. As for the elders, they will only go when the Qingyanbang competition officially starts. Lei Zhenyan said in a low voice, "This man is called Lei Fufu, he is over 40 years old, and now he is a 10-star cultivation base on the Earth rank. He is also well known among the guardians of the law. Han Feng nodded with a smile, and secretly said in his heart, "It's more than 40 years old to get 10 stars, and it is estimated that it is at least 50 to reach 12 stars, let alone reach the limit of the peak. As you get older, your body functions will decline, and the risk of breaking through will greatly increase. The probability of breaking through the heavenly rank is less than 1/10. Even if it is a breakthrough, this lifetime is about 1 star in the sky. Well, it's far worse than my mother." Lei Fufu didn't have that much energy for everyone to set foot on a large group of three-eyed eagles and fly to Xingjin City. Lei Bufu stood in the center of the square and read his name, Lei Ruwen, Lei Zhenyan, Lei Han Feng, Lei Yuru. The more than 20 people above will follow this guardian first, and the rest will have another guardian to lead you. The crowd was in an uproar, and they did not expect to go to Xingjin City in batches, but no one dared to speak out against it. The 20 or so people who were read were at least the middle and late stages of the 6-star Xuanjia. Obviously, the one who was brought in first was the strongest among them. Lei Bufu attracted a huge flying monster. This is a family ration, at most 25 people can sit, except for this protector. The first group to go this time are the top 24 of you in the cultivation base row. The presence. With so many people, there are only 2 of the 9-star Xuanjia, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen. There are 4 of the 8-star Xuanjia, 7 of the 7-star Xuanjia, and the remaining 7 are all 6-star Xuanjia. Most of them are the peak of the 6-star Xuanjia, and only a few are mid to late 6-star Xuanjia. When Han Feng left the customs, he was already a 7-star of the mysterious order, so naturally he couldn't hide the feeling of Lei Jiao, a heaven-level elder. After 20 days of training, Lei Yuru himself has also cultivated to the peak of the 6-star profound rank, and he may step into the 7-star profound rank at any time. The group jumped on the huge flying beast. Lei Bubu chanted a few spells, and the beast reluctantly spread its wings and flew to the sky. Han Feng looked thoughtfully. It seems that this monster was forced to be caught by the family, and what kind of seal was set up, so that this monster had to surrender. In the sky, a violent wind was blowing, and everyone had to brace up to cope. This flying beast is at least the ground level, and the speed of flying is extremely fast. Han Feng smacked his tongue. At such a speed, we should be able to reach Xingjin City this evening. In terms of flying advantages, the beasts are far superior to humans. If humans want to catch up, it is estimated that they must at least break through to the sanctuary. Moreover, in the sanctuary for the first time, the flying ability is obviously likely to still be inferior to the flying monsters. If you don't protect the law, how should those people go? Lei Zhenyan asked against the strong wind. Lei Bubu smiled and said, their words should be on horseback, and they arrived almost a day before the start of the Qingyunbang competition. Han Feng frowned. In this case, they may not be able to return to their peak state. Lei Bubu laughed again. The Qingyun ranking competition has always been fierce, and I don't expect them to get a good time. The key lies in you. A group of half-sized boys got excited. However, Han Feng pouted in his heart. This Lei Bubu is true. A few words made everyone so excited. He also knew that these people immediately had a good impression of Lei Bubu. But what Lei said was true. There are nearly 100 people in their Lei family alone, and there are fewer people in other families? It is estimated that the royal family will also dispatch a lot of people. Coupled with the large and small forces of the entire Great Jin Kingdom, it is possible for the total number to exceed 1,000, maybe even more. The Qingyun ranking competition is worthy of being a major event in the Great Jin Kingdom. Lei Fubu also explained at this time, we go first, and we also have our responsibility. First of all, we have to find a good accommodation for ourselves and those who follow. Secondly, as the Lei family, it is inevitable that you will encounter some provocations. As the upper class of the Lei family elite, you should shoulder the responsibility of the Lei family, maintain the dignity of the Lei family, and strike back all the provocative people. The faces of a group of people immediately became serious. In the evening, it is actually not too late, in the previous life, that is, around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone landed near Xinjin City. Xinjin City is not only a holy city, but also an imperial city of the Great Jin Kingdom. If you dare to fly into the city, you are courting death. The royal family has received the news. When Han Feng and others came to the city gate, someone was already waiting here. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. This person was still an acquaintance, but it was Yuan Yixing, who wanted to grab the Earth rank fire attribute demon core with him in Renshonking that day. It turned out to be him. Han Feng frowned secretly. This Yuan Yixing is a member of the Imperial City Guard, if he wants to find fault. Han Feng felt a worry in his heart, and then sighed slightly. If it really doesn't work, then crush the talisman that Meng Yaqing gave me. Paper, Meng Yaqing is a direct disciple of Lord Guardian. Even if it is not a heavenly rank, it is not something that the captain and deputy captain of the Imperial City Guard can offend. Just like that, I'm too high profile. Meng Yaqing, who is that? That was the idol that the younger generation of the entire Jin dynasty envied and worshipped, and it was also the object of envy of the younger generation. Worship is naturally because Meng Yaqing is the first person in the younger generation under the age of 20. At only 16 years old, he is already a master of the earth rank, and he has mastered the different fire of yin and yang. Meng Yaqing also has two major attributes. As a martial artist, it is rare to be able to possess both attributes. With the powerful different fire and powerful tricks, Meng Yaqing was enough to kill mid-level masters even in the early stage. Now, who of the younger generation under the age of 20 can do it? It is the previous generation, and there are many who are still in the early and middle stage. Meng Yaqing achieved this step at the age of 16, catching up with the last generation of geniuses of the previous generation. This talent has far surpassed the young people of the 5 major families. A generation is left behind. And jealousy is normal. The Guardian is a master at the level of the Great Sanctuary, and his prestige in the Great Jin Kingdom is unmatched, even the Emperor. Over the years, how many people have begged Lord Guardian to accept them as disciples, but Lord Guardian refused. Even the original Lei Yuanjia, Lord Guardian, never said that he would accept him as an apprentice. But this Meng Yaqing became the direct disciple of Lord Guardian. At that time, Meng Yaqing was just a little baby. Can people not be jealous? Fortunately, Meng Yaqing did not disappoint the Guardian. She had such a powerful strength at such a young age that some unhappy people could only keep their mouths shut, and could only be jealous in their hearts, so they never dared to speak out. Han Feng could imagine how shocking it would be once the news of his acquaintance with Meng Yaqing came out. I feared that most of the male elites would be hostile to him, except for a small part of the Lei family. Speaking of Meng Yaqing, it reminded Han Feng of the 1,000-year stalactite he got, and Han Feng patted his head sharply. Really, I forgot about this 1,000-year stalactite, and I will take it for 1,000 years when I reach the peak of the 9 stars of the mysterious order. Stalactites should be able to easily break through to 10 stars of the profound order. With the physical strength of the 11th star of the mysterious rank, the strength of the 7th or 8th star of the mysterious rank will not increase so quickly. Otherwise, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen would not have stayed at the Xuanhuan 9-star level for so long. Your Excellency is. Lei Bubu frowned and looked at Yuan Yixing. The Earth-level powerhouse cannot directly use his mental power to check the opponent's cultivation like the Heaven-level powerhouse, but he intuitively told Lei Bubu that this Yuan Yixing was definitely not at the same level as him. Characters even far apart. Even if he is only a 10-star on the ground level, in terms of the status of the Lei family, the royal family should welcome at least 10 stars on the ground level, or even 11 or 12 stars on the ground level. Lei Fufu was a little dissatisfied with the royal family, but his face remained calm. This is Xingjin City, and there are many heavenly powerhouses belonging to the royal family. The royal family was the largest family and the largest force in the undeserved Jin kingdom at that time. Before their Lei family heavenly rank powerhouses did not arrive, even if there was something wrong with the royal family, they could only bear it. However, Lei Bufu also has his own bottom line. Once the bottom line is violated, even at the risk of being hit hard by the powerful royal family, he would still seek justice for the Lei family. At this moment, he just arranged a lower level to greet him, and he has not violated Lei Fu's bottom line, so Lei Fu did not get angry. Yuan Yixing didn't seem to feel Lei Fufu's dissatisfaction, but just smiled and said, Yuan Yixing, member of the 9th team of the guard team, I'm really sorry, because I have admired the Lei family for a long time, so I specifically asked my brother to ask for it. For the task of entertaining the Lei family, I also asked this guardian not to blame the elder brother. Lei Fufu was shocked. It turned out to be a member of the guard team, which was different from the ordinary high-level royal family. After all, the guards are said to be the royal guards and the imperial city guards, but in fact the entire royal family can order the imperial city guards only the emperor. Members of the royal family. Behind them stood the guardian of the great sanctuary level master. Being able to send members of the Imperial City Guard to greet him, even if the strength is not equal, is enough to show the importance he attaches to the Lei family. In addition, Yuan Yixing has already said that he admires the Lei family, and he also specifically asked for such a task, which shows that he values the Lei family. Lei Fu's expression softened a lot immediately. Han Feng didn't dare to be careless. Last time, he made Yuan Yixing lose such a big face. With Yuan Yixing's careful eyes, how could he not take revenge? This is the city of St. Jean, a special event for the Imperial City Guard. A smile appeared on Lei Bu's face, and he cupped his hands and said, It turned out to be Brother Yuan. I don't know who Brother Yuan's brother is. It's the captain of the 9th team. Yuan Yixing showed a hint of pride in his eyes. Reed took a breath. As the captain, that is the mid-level of the heavenly rank. Lei Buba didn't dare to underestimate Yuan Yixing anymore, and said with a kind smile, It's such an honor to have Brother Yuan come to receive us. Yuan Yixing laughed, Where is the word? It's my honor to be able to host the Lei family. Saying that, Yuan Yixing turned to his side, letting Lei Buba go first. A group of people walked into Xingjin City. At the rear, a group of elites from the Lei family were also quite excited. It was too much of a face to have the Imperial City Guard come to receive them. In particular, this Yuan Yixing is still the younger brother of a mid-level master, which is different. Han Feng frowned. This Yuan Yixing is very different from when he was in the City of People. In the City of People, this Yuan Yixing is extremely arrogant. How can he say such a scene? It seems that either Yuan Yixing eats a mote and grows one's wisdom, or Yuan Yixing looked down on Sun Qingzhu and others at the beginning, and was unwilling to make a fool of himself. The latter is the most likely. Suddenly, Han Feng's body trembled, and a cold gaze swept across his body. Han Feng looked up suddenly, only to see Yuan Yixing smiling and saying something to Lei Bubu. Han Feng's heart sank, and Yuan Yixing really had no good intentions. In Xingjin City, the base camp of the Imperial City Guards, the rosary doesn't play a big role. The 39 captains and vice-captains of the Imperial City Guard team are vegetarians. Between the Lei family and the members of the Imperial City Guard, I wanted to know which side those captains and vice-captains would stand on. What if you offend the Lei family? This is Xingjin City, and there are masters of the great sanctuary behind it. What else can the Lei family do? The group of people stopped and walked, and Lei Fu's face was a little unbearable. Brother Yuan, we stayed at the Xingjin Inn last time. This is not the road leading to the Xingjin Inn. Xingjin Inn is the largest inn in Xingjin City, with the royal family and guardians standing behind it. With the status of the Lei family, it should be living in the Xingjin Inn. Yuan Yixing still smiled and said, "Oh, Brother Fu, I'm really sorry, you don't know, the Xingjin Inn has no place anymore, so I have to find a new place for everyone from the Lei family. Brother Fu, you are here. It's too late, it would be better if it was a day or two earlier." Lei Fufu's face sank. At this time, he didn't know where he was. This Yuan Yixing complimented the Lei family, but he didn't have a good heart at all. "Just kidding, will there be no place for Xingjin Inn? It is said that it is an inn. In fact, the Xingjin Inn is close to the palace. The ground is vast, and it is no problem to live in thousands of people." A group of young elites from the Lei family also saw that something was wrong. Is this Yuan Yixing going to give them a slap in the face? Second more. Con, in fact, the cabbage forgot about the Millennium Stalactite, which was originally used to break through the 4 or 7 stars of the Xuanjia. Now that I think about it, the pig's feet are already 7 stars of the mysterious order, so the effect of the Millennium Stalactite has been slightly improved to break through the 10 stars of the mysterious order. I hope I don't forget it again. Alas, my memory is getting worse and worse. Lei Fufu looked at Yuan Yixing gloomily. "Brother Yuan, our Lei family doesn't seem to have sinned against you, right?" Yuan Yixing sneered, "Who knows? Yuan Yixing wouldn't say such a shameful thing back then." Lei Bufu looked at the increasingly remote place. What good inn could there be? They must not live here. Immediately waved his hand. Lei Bubu had a cold face. "Since Brother Yuan is unwilling to lead, we can go by ourselves." Yuan Yixing's face turned cold. It seems that everyone in the Lei family is dissatisfied with the arrangement below. Immediately, Yuan Yixing took out a contact jade pendant and sent a message. Lei Fufu's expression changed. They didn't have any powerhouses on their side. If the 9th team leader favored Yuan Yixing, he would definitely stand on Yuan Yixing's side. If he really did something to them, they could only lose this. Lei Bubo gritted his teeth. Even after they entered the Xingjin Inn, today's news spread, and their Lei family lost a lot of face. Taking advantage of this moment, Han Feng stepped forward apologetically and told Lei Bubu what happened between him and Yuan Yixing. Lei Fufu finally understood why they were being troubled by Yuan Yixing. To Han Feng, Lei Bubu could not say that he wasn't angry, but Lei Bubu also understood that it was Mrs. Xing's arrogance. If Yuan Yixing had been worried about the Lei family and didn't take action, he would have lost face and suffered heavy losses. After Yuan Yixing sent the news, he stared at Han Feng coldly, and Han Feng told him about his shameful incident. Yuan Yixing became more and more annoyed at Han Feng. As for the elites of the Lei family, there are some who are angry with Yuan Yixing and some who are angry with Han Feng, among which Lei Ruwen is the representative. This kid will really cause trouble. If it wasn't for this kid, how could we? Lei Ruwen, one of the 7-star Xuanjia warriors, snorted coldly. "Shut up." Lei Buba roared at the man angrily. "Is it time for civil unrest? It's just a joke for outsiders." The martial artist who was yelled also knew that he was wrong, and his face was very ugly. I felt even more resentment towards Han Feng in my heart. And Han Feng didn't pay attention to these eyes. Originally, Han Feng had a lot of vigilance against Yuan Yixing, but now, there is only sneer. Before, I thought Yuan Yixing had some brains, but now it seems that he was completely wrong. This Yuan Yixing's mind was full of shit. Those words, it is not certain who taught them or where they came from. If there is some deep-seated conspiracy in the Xingjin Inn, for example, to provoke the relationship between the Lei family and other families, etc., the Lei family can't do anything no matter how angry they are. For the dignity of the Lei family, knowing that it is provocation, they can only contend with the other 3 families to the end. If the Lei family hates Yuan Yixing's provocation and shoots against Yuan Yixing, the Imperial City Guard will definitely be on Yuan Yixing's side. But here, even if the captains are here, it is unlikely that they will give Yuan Yixing face and lead the Lei family to a remote location in Xingjin City to live in the middle and low-class inns in the district. This is simply to inspire the royal family and raise conflict. The status of the Lei family is one of the 4 major families in the Great Jin Kingdom. Only the Xingjin Inn can meet the living conditions of the Lei family. So contempt for the Lei family, doesn't it make the Lei family and the royal family completely tear their faces away? Even the captain of the 13th team of the Imperial City Guard cannot afford such a crime. Yuan Yixing wanted to find fault, but also to find a reason to get on the table. The poor reception caused the anger of the Lei family. The Lei family just said a few words and wanted to sue. For this reason, even if Yuan Yixing's brother came, he could not conscientiously say that Yuan Yixing was right. Today, when the news spreads, their Lei family will certainly lose face a little, and a mere member of the Imperial City Guard can step on the face of the Lei family. But Yuan Yixing doesn't necessarily have face. How old is he? And he has to be his elder brother for everything. Who are the members of the Imperial City Guard so useless? When the trouble happened, it spread to Lord Guardian, and it was not impossible to be kicked out of the Imperial City Guard. As a Dharma protector, Lei Bubu was really angry at first, but after he figured it out, he calmed down. He wanted to see how Yuan Yixing's brother would cover up Yuan Yixing. The speed of the heavenly rank powerhouse is so fast, and soon, a middle-aged man came out of the sky. The middle-aged man is Yuan Yixing's brother, Yuan Ba, the captain of the 9th team of the Imperial City Guard. Yuan Ba already knew what was going on from the news, so he couldn't help clenching his teeth in his heart. He was just making trouble for him on weekdays, but today he even provokes the Lei family. The Lei family is so easy to provoke. Now that the Lei family Tianjia has not come, you have greatly embarrassed the Lei family. After a few days, the elders of the Lei family Tianjia will come, and it is bound to get justice. It is true that the Lei family lost face, and his life would not be easy. There is also competition among the 13 captains and between the captains and vice-captains of the same team. Furthermore, as the 13 captains of the Imperial City Guard, Yuan Ba naturally knew some secrets. Lord Guardian and the ancestor of the Lei family were good friends at the beginning. It's really hard to tell who the Guardian will favor, and they don't care about it. When Yuan Ba descended from the sky, as a mid-level powerhouse of Yuan Ba, he had to put away his arrogance and apologize to Lei Fufu and others. Your Excellency Protector, there is nothing wrong with Yixing's hospitality. Zhou, please don't take it seriously, for the sake of this captain. Yixing is still young and ignorant. Han Feng and others pouted in their hearts. They are all in their 30s, still young? So what are they? Baby? Lei Bubu twitched his mouth and felt disdain for Yuan Ba to open his eyes and talk nonsense, but after all, the other party was a powerhouse in the sky, and Lei Bubu had to maintain some respect. As a powerhouse of the heavenly rank, being able to say such words to him in a mere rank, even if the matter of today is spread out, the loss of face is not too big. Heaven-ranked powerhouses have a noble status, and who would take the earth ranking in their eyes, let alone apologize a little in a low voice? Although the degree of this low-pitched is extremely small, there is still a hint of threat in the tone. Without waiting for Lei Fufu and the others to speak, Yuan Ba immediately said, "Why don't we have this captain entertain you to the St. Jinan? If the heavenly rank powerhouse entertains a group of Xian rank juniors, the face of the Lei family will be greatly saved, and it can even be said that it surpasses the other 3 major families to some extent." But Lei Fubu was vigilant in his heart and said, "Thank you for the kindness of the original captain. The younger generation has also been to Xingjin City, so there is no need to bother the original captain." Yuan Ba smiled slightly, but didn't care, knowing that Lei Bubu was worried that he would get some conspiracy tactics in the Xingjin Inn. Yuan Yixing was unhappy. Brother, why do you talk nonsense with these people? I took the initiative to entertain the Lei family. Not only did the Lei family not appreciate it, but they took anger at me. Do you really think our imperial city guards are eating? Han Feng sneered in his heart again. This Yuan Yixing thinks everyone is a fool. Can't he see his clumsy finding fault? He also involved everything on the imperial city guards. For the reputation of the imperial city guards, this original wave could not be shielded even more. Otherwise, there will be news tomorrow that ordinary members of the Imperial City Guard will not take the four major families seriously because of their status as members of the Imperial City Guard. Not only will the reputation of the Imperial City Guard be affected, but even the other three major families will be hostile to the Imperial City Guard. Outraged, the four major families united, and the Imperial City Guard is really not enough to watch. Making trouble for the Lei family for personal reasons is completely different from making trouble with the Lei family in the name of the Imperial City Guard. For the former, everyone would only say that Yuan Yixing was a bit arrogant because he had an elder brother who was the captain, while the latter meant that the Imperial City Guard had no rules. Who didn't know that the Lei family came to Xingjin City and lived in the Xingjin Inn as a matter of course? Sure enough, Yuan Ba's expression changed immediately. He reprimanded Yuan Yixing, and then forced a smile. Your Excellency Protector, I'm really sorry. Yixing was spoiled by this captain. This time his behavior, it is definitely Yixing's own claim, and it has nothing to do with the Imperial City Guard. Yuan Yixing looked at his elder brother in shock and anger, wondering why his elder brother did not support him and gave him a reprimand. This is not Tianlin City, but Xingjin City. Why give Lei's face so much? Lei Buba bowed back with a blank expression. Captain Former, we have been in Xingjin City for so long, it's time to go to Xingjin Inn. If the original captain has nothing to do, let's go first. With that said, Lei Bubu was about to leave with everyone. At this time, Yuan Ba suddenly put his cold gaze on Han Feng. The third one. Good card, I haven't been able to open my mind for a while, so let's leave it for the third time today. And many more. The original wave of icy tones suddenly sounded. What's the matter with the former captain? Lei Bufu turned his head and clasped his fist at Yuan. Yuan wave pointed to Han Feng. This guy wants to stay. The expressions of Lei Fuwu and Han Feng changed. Lei Zhenyan, Lei Yurua and the others showed concern. If it wasn't for Yuan Ba, who was a heaven-ranked powerhouse, I'm afraid they would have rushed forward. Lei Ruan and the others sneered. Lei Buba held back his anger. Captain Yuan, what do you mean? Could it be that you really don't take our Lei family in your eyes? No, this captain admires the Lei family very much, and even admires the elders of the Lei family. How could he not take the Lei family seriously? Yuan shook his head again and again, but then Yuan wave sighed. This captain, there is nothing you can do. The root cause of today's incident is not the grievance between this kid and Yixing. If this grievance is not resolved, Yixing will definitely find trouble with the Lei family. This captain is busy with business. In recent days, there are a lot of people in Xingjin City. This captain has to manage other warrior families. It is impossible to stare at Yixing. In order to prevent misunderstanding between the Lei family and our Imperial City Guard, we should solve this problem as soon as possible, so that Yixing will no longer go to trouble with the Lei family, and this captain does not need to wipe his ass. The Lei family will also have a lot less trouble. Isn't this a three-pronged approach? Don't worry, Your Excellency Protector. Captain Japan will return this kid to you tomorrow. Yuan Ba looked sincere. In this respect, Yuan Ba is much stronger than Yuan Yixing. The reason Yuan Yixing was looking for was that everyone would sneer, and at a glance, he could see the trouble that Yuan Yixing himself had caused. The original wave was different. It was under the banner of dispelling the misunderstanding between the Imperial City Guard and the Lei family. If they don't agree, then there will be a conflict between the Imperial City Guard and the Lei family. And if you agree. Lei Fuwu and others are not fools. Even if Yuan Ba said that he would release Han Feng after only one day, it must have been after doing something inconspicuous on Han Feng. The original captain was originally a mid-level expert, and he was born in Xingjin City. As the captain of the Imperial City Guard, it was extremely easy to know some assassination methods that were not easy for people to find out. No matter what the means of assassination, it will definitely have an impact on Han Feng now and in the future. Han Feng's face was expressionless, but he snorted coldly in his heart. It can cause Yuan Yixing's temperament, and this Yuan Yixing may not know how many times he has defended Yuan Yixing. Otherwise, Yuan Yixing wouldn't be so unclear, and he would offend the Lei family blatantly. It seems that I have to be a little more high-profile. Han Feng hid his right hand in his sleeve robe and crushed the talisman paper that Meng Yaqing left that day. St. Jean City. A certain exquisite mansion. A certain girl with facial paralysis who was sitting cross-legged and practicing suddenly opened her eyes. This is... The woman looked puzzled, but she quickly remembered what happened nearly 8 or 9 months ago. It's Korean style. The woman was still expressionless, but her eyes were slightly warm. It's finally here, after so long, I thought. Meng Yaqing didn't finish her words, and she didn't know what she thought behind. Meng Yaqing lowered her eyebrows and pondered, in a few days, it will be the day of the Qingyunbang contest. Could it be that you want to participate in the Qingyunbang contest? I remember that he should have been only human at the beginning. Could it be that it is already in the middle stage of the profound stage? If you want to participate in the Qingyun ranking competition, it stands to reason that there are no rules. And the younger generation under the age of 20 can participate, even if you are only the initial human level strength. But in fact, those who dared to participate were at least in the early stage of the Xian rank, and more than 90% were in the middle stage of the Xian rank with 4 or more stars. If it really reaches the mid-profound stage, it would be shocking to break through to such a level in a short period of time. As expected of the character I was optimistic about at the time, I just don't know what level Ihua has reached. The original strange fire was not very powerful. There was a flash of interest in Meng Yaqing's eyes. She suddenly got up, and suddenly disappeared into the pavilion. Do not protect the law, for the sake of the friendship between the Imperial City Guard and our Lei family, hand over Han Feng. Presumably Han Feng's cousin is also willing. Lei Ruwen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lei Bubu and Han Feng. Lei Zhenyan was furious. Lei Ruwen, are you still the Lei family? Lei Yuru sneered disdainfully. This is some direct line of the Lei family. It is really disgusting. Fortunately, the possibility of Lei Ruwen's father Lei Ziyu inheriting the position of the head of the family is extremely low, otherwise the Lei family will sooner or later fall into the hands of such a person. Lei Bubu glanced coldly at Lei Ruwen and the others. Lei Ruwen's expression changed slightly, and he had to lower his head, his face full of anger. It is impossible for Lei Bufu to hand over Han Feng. Not to mention this will make many people in the Lei family feel chilled. Just talking about Han Feng's mother, Lei Yuanjia, will not give up. Yuan Ba's face became gloomy. Since this guardian is unwilling to hand over Han Feng, don't blame this captain for taking action. This captain is also for the good of our Imperial City Guard and the Lei family. Speaking of the end, Yuan Ba did not forget to pull the flag. Yuan Yixing finally understood Yuan Ba's plan at this moment. His face was excited, and his eyes looking at Han Feng were full of ill will and schadenfreude. Oops. Lei Bubu was taken aback, knowing that Yuan Ba was really going to do it, and immediately intercepted it in front of Han Feng. Yuan Ba sneered, is it blocked by the mere ground? Yuan waved his big hand, forming an illusory huge palm in the air, grabbing it towards Han Feng. Idea beads. Han Feng didn't wait for Lei Fu to make a move, and suddenly threw the mind rosary, and the mind clone, the elder, suddenly condensed, and waved his palm. Boom. When the two palms collided, a heart-pounding energy wave exploded. Lei Bubu protected the Lei family back again and again, his face full of surprise. He didn't know anything about this mind clone. Lei Fufu is like this, Lei Ruwen, Lei Zhenyan, Lei Yurua and others can't even say it. Lei Zhenyan and others all show joy. This is the clone of the Great Elder, even if it is only a tenth of the time. The power of one cannot be underestimated. But Lei Ruwen and others showed unwillingness and jealousy. Why? What the hell? What the hell did this kid do? The family even handed over such precious things as the mind rosary to Han Feng, where the first elder injected the mind clone. Lei Ruwen roared in his heart. Lei Fufu has already made up his mind, Han Feng must not be allowed to have an accident, even if it is the protector who has an accident in the end, Han Feng must not be hurt in the slightest. The family even gave Han Feng the rosary beads, and it is conceivable to attach importance to Han Feng. Lei Fu is not stupid. Others also thought of this. In the past, they valued Han Feng in the family, but they did not have an intuitive feeling. After all, as the elites of the Lei family, they were also highly valued by the family. But as soon as the rosary beads came out, they immediately understood the gap with Han Feng. The family attaches great importance to them and to Han Feng, which is not on the same level at all. Some elites of the Lei family who are friends with Lei Ruwen have begun to consider alienating Lei Ruwen and Han Feng. In the sky, Yuan Wave's complexion changed greatly, and he didn't know about the rosary beads. Before that, he was still wondering why his younger brother, the dignified and powerful, suffered a big loss in the hands of Xuanhuan. He thought it was the Lei family who bullied the younger. But seeing the avatar of the mind rosary, Yuan Yiba understood everything. Yuan Yixing was extremely annoyed for concealing this kind of thing from Yuan Yixing. This really ruined his brother. Possessing the rosary is enough to show that the Lei family attaches great importance to Han Feng. Damn, I thought he was a worthless kid, but it turns out to be so taken seriously. If I really did something to this kid, the Lei family would definitely not let me go easily. Damn, this bastard, Yixing, has concealed such an important matter. I'm afraid this Han Feng is not just a member of ordinary foreign surname as Yixing said. Wait, surname Han? Could it be? Yuan Yiba stared, eyes widened, body trembled suddenly. Captain Yuan, what's going on? Just when Yuan Yiba's heart set off a storm, a cold questioning voice suddenly came from his ear. Meng, Miss Meng. Yuan Yiba looked at Meng Yaqing, who was suspended in the sky. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Meng, Miss Meng. Yuan Yiba looked at Meng Yaqing, who was suspended in the sky. Yuan Yiba rubbed her eyes. Shouldn't this Miss Meng be in retreat and practice in order to break through to the 4-star level? Why did she get out? Everyone in the Lei family was still wondering about Meng Yaqing's identity, but a wave of Miss Meng revealed Meng Yaqing's identity. There is only one woman in the entire Xingjin city, surnamed Meng, who makes the captain of the Imperial City Guard team so respectful, and that is the direct disciple of Lord Guardian, Meng Yaqing. Ms. Meng, this is what happened. Yuan Yixing's face was panicked, and she never thought that today's events would attract Meng Yaqing. At the moment, Yuan Yixing will be executed first and then played, distorting the facts. However, Meng Yaqing waved her hand coldly. Shut up. Yuan Yixing Yiji, his face twisted, with resentment in his eyes. Meng Yaqing's expression turned cold, and white and purple flames swept out, slamming into Yuan Yixing. Oops. Yuan Yixing Day, facing Meng Yaqing, no matter how resentful he is, he can't take action. He still has this self-knowledge. Immediately, Yuan Yixing opened his defense. It's a pity, even if this is just a random blow from Meng Yaqing, the two different fires are not joking. With Meng Yaqing's cultivation, it is difficult for ordinary 5- or 6-star powerhouses to compete. Boom! Yuan Yixing vomited blood and flew out. Yuan Yiba burst out with cold sweat on his forehead, opened his mouth, and said nothing in the end. Not to mention that he can't resist Meng Yaqing in his capacity, but he is able to resist, just because Yuan Yixing concealed a lot before, so that he almost directly confronted an unreasonable woman like Lei Yuanjia. He didn't think much about it. Help Yuan Yixing again. For the sake of this younger brother, how many sinister things he has done, even his reputation is a little bad, and he has already taken his heart out for his younger brother. But what about Yuan Yixing? Everyone in the Lei family swallowed. How strong. How domineering. But, so cool. Lei Fuwu, Lei Zhenyan, Lei Yurui, and others watched the arrogant Yuan Yixing end up like this, and their happy mouths were crooked. Lei Ruwen and others secretly regretted it. Just a little bit, maybe I can solve Han Feng with the help of Yuan Yiba. Yuan Yiba wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stepped forward. Miss Meng, the matter is. Before she finished speaking, Meng Yaqing had already waved her hand. I don't want to listen to you either, Han Feng, come on. Meng Yaqing retracted her wings and landed on the ground. Everyone is not surprised that Meng Yaqing can fly. Heaven-rank powerhouses can fly freely, and if they have suitable flying skills, they can also fly, but they are not as high, smooth, and fast as the sky-rank powerhouses. As a guardian, it is not surprising that he has mastered advanced flying martial arts. And at this moment, everyone's focus is no longer on Meng Yaqing's ability to fly, but on the fact that Meng Yaqing was able to call out Han Feng's name. Hiss. Everyone gasped and focused their shocked eyes on Han Feng. Meng Yaqing can call out Han Feng's name accurately. What does this mean? It means that Han Feng and Meng Yaqing have known each other for a long time. What exactly is going on? Yuan Yiba and Yuan Yixing's faces were pale. They knew that Han Feng knew Meng Yaqing, and they would not ask Han Feng to trouble him beyond their own power. Yuan Yiba pleaded with his eyes, hoping that Han Feng would let them go. Han Feng didn't care at all. When Yuan Yiba said he was going to take him away, he clearly saw the fierceness that flashed in Yuan Yiba's eyes. It is conceivable that once he is really taken away, the end will not be much better. When Lei's parents are old, everything will be too late. Han Feng will never show mercy to those who want to harm him. Lei Zhenyan stammered, Han Feng actually knows Miss Meng. Lei Yuru's expression was also sluggish. Old Fu's voice sounded, haha, this kid is very blessed, and she is such a talented girl right away. At the age of 16, she is about to break through to the top 3-star level in the middle stage. Such a cultivation base, in the old family's former family, it is also among the top geniuses. Who is Mr. Fu? Lei Yuru didn't know too well. Fu Lao never told him. The reason is that your current cultivation base, Lei Yuru, is too low, and it is not good to know, but Lei Yuru can guess that it must be one of the 5 continents that is also extremely top-notch. It is not easy to be ranked high in such a family. Lei Bubu swallowed and spit, and was very fortunate that his attitude was firm and he did not hand over Han Feng. Lei Ruwen and others were completely jealous. Especially Lei Ruwen. Lei Ruwen regarded himself very highly, and believed that he was the only one in the entire Jin kingdom who was qualified to pursue Meng Yaqing. But now he only knows Meng Yaqing's name and has never seen it before, but Han Feng has already met Meng Yaqing. Under the eyes of envy, panic or jealousy, Han Feng calmly told the ins and outs of things, without any subjective color, purely from the perspective of others. Meng Yaqing narrowed her eyes slightly and turned to Yuan Yixing abruptly. Yuan Yixing was so frightened that she knelt down directly. Miss Meng. It's a mistake, please ask Mrs. Meng to have a lot, please forgive me. Yuan Yiba twitched the corners of his mouth and pulled out a smile with difficulty. Miss Meng, Yixing already knows what's wrong, look. Meng Yaqing's voice was cold. Do you want to cover up again? Yuan Yiba's face stiffened. Yuan Yixing's pleading gaze was placed on Yuan Yiba. Yuan Yiba moved his lips with difficulty, and finally gritted his teeth. Miss Meng, Yixing is still young, I will definitely. Shut up. Meng Yaqing's face was icy cold, and impatience flashed in her eyes. I just heard Meng Yaqing say coldly, Yuan Yiba, don't think that the old man doesn't know about the things you did, but just because you are the guardian of your younger brother and your talent is good, you keep turning a blind eye. One eye. I didn't expect the understanding of the master and his old man, but it contributed to your momentum. I will issue an edict here today to kick Yuan Yixing out of the Imperial City Guard, and I will never hire him again in the future. Yuan Yixing's face suddenly turned pale. Meng Yaqing didn't finish her words. As for your original wave, I will report the matter to the master and his old man. Go back and wait for the order. Whether you can continue to serve as the captain of the 9th team, the old man will decide if you have your own master. As Meng Yaqing, under the captain and vice-captain, she is eligible to appoint or dismiss any member of the Imperial City Guard. But as the captain and vice-captain of Tianjia Strength, she must report it to the guardian, without the ability to directly dismiss or appoint. Yuan Yiba's face also became embarrassed. Yuan Yixing had a panicked face. He never imagined that things would end like this. Without his membership in the Imperial City Guard, if his elder brother was dismissed again, he would have bullied so many family geniuses and elites in the past. The future will never be better. Yuan Yixing really regretted it this time, he knew it earlier. Everyone in the Lei family looked at Meng Yaqing blankly, too domineering. A few words made Yuan Yiba's brothers lose their temper, and even removed Yuan Yixing from his position. Meng Yaqing walked towards Han Feng slowly, and everyone including Lei Bubu was cautious. Lei Bufu even gave Meng Yaqing a big gift. First, Meng Yaqing's identity and strength were enough for him to perform this ceremony, and secondly, Meng Yaqing helped them out of the siege. Thank you Miss Meng for your help, I am grateful. Lei Bubu looked grateful. Meng Yaqing waved her hand directly, don't worry about it, I'm just here to find Han Feng. The implication is that I don't care about your Lei family. Lei Fuwu and the others twitched the corners of their mouths. Lei Bubu sneered a few times, stepped back actively, and gave the vacated position to Han Feng. Meng Yaqing's eyes focused on Han Feng. Why did you come to me so late? Han Feng touched his nose, not knowing how to answer. If it weren't for Meng Yaqing's calm expression, her eyes were very clear, and her tone was even more unwavering, Han Feng would really have misunderstood that Meng Yaqing was interested in him. These words are too easy to make people think blindly. On the other side, Lei Zhenyan and the others gasped and misunderstood. Oh my god, this tone is resentful. Han Feng, this kid looks like he's dumb, he doesn't have any sense of humor, and his ability to pick up girls is really good, even a woman like Meng Yaqing has hooked up. Second more. Lei Yuyu raised his eyebrows. Zhenyan, how do you know that Han Feng and Meng Yaqing have that kind of relationship? I can't tell, Meng Yaqing's expression is too dull when she sees Han Feng. Lei Zhenyan hated iron for not being steel, you know what a shit, they are the direct disciples of Lord Guardian, how could it be so easy to leak out emotions? Do you have to be restrained and no, maybe when we leave, Meng Yaqing will the enthusiasm is on fire. Han Feng's face hurts. Can't he speak in a low voice? He heard it here. Facing Meng Yaqing, Han Feng was a little embarrassed. Han Feng knew that this was the second time the two met, and Meng Yaqing would not fall in love with him so easily. This, Miss Meng, don't take offense. Cousin Zhenyan is just that stupid. At the beginning of the scholar's atmosphere, Han Feng thought that Lei Zhenyan was a gentle and elegant person, but after contacting him, he found out that this Lei Zhenyan was very arrogant on the inside and extremely vulgar. Meng Yaqing's face was calm, but she was much better than Han Feng. Nothing. Han Feng. Can you stop looking at him with such a zombie face? It's so stressful. Han Feng had to laugh bitterly. How did the guardian raise a child? What a beautiful face to develop such a look, and abruptly called this paralyzed face to be destroyed. Han Feng believes that if Meng Yaqing is willing to smile more, it will definitely be like the warm sun in the world of ice and snow, which will warm people's hearts under the bath. When no one saw Meng Yaqing, there were already many young geniuses who wanted to pursue Meng Yaqing. If you smiled at these young geniuses, it would be impossible for these young geniuses to fight each other in order to pursue Meng Yaqing. From an angle that Han Feng couldn't see, Meng Yaqing bent the corners of her mouth without a trace, and then said, "I didn't expect you, Han Feng, to be Lei Yuanjia's daughter. No wonder you are so good. I should have guessed it at the time. Also, call me Meng Yaqing, don't call me Miss Meng." Han Feng hesitated and said yes. Yuaniba hesitated and said, "Miss Meng, we." Meng Yaqing glanced at Yuaniba, and finally let them go. "Leave here, go back and reflect on yourself." The original wave of brothers turned around and left quickly as if they had been granted amnesty. Meng Yaqing stepped forward. "Follow me, I'll take you to the St. Jean Inn." This is not good, we can go by ourselves." Lei Buba looked hesitant. Letting the well-known personal disciples of the Guardian Lord personally take them to the Xingjin Inn, although it is very face, but it is too much, and it is easy for the Lei family to be jealous of many families. It's not easy for a big family like the Lei family to be outraged. Meng Yaqing said lightly, "Don't worry, this young lady will hold a tea ceremony in 3 days. People from the royal family and the 4 major families can be present, and even some famous geniuses from other families can come. I will go to the Xingjin Inn and say, after all this, they don't have time to trouble you. Furthermore, although your Lei family has declined in recent years, and you don't even have a peak powerhouse of the sky, but you are also one of the 4 major families, don't you even have such courage? If it's the other 3 families, I'd be happy to accompany this young lady." Lei Buba was stunned, and his face became solemn. "Thank you, Miss Meng, for reminding me." Indeed, as one of the 4 major families, the Lei family, even if they have declined in recent years, cannot be bullied at will. And since this generation, there have been signs of prosperity, what are you afraid of? Not to mention Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen, the geniuses who have long been known to other families, even Lei Yuru and Han Feng, who came up later, should not be underestimated. These 4 people all have the hope of breaking through to the sanctuary. If the first 2 are not mentioned, there is only 1 or 2% of hope. The latter, too, according to the Great Elder, have the same hope of 50%, which is not worse than Lei Yuanjia. Xingjin Inn, said to be an inn, is actually comparable to 1/10 of the inner imperial city. The pavilions inside are scattered, and there are also large lakes and small lakes every other distance. If it weren't for the environmental pavilion occupying most of the area, let alone thousands or tens of thousands of people, it would be very easy to live there. The inner imperial city is not the city of St. Jean. Xingjin City can only be regarded as an outer imperial city, inhabited by merchants, commoners and major families. And the inner imperial city is like the Lei family mansion in Tianlin City and the Xian family mansion in Tianxian City. Only members of the royal family can live in it. The inner imperial city covers an area of nearly 100 square kilometers. It occupies nearly 1/20th of the entire Xingjin city. Han Feng looked at the Xingjin Inn and secretly said that 1/10 of the inner imperial city is nearly 10 square kilometers, 1 square kilometer, which is equivalent to 1 million square meters. 10 square kilometers is 10 million square meters. 10 square kilometers, in a previous life, was 1% of the size of a city-level city. Which hotel in the past life would occupy such a big place? The inner imperial city was also almost 1/10 the size of a city-level city in the previous life. The entire Xingjin city, in the previous life, was equivalent to 1/10 the size of an ordinary province. For the earth level, even the heaven level powerhouses, especially the heaven level powerhouses, it may not be big, but for ordinary people and even low-level warriors, it is relatively big. The civilians in Xingjin City want to leave the city to go for a long time. It may be that Yuan Yiba had already notified Xingjin. Xingjin knew that the disciples of Lord Guardian were coming, and all the high-level figures of Xingjin came to greet them outside the inn. This made the other three families extremely unhappy. Next to Xian Shentong, a Xian family manager said angrily, "Isn't it the Lei family? The Lei family is in decline now, and it is not as good as our Xuanjia. Why are so many senior members of the Xingjin coming to greet us? We don't have this treatment yet." The top level of the Xingjin is at least an earth-level powerhouse. Among them, there are 3 masters at the early stage of the sky level, who are backed by the royal family and have a lot of faith in the entire Xingjin city. But for such a force, the high-level leaders came out to greet them, and they really valued the Lei family too much. Xian Shentong frowned. "Something's wrong. The Lei family is indeed not worthy of such treatment by the senior management of Xingjin. There must be other reasons, so we just stay in this hall quietly and don't go out." "Yes." The Xian family elite who asked the question was obviously very convinced of Xian Shentong, and he responded without any hesitation. The same is true of the other 2 major families, the collectors and the Yu family. It is not stupid to be the leader of every family. Sure enough, news came soon that the person accompanying the Lei family turned out to be the personal disciple of Lord Guardian, Meng Yaqing. The elites of the 3 major families were in an uproar, and they were all excited. Some also wondered, how could such a character come with the Lei family? Did he know someone from the Lei family? Soon, everyone from the Lei family entered the public hall of the Xingjin, headed by an expressionless and stunning girl, and next to them were several high-level powerhouses of the Xingjin. The fiery gazes of many elites were condensed on the stunning girl. A powerful man will attract many women to compete. In the same way, a woman with strong strength and extraordinary talent will also cause many men to compete. Especially since this woman has such an awesome background, if you get such a woman's favor or even deeper emotions, then you will have a relationship with Lord Guardian. Having a strong sanctuary as the backing is only second, and the most important thing is that as a master of the great sanctuary, the Guardian must have many precious martial arts and martial arts secrets in his hands, and even the experience of the sanctuary. With these, they themselves and even the family may be able to give birth to a sanctuary master in the future. When Lord Guardian comes to an end, their family's sanctuary feeling is likely to be the new Lord Guardian. At that time, their family may be able to overwhelm the other 3 families, even surpass the royal family, and replace them as the new leader of the great Jin kingdom. Royal family. Meng Yaqing said to an old man beside him, "You don't have to stay with me here, I'll leave after a few words." Several seniors of the rank of heaven nodded hesitantly and disappeared. Meng Yaqing looked around and said lightly, 3 days later, the little girl will hold a tea martial arts meeting in Ziyun Pavilion. While tasting spiritual tea, they will have a martial arts competition, which can be regarded as making some preparations for the Qingyanbang competition. I hope you all come and admire your face. The third one. Meng Yaqing's tone can be said to be extremely cold. She is obviously an inviter, but she has no enthusiasm as an inviter. If it is an ordinary person, facing such a tone, I am afraid that I will not shake it. However, Meng Yaqing is not only beautiful and powerful, but also a direct disciple of Lord Guardian. She is also famous for her cold temperament. The elites of the 3 families are not resentful at all, but smile on their faces. At this time, they didn't care why the Lei family and Meng Yaqing came together, maybe they met by chance. The most important thing now is to prepare for the tea ceremony. Since it is a tea martial arts meeting, there will definitely be some competitions, but the Qingyanbang competition is extremely important, and it is not very beneficial to expose the trump cards in advance, so it is necessary to study how to show another hand at the tea martial arts meeting to suppress the other three families, and cannot let it. Others see their cards clearly. This is not something that can be done in an hour and a half. Meng Yaqing nodded to everyone in the Lei family, but everyone in the Lei family understood that this was just to say hello to Han Feng, but only greeting Han Feng was too prominent for Han Feng, and it was easy for Han Feng to become a public enemy, so they nodded to everyone. Nodding his head, he evened his attention. Lei Ruwen was a little dissatisfied that he only got Meng Yaqing's attention after being exposed to Han Feng's light, but Lei Ruwen had no brains. Judging from Meng Yaqing's various behaviors, it was obvious that he did not want to be given to her because of her relationship with Han Feng. Han Feng brings trouble. Even if he hates Han Feng, he can only tell others about the relationship between Han Feng and Meng Yaqing, not him. After Meng Yaqing left, the three major families hurriedly greeted the Lei family and left. The Lei family members were entertained by the waiters of the Xingjin Inn, and they each got a good residence in the pavilion. Han Feng entered his own pavilion and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect to trouble Meng Yaqing when I first arrived. At the tea martial arts meeting 3 days later, should I hide my clumsiness? At this time, Han Feng suddenly remembered what his mother said before, whoever dares to provoke, just call back. Thinking of this, Han Feng secretly made a decision. The tea martial arts meeting is just a discussion, an opportunity for everyone to test in advance, and the top figures of the major families like Lei Ruwen are unlikely to make a move. It was just a small tea martial arts party, and the first person of the younger generation of the family took action. This does not mean that, except for the first genius in the family, all other geniuses are useless. As long as it wasn't for top geniuses like Xian Shintong and Lei Ruwen, even if he didn't have the heavenly fire fighting body, Han Feng would have 7 or 8 points to defeat most of the family geniuses. In this way, as long as the Skyfire battle body is not exposed, how to fight should not be a big problem. Han Feng thought thoughtfully, if I don't use the heavenly fire fighting body, and I don't expose the strange fire, the combat power should be inferior to those of the top geniuses, just to make those top geniuses look down on me a little bit, and it will be very beneficial to me when I reach the Qingyun ranking competition. After making a decision, Han Feng sank into cultivation again. The physical level is far higher than the cultivation level. Before breaking through to the 8-star Xian rank, the speed of cultivation cannot be said to be fast, but it cannot be said to be slow. It is not as fast as before, but it is also faster than the ordinary 7-star martial artist of the profound rank. Countless times. 3 days is enough for me to go further. Early the next morning, Lei Zhenyan came to him. Lei Zhenyan pulled Han Feng. Han Feng, how boring it is to stay here. Let's also go out to find out the situation of other families. Although our 4 major families and the royal family are very strong, there will be many dark horses in the previous Qingyun list competitions, and some dark horses have directly entered the top 10. Although the possibility of this is very small, it is difficult to find one in more than 100 years, but there is no guarantee that one will appear this time, so it is necessary to inquire. Han Feng shook his head. Cousin, you go. I won't go there, it's going to be the Qingyun ranking competition soon, I'd better hurry up and practice. Lei Zhenyan scratched his hair. You kid is already a 7-star of the profound rank, whereas it's so easy to break through. Don't cultivate so hard, sometimes for a long time, not only will it not be effective, but it will have an impact, it's not as much. Go out for a spin. Having said this, Lei Zhenyan froze. I almost forgot, your kid's body level has reached the 8th level, which is equivalent to the physical strength of a mysterious 11-star warrior. If it can be improved, in this case, you can cultivate here with peace of mind. I'm going to find other people to inquire about the news, and I'll tell you one by one at the tea martial arts meeting. Those who can be invited are not ordinary people, and those who are not invited, we don't need to care. With the ability of Lord Guardian, we should not care. There will be fish that slip through the net, leaving some powerful geniuses to be missed. Anyway, I have reached the bottleneck of the 9 stars of the profound rank, and I can't break through it in a short time. Lei Zhenyan's tone was full of helplessness. Han Feng showed an apologetic face, so, I will trouble my cousin. After Lei Zhenyan left, Han Feng still practiced. Inside the imperial city of Xingjin City, within the imperial palace. The current Emperor Lin Tianqiu looked at the information in his hand and pointed his finger in the void. Han Feng? It's that Lei Yuanjia's son. When did this kid meet girl Meng? Based on what I know about Meng girl, I will never take care of a person for no reason. There must be something special about this Han style. Come on, call the 6th Highness over. Soon, a young man wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe walked in and said respectfully, seeing the emperor, I don't know why the emperor asked the son to come here. In the kingdom of Jin, the emperor wore a 5-clawed dragon robe, and the emperor's son wore a 3-clawed dragon robe. Only the most outstanding beings would wear a 4-clawed dragon robe, second only to His Majesty, the emperor. For example, the prince. These 6 His Royal Highnesses are obviously the current crown princes, and in all likelihood, they will inherit the throne in the future. Other clans can wear 2-claw or even 3-claw dragon robes, depending on their status. No matter how low, there will be no claws, and 1 claw is too ugly. Lure, look at this. Lin Tianqiu handed the information in his hand to His Highness 6th. After reading it, His Highness lowered his eyebrows and thought for a while before saying, Father's intention is to let the child befriend this person? Lin Tianqiu nodded, yes, someone who can be valued by Menjiatu must not be simple and cannot be an enemy. Lure, at the tea and martial arts meeting, try to get in touch with him and make good friends, and sooner or later you will know what Menjiatu is against her. The reason for the importance. At that time, we will judge whether we are closer or more distant. My son obeys. The 6th Highness didn't show any disdain for Han Feng because of his background. At their level, although they have a noble status, they are also more aware that they cannot underestimate who the world is. As a member of the royal family, His Royal Highness has been in contact with more than other people, and he knows the genius level of his peers in other countries. These geniuses in the Jin Kingdom, except Meng Yaqing, can only be regarded as the top-ranking and top-level geniuses in the surrounding countries. It is incomparable. Lin Tianqiu looked at His Highness 6 with relief. Lure, you are the most outstanding among your brothers, but the kingdom of Great Jin is too small and trapped in the kingdom of Great Jin, so what if you are the emperor? There are still many things that need to be compromised. This time in the Qingyun ranking competition, you must make the top 10 and work hard to pass the selection of the Baidu Academy. Once you pass, your future will have a wider space, and the emperor of the Jin dynasty is nothing. The 4 major families are now eyeing our royal family. Only with stronger power can we protect the foundation of our ancestors. Stronger power is naturally a sanctuary that surpasses the heavenly order. A trace of fiery flashed in His Highness's eyes. Don't worry, the royal father, this son will go all out. The 6th Highness knows the situation of Lord Guardian very well. It will reach the limit of its lifespan in a few decades at most. Once Lord Guardian passes away, their royal Lin family will usher in various crises in all directions, not only from domestic but also from abroad. The 4th 10,000 character is complete. Ask for flowers. It's going to be exploded again soon. I ask you for your great support. Yesterday, I wanted to write some conspiracy, but Cabbage is really incompetent in conspiracy and can't write anything. In the end, I gave up the conspiracy and only made 3 shifts. Today, I have to arrange a lot of character information, so I can only have 4 shifts. Most of the time is used to outline the strength and ability of these people. Tomorrow, these characters will appear one by one. Hee hee, Cabbage is also the 6th in the bedroom, quack. While Lin Tianxiu and Sixth Highness Lin Huixian were talking about Han Feng, in another exquisite pavilion, a white-haired old man was also teasing his apprentice. "Girl, finally the heart of spring is sprouting?" The old man looked wretched. Meng Yata looked at her master expressionlessly. "Master, let's find a teacher for the disciple first and then the disciple." The old man choked, suddenly. This old man is impressively the well-known guardian of the great Jin kingdom. If the appearance of the old man is seen by outsiders, the idle dream may be broken immediately. The old man's face was dull, and he could not wait to look up to the sky and scream, "Return my apprentice who was loved by everyone when I was a child." Why did my apprentice's mischievous smile disappear? Looking at the old man's appearance, Meng Yaqing was still expressionless, but her eyes were rolled. If it wasn't for a teacher with weird ideas and a wretched face, would she be at this level of facial paralysis? Not yet, star. Thinking about how she couldn't stop laughing or crying or being aggrieved when she was teased by her master when she was a child, Meng Yaqing had the urge to punch her master's old chrysanthemum in the face. Seeing that Meng Yaqing was indifferent, the old man pouted, and the expression on his face became much more solemn. "You girl can't be so nice to the opposite sex for no reason. What purpose must you have? Tell me." Meng Yaqing pouted slightly, and even the old man couldn't see the arc clearly. "Because he has a strange fire, and the strange fire feels very strange." "Master, you also know that the reason why the different fire is powerful is not only reflected in its power, but also in its characteristics. In my opinion, Han Feng's strange fire is not very high level and powerful, but it makes me feel very strange, as if this strange fire has other secrets." The old man suddenly realized, it turns out that there is no second martial artist with a strange fire in the entire Jin dynasty. No wonder you value him so much. In addition to wanting to know how far the kid with the strange fire can grow, I also want to see the effect of the other side's strange fire. As a different fire warrior, seeing the same kind of warrior want to compare their own different fire is extremely normal. Meng Yaqing nodded, without refuting the old man. She said with a hint of surprise, "Actually, what really made the disciples decide to favor Han Feng is the speed of Han Feng's strength development. I remember when I first met Han Feng, he is only in the early stage of human rank, the second time he met, and he was at the peak of the late human rank. But when I saw him today, he was already a 7-star of the mysterious rank." If Han Feng heard Meng Yaqing's words, he would be very surprised. Han Feng regarded the second encounter with Meng Yaqing as the first encounter, because when they met for the first time, the two sides didn't even have a conversation. Meng Yaqing was high up, standing on the back of the huge bird beast, but he was lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment. Who would have thought that Meng Yaqing remembered their real first encounter? It is astonishing that when a giant passes by, he even remembers the appearance of the ants on the ground. Compared with the original Han Feng and Meng Yaqing, it was really the difference between an ant and a giant. "Oh? Really?" The old man's expression became solemn. Meng Yaqing nodded. The old man took a deep breath. "It's been almost a year since you first met him. It only took a year to reach this point. That kid may be a perverted existence than you, and may not be worse than you in the future, or even surpass you." The old man looked excited. "I didn't expect that such a genius could be born after the great Jin kingdom declined for so many years. As long as he continues to grow, he will be able to break through to the sanctuary within a few years. At that time, the great Jin kingdom will be handed over to you to protect, old man. It's also safe to walk." Seeing that the old man valued Han Feng so much, Meng Yaqing couldn't help but say, "Do you want to accept him as a disciple? In this way, Han Feng's safety will be greatly increased." Hearing this, the old man quickly waved his hand. No, let's forget it. That kid's strength has improved too fast, and it always makes the old man feel a little too illusory. If that kid runs out of potential in 2 or 3 years, I will be ashamed of the old man." Furthermore, such a rapid increase in strength is not necessarily good for this kid's Xinqing. It can easily lead to arrogance. After a few years, this kid's Xinqing has settled down, and I will accept him as a disciple. The implication is that he still needs to investigate. Meng Yaqing snorted. In a few days, there will be the Qingyun ranking competition. Maybe he can make it into the top 10, and it is very likely that he will pass the selection of Baidu University in the end. At that time, even if you want to accept him as your apprentice, you will not be able to accept him. Already. The old man smiled and said, "Why are the top 10 of the Qingyun ranking competition so easy to enter? At least the previous ones are at the early stage of the 9 stars of the profound rank. Even if you are in the top 10, the selection of Baidu Academy is so easy to pass." Hearing this, Meng Yaqing also nodded slightly. The selection of the Baidu Academy is extremely strict. Even though there are many talents in the Great Jin Kingdom, so far, apart from her, there is really no one who can pass the selection of the Baidu Academy with full confidence. In short, I will investigate him for a year or 2. When the time is right, I will accept him as a disciple. The old man made a decision. Saint Jinin. The ability of the 3 major families to inquire about news is not vegetarian. In particular, the leaders of the 3 major families have also been to the Xingjinin in the past, and have their own sources of information and contacts. Not long after, the news that Han Feng and Meng Yaqing knew each other was known to the elites of the 3 major families. Inside the pavilion where the Xian family lived, Xian Shintong put down the news coldly, and said to the other elites, "Don't pay attention. I know some of you have some thoughts about Meng Yaqing, but do you think Meng Yaqing likes you? Put away all those thoughts. Getting a good place in the Qingyun ranking competition is the most important thing." "But what is the surname Han? He deserves it?" An elite Xian family said sourly. "Besides, the surnamed Han is Lei Yuanjiao's daughter, Shintong Yu." Xian Shintong said indifferently, "Then he also needs to pass the last level of the Qingyun ranking competition, otherwise he will not even be qualified to fight with me." The news of Han Feng and Meng Yaqing's acquaintance must be known by the other 2 families. There must be many people who regard Han Feng as a thorn in the flesh. "We don't need to mix, we will deal with Han Feng by ourselves. Han Feng has been cleaned up. That's because his strength is not good. We can also watch the show. On the contrary, it is the other 2 families who are embarrassing. It has nothing to do with our Xian family." The Xian family elite heard the words and understood. Dare to love is to let the other 2 families take the lead. Seeing that these people finally accepted, Xian Shintong sighed slightly in his heart. At the son's house that day, Xian Shintong saw Han Feng's sturdy fighting power, which was much stronger than Xiuwei. Now that 5 months have passed, it will only become stronger. Except for a few of the 8-star Xuanjia and him, Xian Shintong really doesn't think anyone is Han Feng's opponent. At the Tiwu Hui, these Xuanjia are 8 or 9. The existence of stars will never make a move, and even if they make a move, they will not use more than 50% of their power. Their true power will be used in the final stage of the Qingyun Bang competition. In this way, if you take action against Han Feng, maybe it will be them who will be embarrassed in the end. Xingjinin, in another pavilion. This is the pavilion where the collectors live. Zhang Qinghu, the first genius of the Tibetan family, squinted slightly and said in a cold tone, "Han Feng? Is that Lei Yuanjia's son?" The leader of the Tibetan family, the strong, said, "Yes, I didn't expect that the Lei family would take that kid back to the Lei family. The Lei family has always paid attention to the right things. They didn't admit that kid more than 10 years ago, but now they have taken it back to the Lei family. Presumably that kid must have something special. However, when you are nearly 15 years old, you dare to participate in the Qingyun ranking competition, and at least it is a 4-star cultivation base of Xuanjia. Zhang Qinghu smashed the cup in his hand. Meng Yaqing can only be this young master. Our collectors have been preparing for so many years, and our strength is catching up with the royal family. As long as we get Meng Yaqing, we will take the 13th team of the Imperial City Guard in our hands. When the guardian dies, our Tibetan family will immediately be able to enter the imperial city of Xingjin City, drive out the Lin family and replace them, and become the new royal family of the Great Jin Kingdom. Never allow anyone to stand in your way. Leader, it's not easy for us, with 8 or 9 stars of the mysterious rank. You choose a few of the 6 or 7 stars of the mysterious rank. When you get to the tea and martial arts party, I will make that kid lose face in front of everyone. First delivery. Ask for flowers. That kid made a fool of himself in front of everyone, but I want to see what other face he has to please. Meng Yaqing. More than 10 years ago, that bitch Lei Yuanjia slapped my mother several times in the Qingyun ranking competition. Let me, my filial son, take revenge on my mother's behalf for this revenge. Young Master Qinghu, don't worry, leave it to this protector. The leader of the team laughed, patted his chest and belly. In the pavilion where the Yu family lived. On the first day of the Yu family, Yu Kai looked at the information in his hand with interest. Lei Yuanjia's son, let me see if this kid has inherited Lei Yuanjia's talent. 3 days passed, quickly. Inside the attic. The midterm limit of the profound rank 7 stars is only 1 step away from breaking through to the late profound rank. After another day of practice after the Tea Martial Arts Festival is over, I will definitely be able to break through to the late profound rank 7 stars during the Qingyun ranking competition. Han Feng felt the situation in his body, and whispered to himself. Walking out of the pavilion, Han Feng clearly felt the excitement of the crowd. Lei Bubu came over and patted Han Feng on the shoulder. This Tea Martial Arts party is obviously held for your younger generation. Our older generation will not join in that fun. Be careful when you are at the Tea Martial Arts party. Your mother, there were a lot of people who offended you at the beginning, and those people might provoke you. Han Feng smiled confidently, then let them come. Wherever they came from, I will let them go back from there. The cultivation base has reached the midterm limit of the 7 stars of the mysterious order, and Han Feng's comprehensive combat power has increased a little, making Han Feng more confident. Lei Buba just smiled and didn't speak. Lei Ruwen just came over at this time, and sneered when he heard Han Feng's words. Han Feng, this is not just physical strength, the mere 7 stars of the mysterious rank are not the top among the geniuses, and besides, so you spend a lot of time improving your cultivation, what about the martial skill level? In a short period of time, the cultivation base has improved so much, and even killing Lei Ruwen does not believe how high Han Feng's martial arts level can be. The cultivation base can also be rapidly improved with various spiritual fruits or the cultivation environment, but the mastery of martial arts cannot be achieved. At the Xuanjia 7 stars, if you want to win at the same level, you must have high-grade Xuanjia martial arts. But any high-grade profound rank martial skill, let alone top-ranked, is not so easy to master. You can't keep up with your martial skills. You can only be regarded as the bottom of the same level, and it is even easy for others to surpass the star level. I advise you to keep a low profile. You can just join in the fun of the Qingyun ranking competition, so as not to be defeated by others and lose the face of the Lei family. Lei Ruwen kept belittling Han Feng. Lei Buffa looked embarrassed, because what Lei Ruwen said was exactly what he thought. Although I know that Han Feng is valued by the family, even though I know that Han Feng is now a 7-star of the Xuanjia, the progress of cultivation is rare. But in the end the time was too short. There is no shortcut to practicing martial arts. You can't blame Lei Fubu for thinking like this. The battle at Lei Ting Base is mainly based on physical strength. Since true essence is banned, it is impossible to perform martial arts battles in other places except Thunder Beast Cave. The many elites of the Lei family in the Thunder Base naturally don't know what martial arts Han Feng has mastered, and what kind of situation they have cultivated. After all, the probability of meeting in the Thunder Beast cave is too small. Lei Nanxiu knew the tip of the iceberg, but Lei Nanxiu obviously didn't tell anyone else. Even in order to avoid Han Feng, Lei Nanxiu even gave up his qualification to participate in the Qingyunbang competition. In this way, not to mention the elites of the Thunder Base, the senior members of the Lei family are not very clear about Han Feng's situation. Therefore, Lei Fufu, the Dharma protector, only knew that Han Feng was a mysterious 7-star cultivation base. Lei Ruwen's belittling. It attracted the bad eyes of Lei Zhenyan, Lei Yuru, and others. Lei Ruwen found that he was weak, and left with a cold snort. Lei Zhenyan came over with a dark face. Don't listen to his nonsense, it's purely jealousy. I believe you, kid, judging from your past perverts, it's not necessarily worse than the other 7 stars of the mysterious order. Lei Fuwu muttered in his heart, Lei Zhenyan is too confident in Han Feng. Lei Yuru had a mysterious smile on his face, and looked at Han Feng with a deep smile on his face. Lei Yurue knew that the martial arts mastered by Han Feng were strange and powerful, and his strength was definitely far from that of the 7 stars of the Xuanjia. Han Feng also knew that Lei Yurue also possessed strange martial arts. These martial arts are not owned by the Lei family. Neither of the two revealed the other's trump cards, preparing to make a fortune in silence, pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Lei Zhenyan, Han Feng and Lei Yuru rushed to Ziyun Pavilion. There is the place where the tea ceremony is held. The Ziyun Pavilion is very large, divided into 4 floors. The first floor is the largest, and the area of each floor above is shrinking, but it is also more magnificent. Lei Zhenyan explained the situation of Ziyun Pavilion to Han Feng and Lei Yurue. The first floor of Ziyun Pavilion is controlled by the members of the Imperial City Guard to prevent people from making trouble, and there is a large area in the center for competition. The second floor is invited, but not the geniuses of the 4 major families and the royal family. The third floor is the place where the geniuses of our 4 major families and the royal family sit. The fourth floor is where Miss Meng and the geniuses of Xuanjia Jiuxing sit. When we go in later, the people from the Imperial City Guard will give us a number. The second layer is bronze, the third layer is white and silver, and the fourth layer is gold. There are numbers on the cards, which correspond to each other. Floor-to-ceiling rooms. The windows of the room are transparent and do not block sound, and each floor can see each other. You can understand it this way. We are sitting on a step. The higher we go, the stronger our strength and the more honorable our identity. Han Feng and Lei Yuru nodded, indicating that they understood. Lei Yu sighed, then I'm on the 3rd floor, Jun Yan, we are about to break up. Lei Zhenyan's face darkened, don't say such misleading words, we are not together, where did the breakup come from? Besides, isn't there Han Feng, you should all be on the 3rd floor. Lei Yu was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his eyes twitched. I'm just talking about simple separation, it's because your own thoughts are not pure, how can you blame me? Han Feng laughed out loud. The 3 came to the entrance of Ziyun Pavilion and signed up. The guarding member of the Imperial City Guard immediately put a strange look on Han Feng. The news between the Imperial City Guards was passed very quickly, even if the original wave was covered up, it was still known by others. For Han Feng, many members of the Imperial City Guard have mixed feelings. Yuan Yixing, everyone in the Imperial City Guards, would inevitably feel some anger and disdain for him. They all passed all kinds of tests, and they were able to get in and get this honor. However, Yuan Yixing became a member of the Imperial City Guard from an ordinary warrior just by virtue of Yuan Yiba, his elder brother. That's all. Because of Yuan Yiba's backstage, Yuan Yixing is extremely arrogant, and all the members of the Imperial City Guard who are not high-born are not less bullied by him. In this regard, they should thank Han Feng. But on the other hand, a small Xuanjia dared to speak rudely to the imperial city guard, and the prestige of their imperial city guard was indeed affected. In the end, considering the relationship between Meng Yaqing, the imperial city guards did not dare to neglect Han Feng, and handed over 3 tokens to the 3 of them. Among them, Lei Yuru was silver white, and Han Feng and Lei Zhenyan were both gold color. Lei Zhenyan couldn't believe it. No, it's a mistake. Isn't the golden token only available to the 9-star elites of the profound rank? The members of the Imperial City Guard said expressionlessly. Miss Meng explained it specially. All the members of the Imperial City Guard team were all experts on the ground, and with all the expressions on them, Lei Zhenyan didn't dare to say a word, for fear of being taught a lesson. The 3 entered the Ziyun pavilion, and Lei Zhenyan stuck out his tongue toward Han Feng. I also said that Meng Yaqing has nothing to do with you, so go lie to the ghost. It's okay to give you a gold token, so blatantly? Han Feng didn't know why Meng Yaqing valued him so much, just because of the grace of saving his life? But in fact, even if he didn't make a move at the beginning, Meng Yaqing must have made a later move. It can be said that his life-saving grace is completely dispensable. If you don't understand, Han Feng doesn't think about it anymore. There was only one huge room on the 4th floor, and Han Feng and Lei Zhenyan walked to the 4th floor together. On the 3rd floor, the 3 separated, and Lei Yuru walked to the numbered room on the silver token. Second more. On the 4th floor, when Han Feng and Lei Zhenyan walked in, there were already 8 people sitting there. The 8 people were also stunned when they saw Han Feng. After the investigation in the past few days, they obviously also know that Han Feng is not a character of the 9-star level of Xuanjia. Lei Ruwen said yin and yang. Strangely, Lei Zhenyan, only those who have received the golden token can enter here. For some irrelevant people, you should throw them to the 3rd floor, lest Miss Meng come and get angry. Others looked at it coldly. Since someone has come forward, why should they talk about it? What's more, this is apart from the contradictions within the Lei family, they just look at it as a play. Lei Zhenyan's face suddenly sank. He doesn't care about the fights he usually has, but in front of this outsider as well, when people see a joke, Lei Zhenyan is not happy. Lei Zhenyan snorted softly. You also said that you can come to the 4th floor with a gold token. I'm really sorry, Han Feng happens to have a gold token. With that said, Han Feng stepped forward and threw the golden token in his hand. This. Lei Ruwen widened his eyes and pointed at Han Feng, speechless. The expressions of the others also changed suddenly. Those who are not Xuanjia 9 stars can have a golden token, and then think of some rumors about Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. Many people look at Han Feng with bad eyes. Among the 8 people, Lin Huixian, the 6th Royal Highness, was even more determined that Han Feng had some special skills, otherwise Meng Yaqing would not be so valued. As the 6th Royal Highness of the royal family and the leader of the younger generation of the royal family, Lin Huixian and Meng Yaqing have also met several times, and they know that Meng Yaqing is not a person who is so approachable, nor is she a woman who can easily get emotional. Thinking of the rumors of the past few days, Lin Huixian couldn't help but sneer. My father asked me to befriend Han Feng. This time is a good opportunity. Lin Huixian secretly made a decision in his heart. Zhang Qinghu squinted his eyes, and said coldly, could it be a falsification? It's not just a mere 7-star Xuanjia who can come in here, and I don't want to be in the company of such weak people. It's better for Brother Han to stay outside the door for a while. When Miss Meng arrives, you will naturally know the truth. What do you think? Tibetan Qinghu asked others for their opinions. There were 3 people from the Tibetan family this time. Except for Tibetan Qinghu, the other 2 naturally nodded in agreement. There are 2 people in the Yu family. The 2 just shrugged and didn't agree, but they didn't say no. Xian family, Xian Shentong also closed his eyes. Lei Ruwen was overjoyed and made an appointment. Brother Zong, this method won my heart. Even if Han Feng came in the end, he would lose his face after eating such a disgusting act. Lei Ruwen. Lei Zhenyan shouted. Lei Ruwen's behavior would not only make outsiders laugh, but also make the Lei family's reputation plummet. With such a moment of infighting, how can this family develop? Lei Ruwen sneered in his heart, but did not take Lei Zhenyan's words into his eyes at all. Only when Lei Ruwen returned to the Lei family did he realize that the possibility of his father inheriting the title of the head of the family was very slim. Since the top management of the Lei family gave up their father and son, don't blame them for causing trouble to the Lei family. Lei Zhenyan obviously guessed what Lei Ruwen was thinking, and his face was ashen. If the people here really agree, it is absolutely impossible for him to resist. They are all 9 stars of the profound rank, 8 against 1, and the result is obvious. Hee, everyone, my highness has something to say. I wonder if you have time to listen to it. Lin Huixian stood up and said with a smile. Everyone rolled their eyes. Isn't this nonsense? They are sitting here now, naturally they have nothing to do, and they are about to get moldy. Furthermore, just relying on the identity of the 6th Royal Highness, he is 1 step ahead of them. Before the Lord Guardian fell and the royal family fell, no matter how resentful they were in their hearts, they had to give some face. It can be said that before Meng Yaqing came, the most influential person here was the 6th Highness. Something was wrong in Zhang Qinghu's heart, and before he could think about it, Zhang Qinghu had already blurted out, haha, if your 6th Highness has anything to say, just say it. Lin Huixian smiled lightly. Brother Zhang, you said that Brother Han Feng's golden token is fake. Do you underestimate our Imperial City Guard of Xingjin City? Tibetan Qinghu's face changed. Indeed, to enter the Ziyun Pavilion, the token must be issued only after the inspection of the Imperial City Guard, and it is impossible to cheat. Zhang Qinghu found that he was careless, and only wanted Han Feng to lose face and forget about this. Before waiting for Zhang Qinghu to speak, Lin Huixian smiled softly again. Also, it's obviously because of Miss Meng that little brother Han Feng can come to the 4th floor. If we drive little brother Han Feng out, will Miss Meng's face look good? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Zhang Qinghu and Lei Ruwen changed again. Yu Kai, who was originally standing on the sidelines, also spoke. His Royal Highness said it well, I can't help but give Miss Meng face. Zhang Qinghu's face turned black, knowing that the matter of losing Han Feng's face was in vain, he sat down angrily, and Zhang Qinghu snorted coldly in his heart, wait for the start of the martial arts competition, you will look good. Lei Ruwen's eyes lit up, damn, it was Meng Yaqing first, and now it's Lin Huixian, what's so good about Han Feng? Wherever he goes, everyone is befriending him. Both Lei Zhenyan and Han Feng were surprised. Unexpectedly, the 6th Royal Highness of the royal family would stand up for them. Lin Huixian smiled at the two of them. If you two don't mind, how about sitting next to me? We can also discuss the martial arts meeting later. The two clasped their fists towards Lin Huixian. Han Feng smiled and said, then thank the 6th Highness. People respect me 1 foot and I respect others 10 feet. No matter why the 6th Highness helped him, it was considered a kindness to him, and Han Feng naturally couldn't refuse Lin Huixian. The most important thing is that Han Feng did not feel hostility from Lin Huixian, but sincere friendship. With the 6th Highness coming out, the others naturally died down. The whole room fell into silence. Han Feng and the 3 of them spoke in a very low voice. The 3 of them were all mysterious warriors. If they were well controlled, they would not be heard clearly by others. Time passed, and soon, more and more people came to Ziyun Pavilion. After almost everyone arrived, Meng Yaqing suddenly appeared on the 4th floor. Miss Meng. Everyone stood up and apologized to Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing waved her hand to signal everyone to do it, and said, thank you for showing respect to the little girl is very grateful. Where, on the contrary, we have to thank Miss Meng for giving us a chance to learn from each other. Tibetan Qinghu laughed. Meng Yaqing nodded to Tibetan Qinghu, and immediately came to the front near the transparent wall, and the voice was loud, "Welcome to the tea martial arts party held by the little girl, and now I invite you to taste the Ziyunling tea prepared by the little girl for you. After tasting the tea, the martial arts competition will begin soon." The warriors on the second and third floors stood up and bowed to Meng Yaqing, then waited for Ziyunling cha. On the fourth floor, a row of female slaves filed in. A cup of spiritual tea was placed in front of Han Feng, and a fragrance wafted out. Soon, the whole room was filled with a strong fragrance. "It's delicious tea, I don't know how it tastes like." Han Feng took a sip, and in an instant, Han Feng's eyes lit up and blurted out, "Good tea." With just one sip, Han Feng's whole body became more comfortable, and the real essence in his body was even more eager to move. Others are also not too much to give up, all kinds of praise. The warriors on the second and third floors were even more excited. After drinking this cup of tea, they felt that the bottleneck was just around the corner. Han Feng drank all of it, suppressing the fluctuation of his true essence. The Great Spirit Tea originally had at least 1 day of hard work to break through to the late stage of 7 stars. Now, when the tea wuhui ends and go back to retreat, you will be able to break through immediately. Even if one is not well controlled during the competition, maybe a breakthrough will come naturally. Meng Yaqing said lightly, "Although the Ziyunling tea is good, it is only effective for those below the peak of the Xuanjia. When it reaches the peak, it has almost no effect, that is, it tastes better." Tibetan Qinghu and the others looked regretful, so it seemed that it was useless for them to drink a second cup. They were already at the peak of the 9 stars of the profound order, and it was obviously impossible to break through with just a few cups of tea. After drinking the spirit tea, after a while, Zong Qinghu stood up and said, "Miss Meng, now that the tea is finished, it's time to learn about the martial arts competition. The third one." Everyone else felt it was time to start. As a martial artist, he has already had a great resistance to appetite. Since this purple cloud spirit tea is not of much benefit to them, they might as well have a martial arts competition as soon as possible. Han Feng yawned, "You are powerful, but there are still a large number of mid-level Shen rank warriors on the second and third floors. It will take some time for them to digest the spiritual power of Ziyunling cha. Why should Brother Zong be so impatient?" His Royal Highness nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's good to wait until they have digested it before starting." Zong Qinghu couldn't think that the last person who refused was Han Feng, who he didn't care about, and his face sank immediately. "Han Feng, if you are afraid of being provoked, leave here, it's useless to delay." Han Feng sneered, "If I was afraid, I wouldn't come here. Brother Zong is so eager to trouble me?" "You." Zong Qinghu Iji, he can make people provoke Han Feng, that's because the purpose of this competition is to learn from each other, and everyone understands that Zhang Qinggu will definitely take advantage of this open and honest opportunity to learn. For Han Feng. Who doesn't know about the fact that Tibetan Qinghu's mother was slapped wildly by Lei Yuanjia back then? But on the bright side, everyone's faces are not good-looking. Zong Qinghu couldn't hold his face, and clasped his fists at Meng Yaqing. "Miss Meng, what do you think?" Meng Yaqing said without thinking, "Han Feng is right, Brother Zong, you should be calm and wait. One is called Han Feng and the other is called Brother Zong. You can tell by looking at the distance." Tibetan Qinghu sat down with a pale face. Lei Zhenyan was proud. "I want you to be shy, don't you know that Meng Yaqing is my cousin's default wife? Gaga, when Meng Yaqing gets married, this face alone will be very eye-catching." Han Feng and Meng Yaqing didn't know that Lei Zhenyan put the two of them together again in his heart, and the two of them only felt a sudden chill in their bodies. The Sixth Highness was even more stunned. Knowing that Meng Yaqing values Han Feng is completely different from seeing Meng Yaqing favoring Han Feng with her own eyes. Seeing Meng Yaqing like this, His Royal Highness rubbed his eyes, wondering if Meng Yaqing really liked Han Feng. While waiting for the second and third floor warriors to digest the spirit tea, Lei Zhenyan had already begun to introduce everyone present in a low voice. Han Feng, Lei Ruan, and I won't talk about it, you also know the Sixth Highness. The person next to His Royal Highness is not the descendant of the current emperor, but a descendant of the clan, called Lin Huipa. There is only one Xian Shentong in the Xian family, and you also know him. On the Tibetan side, you have just met Zhang Qinggu. The other two are called Zongqing and Zhang Qingdu. Don't look at the number of Tibetans who are dominant, but both of them are only at the early stage of the 9 stars of the Xuanjia, so it's nothing. Even if you enter the top 10, you will be at the bottom, and it is very likely that you will not be able to enter. There is one in the Yu family, but you have to pay attention. The first day of the Yu family is called Yu Kai. Puff. Han Feng shrugged his shoulders, holding back his face, trying to laugh or not. What's wrong? Lei Zhenyan looked at Han Feng suspiciously, not understanding why Han Feng had such an expression. Han Feng's mouth twitched and he shook his head, without saying the reason. The name Yu Kai is too personal. Lei Zhenyan felt that something was wrong with Han Feng's brain. Why did he laugh like this when he heard Yu Kai? Although the name Yu Kai is indeed a bit weird, it's not that funny. Ignoring Han Feng, Lei Zhenyan continued, Yu Kai was not originally the first genius of the Yu family. The original first genius of the Yu family was Yu Henfei by Yu Youcai's side, but a year ago, Yu Kai became the first genius of the Yu family. It was because of the adventure that the physical attributes changed greatly, from the fire attribute infuriating to the poison attribute. Actually, to be honest, it can be regarded as a martial artist with 2 attributes, both fire attributes and poison attributes. A real martial artist with 2 attributes, like Meng Yaqing, can use tricks with different attributes. For example, if Meng Yaqing wants to use fire attribute moves, he can use fire attribute moves alone, and if he wants to use water attribute moves, he can use water attribute moves independently. Yu Kai is different. Fire attribute and poison attribute are used together, also known as fire-poison, true essence. From this point of view, Yu Kai is not considered a 2-attribute martial artist. But no matter what, the fire attribute true essence mutated into the fire-poison true essence, which directly caused Yu Youcai's attack power to greatly increase. Han Feng, if you meet Yu Kai in the Qingyun ranking competition, you must be careful. In the last sentence, Lei Zhenyan said very solemnly, Yu Kai is very strong, really strong. According to my guess, Yu Kai has the strength to compete for the top 3, even if I have no chance of winning. Seeing Lei Zhenyan introducing Yu Kai so solemnly, Han Feng's expression became solemn. The vigilance of Yu Kai has been raised to the extreme. After a while, perhaps estimating that most of the people had already digested it, Meng Yaqing's voice came out from the 4th floor. Everyone, since you've finished drinking the tea, let's start the martial arts competition. Who will come first? No one jumped out from the 3rd floor and looked at each other. In this regard, Meng Yaqing had long expected that the first person to jump out would naturally be under a lot of pressure. Meng Yaqing winked, and a young warrior suddenly jumped out from the 2nd floor, in the lower holy city of Jincheng. Don't hesitate to teach me. Han Feng suddenly realized that this young warrior must have been arranged by Meng Yaqing. With the first warrior jumping out, the rest is relatively simple. One after another, more than a dozen competitions ended like this. Most of the shots are about 4 stars of the Xian rank, and even a few are only 2 stars of the mysterious rank. This kind of competition is very fierce among most warriors on the 3rd floor, and it is a good battle. But for a few people on the 4th floor, it was a bit boring. About half an hour later, a warrior on the 2nd floor jumped out and provoked, "It won't work in next week's family, please advise Yu Kai of the Yu family." Hiss. The originally lively Ziyun pavilion suddenly fell silent, and the sound of Xuanjie gasping for breath came out one after another. Challenge Yu Kai? This person is courting death. In the end, he came from a small family, and he became proud and arrogant when he dominated his own small family. He didn't even look at his own virtues, yet he challenged Yu Kai. Everyone was talking, and disdainful voices came out. Zhou Bu's face flushed red. As the first genius of the Zhou family, he is already a 5-star Xuanjie cultivation base. Originally, he was not so brainless to challenge Yu Kai, but he was agitated, and after reacting, he appeared on the first floor of the competition arena. Unable to advance or retreat, Zhou Buo just stubbornly defiantly shouted. On the fourth floor, Yu Yotsai's huge body abruptly stood up and smiled savagely. Boy Zhou, since you are so courageous, this young master will play a few tricks with you. I hope you don't let me down. As the 9 stars of the Xuanjie, the characters on the fourth floor basically aim at the top 10 of the Qingyun ranking competition, and they will not rashly reveal their cards, but if they are provoked, they cannot be indifferent. Naturally, Yu Kai would not refuse Zhou Bu's challenge, because he wanted to save his cards. What's more, the mere 5-star Xuanjie doesn't have the qualifications to force out his trump card. In turn, he can stand up through this battle. On the first floor arena, Yu Yotsai's tall body went straight down from the fourth floor. Compared with Yu Yotsai's height, Zhou Buyu looks like a dwarf. Zhou could not regret it even more at this moment. Yu Kai grinned. Boy from the Zhou family, I'll give you a few tricks, you can do it first. Zhou can't be overjoyed, even if the opponent is strong. If he takes the first shot and seizes the opportunity, everything is still unknown. Zhou Bubu also knew that a strong man like Yu Kai, with a bigger goal, would not show much strength here. Star slash. Zhou Bubu raised his right arm high, and faint stars gathered around Zhou Bubu's right arm, like stars, and Zhou Bubu suddenly fell down. A moon arc attack formed by the gathering of star-like stars broke through the air. Zhou could not stand there without dodging. Just as the moon arc attack was about to hit Zhou Bubu's body, Zhou Bubuo suddenly shot, his palms spread out, and his fire attribute infuriating chi suddenly condensed. In the red light, a rich and bleak green burst out. Han Feng's green flames give people a sense of vitality, but the bleak green of Zhou Bu's palms gives people a decadent aura. It is the true essence of fire poison. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. For flowers are about to be exploded, please support me. This is fire poison true essence? Even at such a high distance, I felt an ominous aura pervading. On the fourth floor, Han Feng, who was watching Yu Kai, muttered to himself. At the same time, Han Feng also noticed that the Qinghuan jade fire in his body was about to move, and Han Feng couldn't help but move in his heart. Fire poison real yuan not only has the characteristics of fire attribute real yuan, but also toxicity. The fusion is far more than a single attribute, creating there is no fire poison true essence with corrosive power. Unfortunately, my Qinghuan jade fire is also green, and it can also devour true essence. I wonder which one is stronger between my Qinghuan jade fire and Yu Yotsai's mutated fire poison? Level 1. Yu Kai caught Zhou Bu's attack with one hand, and the fire attribute true essence mixed with bleak green was attached to Zhou's attack. Soon, the moon arc-shaped attack was corroded and turned into ashes. Zhou Bubu's face turned pale. Only then did I clearly know that there was a huge gap between the profound rank 5 stars and the profound rank 9 stars. People don't even need to use martial arts, and they can decipher his attack with pure real energy alone. Yu Kai smiled grimly. Go on. Zhou Bubu's face was ugly, and he moved tentatively. Suddenly, Zhou Bubu quickened his pace, rushed to Yu Yotsai's side, and kicked out. Boom. A dull voice sounded, and the leg that Zhou Bubu kicked out was firmly grasped by Yu Kai. The gap is too big. Admit defeat. Zhou Bubu's heart no longer had the will to fight. Zhou Bubu was a little annoyed, and he shouldn't be easily provoked by provocation. Yu Kai. Zhou Bubu felt even more resentment towards the warrior who stimulated him. Yu Kai waved his hand, and Zhou Bubu was thrown out. Before Zhou Bubu could admit defeat, the fire poison true essence was already approaching him. Puff! Zhou Bubu vomited blood and flew out, fell to the ground ruthlessly, and a shrill scream rang out. The fire poison's true essence continued to penetrate into Zhou Bubu's body. In the fourth floor, Han Feng frowned slightly. This fire poison is really vicious. Now this week, the meridians in the body will be swallowed and fragile, and some meridians are even broken. Lei Zhenyan nodded. Yes, it would be good for this kid to maintain his strength in the future, but he wants to go further. Lei Zhenyan shook his head regretfully. Han Feng was silent, although there was some sympathy, but Han Feng would not intervene in this matter. Dare to provoke Yu Kai, dare to participate in the Qingyun Bang competition, you must have such a consciousness. In each Qingyun ranking competition, countless geniuses will die sadly. Of course, Yu Yotsai's methods are a bit ruthless, and he can be merciful, but who told you to be provocative without strength? As for being agitated, that can only mean that your Xinqing is unstable. Sixth Highness Lin Huixian smiled lightly. It's not that there is no cure, some heaven-level medicinal herbs can still treat these meridian injuries. Considering that Yu Kai is not yet at the earth level, the earth-level medicine pill should also be able to do it. Lei Zhenyan smiled bitterly. Heaven-level medicinal pills, we still don't know if there are any in the Great Jin Kingdom. As for the prefecture-level pills, it also depends on whether the Zhou family is willing to pay a huge price. If they don't, it will be useless this week. Having said this, everyone turned their attention to the first floor again. Zhou Buo was just an ordinary person to them, and what happened in the future had nothing to do with them. Yu Kai only made one move, which almost ruined Zhou's future. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and their gazes towards Yu Kai were filled with a lot of fear. The faces of the Zhou family were pale. At this moment, no one dared to rashly provoke the top elites of these four major families. To be able to rank among the top few of the four major families is not something they can compare at will. The next competition is almost another competition of small and medium-sized families. Of course, this so-called small and medium-sized is compared to the entire country of Jin. Talents who can be invited, no matter how weak the strength behind them. There is no lack of the existence of the late stage or even the peak. Only such a force can cultivate a genius who is qualified to receive an invitation from Ziyun Pavilion. After a few more competitions, the elites of the four major families finally appeared, and the battle became more and more intense. The level of the warriors in the competition is also getting higher and higher. In the beginning, it was basically a 4-star martial artist of the Xian rank. And now the warriors who are going to compete in the competition are mostly at the 5 or 6-star level of the Xian rank. At this level, I'm afraid that it won't take long before there will be warriors of the mysterious rank 7-star level. At this moment, the two elites from the Tibetan family and the Lei family are competing on the first floor. Zhang Qingfan defeated the elite of the Lei family in a few moves, and laughed wildly. Is this the elite of the Lei family? Too weak. Who else is in the Lei family? Everyone in the Lei family gritted their teeth, but this Tibetan Qingfan is really powerful, and his cultivation base is already at the peak of the 6-star Xian rank, but his real combat power is comparable to the ordinary 7 or 8-star martial artist of the mysterious rank. And their Lei family's 6 profound rank stars exist, and the most powerful one is to compete with the ordinary profound rank 7 stars in the middle and late stages, which is a little worse than Zhang Qingshan. It has now lost 3 in a row. Unless the Lei family Xian rank 7-star elites are brought into play. However, when the Xuanjia 7 stars played against the Xuanjia 6 stars, others would say that the Lei family won by virtue of the difference in cultivation level, leaving the impression to everyone that the Lei family elites of the same level are inferior to the collectors. If you lose, you will lose even more face. Zhou Buyu provokes Yu Kai, and Zhou Buyu can't win even if he tells the truth, and the star rating gap is too large. But it was Zhou Buo who took the initiative to provoke, and Yu Kai let Zhou Bubu attack 2 moves first. The victory was clean and neat, and the opponent was almost abolished. Everyone was frightened and did not dare to say anything. However, the Rays are different. The Lei family sent out the 7-star profound rank only when 3 6-star profound rank were defeated at the same level. It gave people the feeling of a helpless move, and it made the 6-star profound rank martial artist of the Lei family too weak. The Lei family wants to save their image, unless the Xuanjia 7-star warrior also learns Yu Kai to let a few tricks first, and then quickly defeats Tibetan Qing Fan and establishes a strong prestige, then it will save face. It's a pity that the Lei family's profound rank 7-star elites can't do this. Dare not to accept the provocation of Tibetan Qing Fan. Several mysterious 8-star warriors from the Lei family sighed helplessly when they saw this. At this time, they can only take action. If they defeat the opponent as quickly as Yu Kai, or even severely damage the opponent, the image of the Lei family can be restored. Just when one of the Lei family Xuanjia 8-star warriors was about to stand up, Lei Yuru suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Lei Yurue, I am willing to accept your challenge." Zhang Qingfan's eyes narrowed, and he recalled Lei Yuru's information in his mind. Immediately, Zhang Qingfan sneered and said, "The 6-star Xuanjia in the district is not the peak of the 6-star, so let your Lei family Xuanjia 7 or 8-star warriors come out. But if you insist on discussing with this young master will not refuse, at most you will win one more game." Disdain is very strong. The mysterious 8-star warrior of the Lei family said solemnly, "Yuru, this Tibetan Qing Fan has extraordinary strength, enough to compete with ordinary mysterious 7 or 8-star warriors, and is in no way inferior to our Lei family's 7-star profound level elite. Back off. If one loses another one, the Lei family's face is really lost." Lei Yulu smiled lightly, "Everyone, your body tempering level has reached level 7. Everyone was shocked. The 7th level of body quenching means that the strength of the body has entered the peak of the mysterious order, and it is not at the same level as before. A smile appeared on the face of the 8-star elite of the Lei family Xuanjia. "Okay, Yu, please." At the 7th level of body quenching, even with physical strength alone, it can withstand the martial arts tricks of Zhang Qingfan. The elites of the Lei family looked at Lei Yuru enviously. First Han Feng, then Lei Yuru, how come the boys are so perverted? Each of them has reached the 7th level of body quenching in such a short period of time, which makes them who have not stepped into the 7th level of body quenching for several years. What a human being. But at the same time, everyone in the Lei family breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had lost 3 people before, most of those 3 had a body quenching level of 5. If their body quenching level reached 6, it would not be Zhang Qingfan who would win, but their Lei family. For a while, regardless of whether they had a favorable impression of Lei Yuru, many elites of the Lei family put their expectations on Lei Yuru. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to 8960211154 for the big reward. Amazed face, / I took a nap today, which caused the update to be late. I apologize to everyone here. It's a bit cold, and it's really hard to get up. 4th floor. Zhang Qinghu said in a relaxed mood, I'm sorry, our Tibetans have won 3 games in a row, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen, I'm sorry. Lei Ruwen's face was dark, and he ignored it with a cold snort. Lei Zhenyan's face was calm, as if he didn't take Zhang Qinghu's words into his eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Qinghu's face became more and more proud. Xian Shentong didn't care about the Lei family, but he did the same with the Tibetan family. Someone from the Lei family is gone again. Xian Shentong said coldly. Yu Kai looked at it intently, and smiled. For a long time, according to the information, this person should be called Lei Yu, a genius who has recently risen from the Lei family, but in the end, the time is too short, only 6 stars in the profound rank, I'm afraid. Xian Shentong frowned, but he didn't expect that the one sent by the Lei family was still Xuanjia 6 stars. This Lei family, are you really going to lose again? Xian Shentong didn't understand the Lei family's approach. At this time, I haven't sent a mysterious 7 or 8-star warrior, isn't it courting death? Zhang Qinghu heard that Lei Yurui was only a 6-star of the Xuanjia, and sneered, is there no one in the Lei family, or that those with 7 or 8 stars of the Xuanjia are too afraid to play? Han Feng said abruptly, since Lei Yuru is playing, it's your collector who will lose this time. Zhang Qinghu didn't expect Han Feng to suddenly interject, and he was a little stunned, but he quickly reacted and sneered, you are very confident, let's see, how did you Lei Jian win? Not seeing the scene he wanted to see, Zhang Qinghu was very dissatisfied, so he stopped saying a word, and all his mental power was concentrated on the first-floor competition venue. Meng Yaqing has been silent since announcing the start of the martial arts competition, and only then did she speak up, Han Feng, is there something special about this Lei Yuru? You must know that this Tibetan Qing fan is comparable to a mysterious 7-star warrior among the royal family and the elites of the 4 major families. Born from the 4 major families and the royal family, which elite can't fight beyond the stars. To be able to get more stars among these elites is a very remarkable achievement. Lei Zhenyan also looked at Han Feng with bright eyes. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yuru met at the Thunder Base, and the Thunder Base was only a place to practice physical strength. Lei Zhenyan really didn't know what abilities Lei Yuru had. Which one? Han Feng shook his head, I don't know either. The expression on Lei Zhenyan's face was almost unbearable, and Meng Yaqing choked a little. Fortunately, Meng Yaqing's face was expressionless from the beginning, so there is nothing unusual at this moment. Lei Ruwen said coldly, trash. I don't know if I'm talking about Han Feng or Lei Yuru. Lei Zhenyan and Han Feng just pretended they didn't hear Lei Ruwen's words. However, Zhang Qinghu laughed, you Lei family don't even know the abilities of your own elites, and you dare to say nonsense. This young master has knowledge. Sure enough, it was born with a lowly person. Han Feng's face turned cold and his eyes were cold. Tibetan Qinghu didn't care, but looked at Han Feng provocatively. Han Feng smiled coldly, turned his head, and decided in his heart that today's martial arts competition must teach the Tibetan family a lesson. As for Tibetan Qinghu, it can only be solved in the Qingyunbang contest. Dare to insult his parents, never forgive him lightly. Han Feng's eyes flashed fierce murderous intent. Lei Zhenyan was furious when he heard Tibetan Qinghu being so insulted. Okay, the following discussion has begun, shut up. Meng Yaqing's icy voice entered the ears of Lei Zhenyan and Zhang Qinghu, and at the same time a heavy pressure filled the room. This is the coercion of the powerhouses. Under the pressure of this coercion, Zhang Qinghu's face turned pale, he immediately smiled shyly, and quickly said, Miss Meng, I know I'm wrong. Only then did Meng Yaqing take back her coercion. Zhang Qinghu turned his head, his eyes focused on the first floor, but his hands were clenched tightly. The more Meng Yaqing favored the Lei family and Han Feng, the more jealous the Tibetan Qinghu became. Yu Kai sneered in his heart. Yu Kai was very interested in Han Feng, and he had thought about playing against Han Feng at this martial arts competition, but since he found out that Meng Yaqing's partiality to Han Feng exceeded his understanding, Yu Kai dismissed the original idea. Rather than provoke Han Feng at this time and leave a bad impression on Meng Yaqing, it is better to take a shot at the Qingyunbang competition. Level 1. Tibetan Qing fan has already started. Beat me. Groundbreaking. As a mid-level Xian rank master, an ordinary martial artist can barely cultivate a mid-level Xian rank martial arts to the realm of great achievement. However, as an elite of the four major families, Zhang Qingfan has already cultivated the top-notch middle-grade martial arts of the mysterious order to the realm of perfection. With this move alone, among the warriors of the same level, Zhang Qingfan is already an extremely remarkable existence. In addition, the level of the cultivation technique is not low, and the real energy in Zhang Qingfan's body is also stronger than that of the warriors of the same level. It's a pity that Zhang Qingfan met Lei Yuru. The earth attribute attack rushed towards him. Lei Yurua suddenly spread his legs, stepped on the ground steadily, and punched out at the same time. Zhang Qingfan sneered, "Ha, you dare to resist this young master's attack with your body? Stupid." Suddenly, Zhang Qingfan's expression froze. Just listening to the rumbling sound, the earth attribute attack was torn apart. Lei Yuru's face was indifferent, intact. This. Zhang Qingfan was stunned. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Qingfan's expression became solemn, body tempering level 6. No, at least it's also the high-level tempering level 6, or even tempering level 7. The four major families can't tell each other's secrets thoroughly, but at least they have some understanding. Zhang Qingfan quickly guessed the reason why Lei Yuru was able to resist his attack, and guessed Lei Yuru's approximate body quenching level. As a martial artist, the physical strength is high, although it will greatly enhance the attack power, but it will not be too abnormal. After all, the means of attack of the warriors mainly depend on the true essence. Even if the cultivation base is low, under the burst of true essence, the power of the burst is extremely terrifying, and it cannot be resisted simply by physical strength. Otherwise, the three elites of the Lei family who failed in front of them would be able to temper their bodies at the 5th level, which is equivalent to the strength of the 8 stars of the mysterious order. How could they be defeated so easily? Want to simply rely on physical strength to defeat the warrior who uses true essence. Unless the physical level of the two sides is too different. And now, Lei Yuru and Zhang Qingfan are in such a situation. 4th floor. Lei Zhenyan was surprised again and again, the 7th level of body quenching. When did this kid break through? Why don't I know? With that said, Lei Zhenyan's eyes were on Han Feng. Han Feng shook his head gloomily, I don't know either. Han Feng is really not clear. At this moment, Han Feng is also quite shocked. Lei Zhenyan didn't know what Han Feng heard, and shook his head and sighed, this kid is too low-key. If this kind of thing didn't happen today, when would this kid be going to hide it? Look at Han Feng, then look at Lei Yuyu on the 1st floor. Lei Zhenyan deliberately pretended to be jealous, perverted. Lei Yuru's face was ashen, but Lei Yuru clearly remembered that nearly 2 months ago, this Lei Yuru was only the 4th level high-level tempering body. In just 2 months, it has soared to the 7th level of body quenching. Damn, why not me? Lei Ruan roared in his heart, 1 or 2 ran onto his head, even 2 of them were not from a noble background. One grew up in a Korean family, and the other was a remote sideline of the Lei family, which greatly shocked Lei Ruan's self-esteem. Lei Ruan's jealous eyes were about to turn red. The other 3 families and the royal family couldn't help but be surprised. They have heard of the Lei family's thunder training camp, and they know how difficult it is to reach the 7th level of body quenching. In the past, in each of the Lei family's Qingyun ranking competition, it would be good to have one person reach the 7th level of body quenching, and sometimes none. This year, 2 people have surprised the 3 major families and the royal family, and now another one has come out, and according to Lei Zhenyan, Han Feng is likely to be above the 7th level of body tempering, which makes the 3 major families and the royal family. I couldn't help but think about it, thinking of Lei Yuanjia more than 10 years ago. Could it be that the Lei family has been in decline for so many years and is about to rise? There was a cold light in Zhang Qinghu's eyes. He would never allow the Lei family to return to their peak of prosperity 1,000 years ago, and trample their Tibetan family under their feet. The second one is delivered. The 7th volume of the Qingyan list competition, 3rd more. The 6th Highness Lin Huixian said thoughtfully, could that be the reason why Mengyaqing values Han Feng? As soon as this idea came up, the 6th Highness overthrew it himself. Lin Huixian shook his head slightly, it's unlikely. If this is the reason, Mengyaqing should also value Lei Yulu more. Judging from the information I have received, Lei Yurui has only risen in the past year or two. At the age of 18, it is not comparable to the top elites of His Highness and other major families to reach the 6-star Xian rank. Considering that the rapid progress in the past year has reached such a level, it is also an extremely rare genius. Thinking of this, Lin Huixian heard Han Feng's information and smiled bitterly. Of course, compared with Han Feng, this result is nothing. Level 1. Zhang Qingfan took a few steps back. This Lei Yuru has such a strong body, you must not let him get close to the gods, or just one punch can cause me heavy damage, and even kill me. Suddenly, Zhang Qingfan's earth attribute true energy surged, and a palpitating aura rose up. Profound rank high-grade martial arts. Lei Yuru shouted in a deep voice. Judging from the fluctuation of the earth attribute and aura around Zhang Qingfan's body, Lei Yuru instantly judged the level of the tricks that Zhang Qingfan was using. Immediately, Lei Yurui wanted to block it. Late. Flying split stone palm. Zhang Qingfan grinned and slapped it with a palm. In an instant, Lei Yuru felt that a huge distortion had taken place around him. It was clearly on the first floor's competition arena, but suddenly it seemed as if he was in another place, unable to move his body, standing there like a rock. At this moment, a huge earth-brown palm came towards you in the sky, with clear lines of true essence on the palm. A huge sense of crisis suddenly rose. No, if it goes on like this, I will be broken. For no reason, Lei Yuru had such an idea in his heart. Lei Yuru wanted to fight back, but he couldn't move his body, no matter what. Lei Yuru roared in his heart, the body of flashing thunder. The surging power of thunder poured into the cells of Lei Yuru's body, and the strength of the cell's activity instantly increased to an unbelievable level. Click. Boom. Something imprisoned the body shattered, and Lei Yuru threw a punch. Lightning fist. Boom. Layers of waves rippled out. Lightning-type infuriating and earth-type infuriating overflowing, constantly scouring the surrounding. Fortunately, a barrier has been set up in the place where the first-level competition is held, not to mention the Xian level. Even if the ground-level warriors are here, they will not be able to destroy the Ziyun Pavilion. The huge impact force caused Lei Yurui to retreat again and again. Although Zhang Qingfan only cultivated the high-grade Xian rank martial arts to the realm of minor achievement, it was also a high-grade Xian rank martial skill, and its power was far from comparable to that of the middle-ranking martial skills. Zhang Qingfan was blown away by the impact, lying on the ground, struggling to support his body, but also panting. With the cultivation base of the middle stage of the Xuanjia, the consumption of high-grade martial arts of the Xuanjia is not too big. In particular, Zhang Qingfan had gone through 3 battles before, and he was at a loss. At this moment, Zhang Qingfan did not have much real energy in his body to motivate the high-grade martial arts of the mysterious order. Zhang Qingfan raised his head, wanting to know what happened to Lei Yuru, but soon, Zhang Qingfan's face turned ashen. Because of Lei Yuru, nothing happened at all. Lei Yuru's expression was indifferent, although he had to retreat after being hit, but after he used the body of lightning, he was not weaker than the 8th level of body quenching, at least not weaker than the body strength of the 7th level of quenching body. This point attack is nothing. Lei Yurua said lightly, I have suffered 2 attacks from you in succession, and this time it's up to you. Lightning fingers. Not good. Zhang Qingfan wanted to dodge, but he was hit the next moment. Crackling. Zhang Qingfan's body trembled a few times and fell to the ground. It is good. The elites of the Lei family immediately clapped their hands and shouted with excitement. On the contrary, the Tibetan side was silent. The other geniuses also applauded. How similar is this to the previous battle between Yu Kai and Zhou Bubu? Lei Yuru also endured 2 moves first, and then easily defeated Zhang Qingfan. Everyone is not stupid. Obviously there is a big gap between Zhang Qingfan and Lei Yuru. This is still the same star. All of a sudden, everyone's impression of the Lei family changed. On the 4th floor, Tibetan Qinghu was furious, his teeth creaked. Lei Zhenyan had already laughed, and Han Feng had long expected such a result. Han Feng even knew that this was not Lei Yuru's limit, and Lei Yuru must have some powerful trump cards that he had yet to display. Zhang Qinghu couldn't see the smiles of Lei Zhenyan and Han Feng very much, and gritted his teeth. It's just a win, it's crazy, maybe the next one will be lost. Lei Yuru provocatively said on the 1st floor, is there anyone in the Tibetan family who is willing to fight next time? Now it's the collector's turn to worry. Just like the Lei family, they were unwilling to send a mysterious 7- or 8-star martial artist to the field unless they had to. In the end, the collectors introduced an elite who was also a 6-star peak martial artist. The Tibetan elite said indignantly, the Lei family boy is just taking advantage of the high consumption of Tibetan Qingfan. Now this young master will let you know that compared with our collectors, your Lei family is not worth mentioning. Lei Yu frowned, then why don't you try it yourself? The Tibetan elite roared, go to hell. Earth split feet. Lightning fist. Puff. The Tibetan elite screamed, shot backwards, and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. A group of Tibetan elites scolded, idiot, you know that the opponent's physical fitness is strong, but you still attack at close range, aren't you courting death? Lei Yuru calmly retracted his fist and smiled softly. The martial skills displayed by this Tibetan elite are of the middle grade of Xian rank, and they are not as good as the previous Tibetan Qingfan. It was another kick, obviously a melee attack, and being killed by him in an instant is really normal. Lei Yuru raised his head and looked at the area of Tibetan geniuses. His meaning was self-evident. Everyone in the Lei family was overjoyed, and all their grievances were released. The 3rd person from the Tibetan family finally came down, but this time it was a Xuanjia 7-star warrior. The Tibetans are also helpless. This Lei Yuyu's strength is no longer the elites of the Tibetan 6-star Xuanjia who can compete. Kid Lei, remember that you were defeated by me, Zhang Qingru. The aura of Tibetan Qing swept out, and the powerful aura of the 7-star peak of the mysterious order made some weaker geniuses feel short of breath. Tibetan Qingru made a move, worthy of the strength of the peak of the Xuanjia 7 stars, but with just one grab, it made Lei Yuru feel a little impenetrable. Rock Claw Claw. Yanbing Claw, an ordinary high-grade mysterious martial skill, can be displayed by Tibetan Qingru, but it has great power. Lightning Fist. Lei Yuru still punched out, but this time, Zhang Qingru easily caught Lei Yuru's attack. Tibetan Qingru had a bright expression on his face. This uncle is also a very high-ranking existence among the 7 Xuanjia stars in the Tibetan family. You can compete with the 6 Xuanjia stars in your district. Your strength lies only in your physical strength. As long as you don't get close to you, you are by no means my uncle's opponent. Lei Yuru constantly dodged the attack of Tibetan Qingru, and soon fell behind, with some injuries on his body. Everyone in the Lei family was worried. How could this collector come out with an existence that was close to the peak of the same level? This is indeed just an ordinary high-grade Xian-level martial skill, but Tibetan Qingru has cultivated to the realm of perfection. You must know that Tibetan Qingru is only the 7 stars of the Xuanjia, not the 9 stars of the Xuanjia. Fortunately, Yan Benjiu is not a top-level high-grade Xian-level martial arts, otherwise, with the 7-star Xian-level martial artist and the top-level Xian-level martial arts in the realm of perfection, Lei Yuru would have lost a long time ago. 4th floor. Lei Zhenyan couldn't sit still. and Han Feng reassured, "Don't worry, Lei Yuru still has a whole card to play." Lei Zhenyan was about to ask Han Feng how you knew that the battle situation had changed on the first floor of the competition arena. The first floor competition venue. Lei Yuru suddenly formed a seal with both hands, and shouted, "Lightning Thunder Clone!" Bang! The sound of thunder could be heard endlessly, and Lei Yuru's whole body turned into a strong thunder and lightning. The next moment, the thunder and lightning scattered, forming 8 small groups of thunder power. The power of the 8 groups of thunder surrounded Tibetan Qingru, and quickly turned into 8 figures, all of which were exactly the same, and all of them were Lei Yuyu. Separate, clone. Everyone's eyes widened. The more special the martial arts, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Everyone did not expect that Lei Yurue had such a martial skill. Tibetan Qingru concealed the uneasiness in his heart and deliberately mocked, "The 4 major families all have some special exercises. Don't think that we Tibetans don't have them. The so-called clone is nothing but an illusory thing that has changed. Our collectors already have a way to crack it. Using this kind of martial arts to deal with our Tibetan people, you miscalculated." Tibetan Qing slammed into the ground like a pair of palms. Boom! The ground shook for a while, and the earth-brown energy fluctuations continued to disperse around. Tibetan Qingru laughed, "The phantom avatar is an illusion after all. Apart from the real body, other avatars are nothing to worry about." 8 thunder feathers jumped up suddenly. These earthy brown energy fluctuations are not strong, but if they are affected, they will also be slightly injured. Zong Qingru suddenly leaped into the sky, his hand swiped in the void, his right hand was already wrapped in rich earth attribute energy, and the entire right fist seemed to be wrapped in a glove. On the khaki glove, before noticing, there were dense khaki thorns that were half a finger long. Tibetan Qingru quickly rushed to the front of a person, and instantly slammed down. Lightning fist. The attacked Lei Yurua's face did not change, and he collided with Tibetan Qing like a fist. Bang bang. Another wave of air oscillated out like ripples. Tibetan Qingru was overjoyed. "I met the real body for the first time, boy, you are so unlucky." The 2 fell to the ground. The remaining 7 Lei Yuru attacked at the same time. Lightning fist. Flashing thunder fingers. Lightning foot. Zong Qingru still stared at Lei Yuru, who had punched him just now, and turned a blind eye to the other Lei Yuru. "It's just an illusion, no matter how loud it is, it's useless." Tibetan Qingru looked disdainful. But soon, Zong Qingru felt the power of thunder that fluctuated violently around him, and Zong Qingru felt that his skin was paralyzed. "It's not fake." Tibetan Qingru's complexion changed greatly. 4-pillar dungeon. The 4 soil pillars formed by the condensation of soil elements enclosed Tibetan Qingru in it. Boom! Click! The 4-pillar dungeon was bombarded by the attacks of 7 Lei Yulua with fists, fingers, or legs. With a click, the dungeon shattered in an instant. Puff puff. Tibetan Qingru was vomiting blood again and again. Although the attack of the 7 people was reduced after passing through the dungeon, it was still the strength of the 7 people. How could Tibetan Qingru be able to resist it? A slight contempt, so that Tibetan Qingru suffered a tragic price, and fell to the ground with serious injuries. On the 4th floor, Zong Qinghu smashed the table beside him with a punch, smashing the table into pieces. Everyone didn't care. Xian Shintong had nothing to do with himself. Yu Kai has nothing to do with Tibetan Qinghu. Lei Zhenyan and Han Feng are gloating. Meng Yaqing just said lightly, "Brother Zong, I will pay the price later." Han Feng's mouth moved, and he almost laughed. With one punch, not only will people see the joke, but also compensate the spirit stone, which is really worth the loss. On the competition arena on the 1st floor, Lei Yuru withdrew his clone, panting. Separating 7 clones that are exactly the same as himself, even the strength is exactly the same, the consumption of mental power is not too big, Lei Yuru's mind is dizzy. Old Fu's voice resounded in Lei Yuru's mind, you can only cultivate to the 3rd floor of the Flashing Thunder clone, go and rest, you have no strength to fight anymore. According to my mental observation, that kid Han Feng is already ready to move, so let's leave some opponents for that kid. Lei Yuyu smiled bitterly in his heart, even if I don't want to stay, I don't have the strength to fight. Han Feng is more perverted than me. It is estimated that those 8-star Xuanjia warriors are not Han Feng's opponents. The guy who wants to lose face of our Lei family can't achieve his goal. The Tibetans were still expecting Lei Yuru to continue fighting. They had already seen that Lei Yuru was already at the end of the battle, and the next step was an ordinary 6-star Xuanjia, who might be able to defeat him. But Lei Yuyu gave up the next discussion, and cursed with anger from the Tibetan family. Immediately, he ignored the martial arts, and directly jumped down a 7-star peak martial artist of the mysterious rank. A group of geniuses booed and despised the Tibetan family. The geniuses of the mysterious 7-star collectors, with their faces flushed red, just stared at Lei Yuyu coldly, how dare you fight? Hee, is there no one in our Lei family who bullied us? I'm willing to fight with your excellency, and your excellency will accept it? On the 4th floor, Han Feng's voice came out. The Lei family Xuanjia 7 or 8-star elite, who had planned to replace Lei Yurua, immediately hesitated after hearing the words. One of them gritted his teeth and said, although Han Feng has just broken through the 7 stars of the Xuanjia, Han Feng is a more perverted guy than Lei Yuyu. Lei Yuyu has such strength, let alone Han Feng. I think Han Feng also has his own advantages, otherwise how would a woman like Mengyaching like Han Feng fight? We give this opportunity to Han Feng. If we lose, it's a big deal that we, the 8-star Xian rank, will go up. If we win, our Lei family's reputation will increase greatly. A group of Lei family elites made a decision, and some Lei family elites who stood up sat down again. Zhang Qingshu frowned slightly when he heard the challenge of Han Feng on the 4th floor. His original opponent was Lei Yuru, but now Zhang Qingshu's gaze couldn't help looking at Zhang Qinggu on the 4th floor. Zhang Qinggu had long been annoyed by the 3-game losing streak of the Tibetans. In addition, he had the intention to teach Han Feng a lesson, so he agreed immediately. Seeing this, Zhang Qing said in a loud voice, why don't you dare? Lei Yuru walked towards the 3rd floor, and Han Feng also came down from the 4th floor. The two met halfway and looked at each other. Han Feng knew what Lei Yuru meant, that is, come on. During the period when Han Feng was walking down, some warriors who did not know who Han Feng was also began to inquire. Who is Han Feng? It's not Lei. Could it be the genius that the Lei family recruited from outside? That should also be given a surname. Cut, do you know Lei Yuanjia? This is Lei Yuanjia's son. What? Lei Yuanjia, the lord of our Grand Jin kingdom who has the most hope of breaking through to the sanctuary. Everyone was shocked. When did this adult have a son? Those who can know the existence of Han Feng are first-class forces in the entire Jin kingdom. At this moment in Ziyun Pavilion, there are not only first-rate forces, but also second-rate forces, etc. These forces didn't understand when they were back then, and now the younger generation is even more unclear. Hey, you don't know, I tell you. This man brought things together one by one, and everyone was amazed. It turns out that this Han Feng grew up in Xiao Han's family since he was a child, and only recently joined the Lei family. In such a short time, how strong can a genius be? Even if the cultivation base is strong, what about martial arts? It's not easy to cultivate. Hey, whether it's strong or not, we'll know later, but since Miss Ming values it, it shouldn't be bad. All kinds of doubts and voices of discussion sounded, and all kinds of strange eyes were condensed on Han Feng. Han Feng had expected this for a long time, and Han Feng also knew that because of his mother, there must be some geniuses who didn't like him, and his mother beat up too many people back then. But Han Feng also knows that only if he shows great strength, these people will shut up completely. Han Feng walked to Tibetan Qingshu. Although Zhang Qingshu did not believe that Han Feng could master powerful martial arts in such a short period of time, he did not dare to underestimate it, otherwise Zhang Qingru would be a lesson from the past. Han Feng stood there comfortably, as if he was not on the battlefield at all, and there was no Tibetan Qingshu in his eyes. On the 4th floor, Zhang Qinghu pouted, "It's so mad, I want to see, what will this kid look like when he loses?" Xian Shintong's expression became serious for the first time. "Come on, let me see, 5 months have passed, how far have you reached?" Xian Shintong came to participate in the Qingyun ranking competition with only 2 purposes. The first is naturally to win the first place on the Qingyun ranking, and the second is to fight against Han Feng and defeat Han Feng in the face of the crowd. Seeing Han Feng's attack at this moment, Xian Shintong's eyes were bright. He never dared to underestimate you, Han Feng. If he could see some of Han Feng's weaknesses at this time, it would be great. Yu Kai shook his head. "It's definitely not easy for this kid to get Meng Yaqing's care. I don't know if today's competition can force his whole cards out. You must know that even the Master's fire poison true essence has not been treated differently by Meng Yaqing. But even if it doesn't show up today, when the Qingyun ranking competition, this young master will show his trump card, and then announce to Meng Yaqing that girl, that I am the first of the younger generation in the great Jin kingdom, and only I am worthy of it." Lei Zhenyan clenched his palm tightly, his palms were all sweaty, one could imagine how nervous Lei Zhenyan was. Lei Zhenyan could only pray at the moment. Lei Ruwen clenched his fists, his face was cold. "I don't know how to restrain, so arrogant, how can the family value such a despicable boy?" Meng Yaqing was very interested. "I don't know what other abilities this guy has besides Yihua. I'm really looking forward to it." "Boy, are you looking down on me?" Zhang Qingshu's tone was cold. Even in the face of Xuanjia 8-star warriors, Tibetan Qingshu has never been so despised. Han Feng said lazily, "As you say." Tibetan Qingshu was furious, looking for death. Rapid stone flying fist. Like a meteor, the huge rock is more than 10 meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide. At this moment, the lazy Han Feng's eyes changed, very sharp. A burst of evil energy shot out, and the entire Ziyun pavilion seemed to be attacked by the cold wind at this moment, and it was a bit cold for a while. Everyone looked at Han Feng in astonishment. This guy actually had such a powerful evil spirit, which actually affected the temperature in Ziyun pavilion. Some people who had underestimated Han Feng suddenly put away their contempt, just relying on this evil spirit. This Han Feng is by no means a simple person. Blade of prison breaking. Han Feng gave a cold drink, and the surging sea of fire raged out. In the center of the sea of fire, a huge flame blade floated out. "Go!" Han Feng stretched out his hand, and the blade of flame seemed to break through the void. It appeared in front of countless giant rocks in the blink of an eye, and the blade of flame quickly spun. Boom boom boom. Countless giant rocks were split in half by the flame blade and scattered away. These giant rocks were originally condensed from the earth attribute infuriating Qi, but at this moment they were chopped into pieces, and then scattered again into the earth attribute infuriating Qi. Tibetan Qingshu was taken aback, never expected that his attack would be so unbearable in front of Han Feng. His mastery of high-grade Xuanjia martial arts is indeed not as proficient in Tibetan Qing. But the high-grade Xian-rank martial arts that Tibetan Qingru cultivated were just ordinary martial skills, while the thunderous stone flying fist he practiced was a top-ranking high-grade mysterious martial skill. Being able to cultivate such a martial art to the realm of great achievement with the peak of the Xuanjia 7-star cultivation base has always been the thing that Tibetan Qingshu is most proud of. When he breaks through to the 9 stars of the profound rank, it is very likely that he will cultivate such a martial skill to perfection. He may be able to cultivate that martial skill of the highest rank, and it is no worse than the current Tibetan Xinghu. He is worse than the Tibetan Xinghu, and it is only that the growth of his cultivation is not as good as that of the Tibetan Xinghu. But the further back the martial artist's cultivation, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Zhang Qingshu believes that sooner or later, he may not be able to surpass Zhang Qinghu, but at least he can catch up. But what does he see now? A guy under 15. He has actually cultivated the top-grade Xian rank martial arts, which are also the top of the line, to perfection. This alone has far surpassed him. But Zhang Qingshu also found out that the other party didn't know what kind of exercises he was practicing, and his true essence was far more condensed than him. Combined, his strongest attack was so vulnerable. Puff. Zhang Qingshu was caught by the aftermath of the flame blade, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, stepped back again and again, bent his knees, and knelt on the ground. Han Feng said in surprise, "Brother Zhang, what are you doing? What are you kneeling at me for?" TSK, no matter how you kneel, I won't recognize you as a junior." Tibetan Qingshu spurted out a mouthful of blood. Han Feng screamed again and again, Oh, Brother Zhang, you vomited blood, is there too much blood, and the body can't bear it anymore? It doesn't matter, I will help you." Han Feng's Qian galloping footwork was displayed, and within a few flashes, he had already arrived in front of Tibetan Qingshu. Oops! Zhang Qingshu's complexion changed greatly, and he immediately displayed his defensive martial arts. A huge stone wall nearly 20 meters high rose from the ground. "Break it for me." A strange luster flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and he punched him. Tibetan Qingsu Gang was about to sneer, "This is a top-level mysterious, mid-grade defensive martial skill, how can it be so easy to break through?" But the next moment, the cracks in the huge stone wall made Zhang Qingshu completely sluggish. Rumbling. In a moment, the huge stone wall collapsed. Han Feng, who appeared in front of Zhang Qingshu, had a smile on his face, and then Zhang Qingshu only saw a fist that kept getting bigger and bigger. In fact, the fist was getting closer and closer to him. Because he fell into sluggishness, Tibetan Qingshu did not escape. Boom! This punch slammed into Zhang Qingshu's face. Zhang Qingshu's entire body was smashed and rotated a few times in midair before flying backwards, throwing out 1 or 2 slightly yellow teeth, and at the same time blood spurted wildly. Han Feng first shouted, "Brother Zhang, you have to thank me for spitting out so much blood this time." Then, Han Feng looked disgusted, "Brother Zhang, you don't know hygiene too much, God, how long have you not brushed your teeth, so yellow?" So humiliated, Zhang Qingshu struggled to get up, pointed at Han Feng and was speechless, and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This time everyone has begun to show pity for Tibetan Qingshu, which is too pitiful. On the 4th floor, Zhang Qinghu was also trembling with anger. This Han Feng was a Tibetan brother. Although he knew he was talking about Zhang Qingshu, when others called him, he was also a Tibetan brother, which always made him feel that Han Feng was putting Tibetan Qingshu treated him as an insult. Is this Han Feng explaining to him that sooner or later he will end up in the end of Tibetan Qingshu? A sneer appeared on Zhang Qinghu's face, and he said in his heart, "When the Qingyun ranking competition is over, this young master will let you know that the strength you have shown is untenable in the eyes of this young master. Your insult to Tibetan Qingshu and our collectors, I will take it back one by one in the Qingyun Bang contest." Lei Zhenyan couldn't help but shouted "Okay," which attracted the resentful gazes of the 3 Xuanhuan 9-star powerhouses in the Tibetan family, but Lei Zhenyan didn't care. It's just a small realm, and the difference is not big. This is the 4th floor again. With Meng Yaqing, a super young master in charge, the 3 Tibetans would not dare to fight here. As for really angering the three of them wanted to learn from him. "This is nothing," In this martial arts competition, it is impossible for both sides to reveal their real cards. Otherwise, it means that the top 10 will leave them. Knowing their cards, the opponent will naturally prepare in advance. Without revealing their trump cards, both sides are the same 9 stars of the mysterious order, and there will be no victory or defeat. It is basically impossible for these mysterious 7 or 8-star warriors to enter the top 10, so it is not a big deal to expose the strongest cards in advance. Zhang Qinghu was right. Han Feng did take Zhang Qingsu as Zhang Qinghu, and the insult of Zhang Qinghu to Han Feng's parents made Han Feng extremely angry. However, Han Feng also knows the proportions. This tea and martial arts meeting is only for discussions. Unless you don't want to be in the top 10 on the Qingyun list, you can't fight against Tibetan Qinghu with all your strength here. In this case, Han Feng can only vent his anger to the collectors. Even if Zhang Qingxu spit out another mouthful of blood, Han Feng still didn't let Zhang Qinghu go, and immediately jumped up and sat heavily on Zhang Qingxu's body. Zhang Qingxu's internal organs were severely oppressed, and Zhang Qingxu couldn't help but take another bite. Blood spit out. This time the injury was more serious. Internal injuries, even with medicinal herbs, are not so easy to treat. It was only a few days before the Qingyun ranking competition, which meant that there was no way for Zhang Qingxu to recover before the competition started, which was likely to affect Zhang Qingxu's performance in the competition. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingxu's heart was full of resentment. It is not only for the Korean style, but also for the collectors. Han Feng sat on the Tibetan house and slammed it down again. Boom. 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 With every punch, Zhang Qingxu spat out a mouthful of blood, or spewed out 1 or 2 yellow teeth. By the end, Zhang Qingxu's face was covered in blood, and the whole face was faintly visible as if it had been smashed into a round cake. In the end, full of grief and anger, Tibetan Qingxu fainted completely. Everyone looked in cold clothes. First delivery. Ask for flowers. In the competition, there is no one who does not lose. If you lose, it's nothing. There are so many geniuses here, no one has ever lost, no matter how talented, they are all young people under the age of 20. They can be the roost among the younger generation, but they are nothing against the older generation. But after losing so badly, their faces were smashed, these geniuses really couldn't take it anymore. This is a loss even with a face. The Tibetan family's face was ashen, and several Shan rank 8-star warriors couldn't bear it any longer. On the 4th floor, Lei Zhenyan covered his mouth, for fear that he would laugh out loud. The 6th Highness Lin Huixian also had a strange expression on his face. Han Feng was really ruthless when he smashed people with his fists. His face was so smashed. There is no face to participate. Really cruel. Suddenly, the 6th Highness was stunned for a moment when he remembered the long sword that Han Feng had smashed through the stone wall of Tibetan Qingxu with one punch. If he remembered correctly, Han Feng used purely physical power at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Huixian asked curiously, "Brother Lei, Han Feng used pure physical strength to break the stone wall, right? Could it be that Han Feng's body strength has also reached the 7th level of body quenching? Whether it's Lei Yuru and Han Feng, it seems like less than half a year after entering the Thunder training camp." Lei Zhenyan proudly said, "It's not the 7th level of body quenching, it's the 8th level of body quenching." Lin Huixian was stunned. "Han Feng, I'll fight you next time." At the collector's genius office, a mysterious 8-star took the initiative to challenge. Although this made other geniuses pouted, no one said anything. Han Feng's strength is obvious to all, and letting the elites of the Xuanjia 7 stars play will only add to the defeat and bring shame to the collectors. Many geniuses felt that this time was not in vain. Not only did they gain a lot of experience through discussions, but at the same time, seeing so many geniuses, the arrogant heart flames in the past were also restrained, and their Xinqing unknowingly stabilized a lot. In particular, the tragic situation of Zhou's failure at the beginning made many geniuses clearly recognize their own positioning. Now they saw the battle between the elites of the four major families. The gorgeous martial arts and battles made their hearts surge. I accept it below. Han Feng responded lightly to the third-floor collector area, then took a few steps back. The Tibetan Xuanjia 8-star warrior walked down from the third floor and came to Han Feng. At the same time, several Tibetan elites came down to pick up Tibetan Qingxiu. These elites trembled when they saw the tragic state of Tibetan Qingxiu. Under Tibetan Qingfu. Although this Tibetan elite was full of anger, Han Feng's strength had been treated seriously by Zhang Qingfu, and he immediately said his name. Fighting warriors and saying their names are respect for each other. This made Han Feng have a good impression of Zhang Qingfu, but unfortunately, as long as it is a Tibetan family, he will not let it go easily. But everyone said his name, and Han Feng naturally wouldn't be stingy, even if the other party already knew his name. Han Feng. Han Feng surrendered to Tibetan Qingfu. Blasting dust. Tibetan Qingfu clasped his hands together, suddenly. The body's earth attribute real energy surged, and in an instant, the entire competition venue was filled with sand and dust. The yellow dust swept out, making one's eyes narrow. Do you want to use such martial skills to affect my sight and senses? Han Feng muttered to himself. This move by Zhang Qingfu caused many people to scold him secretly. As a result, they couldn't see anything. The geniuses stretched their necks like ostriches. Suddenly, Han Feng felt a sound of breaking air, coming from the side. Han Feng chuckled lightly and waved his fist lightly. Only listening to a crosstalk, the other party let out a muffled hum. Zhang Qingfu was very surprised. It's so easy to knock me back. This physical strength is no longer comparable to the 7th level of quenching. Could it be? The words tempered body level 8 appeared in Zhang Qingfu's mind, causing Zhang Qingfu to be horrified. In this case, the blasting dust is useless. When using true essence to attack, the fluctuation of true essence is too obvious, and it is useless to block it with sand and dust. Zhang Qingfu submerged into the dust center, and Han Feng's vision and senses were affected. He could only know the approximate location of Zhang Qingfu, but the exact location was unclear. Since you don't know, let's attack in a large area. Skyfire Seal. In the yellow sand, a huge red fire mark fell from the sky. Large range attack martial arts. Not good. Broken stone-linked foot. Zhang Qingfu supported the ground with both hands, and kicked his legs out again and again. The dense afterimages were like shooting stars. The khaki-colored leg shadows attacked wildly. The booming sound is endless. With great difficulty, Zhang Qingfu was able to withstand the attack of the heavenly fire seal, and his body shook slightly. In order to continuously use the collapsing stone-link foot, so that the power will not be weakened in the slightest, the real energy consumed by the Tibetan Qingfu is comparable to using the collapsing stone-link foot several times. Looking at Han Feng's relaxed appearance, Zhang Qingfu couldn't help but change his face. It is true that his high-grade Xianrank martial arts have not been cultivated to perfection, but he can also reach the realm of great achievement. This is the culmination of top-level profound-level martial arts. Coupled with the Xuanjia 8-star midterm cultivation base, Tibetan Qingfu never expected that he would appear so unbearable. Compared with the ease of Han Feng, the gap is too big. In the previous attack, the opponent was obviously easy to cast out, and there was no follow-up blessing to deliver true essence, otherwise it is still unknown whether it can withstand the opponent's attack. Why is this? Even if the other party has cultivated a high-grade Xianrank martial skill to the perfect state, it should be only a mid-7-star level, which is a full star difference from me. On the whole, I should be better than me. Where does Zhang Qingfu know that Han Feng's cultivation level is only in the middle stage of the Xuanjia 7 stars, but his true essence is condensed, comparable to the middle and late Xuanjia 8 stars, and even close to the peak. This is the benefit of the 9 flames and different fire art breaking through to the third layer. In the future, the higher the level of the 9 flames and different fire art, the more solidified the true essence. Han Feng chuckled in the sand. Why don't you attack? Zhang Qingfu took a deep breath. Since the sand and dust could not stop the opponent, Zhang Qingfu also cancelled the blasting sand and dust. Maintaining such sand and dust was also very consuming of true essence. The evacuation of the sand and dust made everyone eager to know the situation in the sand and dust. When the sand and dust gradually dissipated, everyone had already seen this situation on the first floor of the competition arena. I saw Han Feng standing there relaxed, with no wrinkles on his sleeves. On the other hand, the Tibetan Qingfu was in a state of embarrassment. Who wins and who loses can be seen at a glance. Obviously, Tibetan Qingfu has fallen into a disadvantage. Zhang Qingfu took a deep look at Han Feng, clasped his fists, and said, I will admit defeat. Everyone was in an uproar. What happened in the sand and dust, and this Tibetan Qingfu gave up so easily. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect this Tibetan Qingfu to admit defeat so simply. Since the other party admits defeat, Han Feng is naturally impossible to discuss with the other party. Han Feng's face shows helplessness. He originally wanted to clean up the Tibetan Qingfu well and give the Tibetans another blow, but now it is in vain. Forget it, for the sake of this guy's courtesy, let's spare him once. Anyway, the collector won't let me go easily, and someone will definitely end up. Thinking of this, Han Feng looked away from Zhang Qingfu. On the 4th floor, Lei Zhenyan laughed, good job. Lei Zhenyan only had one thought in his mind about the strength Han Feng showed. Perverted. It's just that the cultivation base has improved so much in such a short period of time. Even the level of martial arts has not fallen, and he has mastered the state of perfection. Judging from this situation, he is already capable of cultivating the best martial arts of the profound level in advance. It's a good opponent, but unfortunately the cultivation base is too poor. If there are no other cards, this kid can't be my opponent. Yu Kai made a judgment in his heart. Xian Shintong frowned. This Han Feng's trump card has not been revealed yet, and the martial arts a few months ago have not been used. Immediately, Xian Shintong showed a faint smile. Alright, I don't have any challenge, and I have no interest in fighting him. Lei Ruwen became more and more jealous. Meng Yaqing became more and more interested in Han Feng. Tibetan Qinghu was naturally even more angry, and repeatedly winked at the Tibetan elite on the 3rd floor. The collector area finally had action at this time. The second one is delivered. Thank you, dear readers, the chrysanthemum is temporarily saved, thank God. In the competition, there is no one who does not lose. If you lose, it's nothing. There are so many geniuses here, no one has ever lost, no matter how talented, they are all young people under the age of 20. They can be the roost among the younger generation, but they are nothing against the older generation. But after losing so badly, their faces were smashed, these geniuses really couldn't take it anymore. This is a loss even with a face. The Tibetan family's face was ashen, and several Shan rank 8-star warriors couldn't bear it any longer. On the 4th floor, Lei Zhenyan covered his mouth, for fear that he would laugh out loud. The 6th Highness Lin Huixian also had a strange expression on his face. Han Feng was really ruthless when he smashed people with his fists. His face was so smashed. There is no face to participate. Really cruel. Suddenly, the 6th Highness was stunned for a moment when he remembered the long sword that Han Feng had smashed through the stone wall of Tibetan Qingshu with one punch. If he remembered correctly, Han Feng used purely physical power at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Huixian asked curiously, Brother Lei, Han Feng used pure physical strength to break the stone wall, right? Could it be that Han Feng's body strength has also reached the 7th level of body quenching? Whether it's Lei Yuru and Han Feng, it seems like less than half a year after entering the Thunder training camp. Lei Zhenyan proudly said, it's not the 7th level of body quenching, it's the 8th level of body quenching. Lin Huixian was stunned. Han Feng, I'll fight you next time. At the Collector's Genius office, a mysterious 8-star took the initiative to challenge. Although this made other geniuses pouted, no one said anything. Han Feng's strength is obvious to all, and letting the elites of the Xuanjia 7 stars play will only add to the defeat and bring shame to the collectors. Many geniuses felt that this time was not in vain. Not only did they gain a lot of experience through discussions, but at the same time, seeing so many geniuses, the arrogant heart flames in the past were also restrained, and their Xinqing unknowingly stabilized a lot. In particular, the tragic situation of Zhou's failure at the beginning made many geniuses clearly recognize their own positioning. Now they saw the battle between the elites of the 4 major families. The gorgeous martial arts and battles made their hearts surge. I accept it below. Han Feng responded lightly to the 3rd-floor collector area, then took a few steps back. The Tibetan Xuanjia 8-star warrior walked down from the 3rd floor and came to Han Feng. At the same time, several Tibetan elites came down to pick up Tibetan Qingxiu. These elites trembled when they saw the tragic state of Tibetan Qingxiu. Under Tibetan Qingfu. Although this Tibetan elite was full of anger, Han Feng's strength had been treated seriously by Zong Qingfu, and he immediately said his name. Fighting warriors and saying their names are respect for each other. This made Han Feng have a good impression of Zong Qingfu, but unfortunately, as long as it is a Tibetan family, he will not let it go easily. But everyone said his name, and Han Feng naturally wouldn't be stingy, even if the other party already knew his name. Han Feng. Han Feng surrendered to Tibetan Qingfu. Blasting dust. Tibetan Qingfu clasped his hands together, suddenly. The body's earth attribute real energy surged, and in an instant, the entire competition venue was filled with sand and dust. The yellow dust swept out, making one's eyes narrow. Do you want to use such martial skills to affect my sight and senses? Han Feng muttered to himself. This move by Zong Qingfu caused many people to scold him secretly. As a result, they couldn't see anything. The geniuses stretched their necks like ostriches. Suddenly, Han Feng felt a sound of breaking air, coming from the side. Han Feng chuckled lightly and waved his fist lightly. Only listening to a crosstalk, the other party let out a muffled hum. Zong Qingfu was very surprised. It's so easy to knock me back. This physical strength is no longer comparable to the 7th level of quenching. Could it be? The words tempered body level 8 appeared in Zong Qingfu's mind, causing Zong Qingfu to be horrified. In this case, the blasting dust is useless. When using true essence to attack, the fluctuation of true essence is too obvious, and it is useless to block it with sand and dust. Zhang Qingfu submerged into the dust center, and Han Feng's vision and senses were affected. He could only know the approximate location of Zhang Qingfu, but the exact location was unclear. Since you don't know, let's attack in a large area. Skyfire Seal. In the yellow sand, a huge red fire mark fell from the sky. Large range attack martial arts. Not good. Broken stone-linked foot. Zong Qingfu supported the ground with both hands, and kicked his legs out again and again. The dense afterimages were like shooting stars. The khaki-colored leg shadows attacked wildly. The booming sound is endless. With great difficulty, Zong Qingfu was able to withstand the attack of the heavenly fire seal, and his body shook slightly. In order to continuously use the collapsing stone link foot, so that the power will not be weakened in the slightest, the real energy consumed by the Tibetan Qingfu is comparable to using the collapsing stone link foot several times. Looking at Han Feng's relaxed appearance, Zhang Qingfu couldn't help but change his face. It is true that his high-grade Xian rank martial arts have not been cultivated to perfection, but he can also reach the realm of great achievement. This is the culmination of top-level profound-level martial arts. Coupled with the Xuanjia 8-star midterm cultivation base, Tibetan Qingfu never expected that he would appear so unbearable. Compared with the ease of Han Feng, the gap is too big. In the previous attack, the opponent was obviously easy to cast out, and there was no follow-up blessing to deliver true essence, otherwise it is still unknown whether it can withstand the opponent's attack. Why is this? Even if the other party has cultivated a high-grade Xian rank martial skill to the perfect state, it should be only a mid-7-star level, which is a full star difference from me. On the whole, I should be better than me. Where does Zhang Qingfu know that Han Feng's cultivation level is only in the middle stage of the Xuanjia 7 stars, but his true essence is condensed, comparable to the middle and late Xuanjia 8 stars, and even close to the peak. This is the benefit of the 9 flames and different fire art breaking through to the third layer. In the future, the higher the level of the 9 flames and different fire art, the more solidified the true essence. Han Feng chuckled in the sand. Why don't you attack? Zhang Qingfu took a deep breath. Since the sand and dust could not stop the opponent, Zhang Qingfu also cancelled the blasting sand and dust. Maintaining such sand and dust was also very consuming of true essence. The evacuation of the sand and dust made everyone eager to know the situation in the sand and dust. When the sand and dust gradually dissipated, everyone had already seen this situation on the first floor of the competition arena. I saw Han Feng standing there relaxed, with no wrinkles on his sleeves. On the other hand, the Tibetan Qingfu was in a state of embarrassment. Who wins and who loses can be seen at a glance. Obviously, Tibetan Qingfu has fallen into a disadvantage. Zhang Qingfu took a deep look at Han Feng, clasped his fists, and said, I will admit defeat. Everyone was in an uproar. What happened in the sand and dust, and this Tibetan Qingfu gave up so easily. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect this Tibetan Qingfu to admit defeat so simply. Since the other party admits defeat, Han Feng is naturally impossible to discuss with the other party. Han Feng's face shows helplessness. He originally wanted to clean up the Tibetan Qingfu well and give the Tibetans another blow, but now it is in vain. Forget it, for the sake of this guy's courtesy, let's spare him once. Anyway, the collector won't let me go easily, and someone will definitely end up. Thinking of this, Han Feng looked away from Zhang Qingfu. On the 4th floor, Lei Zhenyan laughed, good job. Lei Zhenyan only had one thought in his mind about the strength Han Feng showed. Perverted. It's just that the cultivation base has improved so much in such a short period of time. Even the level of martial arts has not fallen, and he has mastered the state of perfection. Judging from this situation, he is already capable of cultivating the best martial arts of the profound level in advance. It's a good opponent, but unfortunately, the cultivation base is too poor. If there are no other cards, this kid can't be my opponent. Yu Kai made a judgment in his heart. Xian Shintong frowned. This Han Feng's trump card has not been revealed yet, and the martial arts a few months ago have not been used. Immediately, Xian Shintong showed a faint smile. All right, I don't have any challenge, and I have no interest in fighting him. Lei Ruwen became more and more jealous. Meng Yaqing became more and more interested in Han Feng. Tibetan Qinghu was naturally even more angry, and repeatedly winked at the Tibetan elite on the 3rd floor. The collector area finally had action at this time. The second one is delivered. Thank you, dear readers, the chrysanthemum is temporarily saved, thank God. Zhang Qingxiu, why do you easily admit defeat? Several mysterious 8-star collector elites questioned. Zhang Qingxiu smiled bitterly, what else can you do if you don't admit defeat? The gap is too big. To be honest, I don't think there are many Xuanjia 8 stars who can beat him steadily among our 4 major families. That kid's strength is enough to threaten a 9-star elite of the profound rank like Zhang Qinghu. It's so strong. A group of elite collectors are moved. Tibetan Qingsu sighed, only strong, not weak. Among the several mysterious 8-star warriors, a young man looked gloomy. It seems that I have to play. Zhang Qingshu froze for a moment. Zhang Qingzi. Are you going to take action? Immediately, Zhang Qingshu shook his head abruptly. No, with your strength, even Zhang Qinghu can fight. If you are lucky, it is not impossible to break into the top 10. Even if you are unlucky, you can still shine in the Qingyun ranking competition and win glory for our collectors. Shooting here, once you are exposed, and other families are wary of you, then the top 10 are basically hopeless. Listen to me, that kid is definitely very strong. If you don't show your real cards, it's hard to win that kid. Other collectors followed suit. Zhang Qingzi was unmoved. Zhang Qinghu is not easy to take action, only us can take action. Who among you is sure to defeat that kid easily? A group of elite collectors fell silent. Zhang Qingzi said lightly, I didn't expect to be in the top 10 at first. Even if my cards are exposed, I can still enter the top 20 and win glory for the Tibetans. Now, what else do you have to say? Zhang Qingzi's eyes swept around, and everyone sighed. As Tibetan Qingzi said, now Tibetans can only send Tibetan Qingzi. It was already a 3-game losing streak against Lei Yuru before. If it is still a 3-game losing streak against Han Feng at this moment, then the impact on the collectors. All the elite collectors have heavy expressions on their faces. That is definitely not what they want to see, and they absolutely do not want a little blemish on their collectors. Some elites of the Lei family had already begun to complain about Shang Zhangqinggu at this time. Most of the reason for targeting Lei's family and Han Feng is because of Tibetan Qinghu's selfish behavior of wanting to avenge his mother. That's all, but even the basic information is wrong. This Han Feng is obviously a mid-stage Xuanjia 7-star warrior, and he is only one step away from stepping into the late Xuanjia 7-star martial artist. However, what was recorded in the information was only the early stage of the 7 stars of the Profound Order. The strength Han Feng showed at this moment is undoubtedly the cultivation of high-grade Xuanjia martial arts to perfection. And what about intelligence? It was recorded that he did not master the powerful martial arts. Isn't this nonsense? If it weren't for the misinformation, their collectors would never have been in such an embarrassing situation now. Zhang Qingshu gave way and said, I know, I won't stop you again. I'll give you a rough outline of what's going on in the dust now. Zhang Qingzi walked down and faced Han Feng with a solemn expression. Zhang Qingshu's speculation about Han Feng's physical strength made Zhang Qingzi gasp. Tempered body 8th. This level. In terms of intelligence, only Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen can achieve it. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen are both 9 stars of the profound rank, while Han Feng is only a mere 7 stars of the profound rank. You must not fight with him in close quarters. Such a thought flashed in Zhang Qingzi's heart. On the 4th floor, when Zhang Qinghu saw that it was Zhang Qingzi who appeared, he immediately laughed. Zhang Qingzi shot, Han Feng was defeated. Tibetan Qinghu knew clearly about the strength of Zhang Qingzi, and he was definitely the top existence among the elites of the 4 major families. Even if the 2 elites at the early stage of Njiuxing were not careful, they would be planted in the hands of this Tibetan Qingzi. Lei Zhenyan said angrily, that's not necessarily true. But Lei Zhenyan didn't know what to do in his heart. According to the information he recently inquired about, this Tibetan Qingzi is also a very remarkable genius in the Tibetan family, and his status is far beyond what other Tibetan elites can compare to. No one knows how strong this Tibetan Qingzi is? The expression under the 6th palace became solemn. As a royal family, the ability to detect information was far beyond what the Lei family could compare to. The Sixth Highness knows Tibetan Qingzi better. Lin Huixian frowned. I wonder if Han Feng can win this time? If Han Feng still wins this time, then Han Feng already has the ability to compete with me. Xian Shentong suddenly opened his eyes, full of fighting spirit. However, the target this time was Tibetan Qingzi. After a long time, Xian Shentong withdrew his gaze with a pity face. Unfortunately, at this time, I can't shoot easily, such a good opponent is rare, and I can't let it go. Forget it, wait until the Qingyun ranking competition and then fight this person seriously. Anyway, Han Feng is unlikely to win. Han Feng also smelled a different clarity, and his attitude became a little more serious. The two were opposed to each other, and Chi began to increase his own momentum. In terms of momentum, Han Feng was clearly at a disadvantage. Even if the concentration of true essence is comparable to the middle and late stages of the 8 stars of the profound rank, it is even close to the peak of the 8 stars of the profound rank. But his own cultivation base is only in the middle stage of the mysterious 7 stars. As for Tibetan Qingzi, not only did his own cultivation reach the peak of the 8-star profound rank, but also the solidity of the true essence in his body was not comparable to other peaks of the 8-star profound rank. The Tibetan people were overjoyed when they saw that Tibetan Qingzi's mere momentum suppressed Han Feng. This momentum, so strong, I'm definitely not its opponent. In the Lei family area, a Lei family Xian rank 8-star elite muttered to himself with a shocked expression. This collector has become stronger and stronger in recent years, and the elites of the Lei family thought it was nothing more than that. It can be followed by the performance of the elite collectors, making the arrogance of the elites of the Lei family sink to the bottom. The rest of the 8-star elites of the profound order of the Lei family also had bitter expressions on their faces. After a long time, one of them said bitterly, with such an aura, chasing Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruan, this time even if Han Feng loses, I won't be surprised. The rest were silent. A glimmer of light flashed in Lei Yuru's eyes. This Tibetan Qingzi is really strong, and now I am against the Tibetan Qingzi. Even if there is a flash thunder clone, it will be a sure defeat situation. But Han Feng hasn't shown his true strength yet. It's too early to draw conclusions. The two auras constantly clashed. In the competition arena on the first floor, a dull roar was constantly heard. From time to time, there will be a storm of momentum. Fortunately, those who can be invited are all geniuses, and they are all on the second floor, or even above. By the time the imposing storm swept through, the power had already dropped to a very low level, and it was easily resisted by the geniuses. Under the suppression of the Ziyun Pavilion enchantment, the destructive power caused by the Xuanjia martial artist was overwhelmed to the extreme. Otherwise, in other ordinary pavilions, the aura of Han Feng and Tibetan Qingzi would be enough to completely destroy the entire pavilion. Han Feng saw that the situation was gradually unfavorable to him, and immediately stopped simple confrontation. Blade of prison breaking. The blade of flame burst out from the sea of fire, and the tip of the blade coldly locked the Tibetan Qingzi. The next moment, the blade of flame had already broken through the air. The seal of the earth. Tibetan Qingzi snorted coldly, and as soon as he shot, he used a martial skill that was second only to the super trump card. To Han Feng, Zhang Qingzi did not dare to be careless. In the sky, the earth-type infuriating energy quickly condensed into a huge circular, earth-brown mark. Repression. Tibetan Qingzi shouted angrily. The seal of the earth suddenly pressed down from the sky, and suddenly collided with the blade of flame. These needle-like repressive powers are obviously not ordinary. The flames around the flame blade spread out in an instant. Only hearing the sound of clicking, the blade of flame was torn apart. At the same time, the seal of the earth fell to the ground. Rumbling. Boom. Shake the earth. All the geniuses exclaimed, with fear on their faces. If the Ziyun pavilion collapsed, they would definitely not be able to escape in an instant. They would be buried by the Ziyun pavilion and would definitely be hurt. Being seriously injured just before the Qingyun Bang contest is about to start will definitely affect the results of the contest. Han Feng stepped back again and again, frowning at Zhang Qingzi. It's really not easy to give me some sense of danger. It seems that it is impossible to win just by using high-grade Xian-level martial arts. So. The third one. Thanks to Tsangqiang Fengshen for the big flowers and super generous rewards, and congratulations to Tsangqiang Fengshen for taking a big step to become the head. Ranked second on the fan list. Let's cheer. Amazed face, / So. Han Feng's body's true essence is running. A fierce air surged into the sky. Everyone's expressions changed, and facing this chi machine, it was like facing thousands of icy sharp swords. Every sharp sword exudes an endless chill. These chills are pure killing intent and evil spirits. Zhang Qingzi was locked by this chi machine. He couldn't help but immediately retreated, his muscles were tense, and he looked at Han Feng with a look of shock mixed with fear. It is very rare for a person to exude such an aura. No matter how strong the killing intent and suffocation of people are, they are still far from cold weapons. Some slaughter is too heavy, resulting in the cold weapons that are full of evil spirits and killing intent. After thousands of years of precipitation, the killing intent and evil spirits alone are enough to cause heavy damage to some strong people. Han Feng smiled lightly. You won the move just now, and now I'm shooting again. I just don't know if you can withstand my next attack. Previously, Zhang Qingzi's martial skill, Seal of the Earth, was clearly a top-grade profound martial skill that had been cultivated to the realm of perfection. Having cultivated to this level with the Xuanjia 8-star cultivation base, the power is extremely terrifying, so Han Feng was not surprised that his own tricks were broken. Along with Han Feng's words, Han Feng took a step forward, but after taking such a step, the killing intent and the fierce energy of the cold sky shot straight into the sky, as if to penetrate the Ziyun pavilion from bottom to top. It is a pity that because of the existence of a powerful enchantment, such a powerful killing intent and aura are trapped at the top of the Ziyun pavilion. Being on the 4th floor, Meng Yaqing and others felt the deepest. This is what Han Feng is going to do next. It's terrifying. Lei Zhenyan couldn't help swallowing. Meng Yaqing's eyes flashed with a strange look. This guy is hidden deep, and the martial skills that improved his strength that day were useless. It seems that this is not the limit of Han Feng. In this way, Han Feng has the ability to compete for the top 10, even the top 5. With this guy's talent, once he enters the secret realm of spirits, he may be able to directly increase a star level, and his strength will be stronger. I don't know to what level the power of this guy's different fire has been raised. If the power of the different fire meets my requirements, maybe I can ask him for help in that matter. It's a good opportunity for me and Han Feng. In an instant, Meng Yaqing flashed several thoughts in her heart. On the other side, Lei Ruan clenched his fists tightly. Although he looked jealous, the shock in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Xian Shentong was full of fighting spirit again, and grinned. This year's Qingyun Bang competition, there are many powerful people, and they are catching up with Lei Yuanjia's competition more than 10 years ago. These two people, I have to fight against each other. Zhang Qinghu's face was hideous, and he roared in his heart, Zhang Qingzi, what are you still doing, fighting back, bastard? At the competition venue on the 1st floor, Zhang Qingzi finally came back to his senses. He ignored the shock in his heart, and the majestic true essence in his body quickly condensed in his hands. The earth-brown light illuminated the entire Ziyun pavilion. From behind the Tibetan Qingzi, a huge demonic phantom slowly condensed. Han Feng immediately shouted, Xianyan shattered. The red color mixed with light green flames covered the entire right arm of Han Feng. With Han Feng swinging his right arm down, the flames flew away. In Zhang Qingzi's senses, at that moment, Han Feng's right arm was no longer an ordinary right arm, but a giant sword. The gleaming huge sword, wrapped in red-green flames, seemed to tear the entire world into pieces and chopped it down. Ground Fury Giant Rock Fist. Zhang Qingzi couldn't help but snorted coldly, and threw his right fist fiercely, and at the same time, the demon phantom behind him also threw his right fist. On the earth-brown giant fist, earth-brown earth attribute true energy quickly condensed into a giant rock dozens of meters in length. The giant sword and the giant rock collide in an instant. Boom boom boom. Bang. The entire Ziyun pavilion, at this moment, seems to be a fishing boat drifting in the sea. It lost its goal and lost its direction. Everyone was shocked. The strength was below the 4 stars of the Xuanjia land. Even a martial artist with 4 or 5 stars of the profound rank is very uncomfortable at this moment, and his blood is churning. It wasn't until a long time ago that the feeling of misty wind and rain slowly disappeared. The first floor competition venue. Zhang Qingzi's forehead dripped with bright red blood, and suddenly, Zhang Qingzi raised his head and blood rushed out. At the moment when the giant sword and the giant rock collided, the giant rock shattered instantly. Under the giant sword, giant rock has no resistance at all. Under the crisis, Tibetan Qingzi had to throw out a life-saving defensive magic weapon. That tremor was actually the collision between the sky-high sword and the defense spirit tool. Rao is so, the still fierce sword chi mixed with flames slashed at Zhang Qingzi. This is the ultimate reason for the heavy damage of Tibetan Qingzi. With a thud, Zhang Qingzi fell to the ground with dull eyes. The result is obvious, in this competition, Han Feng won. But no one applauded, and everyone was shocked by the previous tricks. Such terrifying fluctuations are already close to or comparable to the attack power of a mysterious 10-star martial artist. That is the peak of the Shin Order martial artist level. Clap clap clap. The clear applause sounded, and the sound came from the 4th floor. Han Feng looked at her intently, and the one who clapped in the lead was Meng Yaqing. Han Feng showed a smile to Meng Yaqing, and Meng Yaqing also nodded. Then, Lei Zhenyan seemed to have finally woken up from the shock, and fierce applause broke out. As if it was a domino effect, the entire Ziyun pavilion burst into deafening applause at this moment. Many geniuses looked excited and had to admit that when top geniuses such as Lei Zhenyan could not easily make a move or show their powerful cards, the competition between Han Feng and Zhang Qingzi was the most intense and shocking they had ever seen. That kind of amazing chi machine has left a deep impression on many geniuses. At this moment, Han Feng has become the idol of many geniuses. At this moment, only Han Feng is in the eyes of many geniuses. As for Tibetan Qingzi, it has long been forgotten. Reality is so cruel. Winners are always admired, and losers are easily forgotten. With the strength of Zhang Qingzi, it is enough to bear the worship and admiration of everyone, but unfortunately, Zhang Qingzi chose the wrong opponent, he chose Han Feng. One move was defeated in seconds, and the impression that Zhang Qingzi left to everyone was always a loser who was defeated by Han Feng. In the Tibetan area, some Tibetan elites took Tibetan Qingzi back in disgrace. Killers are strictly prohibited at this tea ceremony. Therefore, Han Feng only severely injured Zhang Qingzi, but did not kill Zhang Qingzi. Seeing everyone in the Tibetan family leave in despair, Han Feng smiled lightly. In the beginning, even if the collector was defeated, he would have to say a few harsh words before leaving, but now that he found that Han Feng was strong, he didn't even dare to say a word of nonsense. Still strength. Only when the strength is strong can people be afraid. Han Feng's desire for powerful strength deepened again in his heart. Sanctuary. When will I reach the sanctuary? Han Feng's eyes were full of fiery and firm belief. Han Feng glanced at the collector area, and all the collector elites shrank their heads, not daring to look directly at Han Feng. On the fourth floor, Zhang Qinghu stood up abruptly and almost couldn't help but want to shoot, but in the end, worried about the Qingyun Bang competition, Zhang Qinghu still endured. Han Feng. Tibetan Qinghu gritted his teeth in a low voice, his eyes ferocious. Han Feng, wait, don't let me see you in the Qingyun ranking competition, otherwise this young master will definitely destroy you and make you a waste person to avenge today's revenge. Today's battle has fulfilled the Korean style, but it has also wiped out the prestige of the collectors. On the first floor, just when everyone thought that Han Feng would continue to challenge, Han Feng walked back to the fourth floor, apparently giving up the next competition. All three battles were won, and Han Feng thought it was enough. Many geniuses were disappointed to see Han Feng leave, and they were going to continue watching it again. But thinking about Han Feng's strength, it is enough to compete with top geniuses such as Lei Zhenyan, and everyone knows it. Han Feng has already proved his strength, and naturally, he doesn't have to fight anymore. As the top geniuses of the four major families and the royal family, they all aim to be in the top 10 of the Qingyun ranking competition. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. The flowers are so powerful. You guys are great. If the cabbage is not strong at this time, it is estimated that it will be spurred to hell, and I will try my best to update it today. Same tomorrow. By the way, I code this chapter with passion. Is this Han Feng's strength? Raise area. Lei Yuru was stunned and couldn't help trembling all over. This kind of strength is too powerful, even if he has all his cards, I am afraid that he can only withstand it, and there is absolutely no possibility of winning. Moreover, Lei Yuru knew that Han Feng still had no use of martial skills to increase his cultivation. Once he used that kind of martial skills, I am afraid that geniuses such as Lei Zhenyan would be killed in seconds. Fu Lao smiled. Now, have you finally seen the gap between yourself and Han Feng? Although you were good friends with Han Feng and admired Han Feng before, you don't think you are worse than that kid Han Feng. You might not lose when all your cards break out. What about now? Don't forget, you are taught by a veteran sanctuary like me, but Han Feng doesn't. In this respect, you are far worse than Han Feng. Lei Yu gritted his teeth. Han Feng must also have adventures. Fu Lao laughed. Of course, but everyone has their own karma, and this karma only plays a supporting role, just like me and you. If you didn't believe me back then, how would we be today? If you don't work hard, it's useless for this old man to teach you. Similarly, if I didn't believe in your good quality, the old man, I wouldn't appear in front of you rashly. Maybe after a few decades or 100 years, the soul will completely dissipate. Han Feng must also have adventures, but this is not the most fundamental reason why Han Feng's strength has risen so rapidly. If one does not make progress, it is useless to get even bigger adventures. Also, even though Han Feng is powerful, your kid is too underestimated by Lei Zhenyan and the others. Their strength is not what it seems on the surface. Even if Han Feng used the martial skills to improve his cultivation, he might not be able to kill Lei Zhenyan and others in seconds, and he might even get into a hard fight. If you don't believe me, just watch. How could Lei Yuru not believe Fu Lao? He immediately smiled. How dare you question the words of senior? Fu Lao snorted. You, don't look at Lei Zhenyan and others so shocked. That's because they didn't expect that Han Feng's martial skills were far beyond what they expected. Finally, let me remind you, I said that there is a gap between you and Han Feng, to make you work harder. Anyway, I have the guidance of an old man. The gap has been like this. It's a shame for the old man. Lei Yu's mouth twitched. On the fourth floor, Lei Zhenyan stabbed Han Feng, winked and said, when did your kid cultivate the best martial arts of the mysterious order? It's so cool, the realm of perfection. After speaking, Lei Zhenyan sighed. Brother, I have not mastered the top-grade martial arts of the mysterious order to the state of perfection. Han Feng coughed lightly. It's the last 20 days. Lei Zhenyan's eyes widened. What? What do you mean, in less than 20 days, you will have cultivated the high-grade martial arts of the profound rank to the realm of perfection? Lei Zhenyan's voice couldn't help but get louder. This time is really too short, even Lei Zhenyan can't accept it. Others noticed Lei Zhenyan's voice, and all looked at Han Feng with bright eyes. With an embarrassed look on his face, Han Feng hurriedly nodded and pulled Lei Zhenyan down, pouting in his heart. If I told you it was less than 5 days, wouldn't you have to demolish the house? Lei Zhenyan's eyes were dazed at this moment, and he still did not recover from the huge blow. The shock of the others was no less than that of Lei Zhenyan. Sixth Highness Lin Huixian couldn't help rubbing his chin and thinking, 20 days to master the top-grade Xuanjia martial arts, and these 20 days are also mixed with cultivation. In other words, Han Feng is going all out. It doesn't take 20 days to be able to do it. Cultivating the best martial arts of the mysterious order to perfection. With such a perverted comprehension speed, Meng Yaqing values Han Feng, and this is most likely this. Fortunately, this Han Feng's cultivation base is not high, otherwise, who can compete here with the top-level mysterious martial arts of the perfection realm? The Sixth Highness initially made a judgment on the reason why Meng Yaqing valued Han Feng, but unfortunately the Sixth Highness did not know that it was all wrong. Xian Shentong's fighting spirit became more and more vigorous. Tibetan Qinghu's eyes were full of murderous intent. Yu Kai really regarded Han Feng as an opponent at this time. His face became solemn, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. As for Lei Ruan, he also fell into a deep blow, and his eyes were dull. The next test was a bit boring. It can't be said to be boring, after all, there are several of them where the profound rank 7-star elites of the 4 major families are fighting each other, so it is absolutely impossible to say that it is boring. However, there was the battle between Han Feng and Zhang Qingzi before. In contrast, the Battle of Xuanjia Qixing was not so interesting. Han Feng yawned, tilted his head, and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, Han Feng was suddenly shaken awake. What's wrong? Han Feng rubbed his eyes. Immediately Han Feng saw that Lei Zhenyan's face was solemn. Han Feng instantly understood that something big had happened. Immediately, Han Feng sat up straight and stared at the competition venue on the first floor. I saw 2 young men confronting each other on the field. One of the youths was wearing a green shirt with a smile on his face, as if he was not competing at all at the moment. The other young man was wearing a blue shirt, but his face was nervous. Suddenly, the young man in the blue shirt formed an inexplicable mark on his hands. The young man in the blue shirt shouted, ran and jumped, and fell to the ground after a while, twitching and fainting. Han Feng looked stunned. These 2 people are 7 stars of the Xuanjia, and the end is too fast. This is... Lei Zhenyan said solemnly, this is an illusion-type martial art. The man in the blue shirt is called Xuanhuan, and he is a child of the Hua family, a first-class family in the Great Jin Kingdom. The other person is also a child of a first-class family in the Great Jin Kingdom, and both of them are top-notch in their respective families. Xuanhuan just used the magic-type martial skill, and he lost his opponent in seconds. This is already 3. Han Feng frowned. What kind of fantasy martial skill is this? Lei Zhenyan shook his head. Illusion-type martial arts are very special, but you can't tell what kind of illusion-type martial arts they belong to from the outside, and if you want to know what it is, you can only wait until the comatose person wakes up, or ask him directly. Han Feng had a tendency to be eager to try and learn from Xuanhuan, and finally suppressed this urge. He has proved his strength, and the next step is to preserve his strength to cope with the Qingyunbane competition. The first floor competition venue. Xuanhuan's 4th opponent played. This opponent turned out to be a mysterious 7-star peak elite of the Yu family, second only to the existence of the mysterious 8-star elite. Firearm. The elites of the Yu family let out a loud shout, and their right arm was enveloped in flames and became huge. The whole right arm, like the arm of a giant. The huge arm, with its 5 fingers spread out, suddenly patted Xuanhuan. Just hear a bang. Xuanhuan was hit in an instant. The Yu family elite smiled proudly. What bullshit fantasy martial artist is nothing in my eyes. Oh? That's right, you underestimate me too. Are the warriors of the 4 major families as arrogant as you? Rampant, you have to have that strength. A cold voice sounded from behind the Yu family elite. The Yu family elite was startled, turned around immediately, and asked sharply, "When did you sneak behind me?" Xuanhuan shrugged, "Idiot, how could I tell you?" The Yu family's elite looked grim and photographed it again. On the 4th floor, Han Feng watched with twitching eyes as the Yu family elite shot everywhere, but Xuanhuan was clearly in front of the Yu family elite, but the Yu family elite missed the shot. Could it be that the elites of the Yu family have fallen into an illusion? Han Feng thought thoughtfully. What a powerful illusion, even I didn't notice when this Xuanhuan was cast. However, one thing is certain, either Xuanhuan unwittingly used the illusion martial arts when the Yu family elite first appeared, which made the Yu family elite suffer a loss, or Xuanhuan's method of performing illusion is special, or to put it simply, people are caught unconsciously. Perhaps it was enough to tease. Xuanhuan lifted the illusion, and the Yu family elite was a little confused at first, but then reflected it, his face flushed, and he was embarrassed. Xuanhuan bowed his hands, and the Yu family elites did not say a word, and ended up in a disheartened manner. If it goes on like this, God knows what it will be like to be tossed by illusion. 4 consecutive victories, what a dark horse. Lei Zhenyan exclaimed at this moment. The 5th one is delivered. Come on. Try to burst the chrysanthemum of the man in front. Hearing Lei Zhenyan's sigh, Han Feng also nodded. Indeed, it's hard to guard against it, and you'll be hit by accident. I seem to have encountered a fantasy martial artist before, but it doesn't seem to be so difficult. Of course, it may also be because the phantom martial artist I met was too weak. Lei Zhenyan shook his head. No, the one you met should be the real phantom martial artist. What do you mean? Could it be that this Xuanhuan is not a real illusionist martial artist? Han Feng frowned. That's right, fantasy martial arts, like ordinary martial arts, also require some preparation. As an opponent, we have a certain reaction time. But Xuanhuan is different. Xuanhuan's physique is special. Before he came into contact with illusion-type exercises and illusion-type martial arts, Xuanhuan was just an ordinary warrior in the Hua family. Although it can't be said that he was bullied, it is not good. It wasn't until the special physique of Xuanhuan was discovered that Xuanhuan's strength increased rapidly. Because of his special physique, Xuanhuan can completely shorten the preparation for using an illusion-type martial technique to a simple gesture, perhaps a blink of an eye, or a manual operation. In short, Xuanhuan may be using any place on his body to cast an illusion. This is the horror of Xuanhuan. Even if Xuanhuan is a mere 7-star in the Xuanjia, even if a warrior like us is against Xuanhuan, it will take a lot of work. Han Feng was shocked that there was such a special physique. Han Feng continued to look at Xuanhuan off the court. With this person, the top 10 in the Qingyun ranking competition is really quite competitive. Xuanhuan won 4 consecutive victories and did not end. This made the people of the 4 major families somewhat dissatisfied. It has already won 4 consecutive victories. Such a result is not much worse than that of the elites of the 4 major families. Are you still planning to continue the 5 consecutive victories? The 4 major families have already dispatched a 7-star Xian rank peak warrior, and all the warriors with such strength have lost. Does this Xuanhuan have the confidence to defeat the mysterious 8-star martial artist? With the example of Han Feng in front, the 4 major families did not dare to underestimate Xuanhuan. In the end, it was a Xian rank 8-star martial artist from the Xian family who came on stage. However, the warrior didn't hold on for much time before fainting in the place. This time, Xuanhuan was not relaxed. Everyone could clearly see that Xuanhuan was covered in cold sweat on his forehead and was panting. Obviously, the use of mental power to cast illusions to affect the mysterious 8-star martial artist consumes a lot of money, which caused all this. Even so, Xuanhuan's record is still terrifying. Xuanhuan only came from a first-class family, not the 4 top families like the Lei Jiaxuan family. Even in the Hua family, Xuanhuan's background can only be said to be average, neither superior nor inferior. To be able to achieve such achievements with such a background is already extremely perverted. After winning 5 consecutive victories, Xuanhuan stopped fighting and returned to the Huajia area on the 2nd floor. Xuanhuan was not cheered by the Hua family, and everyone in the Hua family looked at Xuanhuan with extremely complicated eyes. The 3rd floor. Lei Yuru frowned. Old Fu, what should I do if I encounter this Xuanhuan? Fu Lao may also find it quite difficult, and it took a long time to say. The so-called illusion-type martial arts, the decisive role is still the mental power. As long as your mental power is far beyond the opponent's, it is difficult for the opponent's illusion to have an effect on you. You all underestimate this Xuanhuan. This Xuanhuan's own spiritual power has reached the 9-star level of the mysterious rank. From this point of view, the strength of this Xuanhuan should be on the same level as Lei Zhenyan and others. Everything that happened before should be fake. It should be to get rid of Lei Zhenyan and others in the Qingyun ranking competition. When you meet Xuanhuan, you'd better hide as far as you can, so that your mental power can reach 8 stars of the mysterious order. Once you are hit, unless the old man makes a move, it will be difficult for you to take the initiative to crack Xuanhuan's illusion. I didn't expect that there are such talented people in the small Hua family. Over time, this guy is also a well-known heavenly rank powerhouse. Lei Yuru rolled his eyes. The Hua family is also a first-class family in the Great Jin Kingdom, second only to the top family, but in your old mouth, it has become the Xiao Hua family. 4th floor. Han Feng also noticed something was wrong. Although this 8-star profound rank is powerful, it is only at the mid-level of 8-star profound rank. Before, it was easy to reach the peak of 7-star profound rank in seconds, but now it is almost exhausted to be able to defeat the 8-star mid-profound rank. There is not such a big gap between the peak limit of the 7 stars of the profound rank and the middle stage of the 8 stars of the profound rank. Speaking of winning, Han Feng also believes that Xuanhuan is more likely to win. But if Han Feng wanted to come, it would be a little harder to deal with, and it would never be that hard. Han Feng's eyes flashed. If I'm not mistaken, this Xuanhuan should be on par with the peak of the 4 major families Xuanjia and 8-star peaks. So, is it for hiding? Thinking of this, Han Feng had a sly smile on his face, but didn't say it all. The time soon came to afternoon. Meng Yaqing was silent for an afternoon, and suddenly flew outside, her wings spread behind her. I just listened to Meng Yaqing indifferently said, "Thank you for participating in the little girl's tea and martial arts party. Now it's too late, the little girl will no longer delay everyone. Please prepare everything well, and in 2 days, the Qingyun ranking competition will be held in the ancient forest." Meng Yaqing invited many talents, and the last sentence was the real purpose, telling the location of the Qingyun Bang competition. There will always be a little change in each Qingyun Bang competition. Forest of the Desolate Ancients. Han Feng muttered these words, preparing to ask questions later. A lot of time is spent on cultivation, and Han Feng really doesn't know much about some things in Shengzhenqing. Meng Yaqing nodded to Han Feng and others, and the next moment, she moved and disappeared in the Ziyun pavilion. Everyone looked up and sighed. Even geniuses, they are eager for the cultivation of the earth, they don't know when they will be able to break through to that realm. After Meng Yaqing left, many geniuses naturally had no interest in staying here, and the fourth-floor five-party warriors added to the atmosphere of arrogance. Each nodded or snorted, got up and left. On the way, Han Feng wanted to ask what the Forest of the Ancients was, but soon Han Feng's face changed greatly, and the breakthrough of the real essence in his body could no longer be suppressed. Without questioning, Han Feng spread his wings behind Lei Zhenyan's surprised and shocked gaze and flew directly to the Xingjin Inn. Lei Zhenyan's outstretched hand stiffened in midair. Could it be that you're going to break through again? No. After thinking about it, Lei Zhenyan thought of the top of Lingcha, and couldn't help but sigh. They all drank spirit tea, and they had no effect at all, but Han Feng achieved a breakthrough. This is too jealous. Inside the pavilion of Xingjin Inn, Han Feng no longer suppresses the body, and the stock of true essence is like an ocean wave, constantly impacting the realm of higher levels. With super-physical strength, this breakthrough can be described as a matter of course. By the time Lei Zhenyan and the others returned to the Xingjin Inn, Han Feng had already left. With this breakthrough, Han Feng is already at the late stage of the Xuanjia 7-star cultivation base, and the next step is the peak of the Xuanjia 7-star, and he has to prepare for the breakthrough of the Xuanjia 8-star. Are you out of here? Lei Zhenyan's face collapsed. This was the fastest breakthrough he had ever seen. Lei Yuru was very calm, and he was used to hitting him anyway. Han Feng rolled his eyes. It's the effect of Ziyan Ling Cha, it has nothing to do with me. Han Feng was right. If he hadn't drank Ziyan Ling tea today, it would take at least a day for Han Feng to successfully break through, and it would also take another day to stabilize the realm of the late stage of the 7 stars of the Profound Order. In other words, it was only possible for Han Feng to reach the current level on the day the Qingyun Bang contest started. But drinking Xianling tea not only allowed Han Feng to break through in a short period of time, but also stabilized his realm. The next step is to slowly increase the real essence, reach the late stage limit of the 7 stars of the Mysterious Order, and hit the peak realm of the 7 stars of the Mysterious Order. I also drank Xianling tea. The effect is too different. Lei Zhenyan looked resentful and envious. Lei Yuha smiled. Who told you that you are already in the late stage of the 9-star Xuanjia? At least 2 or 3 cups of spiritual tea can be effective for your cultivation, and a cup is good for shit. By the way, I also have to break through the real essence in my body. Before the Qingyun ranking competition starts, it is estimated that I can reach the peak of the 6-star Xian rank. During the Qingyun ranking competition, there is a 50 to 60% chance of breaking through to the profound rank 7 stars. Lei Zhenyan's eyebrows twitched. Han Feng squinted at Lei Yuyu. This guy just said it in front of Lei Zhenyan on purpose, he is so good. However, this also showed that Lei Yurui really regarded Lei Zhenyan as a good brother. Otherwise, this kind of thing will be easily said, and if there is no breakthrough, it will be a big shame. But in front of the brothers it was different. Lei Zhenyan quickly recovered from the blow, and put one hand on Lei Yuru's shoulder, with a good attitude of the 2 brothers. Boy, I wish you a smooth breakthrough. With your ability, once you break through to the 7 stars of the profound rank, it is estimated that it can compete with the elites of the 4 major families. If it can break into the top 20, it will give our family a big face. Lei Yuru slowly shook his head. The top 20, difficult. But I'll try my best. Han Feng finally remembered his purpose at this time, and immediately asked, Cousin, what is the Forest of the Ancients? Lei Zhenyan pondered for a while, and then said, The Forest of Desolate Ancients is a desolate forest in the east of Xingjin City. There are many monsters in it. It is a place for the younger generation of Xingjin City to experience. At least the periphery of the ancient forest is at least level 4 monsters, and most of them are level 7 or 8. Slightly closer to the inner circle, the level of monsters is already between the 9th and the 12th level. It is said that the core of the inner circle is the place where there are earth-level monsters. Although it is for the younger generation to experience, not many people will go to the ancient forest. Inside the ancient forest, there seems to be a natural magnetic field. It is easy to get lost when entering it, and even the flying ability of the sky-level powerhouse will be affected. The younger generation entered with poor strength and almost died. I really don't know how Lord Guardian would use such a place as the competition venue for the Qingyunbang competition. It is possible for the entire army to be wiped out if one is not careful. Lei Zhenyan's expression was solemn. Earth-level monsters, encountering such monsters, no matter how powerful they are, they will only die. Han Feng and Lei Yuru both frowned and pondered. Han Feng said lightly, maybe Lord Guardian has any ideas. Although the competition in the Qingyunbang competition is fierce, there is no danger of annihilation. Perhaps Lord Guardian has a way to fight against that natural magnetic field. Lei Zhenyan nodded, it makes sense. If it can really resist the natural magnetic field, the ancient forest is just an ordinary small mountain range. As long as you don't encounter the monsters of the earth, there will not be too much danger. This wouldn't be too dangerous, obviously for them. Even if there is no threat of earth-level monsters, monsters of the 9th and 10th levels should not be underestimated. Some small family geniuses encounter such a beast, and in all likelihood, they will die tragically in the mouth of the beast. The three talked for a long time before they dispersed to prepare for the Qingyunbang competition. The next morning, when Han Feng and other Lei family elites gathered in the hall specially provided for the Lei family, Han Feng rubbed his eyes, unbelievable. In the hall, next to Lei Fuwu, were the third elder and Lei Yuanjia. Old Mom. Regarding the arrival of the third elder, Han Feng knew for a long time that the remaining elites of the Lei family were also coming, dozens of people. The three elders signaled to Lei Dong, arrange accommodation for these little guys, let's chat with Han Feng and others. Yes. Lei Buba responded cautiously and led the remaining elites of the Lei family to the accommodation that had been arranged for them. Both are elites of the Lei family, with different cultivation bases, different positions, and different rooms. But this is the case, and the living environment is better than the so-called 5-star inn outside. This is the strength of Xingjin Inn, even the lowest class room is comparable to the highest class room in a 5-star inn. Being able to live in the Xingjin Inn is the glory of all warriors. Only families or geniuses who are valued by the royal family and by the guardians are eligible to live in the Xingjin Inn. Son, do you miss your mother? As soon as the person left, Lei Yuanjia stretched out his arms and hugged Han Feng. The two majestic things on the chest are about to suffocate Han Feng. Beside Han Feng, Lei Yuru and Lei Zhenyan stared at Lei Yuanjia's chest. Lei Yuanjia is short-tempered, and he can only have warmth towards Han Feng, his son, like a real woman. Noticing the gazes of the two boys, Lei Yuanjia put his hands on his hips, looking like a shrew. Two stinky boys, your skin is itchy, right? You can watch my old lady casually? Lei Yuru and Lei Zhenyan immediately shook their heads, joking, this female Tyrannosaurus is not easy to mess with, and there is no place to cry if she is beaten. Luckily, Lei Yuanjia knew the importance. The Qingyun ranking competition was about to start, so Lei Yuanjia naturally wouldn't teach the two bad-hearted stinky boys a lesson. Lei Zhenyan sneered and said, Auntie, you and I left first, and you mother and son are chatting. Just kidding, stay here and the nosebleed will come out. Lei Zhenyan had to admit that although his aunt had a bad temper, her hot body and delicate face were definitely a first-class existence in the entire Great Jin Kingdom. Although Meng Yaqing is also stunning, she is younger in age, and her figure is not too hot. She is not as attractive as Lei Yuanjia's mature body. Lei Yuru also hurriedly left. The third elder laughed. It was a boy with strong blood and energy. He would inevitably stare at the woman in a daze, and immediately said, Yuanjia, why are you so serious with the two boys? This shows your charm, not to mention the two boys, just some old men will be stunned when they see you. Lei Yuanjia snorted twice. If not, how could these two boys walk away? I want to have a good chat with my son. What are the two obstacles here? Han Feng had a black line on his face. If Lei Yuru and Lei Zhenyan knew that they were obstacles in their mother's eyes, what would they think? Before Han Feng stepped back, Lei Yuanjia hugged Han Feng again and sunk Han Feng's head into his chest. Woo-woo. Han Feng struggled constantly. The third elder coughed lightly. Yuanjia, if this continues, your son will faint. Lei Yuanjia then let go of Han Feng reluctantly, but said in his mouth, I took my son to the Lei family, although I also want the Lei family to cultivate Fenger, but I still want to get together with Fenger. 1. I haven't had a good time with Fenger yet. Han Feng was silent for a while, and also put his arms around Lei Yuanjia. Mother, eagles always have to spread their wings, don't they? But you are still young. Lei Yuanjia's eyes were slightly red. When Han Feng came over, Lei Yuanjia never thought that Han Feng would be so perverted, to reach such a level in such a short period of time. According to Lei Yuanjia's original plan, it was to get together with Han Feng for a year or two, wait for Han Feng to go to the Thunder Base after 15 or 16, and then participate in the Qingyun ranking competition. But now, Han Feng smiled. Mother is about to reunite with father, and then mother will give birth to a younger brother or sister for her son. As long as he gets the top 10, who would dare to say that his father is not worthy of his mother? You know, for more than 10 years, he has been cultivating in the Han family, and in the Lei family, it is only a little over half a year. With such a joke, Lei Yuanjia suddenly laughed and rolled his eyes. You brat, even the old lady dares to make fun of you. It's time to fight. First, ask for flowers. Although he said so, Lei Yuanjia would not actually do it. Han Feng really thinks that his mother should have another child. Enjoy being a mother with your own father and taking care of your own children as they grow up. The third elder couldn't help it. You two are enough, it's time to get down to business. Speaking of which, Lei Yuanjia's face darkened, and he said coldly, Fenger, I can't hear you, you were made trouble when you first came here. When Han Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Is this the so-called business? He thought it was something about the Qingyun Bang contest. Such as the ancient forest. Seeing Han Feng's expression, the third elder smiled. I have been summoned by the guardian, and I will be able to know the process of the Qingyun ranking competition tomorrow. Now let's talk about the Imperial City Guard. Even if our Lei family is in decline, it is not something that the Imperial City Guards can insult. Speaking of the end, the third elder also snorted coldly, showing a bad face. The behavior of Yuan Yiba and Yuan Yixing really didn't take their Lei family into consideration. Han Feng was helpless and had to tell the whole story. Lei Yuanjia frowned slightly. So, Yuan Yiba didn't know your identity at first? This Yuan Yixing is really cold and thin, and he cheated his brother like this. Lei Yuanjia was full of disdain for people like Yuan Yixing. Han Feng felt relieved that Lei Yuanjia had given up his plan to teach Yuan Yiba a lesson. Han Feng was of course dissatisfied with the behavior of Yuan Yiba and others. However, the time he stayed in the Lei family was short, and his feelings for the Lei family were not as deep as the feelings of Lei Yuanjia and the third elders for the Lei family, so the removal of the original captain of the first wave was already a very serious punishment. Han Feng is already very satisfied. The original wave was removed from the captain's status, and it was only on the 4th floor of Ziyun Pavilion that Meng Yaqing transmitted a voice to Han Feng, and Han Feng knew. Second, even if Yuan Yiba lost his captain status, he was still a member of the Imperial City Guard for the time being. As a member of the Imperial City Guard, it is easy to find trouble and easily arouse the hostility of other captains. Even if one is bad, these captains will take action, and Han Feng does not want his mother to be in danger. As soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, Lei Yuanjia said coldly, no matter what, It's true that Yuan Ba once wanted to attack my son, and if he didn't teach him a lesson, he really thought that I, Lei Yuanjia, had a hard time eating. The three elders also nodded. No matter what, the Lei family couldn't bear it. Even if it is pretending, it is necessary to make a fool of yourself. Seeing this, Han Feng understood that he really couldn't stop it. Meng Yaqing and I are on good terms, no matter what. I hope that for this sake, other captains of the Imperial City Guard will not interfere in this matter. Only with a mere 4-star rank in the original wave, it will not be my mother's opponent. Imperial City Guard Military District. The original wave has lived in the general area. Although the environment here is beautiful, it is like paradise for ordinary people. There are pavilions, and green lakes. Compared with the area where the captain lives, it is far from it. If this is paradise, then the area where the captain lives is a fairyland. Inside the pavilion, Yuan Ba's complexion was ancient and waveless, and he practiced quietly. Yuan Ba could only do his best to suppress the anger in his heart at the gloating of other vice-captains and team members. Yuan Ba knew that, because of Yuan Yixing, the entire 9th team had already lost much respect for him as the captain. Even the 2 vice-captains were also bumped by Yuan Yixing. Yuan Ba felt a little regretful. If it wasn't for him blindly indulging Yuan Yixing, things would not have come to this point. Even after he paid so much, his own younger brother, without regard for brotherhood, gave him a pit. If he hadn't just thought that Han Feng was an ordinary member of the Lei family, how could he dare to make things difficult? At that time, as long as I tell the elder Lei's family a little bit of softening, this matter will pass. After all, he is also a 4-star powerhouse in the sky, and he is also the captain of the 9th team of the Imperial City Guard team. A small member with a foreign surname went to offend the Imperial City Guard. However, Han Feng turned out to be Lei Yuanjia's son. Yesterday, Yuan already knew what happened in Ziyun Pavilion. He was so powerful when he was less than 15 years old, and he must have a bright future in the future. It's no wonder that the Lei family is the elder who uses the mind beads to separate the mind clones to protect Han Feng. Not only Lei Yuanjia's son, but also the Lei family attaches great importance to him. Even if he has not succeeded, the Lei family will not let him off easily. Bang! Suddenly, there was a roar from outside, followed by terrifying fluctuations in the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Yuan Ba clearly felt that the whole sky was filled with the power of thunder. Yuan Ba smiled bitterly. It's finally here. Outside, the members of the 9th team were in a state of panic. This was a powerhouse of the heavenly rank, and a single blow could kill them. The 2 vice-captains let Lei Yuanjia wreak havoc here, without any intention of taking action. It was Yuan Ba who caused this incident, not them. And judging from the fluctuations and coercion of the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth, it must be the mid-level powerhouse who came, and they were beaten when they went out. In the sky, a cold shout exploded. Yuan Ba, get out of this old lady. Get out of this old lady. Get out. The coercion of the powerhouses in the middle stage of the heaven rank increased again. The expressions of a group of team members changed, and they turned out to be looking for Captain Xuanhuan. So are they going to resist? Damn it, this person is Lei Yuanjia. I've seen her before, and the Lei family is here to ask for trouble. This is something that the original wave of former captains stirred up. Why should we resist for the former captains? That's right, that guy Yuan Ba allowed Yuan Yixing to do bad things, which made our entire 9th team's reputation stink. Let them live or die. When they heard that it was Lei Yuanjia, everyone reacted, and there were also some masters of the rank who felt that their dignity as a member of the Imperial City Guard had been violated, and they all fell silent. Lei Yuanjia's great reputation, coupled with the support of the Lei family, and the fact that the original wave was wrong, how could they resist stubbornly? Yuan Ba, as a heavenly rank powerhouse, has such a powerful ear. He just appeared in the sky, and he listened to the voices of the entire team members on the ground. There was only bitterness in his heart. There's really nothing left. Lei Yuanjiao's coercion raged in the sky. In the areas where the other imperial city guards lived very close to here, no one appeared at all. Lei Yuanjiao was puzzled, but she quickly ignored it. The captain of the Imperial City Guard team is the strongest, but she is only 6 stars in the sky. With her current strength, she is enough to fight against 7 stars in the sky. When she came, she was not afraid, just to use it to demonstrate. How did Lei Yuanjia know that the captains and vice-captains of the other battalions did not appear? Because they had already received orders from Meng Yaqing and Lord Guardian. Since this incident was caused by Yuaniba, and it is also Yuaniba's fault, then everything should naturally be borne by Yuaniba. At the moment of the original wave, the expectations in my heart have also been lost, and my heart is cold, and I really know that he has been abandoned by the Guardian. Thinking of this, a wave of resentment rose in Yuaniba's heart. The aura pressure that also belongs to the middle stage of the heaven rank fluctuates. Lei Yuanjia smiled disdainfully. It's only in the middle stage of the 4-star rank, and he dares to fight with the old lady. Boom! The power of thunder crashed down from the sky and hit Lei Yuanjia. Bathed in the power of thunder, Lei Yuanjia is like the god of thunder. The powerful aura of the 5-star Tianjia suddenly overwhelmed the original wave. Yuaniba's complexion changed greatly, 5 stars in the sky. Impossible, this woman is more than 10 years younger than me. Who was able to become the captain of the Imperial City Guard team, who was not a powerful genius when he was young, but also a genius? There is such a big gap, how could Yuaniba bear it? He is more than 10 years younger than himself, but his strength is 1 star better, so what about 10 years later? Lei Yuanjia looked at Yuaniba coldly, and a cold voice came out, I cut off my arm, I will spare you. At this moment, Lei Yuanjia is full of domineering. Lei Yuanjia felt that he seemed to be back when he was young again. The second one is delivered. Girl, I overslept again. Sure enough, as soon as I stayed up late, I felt dizzy the next day, and I slept all afternoon and still felt dizzy. Break your own arm. A trace of humiliation flashed across Yuaniba's face, but it was only a star difference. Does this woman think she has settled for him? Impossible. The original wave was hideous. Lei Yuanjia snorted, I just informed you, but I'm not going to listen to your opinion. Meteor lightning strike. Purple court thunder light, fusion. The entire sky, densely packed with the power of thunder, covered a radius of nearly 10,000 meters. It's like dying. In an instant, the power of thunder in the sky turned into a meteor and fell from the sky. Shintian Fury Palm. After all, Yuaniba was a mid-level powerhouse, and the tricks he used were equally powerful. In the void, the slightly illusory Baizhong palm suddenly condensed. The nearby wind spirit energy rioted, like a tornado, it was continuously injected into the palm of Baizhong. In an instant, the slightly illusory color of Baizhong's palm gradually turned into cyan. Go! Yuaniba let out a low drink, and Baizhong's cyan palm immediately shot out. Rumbling. The raging gust of wind and the endless power of thunder surged out, forming a storm of thunder, which continued to spread around. On the ground, countless pavilions and pavilions turned to ashes at this moment. This is still under the circumstance that there is an enchantment here, otherwise the battle between the powerhouses in the sky, everything in a radius of tens of thousands of meters or even nearly 100,000 meters will be reduced to ashes. Under the compression of the enchantment, the destructive force was trapped in thousands of meters and nearly 10,000 meters. Puff puff. When all the fluctuations gradually dissipated, Yuan vomited blood again and fell from the sky. Yuaniba's face was full of disbelief. Even if there was a difference of 1 star, Yuaniba knew that he was likely to lose, but he was defeated in seconds with just one blow, and suffered heavy losses. This was something Yuan Yiba could never have imagined. Lei Yuanjia just sneered at Yuan Yiba's defeat. The meteor lightning strike she used was a top-notch mid-level martial skill of the sky, and she had cultivated it to perfection. This alone was enough for him to compete with the ordinary 6-star peak powerhouses. And with the fusion of Zitting Thunder Light, the attack power has soared again, which is comparable to the ordinary 7-star peak martial artist. This kind of strength, how can the original wave be able to compete? The original wave was only 4-star in the sky, and the top-level mid-level martial arts of the sky had not reached perfection. The combat power between the two is huge. This was because Lei Yuanjia did not reveal his true means. With Lei Yuanjia's talent, he has already mastered the top-level martial arts of the heavenly rank. Although he is only a small success, his power cannot be underestimated. It is precisely because of his strength that Lei Yuanjia dares to blatantly attack. Not to mention that those captains were ordered not to shoot. Even if they did, they would never be Lei Yuanjia's opponents. The Lei family was in decline, and there were no peak heavenly masters, but in the entire Jin dynasty, there were no more than 10 peak heavenly masters. Lei Yuanjia's strength at the moment is enough to rank in the top 50 in the entire Jin kingdom, or even higher. First, Lei Yuanjia let out a low voice. A flash of lightning flashed in an instant. Yuan Yiba didn't even react, and his right arm burst into pain, and he screamed out in agony. At the same time, Yuan Yiba's right arm burst instantly, blood spattered everywhere. Lei Yuanjia said lightly, "If you cut off your arm, I will let you go. As long as you handle it properly, you can still take your right arm back. Unfortunately, you have to resist, then I can only make your entire right arm burst. Unless you can find a puppet master of the Heaven Order to place a puppet arm for you, in the future." Lei Yuanjia had a sneer on his face. Yuan Yiba covered the wound and fell to the ground, his face pale. Heart is even more desperate. Heaven rank puppet master? Where can there be such a thing in Dajin? A profession like a puppet master is as rare as an alchemist, and it is equally difficult to practice. It is easy to become a low-level puppet master and an alchemist, but it is even more difficult to become a high-level puppet master and an alchemist. Not to mention the Great Jin Kingdom, there are not even some empires around the Great Jin Kingdom that are eyeing the Great Jin Kingdom. Yuan Yiba regretted in his heart, knowing that Lei Yuanjia was so strong, he would not fight to the death. With only one arm left, even if he is a 4-star, his combat power will be greatly reduced. It is estimated that even a 2-star can't be defeated. Yuan Yixing. It's all Yuan Yixing. At this moment, Yuan Yiba's anger towards Yuan Yixing rose to a point. Originally, Yuan Yiba only planned to release Yuan Yixing in the dungeon for a period of time, but now Lei Yuanjia achieved his goal, ignored the original wave, and left. After Lei Yuanjia left, the captains of the other battalions appeared one after another. Seeing Yuan Yiba's tragic situation, they were all horrified. "Mother, it's only been a few years since Lei Yuanjia broke through to the heavenly rank, and he has risen to such a level? This kind of strength is enough to rank in the top 50 of the heavenly rank powerhouses in the Great Jin Kingdom. I think Lei Yuanjia didn't use his full strength. If he did his best, I think he could rank in the top 30 or even higher. No wonder Lord Guardian asked us not to intervene. With our strength, if we intervened, we would be beaten. That's right, Lei Yuanjia is not to be provoked, and we should be more polite to the Lei family in the future. With such talent, in all likelihood, we will break through to the sanctuary in the future. When Lord Guardian passes away, the new Lord Guardian might be Lei Yuanjia. When the time comes, we. Impossible, Miss Meng should also be a hopeful sanctuary. That's true, but Miss Meng's ambition is not to be a guardian in the Great Jin Kingdom, but to venture into a wider area. Lei Yuanjia didn't know what the other captains thought of her, and avenged his son's revenge. Lei Yuanjia Xuanhuan returned to the pavilion where the Lei family was located at the Xingjin Inn. Han Feng was shocked when he heard his mother talk about the battle with excitement. Han Feng has long known how powerful his mother is, but to such an extent, it is really amazing. No wonder the mother dared to go to trouble with the imperial city guard. The third elder was very pleased. Yuanjia, the strength of your girl, I'm afraid that you will be chasing the old man. But the other captains didn't show up? Lei Yuanjia nodded. It did not appear. I think it should be related to Meng Yaqing. The three elders suddenly looked at Han Feng with extremely ambiguous eyes. Han Feng was ashamed. Suddenly, the third elder clapped his hands. Okay, the time has come, the old man will leave to meet the guardian. Please, third elder. Han Feng saluted the three elders. The third elder waved his hand. This is what this elder should do. You go to rest. Tomorrow the elder will return, and I will tell you the process of the competition. Although it is tomorrow that the guardian will be summoned, but in the face of the strong sanctuary, how dare you not wait in advance? The three elders moved and disappeared in front of Han Feng and Lei Yuanjia. At noon the next day, the third elder finally came back. Once he came back, the third elder asked Lei Bufu to summon many elites from the Lei family. Many elites also know what the three elders are going to say, and all of them have bright eyes. The third elder coughed lightly and said solemnly, Little fellows, you must know what the old man is going to say. The old man doesn't talk nonsense. The competition process this time is actually very simple. In the center of the ancient forest, there is an underground labyrinth built by the guardian himself. There are a total of 160 entrances. In other words, the first stage of the Qingyun Bang competition is to break into these entrances. Only one person can enter at each entrance. That is to say, only 160 people qualified for the first level. The crowd took a breath. 160 people. Nearly 1/10 of the elimination rate. The three elders glanced around for a week and continued, there are 160 entrances, and in the end there are only 20 exits. After saying this, you must be able to guess. Every entrance, every distance there will be an intersection, only the winning side can move on, each of you will go through 3 intersections, after 3 battles, and finally enter one of the 20 exits. This is the second level. The third level is a battle between 20 people. Everyone has to fight with the remaining 19 people. For each victory, 1 point will be awarded, and no points will be deducted if you lose. The one with the most points will get the first place. First delivery. There are 3 levels in the Qingyun Bang contest. Han Feng and others kept it firmly in their hearts. Lei Zhenyan suddenly asked a question. Third elders, there is a natural magnetic field in the ancient forest, and it is easy to get lost. There are even earth-level monsters in the core of the ancient forest. How can we reach the center? Not to mention that the natural magnetic field can easily make them lost, and some unlucky guys might not be able to get out of it for a lifetime. Just talking about a group of earth-level monsters at the core, once they meet, they will die. Everyone's faces turned to one side, and some Lei family elites even showed fear. The third elder smiled and said, You asked a good question. When you start the competition, Lord Guardian will send each of you a token. Some tokens are followed by Tian characters, some tokens are followed by Earth characters, and some tokens are followed by human characters. These tokens are enough to solve the natural magnetic field. You can easily enter the core. There is no natural magnetic field problem at the core. Otherwise, those Earth-level monsters would have been lost long ago. Of course, there will be many monsters blocking the road, and this needs to be overcome by your own strength. As for the Earth-level monsters at the core, the Guardian has personally warned them that during your competition, as long as you don't provoke the Earth-level monsters, those Earth-level monsters will not provoke you either. There is a warning from the Guardian, those Earth-level monsters do not dare to deal with you. Everyone nodded. Lord Guardian is a strong man in the sanctuary. Killing the heavenly rank is an easy thing, let alone the mere earthly rank. There are warnings from the sanctuary powerhouses. These Earth-level monsters are indeed afraid to take action. However, everyone also kept in mind that the premise for the Earth-level monsters not to take action was that they could not take the initiative to provoke the Earth-level monsters. Han Feng pondered for a while and said, "Third Elders, what is the meaning of the 3 characters in the back of this token?" The 3 elders smiled. "You kid also asked about the point. Don't you think that the first stage of the Qingyanbang competition is just to pass through the ancient forest?" Han Feng's mind moved, and he blurted out, "Could it be?" "It's just what you think. If you want to open the underground labyrinth in the center of the ancient forest, you need to gather 3 tokens of heaven, earth, and people. If you can't gather all of them, you can't open the underground labyrinth. Although Lord Guardian has made regulations, it is best not to fight with each other before entering the core area. Once you lose the token, you will be lost in the ancient forest. But our 4 major families have been fighting with each other for a long time, and there are still many families who are eyeing them. If they meet before the core area, there will definitely be a fight. So you have to be careful. It's impossible for every Qingyanbang competition to be free of casualties, and sometimes the casualties are quite large." The faces of the people became solemn again. Even without the natural magnetic field, they are just as dangerous. Watching everyone meditate, the 3rd elder gave everyone a time to digest, and maybe someone would ask some noteworthy questions later. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Lei Yuru to ask, "Third elder, does this mean that if the loss is too great, the entrances to the 160 underground labyrinths may not all be opened?" "Not bad." The 3 elders glanced at Lei Yuru with admiration. Lei Ruwen showed unwillingness on his face. He hadn't even thought about these questions, but they had already been asked by others. Immediately, Lei Ruwen said unwillingly, "Third elder, if all the 160 entrances to the underground labyrinth are not opened, then some people will not have 3 battles at all, maybe only 2. That's right, at every intersection, the opening to the next road is closed. If there is no one in the other passage, the opening will automatically open, and the person in the previous passage can enter the next passage without fighting. A channel. But if there is someone in the other passage, but that person hasn't arrived yet, then the person in the previous passage can only wait there." The 3rd elder explained with a smile. Han Feng frowned. "Han Feng, do you have any questions?" 3rd elder noticed Han Feng's expression and asked gently. Han Feng touched his chin. "What if someone deliberately stayed in the passage and didn't move forward?" Lei Ruwen sneered, "Where can there be such a person? It's a pity to give up after finally entering the labyrinth." Han Feng rolled his eyes. "What's impossible?" "In case that person is injured, he wants to rest in place for half a day or even a day to recover from the injury." Lei Ruwen froze for a while. Others nodded. It was indeed possible. The 3rd elder smiled and said, "You kid is thinking far-reaching, but it is actually very simple. Lord Guardian has already taken this possibility into consideration. If someone is delayed for more than an hour, then the warrior waiting at the entrance of the passage can enter without fighting. Next passage. The first stage of the Qingyun ranking competition is only 2 days away. Once the 2 days are over, no matter whether anyone has opened the entrance to the 160 underground labyrinths, they will all be closed. The underground labyrinth is only 1 day away. If you don't pass in a day, even if less than 20 people come out, the underground labyrinth will be closed, and the guardian will be responsible for picking up the warriors who have fallen into the underground labyrinth. Anyway, the 3rd level is a points system. Everyone has to play against anyone except themselves. It doesn't matter if there are fewer people. The last level will last for 4 days, and each person will have 5 battles a day, which can be regarded as a time for everyone to rest. Otherwise, at the end of the day, there will be no real yuan in the end, so what are the competitions? Now, do you have any questions? A group of lay family elites thought for a while, and finally determined that there was no problem, and all shook their heads. The third elder waved his hand. Since that's the case, hurry up and prepare, and go to the wild ancient forest with me tomorrow. Yes. Everyone saluted in unison and retired one after another. In the early morning of the next day, Han Feng exhaled a turbid breath. The limit of the late stage of the 7 stars of the Xuanjie is only one step away from entering the peak state. Perhaps during the Qingyun ranking competition, I can break through to the peak of the mysterious rank 7 stars. Unfortunately, if you want to break through to the 8-star Xian rank, it is not that simple. The physical strength is only comparable to the 11th star of the Xuanjie, and it is not much stronger than the 8th star of the Xuanjie. Although the training speed is also faster than that of ordinary warriors, it is impossible to break through a star in a few days. A group of people gathered in the hall, and the third elder flicked his sleeves. Go. Lei Yuanjia followed at the back, and the 2 heavenly rank powerhouses exerted force, and everyone flew up in unison. Many people have personally experienced the feeling of flying barefoot in the air, which is very novel. The third elder glanced at his mouth and shouted, "Be calm, otherwise, if the old man is not careful, you will fall." Heaven-ranked powerhouses are not able to fly with many warriors at any time like sanctuary powerhouses. Otherwise, the 3 elders and Lei Yuanjia would not work together. Soon, the group came to the outside of a huge desolate forest. From a high altitude, the desolate ancient forest was shrouded in thick white mist, and it was impossible to see what was inside. After the Lei family arrived, the other 3 families were already waiting here. The third elder and the other 3 clan elders said hello to each other, and the other 3 clan elders also saluted. These elders already knew about the incident of Lei Yuanjia making a fuss about the imperial city guard the day before yesterday. There is such a powerful and grumpy person who doesn't care if he gets angry. Regardless of the existence of the heavenly rank, they did not dare to provoke them at will. Strangely, the elders of the 4 great clans didn't make fun of each other. This was the first time in so many years. But the elites of the 4 major families are tit for tat with each other, filled with the smell of gunpowder. As time passed, other clan elders and elites followed. Very abruptly, an old man and a young girl appeared in front of a group of elders. Everyone was shocked. After seeing the old man, they immediately bowed respectfully and shouted, "Junior, see the guardian." A group of young elites also reflected, "Junior, see Lord Guardian." The voices united strangely. A group of young boys looked at the old man, the sanctuary powerhouse with fiery eyes. That was the goal that they worshipped and longed to surpass all their lives. The old man, the guardian, laughed. Finally, the triennial Qingyun Bang contest is here again. The old man hereby announces that this year's Qingyun Bang contest has officially started. The second one is delivered. After the old man finished speaking, the scene was silent, but the atmosphere changed drastically. The atmosphere of the younger generation of elites targeting each other became more intense, and many even showed blatant hostility. In addition to the elders of the 4 major families, other family elders are also breathing a cluster. What kind of achievements the junior elites can achieve can be related to the future development of their family. But the 4 big families thought of something else. Spiritual Secret Realm and Baidu Academy selection. Their family has reached the climax in the Great Jin Kingdom, and only with the great development of personal force can they continue to drive the development of the family. Baidu Academy gathers most of the super geniuses in Beizhou. As long as they enter Baidu Academy, they will either die in the battle halfway, or they will fall into waste halfway and be kicked out of Baidu Academy. Or, through the final teaching of Baidu Academy, become a strong man in the sanctuary. After that, either return to the family to earn glory for the family, or simply stayed in the Baidu Academy and served as a law protector or a deacon. The old man looked around for a week and smiled faintly. There are 3 entrances to the Forest of Ancients, one for the Son of Heaven, one for the Earth, and one for the Herringbone. This arrangement is also to prevent them from competing with each other as soon as they enter the ancient forest, resulting in huge casualties. After all, according to the old man's first consideration, it is best to enter the core area and then compete for the token, so that even if the token is taken away, it is easier to walk to the center without the influence of the natural magnetic field, so as not to get lost in the ancient forest. With a flick of his sleeve robe, beams of brilliance shot out, covering the sky and the sun. The next moment, these brilliance fell into the hands of many elites. Han Feng suddenly felt something in his hand. Picking up the token, the brilliance on the token gradually dissipated, revealing the word Earth. It turns out that mine is the token of the Earth character, so what I want to compete for is the token of the Emperor and the token of the human character. The old man said again, the person with the token of the Emperor stands on one side, the person with the token of the Earth character stands on the same side, and the person with the token of the human character stands on the same side. It is best not to take chances. The old man saw at a glance that some people plan to mix with other tokens. At that time, when you hit the sap, you will collect 2 tokens, and then grab the last token to enter the underground labyrinth in the center. Each entrance has a special barrier set up by the old man, and it is impossible for other token holders to enter. When the old man said this, some warriors with strange hearts just gave up their previous ideas. Lei Yuru said secretly, Han Feng, what token are you? DZ, how about you? Han Feng asked back. Lei Yuru looked disappointed, I'm a herringbone, I thought we could break through together. In the forest of the ancient times, one more person, after all, one more power. Lei Zhenyan came, also very disappointed, the 3 of us are really unlucky, I am the token of the sky. The 3 good friends are actually different tokens, so the 3 of them will be separated. On the other side, Lei Ruwen's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and his is the token of the Earth character. Very good, if Han Feng is eliminated in advance, then. Lei Ruwen smiled inwardly. Han Feng noticed Lei Ruwen's strange gaze without a trace, and frowned slightly, such a gaze. Could it be that Lei Ruwen is also a token of the Earth? Think of this. Han Feng also sneered slightly, want to come for trouble? Come on, get Lei Ruwen out of the game in advance, it must be a huge blow to Lei Ruwen's family. After the 3 teams were assembled, the old man waved his hand, and the majestic power poured out, and a group of juniors disappeared, which had been teleported to the 3 entrances of the ancient forest. Lei Yuanjia raised his eyebrows, Lord Guardian, won't your disciple participate? Lei Yuanjia was the only one who dared to speak to the old man like this. The old man chuckled, the girl is already on the ground, and the secret realm of spirits is useless to the girl, let's give the opportunity to others. Everyone was overjoyed, and Meng Yaqing participated, which was the undisputed number 1. Now that Meng Yaqing has given up this competition, one of the 10 places is vacant. Everyone is flattering again. The old man was humbly and took it, which caused Meng Yaqing to roll his eyes slightly, and felt contempt in his heart. After a long time, the old man waved his hand, those boys have already entered the forest of the ancient times. We will go directly to the exit of the underground labyrinth and wait, but it will only take 3 days. The old man flew with everyone, and in the blink of an eye, the place was empty. At a certain entrance of the ancient forest, Han Feng stepped in, and the token in his hand suddenly burst into light, and Han Feng disappeared in the next moment. Somewhere on the outskirts of the Forest of Desolation, Han Feng appeared here with a slight sway. Shaking his head, Han Feng covered his head, so this token also has a teleportation function. I don't know how to protect the old man. I almost fell a dog and eat shit, and I don't know what other people are doing. Han Feng didn't know, except for a few people, most of them didn't have any preparation. Chi fell a dog and ate shit. However, not everyone dared to scold the old guard in their hearts, so they had to swallow this loss silently. Anyway, it was just a fall, and it was not a big deal. Unfortunately, Han Feng shook his head. This time, there is no way to get Lei Ruwen out of the game early. Forget it, it's okay to clean him up at the last level. And maybe you will be able to meet Lei Ruwen in the underground labyrinth, and you will be able to clean it up sooner or later. After tidying up his sleeves, Han Feng took out the token. Somewhere, a strong feeling appeared in Han Feng's mind, guiding him where to go. Han Feng immediately jumped away. Soon, layers of mist gradually condensed around. However, with Han Feng's cultivation, this fog is nothing. Fortunately, there is a token guide, otherwise you will really get lost here. Although you can see the general situation around you, you can't perceive whether it is east or north or other directions. Just follow the intuition given by the token. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes narrowed and he jumped up abruptly, only to see a tall poisonous horned lizard in the same place. The poison-horned lizard swallowed and spit out its tongue, and its pupils stared at Han Feng. Han Feng sneered in midair, a mere 6th-level monster, how courageous. Han Feng didn't know that the natural magnetic field in this peripheral area could not only affect warriors, but also warcraft, and could not perceive a warrior's cultivation and dangerous situations at all. This poison-horned lizard can be considered a little bit wise. With his wisdom, he only knows that Han Feng looks very young. At such an age, he should not be a powerful character. Go to hell. Han Feng fell from the air, punching the Jiangnan poison-horn lizard with a punch. Slowly shaking his head, ignoring the corpse of the poison-horned lizard, Han Feng rushed in the direction he had intuition. Before I knew it, half a day passed. During this period, Han Feng encountered a lot of magical beasts, most of them below the 9th level, and very few above the 9th level. With the cultivation of Han Feng Xuanjia 7 stars, these beasts are basically not a big threat to him. Perceiving signs of dissipating the nearby richness, Han Feng was overjoyed. It's coming soon, it's about to enter the core area. At this moment, Han Feng's footsteps moved, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Is there an ambush? Also, this place is extremely close to the core. Even if the token is stolen, as long as you remember the intuitive orientation given by the last token, you will be able to go out in all likelihood. No wonder you are so daring. On the other side, the two people in ambush found that the blurred figures in the white fog were stagnant, and they didn't know where the other party found them. Bastard, how can this guy's perception be so strong? He has dozens of meters, and he found us. Don't worry, the two of us can't deal with one. The two ambush warriors immediately jumped out and attacked Han Feng in unison. One punch and one kick, blocking Han Feng from going up and down the road. 2nd star Xuanjia and 4-star Xuanjia? Han Feng raised his eyebrows, waved his hand gently, and resisted all the attacks of the two warriors, and the real energy in the body suddenly burst out at this moment. Puff. Puff. Only the wave bombardment of the burst of real essence hit the two warriors, and the two shot backwards and fell to the ground in embarrassment. No, this guy is so strong. Kicked the iron plate. The two were horrified. Han Feng slowly walked towards the two of them. When Han Feng's face was clearly exposed in front of the two warriors, the 4-star Xuanjia warrior shouted, Han Feng. The third one. This martial artist regretted his death. Judging from the perception of an ambush from so far away, it should be difficult to guess. But they were blinded by luck, knowing that the other party was likely to be a strong man, but still shot. This time it's good, not only kicked the iron plate, but also a big iron plate. With regard to the Ziyun Pavilion, who does not know Han Feng's great name, he is a super genius who is capable of competing with the elites of the 4 major families with the Xuanjia and the 9-star elites. Even people who didn't go to Ziyun Pavilion that day didn't know Han Feng, but they knew Han Feng's name. This martial artist whose cultivation base has reached the 4-star Xian rank is obviously an elite genius of a small and medium-sized family who went to Ziyun Pavilion that day. At this moment, Han Feng came over, and this person recognized Han Feng immediately. "Oh? You know me," Han Feng said with his hands around his chest. The Xuanjia 4-star warrior nodded again and again, showing a flattering smile. "Brother Han, who doesn't know your name now? It's all because of my blindness that I offended Brother Han." The Xuanjia 4-star martial artist was in a panic, for fear that Han Feng would steal his token. On the other side, the Xuanjia 2-star martial artist opened his mouth wide and looked shocked. This person is Han Feng. This martial artist was obviously not invited that day. Knowing that the other party is Han Feng, this guy immediately shrank his head. Such a character can easily kill the two of them in a bad mood. Han Feng stretched out his palm. "Hand over your token." The two guys looked at each other with a wry smile, and they had to take it out if they didn't take it now. The two took out the token. The 4-star Xuanjia token was a herringbone token, and the 2-star Xuanjia was a ground character token. The ground character token Han Feng does not need, but the herringbone token is different. Han Feng said lightly to the Xuanjia 4-star martial artist, "Hand over it." The Xuanjia 4-star warrior smiled bitterly. For the sake of his life, he finally handed over the herringbone token and took over the herringbone token. Han Feng said curiously, "You two should belong to the same family." "It's not the same family, so why would they unite and ambush together, especially since the tokens of the two are not the same, they can completely snatch each other." The 4-star martial artist said, "Yes, we two are a family, or cousins." Han Feng knew it, no wonder. "Okay, there is still one token left, which is enough for you to go to the core, so as not to get lost in the ancient forest. Let's do it." Han Feng stepped aside, shrugged his shoulders to encourage perfunctory, and disappeared with a move. In front of the two of them, they left hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. "Cousin, why don't I give you the token?" The Xuanjia 2-star warrior said hesitantly. "No need, I can see it. With our cultivation base, we are just a cannon fodder here." "Well, the family asked us to come, it is just to experience us. We try hard to practice here, it can be regarded as an increase of 1. As for the underground labyrinth, I don't want to be extravagant." The Xuanjia 4-star warrior sighed. As if to give up. Only when you personally fight against a genius of Han Feng's level, can you clearly understand the huge gap between the two sides. That gap makes people desperate and can't afford to fight a little bit of resistance. The Xian rank 2-star warrior was silent. In the family, he is a top genius, but among the geniuses in the entire Jin dynasty, he is only the last. Finally out. Out of the perimeter. Entering the core area of the ancient forest, Han Feng exhaled. On the outside, that foggy feeling is really bad. I don't know where I am, I don't know the direction, I don't know where to go. When this came out, the martial artist's induction quickly recovered. Han Feng clearly felt the sense of danger coming from the core area of the ancient forest. A lot of Earth-level monsters. Han Feng was secretly shocked. Somewhere in the ancient forest, a huge monster appeared in front of Xian Shentong. Judging from its powerful aura, it had already reached the peak of the 11th level. Compared with the ordinary martial artist of the 9-star peak of the mysterious rank, it is even better. Roar! The huge monster roared in the sky, and the monster's hoof stepped on it. Frozen! In the face of such a monster, Xian Shentong's expression remained unchanged, but he just spit out 2 words. The next moment, something amazing happened, an ice blue storm swept out, blowing towards the huge monster on the opposite side. In an instant, this monster became an ice crystal. Xian Shentong walked past indifferently, and when he was about to leave, he pointed to the ice crystal. Clap la la. Bang. The ice crystals shattered into ice cubes, and even the magical beast inside the ice crystals did the same, and not a little blood came out. Soon, Xianshentong came to the entrance of the underground labyrinth. The underground labyrinth is very common, but it is just a huge circular building, and the building covers an area of thousands of meters. Xianshentong took out 3 tokens, and the 3 tokens quickly gathered together. In front of Xianshentong, an entrance opened with a rumbling sound. Xianshentong stepped into it. The other side. Tibetan Qinghu is chasing a young warrior. The young warrior shouted, "I have already handed the token to you, why don't you let me go?" Tibetan Qinghu gave a grim smile, "If you want to blame it, you will be blamed for your bad life. This young master is very hot right now. The earth is destroyed." Beside the young warrior, the left and right sides quickly rose from the ground with soil thorns. The 2 soil walls quickly closed together in the young warrior's terrified eyes, making the young warrior feel cold. Blood dripped down the thorns. Tibetan Qinghu snorted softly and left here. Not long after, Tibetan Qinghu also came to the underground labyrinth. Then, Yu Kai, Lei Yuruwei and others also got the tokens one by one. Hua Wenlong walked all the way, whether it was a beast or a warrior, one by one fell into the illusion. With ease, Hua Wenlong not only got the token, but also got a lot of magic cores of Warcraft. Coming to the underground labyrinth, Hua Wenlong squinted slightly. The last level of the Qingyun Bang competition is when I shine. TSK, when the elites of the 4 major families and the royal family are stepped on by me, I really want to see what the expressions of the elders of the 4 major families and the royal family will look like. With a weird smile, Hua Wenlong stepped into a certain entrance of the underground labyrinth. 6th Highness Lin Huixian smiled and made a seal on his hands, golden will ring. The golden light bloomed, and countless golden circles flew out from the hands of the 6th Highness Lin Huixian. The warrior in front of Lin Huixian was immediately trapped by the golden circle and fell to the ground. After taking the token, Lin Huixian withdrew the golden rim. "Thank you, 6th Highness." Even though the token was taken away, the warrior was still grateful, because His Royal Highness did not seriously injure him. As long as he worked hard, he might not be able to regain 3 tokens and enter the underground labyrinth. The 6th Highness smiled slightly, "I wish you success." After saying that, His Royal Highness turned around and left. Only this warrior was left to sigh. This is the demeanor of the elite children of the royal family. It is no wonder that the Lin family has been able to become the royal family in charge of the Great Jin Kingdom for so many years. The other 4 families may not be like this. Lei Zhenyan faced the level 11 demon beast intercepted in front of him, and his body's lightning-type real energy surged out. Thunder Dragon break. Roar. The huge Thunder Dragon whizzed away, only to hear a scream, and the beast on the opposite side was blasted into the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground. Lei Zhenyan Shiran left, looking in a certain direction. Lei Zhenyan whispered to himself, "Yu and Han Feng should have almost passed through. I hope not to encounter these 2 guys in the underground labyrinth." Lei Ruwen brutally killed the young warrior with the Tianzi token with a fierce look. "Han Feng, you are lucky not to meet me in the 1st level. I hope you can survive the 2nd level, the 3rd level, and when I meet, I will let you know who is the first genius of the Lei family." Putting away the token, Lei Ruwen came to the underground labyrinth, and as the entrance to the labyrinth opened, Lei Ruwen walked into it. Han Feng kept running, with a helpless expression on his face. "My luck is too bad. After entering the core area for so long, I encountered 3 warriors, 2 are earth tokens, and 1 is a human token. It's been almost a day. Yu and his cousin should have reached the underground labyrinth." At this moment, a tyrannical atmosphere came oncoming. Warcraft. Han Feng's body was stagnant, and his face was solemn. Looking at its aura, this monster has already reached the 12th level. For more 10,000 characters completed. Ask for flowers. I heard that the codeword wizard is very useful, and it also has the function of random naming. Cabbage asked to randomly generate the name of a knife, and it turned out to be a pressed-tipped lancet, your sister's. The 7th volume of the Qingyan list competition. 5 more flowers. Warcraft. Han Feng's body was stagnant, and his face was solemn. Looking at its aura, this monster has already reached the 12th level. Although Han Feng looked solemn, there was a faint excitement in his heart. After entering the ancient forest for so long, I can't say too many monsters, but I can't say too few. Just before, Han Feng also encountered a mid-level 11 monster and several 10th level monsters. But these monsters are too weak for Han Feng, and they can't provoke Han Feng's battle star. And now this first 12-level early-stage monster is comparable to the existence of the mysterious 10-star, which just makes Han Feng have a good time. The huge monster slowly appeared in front of Han Feng. Every step you take, the ground would vibrate violently. Four-armed snow ape. When Han Feng saw the whole body of the beast, Han Feng had already recognized the beast. The four-armed snow ape belongs to the middle class in the bloodline of the demon beast family. The limit is 12. If there is a fortuitous encounter, there is a certain chance of breaking through to the level of Warcraft. Phantom Thunder Leopard and Feitian Yanshi are both high-level qualifications. They are all at the Earth rank when they are adults, and their limit is the peak of the Earth rank. Now that he has been transformed by 9 flames and different fires, it must not be difficult to break through to the heavenly rank. But if you want to continue to improve, you need to use the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower to continue the transformation, or seek other spiritual fruits that have the effect of improving blood. Here, Han Feng was thoughtful, while the four-armed snow monkey stepped on the ground and roared. In the eyes, there is a fierce luster. Hoo-hoo! The four-armed snow monkey roared. The 4 fists suddenly became bigger and smashed hard. On each fist, icy gas condensed and turned into hard ice crystals. This is the supernatural power of the four-armed snow monkey. Let me see how this fist compares to my heavenly fire-fighting fist. The 5th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. The 5th layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. Skyfire fighting fist. Blue Luan Jade Fire, fusion. After displaying the heavenly fire-fighting body, Han Feng's cultivation level jumped to the 8th star of the Xuanjia, combined with the Qinghuan Jade Fire, and he jumped to the middle stage of the Nineth star of the Xuanjia. The 5th layer of Tianhua Fighting Fist and Qinghuan Yuhua were combined, and they were no less than ordinary Xian-level top-grade martial arts. This punch, the power is straight to 11 stars of the profound level. Beyond the 10 stars of the profound rank, between the 10 stars of the profound rank and the 11 stars of the profound rank. With Han Feng's physical strength comparable to that of Xuanjia 11 stars, Han Feng himself does not know how far his punch has reached. Boom! Fire fist and snow fist collide. The whole earth trembled a few times at this moment. One after another, the palpitating spiritual power fluctuations continued to spread around, and the radius of nearly 1,000 meters turned into ashes at this moment, and collapsed. The four-armed snow monkey is a monster at the beginning of the 12th level, comparable to the 10 stars of the human profound level. Even if the monsters rely on their bodies to be stronger than humans, there is no pressure to crush the 10 stars of the ordinary human profound level, but facing the strength of Han Feng, still not enough. The four-armed snow ape was horrified, and its body was directly knocked out. However, Han Feng stepped back again and again, and his legs made 2 deep long marks on the ground. After a long time, the numbness on his fist dissipated, and Han Feng exhaled, as expected of a 12-level monster, so strong. But I'm stronger. Looking around, Han Feng frowned slightly. It seems that this desolate forest is indeed strange. It stands to reason that the destructive power of me and the four-armed snow monkey is equivalent to the peak of the Xuanjia, and the impact of the destruction should be enough. Kilometers are right. The four-armed snow monkey stood up with the support of his body, screamed in the Korean wind, and then turned around and ran. Han Feng was stunned for a while, and then got angry. You ran out for no reason and wanted to kill me, but now you still want to run? Xuanhuan shattered and shattered. For now, the destructive power of Xuanhuan shattering slash is still above the four major martial arts. Moreover, Xuanhuan shattering slash can also be combined with Xuanhuan jade fire. At this moment, Han Feng did not integrate Xuanhuan jade fire into Xuanhuan shattering slash. Just because he killed the four-armed snow ape, Xuanhuan shattering slash alone was enough. Rumbling. A huge gap was cut across the entire earth, and even the four-armed snow ape was cut in half. Han Feng returned to normal, took out a piece of clothing from the storage space of the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, put it on, and sat on the ground panting with a plop. His face was pale, and it was obviously exhausting. Suddenly, Han Feng turned his head and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." "Ha ha ha, Han Feng, I didn't expect that I would have caught such a good opportunity." There was a smug voice mixed with smugness, and this voice was very familiar. Seeing the person coming, Han Feng was slightly surprised. "It's you. Tibetan Qingshu. Your face will heal so soon?" The person who appears here is the Tibetan Qingshu who was turned into a fat pig face by Han Feng at the beginning. Han Feng snorted in disdain, the defeated general. Zhang Qingshu's face suddenly became embarrassed, and he gritted his teeth for a long time. "Han Feng, I am indeed not your opponent, but you are not in your heyday. A battle with the 12th level monster four-armed snow monkey, how much strength do you have left now? Looking at the fact that you are out of breath now, it must have consumed a lot of money. Also, seeing that the martial arts you used before were not ordinary ones, with only a mere 7-star cultivation base, how much real energy do you have left? I can kill you." Han Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. "It's just you." The words are full of disdain. Go to hell. Tibetan Qingshu couldn't stand Han Feng's ridicule, and threw a fist at Han Feng. And just when Zhang Qingshu's fist was about to hit Han Feng's face, and even when Zhang Qingshu showed a smug and proud expression, Han Feng suddenly disappeared. This punch of Tibetan Qingshu was abruptly missed. The next moment, Zhang Qingshu only felt as if he had been hit hard by something in the face, and spun and flew out, smashing several trees to the ground with a bang. Zhang Qingshu vomited blood and looked terrified. "How is it possible? You have nothing at all." The person who was still panting before has a rosy face now, which is not like a performance after the battle. Han Feng had a playful look on his face. "It's just a mere 12th level monster. I haven't even revealed my real whole cards. How can I do my best? It's just that I sensed that a little guy is coming, so I just put on a suit. I didn't expect this little bastard to be you. If I were you, I would definitely not be so cheeky, and see me again. Since you want to kill me, then give me courtesy, and I will." The rich fire attribute true essence fluctuated violently, and the temperature around it rose several levels at this moment. Zhang Qingshu shouted, "No, don't kill me, it's because I have no eyes, it's because my forehead is caught. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything." Han Feng was unmoved. "Just because of Tibetan Qingshu's insult to my parents, I will not let your Tibetan family go." As soon as the real Yuan came out, Zhang Qingshu's eyes gradually lost their luster and fell to the ground. Putting away the token of Tibetan Qingshu, Han Feng was overjoyed. The token of the sky. Finally collected the 3 tokens of heaven and earth, and you can go to the center to enter the underground labyrinth. After putting away the token, Han Feng immediately rushed to the central area of the ancient forest. On the way, Han Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid, and not far away, a palpitating coercion enveloped here. Earth-level monster. Han Feng took a deep breath in his heart. This earth-level monster looked up at Han Feng, and then closed it lazily. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the warning from the guardian was very useful, and there was no sign of these earth-level monsters. Nodding respectfully towards the demon beast on the ground, Han Feng carefully left. When he left the range, shrouded by the pressure of the earth-level beasts, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately ran for his life. Even if he knew that it was very likely that the earth-level monsters would not attack, as long as he faced the earth-level monsters for 1 second, Han Feng couldn't be careless. Finally, in the evening, Han Feng came to the underground labyrinth. I saw that nearly 3/4 of the entrance to the labyrinth had been completely closed, which belonged to the kind of situation that could not be opened. Han Feng secretly rejoiced. It seems that my luck is not so bad that the sky is angry. All the tokens of heaven, earth and people are gathered together, and there are definitely more than 160. In other words, even if he got the 3 major tokens of heaven, earth and people, he came too late and was eliminated. It depends on luck. I have to say that Han Feng's luck is not very good. With Han Feng's strength, he was completely comparable to Lei Zhenyan and others. With all his cards out, he might even surpass Lei Zhenyan. Unless Lei Zhenyan and others have other cards. But in any case, there is no doubt that Han Feng's strength is first class among the talents of this session. Unfortunately, because of bad luck, until now, Han Feng has gathered the 3 major tokens. But to say that Han Feng has bad luck, it is not really bad luck, at least he caught up in time. He took out the 3 tokens of heaven, earth and man, opened one of the entrances, and Han Feng stepped into it. At the moment when the entrance was opened, Han Feng clearly saw that the entrance was a little dark, and the walls were just ordinary walls, and there was no grandeur or other feeling. Just an ordinary earth wall. But when Han Feng entered the entrance of the underground labyrinth, everything changed. The originally dark space suddenly brightened, and I didn't know what the source of the light was. Anyway, Han Feng didn't see anything similar to the night pearl, and the entire passage was empty. Han Feng looked at the wall, and at a glance, it was extremely ordinary, but if you look closely, you can see that the raw soil of these soil walls is not simple. Boom! Han Feng used the fire attribute infuriating enough and smashed it with a punch. As a result, only a bang was heard, and the earth wall had no effect. There wasn't even a trace of a fist print. Han Feng smiled silently. Also, with the destructive power of the mysterious powerhouse, if it was just an ordinary earth wall, everyone would be buried in the underground labyrinth. No longer looking at the passage, Han Feng quickly ran to the next entrance. At the intersection of the 2 passages, the entrance to the next channel is sealed. Han Feng frowned slightly. There is no one. By the way, the 3rd elder said that all the entrances to the maze will be closed after 2 days, which means that I have to stay here for a day. After the day after tomorrow, if no one comes, I can enter the next passage. The so-called 1 hour has no one coming, and the entrance of the next passage opens automatically, after the first level is completely over. And now, there is still 1 day and 1 night before the complete end of the first level. The first level is completely over, either it will expire in 2 days, or all the 160 underground labyrinth entrances will be entered. Basically, those who are at the top level have reached the underground labyrinth. The remaining strengths are not much different. They should be quite intense. In a short period of time, it is impossible for all 160 entrances to be closed. Han Feng sat cross-legged and began to practice. However, Han Feng still separated a part of his mind, in case someone suddenly came to attack. Before I knew it, the night passed and the next day arrived. But Han Feng still didn't wait for someone to come. Another night passed, and the next day, the entrance to the next passage suddenly opened. Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes. In the end, there is still no one coming. My luck is also good. There is no opponent in the first game. Standing up, Han Feng stepped into the next passage. After running for about half an hour, Han Feng encountered the intersection again. This time, Han Feng finally met someone. When this man saw Han Feng, his face turned pale. He is just a 7-star mysterious rank, and he has the ability to challenge more than 1 star, which is enough to fight against ordinary 8-star powerhouses, but these are not worth mentioning in front of Han Feng. I surrender. Han Feng was about to start when the man suddenly shouted loudly. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and then nodded to the other party, "Thank you." At the very least, if the other party really does something, there will always be some consumption. Although this consumption is insignificant in Han Feng's eyes. The other party forced a smile. Young Master Han is joking. With young Master Han's strength, he is qualified to enter the next channel. It is worth saying thanks to young Master Han. Seeing that the other party is so acquainted, Han Feng smiled slightly and gave the other party enough face. It wasn't until Han Feng left that the man froze and looked happy. Fortunately, it's not a genius from another family, otherwise, even if I admit defeat, I'll be humiliated. At the core of the ancient forest, how many people took the initiative to hand in the token, but they were killed by the elites of some big families. As long as this battle is over, I will pass the second level of the Qingyun ranking competition and enter the top 20. In the Qingyun ranking competition, the first 2 levels are just deleted selections, and the last level is the official competition. At that time, many strong people will come to watch, at least all of them are on the ground level. Below the ground level, there is no qualification to come to watch. In this world, there is a special existence of record balls. Those who are not qualified to watch at close range can only watch the final test through the record balls in the future. This time, the journey seemed to be a lot longer than the previous one, and it took a full hour to reach the intersection. And at this intersection, someone is already waiting for Han Feng. Seeing this person, Han Feng's face sank, and he laughed at himself. I really have a relationship with the Tibetan family. This person is impressively Tibetan Qin Yu, one of the 3 Xuanhuan 9-star elites of the Tibetan family. When Zhang Qingyu saw Han Feng, he also smiled grimly. Boy, I didn't expect that I would meet you in advance. Ziyun Pavilion has so humiliated our collectors, this time, your life will end here. Others are afraid of Lei Yuanjia, but our collectors are not afraid. Tibetans, but there is a peak powerhouse of the heaven rank. Tibetan Qing and a look of killing intent. The majestic murderous aura converged into a ferocious beast, rushing towards Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and the killing intent also gathered. Boom! The invisible momentum continued to bombard the surroundings, and there was a rumbling sound. But strangely, the surrounding earth walls were not affected in the slightest. Zhang Qingyu's face condensed slightly. Good boy, when it comes to murderousness, he is not inferior to me, but in the end, the cultivation base is too poor. Do you really think you can compete with me? Zhang Qingyu also admitted that Han Feng was strong, and that he was able to master the top-grade martial arts of the Xuanjia to perfection at the Xuanjia 7-star cultivation level. It is precisely because of this that the collectors want to get rid of Han Feng even more. But the cultivation base is a shortcoming after all. With a gap of 2 stars, Tibetan Qingyu does not think that Han Feng can defeat him at all. The gap between the early stage 9 stars and the middle stage 7 stars is not so easy to shorten. At this time, Tibetan Qinghe still didn't know that Han Feng's cultivation had broken through again, and it was already in the late stage of Xuanjia Qixing. Tibetan Qing slowly raised his momentum, and Han Feng also raised his momentum to fight against it. This time, Zhang Qingyu finally found out that something was wrong, and his face changed slightly. In the late stage of the Xuanjia 7 stars, your strength has improved again. Zhang Qing and eyes revealed murderous intent. Sun Han stared at Han Feng. With such talent, I must not let you go. Even though the passage of the underground labyrinth is surrounded by earth walls, it is really not small to say that it is vast. Coupled with the suppression of the mysterious order in the underground labyrinth, all attack ranges will be greatly reduced, and this place is enough to withstand the attacks and battles of the mysterious order. The Overlord breaks the mountain. An unprecedented sense of domineering rose from behind the Tibetan Blue and behind, and a huge shadow of the Emperor appeared behind the Tibetan Blue and behind. Profound rank, top-grade martial arts. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing this fluctuation. It should be just an ordinary profound level superb martial skill, and it is between the first entry and the Xiaocheng. But that's it. The fifth level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation level has surpassed that of Tibetan Qingyu. The dark blue and the complexion changed greatly. This is. However, time has not allowed Tibetan Qing and Duo to think. The earth attribute true Qi in the body spurted out, and punched out. Xuanhuan shattered and shattered. Han Feng waved his right arm indifferently, and the top-notch martial arts in the realm of perfection made Han Feng's attack power directly comparable to the 11 stars of Xuanjia. What? The attack of Tibetan Qingyu was instantly broken. With the cultivation base of Tibetan Qing and the early stage of 9 stars, combined with the realm of Overlord Xuanhuan, the attack power is comparable to that of the ordinary late-stage 10-star stage, but it is so unbearable in the face of Han Feng's attack. Tibetan Qingyu was instantly hit by Han Feng and screamed. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened, and his body shattered into 2 halves, with a bang. The Tibetan Qingyu, who fell to the ground and was divided into 2 halves, was full of unwillingness in his eyes. His real trump card had not yet been used. It's a pity that it's too late. Tibetan Qinghe is full of regrets at the last moment, knowing that Han Feng is so strong, he will use his trump card from the beginning. Even if you can't win, you won't be killed in seconds. Died. Han Feng was also stunned. Although Han Feng was very confident that he could win, in Han Feng's opinion, he had to make at least 2 or 3 moves, and he would have split the opponent in half with 1 move. Scratching his head, Han Feng said to himself, "It's not that I underestimate me, I didn't use all my strength at the beginning. If that's the case, then it's really wrong to die." Although the tone was sympathetic, there was no sympathy on Han Feng's face. For the Tibetan family, Han Feng never planned to show mercy. Han Feng shook his head regretfully. "Unfortunately, if I can meet Tibetan Qinghu here, I will definitely be able to kill him. Outside, I can only seriously injure it, but not kill it." In the Qingyun ranking competition, the casualties in the first few levels will not be taken care of by the Guardians, but the rotating battle in the last level is different. The geniuses who can make it to the last level are not only the elites of the family, but also the elites of the Great Jin Kingdom. Although Lord Guardian is on the side of the royal family, it is more about the entire Great Jin Kingdom. For the entire Jin Kingdom, it is considered an elite existence, and Lord Guardian will not let it be easily damaged. Bang bang. A rumbling sound came, and the stone door at the entrance of the next passage opened, and Han Feng stepped into it. At this time, Han Feng discovered that the opposite has reached the end, which is a stone house. In the center of the stone house, a familiar formation came into view. Teleportation array. Han Feng couldn't help showing a hint of surprise on his face. Could it be that the last level was reached by the teleportation array? With surprise, Han Feng entered the teleportation array. A burst of light flickered, and Han Feng disappeared into the teleportation array. In a huge square, the Guardian, Meng Yaqing, and their respective clan elders waited quietly. In the vicinity, there are also many high-level powerhouses who have been invited. The attention of these powerhouses is all on a teleportation array in the center of the square. Whenever someone passes the last level, they will be teleported here. Now, 8 people have been teleported here. These 8 people are Lei Zhenyan, Yu Henfei, Zhang Qinghu, Lin Huixian, Yu Yukai, Xian Shintong, Lei Yuru, and Lei Ruwen. Lei Ruwen suddenly sneered, that kid Han Feng hasn't come yet, so it won't be a failure, right? Lei Zhenyan said indifferently, it's only 8 people, and there are 12 people who haven't arrived. You are too early to draw conclusions. Lei Ruwen looked disdainful. Theoretically, there are 20 people, but it is not said that there will be 20 people in the end. Maybe the first level is over, and the 160 passages in the underground labyrinth are still not full. In the second round, some people are exhausted or both are lost. It may also happen. Lei Zhenyan said firmly, I believe that Han Feng will definitely reach the last level. Lei Ruwen sneered and turned his head away. At this moment, a burst of light suddenly lit up on the teleportation array, attracting everyone's attention. After the light gradually dissipated, both Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yurue were overjoyed. It was Han Feng who was sent over. Lei Ruwen's face was dark. He just said that Han Feng could not pass, but Han Feng appeared. Isn't this a slap in the face? This kid really beat me. Lei Ruwen roared fiercely in his heart. Seeing Lei Zhenyan's 8 people, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, after all, it's not the last one. Lei Zhenyan walked over with a smile and hugged Han Feng fiercely. Good job. I love you to death. Han Feng was at a loss, but he just passed the second level. Is it necessary to be so excited? Angrily, he pushed Lei Zhenyan away. I don't want to be a base, it's useless to love me. Lei Yurue knew what Lei Zhenyan was referring to, and smiled and told the conversation between Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yurue before. Han Feng suddenly realized, no wonder Lei Ruwen's face was so ugly. However, Han Feng didn't take it to heart. Ever since he flew out of Lei's family, why did Lei Ruwen give him a good look? Han Feng was already used to it. All grievances will naturally come to an end these days. Take turns fighting, accept yourself, and everyone else will have a fight. Han Feng glanced in the other direction, and immediately saw his mother Lei Yuanjia, the third elder, Meng Yaqing, and others, as well as many high-level powerhouses in the nearby auditorium. According to preliminary estimates, there were at least hundreds. Lei Yuanjia and the third elder gave Han Feng an encouraging look, but the elders of other families looked bad. After all, every time another family appears, the possibility of their family becomes smaller. So far, 4 people from the Lei family have arrived, occupying nearly half of them. The remaining 5 are the other families. How can this make the elders of other families bear it? Everyone knows that the Lei family gradually declines, but now such a strong result has suddenly appeared. Could it be a sign of the rise of the Lei family? Thinking about Lei Yuanjia again, many families were vigilant. Promising a sanctuary and having become a sanctuary are 2 completely different things. In the past few hundred years, there have been many geniuses in the sanctuary that have appeared in the Great Jin Kingdom, and there are not many. But for hundreds of years, no one has ever broken through to the sanctuary. Except for the Lei family, the other 3 major families and the remaining big families scoffed at Lei Yuanjia's statement that he was hopeful for the sanctuary. But now, seeing that the Lei family is getting stronger and stronger, and that Lei Yuanjia is young enough to be ranked among the top-ranked powerhouses in the entire Jin Kingdom, these families panic. Maybe Lei Yuanjia can really break through to the sanctuary? The Lei family is full of talented people. Could it be that Qi Yun has begun to take care of the Lei family? This luck cannot be seen, but it does exist. According to rumors, some of the top forces in the entire continent already have the ability to sense luck. Han Feng stood on the square, allowing many strong people to look at them. The eyes of the 9 people were all focused on the teleportation formation. They are each other's rivals, and everyone wants to be in the top 10. Then the remaining ones sent over, naturally, the weaker the strength, the better. A few people are eager to meet some strong and top 10 existences in the underground labyrinth. Brush brush. After a long while, several rays of light flickered, and this time, 3 people were teleported within a few seconds before and after. They are followed by Xuanhuan, Lin Huipa, and Tibetan Qingdu. Everyone frowned. Lin Huipa and Zhang Qingdu are both mysterious 9-star existences, and they are formidable opponents. And Xuanhuan's phantom martial skills are not so easy to deal with. All in all, none of the 3 are underdogs. After the 3 appeared, Lin Huipa walked towards the 6th Highness Lin Huixian, and Zhang Qingdu walked towards Zhang Qinghu, without saying a word, waiting quietly. Zhang Qinghu frowned. Why hasn't Zhang Qinghe come out yet? Han Feng noticed Zhang Qinghu's expression and gloated in his heart, Zhang Qing and dead will never come out. The underground labyrinth will only last for 1 day, and no one will come out for 1 day. Even if there are less than 20 people, the 2nd level will end, and the 3rd level will start the alternate battle. In the evening, another strong person was sent out one after another, a total of 5 people. These 5 people are not from the 4 major families and the royal family, they are the first-class families next to the 4 major families and the royal family. At this moment, there are already 17 people who have been sent. The old guardian's eyes suddenly opened, and the voice came out faintly, the 2nd level is over. There are 17 people who have cleared the customs this time. Zhang Qinghu's face changed greatly, Lord Guardian, it's not time yet. A bad premonition rose in Tibetan Qinghu's heart. Sure enough, the next moment the Guardian said lightly, except for a few injured and unconscious people, the underground labyrinth is empty. The implication is that those who are injured and comatose will not wake up until tomorrow at least, and at that time, the underground labyrinth has already been closed. The Tibetan elder said anxiously, Lord Guardian, I don't know if our Tibetan Qing is related to. Among all people, only the strong in the sanctuary have the ability to observe the underground labyrinth. Moreover, this underground labyrinth was created by the Guardian, and must have the means to know everything about the underground labyrinth. The Guardian raised his eyebrows slightly, it's not hard, Tibetan Qingyu has fallen. The faces of Tibetan Qinghu and the Tibetan elders were suddenly dark and unsightly. Zhang Qinghu roared out, who is guarding the adults? Who killed Zhang Qingyu? I will smash his body into 10,000 pieces. Although the Tibetan elders were also angry at the death of Tibetan Qingyu, they were still shocked to see the Tibetan Qinghu roaring like this. Are you able to roar, Lord Guardian? Dare to roar at Lord Guardian will ignore it. The old guard's dull eyes instantly became sharp, looking directly at Tibetan Qinghu, even if the Guardian did not release his coercion at all, but the Guardian, as a strong man in the sanctuary, stood tall for more than 1,000 years. The aura of the superiors accumulated over the years is something that a mere Tibetan Qinghu's younger generation can bear. Zhang Qinghu's oppressed breathing stagnated for a while, and his face turned pale. The Guardian's voice was still flat, but everyone could smell a burst of anger from it. The old man said, come to participate in the Qingyanbang competition, it is impossible to have no casualties. Death, it can only be said that the strength is not enough. Do you only allow your collectors to kill the elites of other families, and not allow others to kill your collectors' elites? Don't think that the old man doesn't know how many elites have already offered their tokens to beg for mercy, but you still kill each other. You have killed so many people yourself, how can you question this old man? If you say killing for your life, then you will be the first to die. The Tibetans and the Guardians do not have a favorable impression of them either. The Tibetans think they are good at hiding, but don't think that others are fools. Even the other 3 major families see that the Tibetans are ambitious, so the Guardians can't see it? The founders of the royal family, the ancestors and guardians of the royal family were close friends, otherwise, after the ancestors of the royal family passed away, the guardians would not have guarded them for more than 1,000 years. For the royal family, the guardian has extraordinary feelings. It would be fine if he died, but as long as he was alive, no family would be allowed to dare to provoke the royal family. Late. This junior knows it's wrong. Only now did Zhang Qinga realize what kind of mistake he had made. For a long time, the ambitions of Tibetans have affected Zhang Qinga, which directly led to the fact that in this holy city, the base camp of the royal family, Zhang Qinga did not restrain. Lord Guardian is probably already dissatisfied with their collectors. However, he is only a junior, and it is impossible for the Guardian to specifically trouble him, but if he provokes the Guardian, it will be different. Dare to roar at the dignified Guardian, the only sanctuary powerhouse in the Jin Kingdom, is this not a provocation? Thinking of this, Zhang Qinghu broke out in a cold sweat. If the Guardian killed him here, no one would say that the Guardian was wrong, only that he was arrogant and disrespectful to the Guardian. The Guardian's prestige in the entire Jin Kingdom has reached its highest point. If he was killed, not only would the citizens of Dajin not feel that the Guardian was at fault, but they would put all the mistakes on him, and even if he died, he would be notorious, and he might even harm the collectors. The Guardian snorted coldly, since you are considered to be the elite of the great Jin Kingdom, and for the sake of the next competition, forget about this matter. If there is such a behavior again, this old man doesn't mind teaching you for the Tibetans. Zhang Qinghu's face turned pale again. This teaching is definitely not a teaching on cultivation, but a punishment. The Tibetan elders were also frightened. The Guardian seemed to be talking about Tibetan Qinghu, but he was also warning the Tibetans from the side. The Tibetan elder was apprehensive. No, when you return to the family, you must tell the head of the family that before the old guard, the old man, must keep a low profile and stop doing things that provoke the royal family, or I am afraid that the old man will kill him before he goes to bed. A collector. In the face of the sanctuary powerhouse, no matter how many heavenly powerhouses there are, it is useless. Want to kill a heavenly family. For the sanctuary powerhouse, it is as simple as trampling an ant to death. The Guardian no longer pays attention to Tibetan Qinghu, and said lightly to the crowd, "You guys, take a rest, there will be a rotating battle tomorrow. Everyone is a master of Xuanjia and Tianjia. They don't eat for 4 days, which has no effect at all. As long as they meditate for a while, they can recover their energy." The Guardian let out a burst of anger, and more than a dozen little guys didn't dare to breathe, and just sat on the spot and rested. The whole square fell silent. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone on this square, the Guardian opened his eyes and pointed to a certain direction in the square. Sifeng seals the sky and enchantment. Rumbling. In the empty place, a huge competition platform suddenly protruded from the ground. On the 4-way competition stage, a huge barrier was opened, and the barrier was as high as a kilometer. In terms of Xuanjia's cultivation base, even with flying martial arts, he couldn't fly beyond a kilometer. Around the 4-sided competition platform, there are also high platforms, but this time the high platforms are much smaller, or cylindrical, with a diameter of only about 7 or 8 meters. There are 17 towers in total around these high column towers. All the high cylindrical platforms also raised a layer of enchantment, but this enchantment was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Everyone was awakened by such a big move. Lei Yuanjia suddenly snorted. The third elder said quickly, "What's wrong?" Lei Yuanjia pointed at the high column platform. 3 elders, these pitch-black barriers can actually block my spiritual power. With my spiritual power, there is absolutely no way to penetrate them. The 3 elders were moved, and the spiritual power in the late stage of the sky spread and was quickly blocked. Seeing this, the Guardian explained, except for the 4-sided competition platform in the center, the other enchantments can completely block all the spiritual power investigations under the sanctuary. Later, you 17 boys will enter the column-high platform in turn. Inside the barrier, 1 person occupies 1. In the high column platform, unless the people outside are in the sanctuary, it is impossible to transmit voice to you. Similarly, in the dark enchantment, you can't see what happened outside. Everything, the old man will inform you. Why is this? One of the elites couldn't help but ask. Staying in a barrier like that for 4 days is like being in confinement. That taste is not good. Lord Guardian said indifferently, naturally it is for confidentiality. It's also to ensure the fairness of this competition. You must all have your own cards. If you exposed your cards in advance, think about it, wouldn't the opponents in the future have taken precautions? In that pitch-black barrier, apart from being able to know the result of the test, you can't know the process of the test. In this way, it can be guaranteed that the opponents of your cards will never know when you fight with everyone. The crowd suddenly realized. I see. Someone else asked, but after walking out of that barrier, what if I get a voice transmission by a clan elder? It was only the children of the first-class family who asked this question, and looked at the elders of the 4 major families and the royal family with vigilant eyes. Lord Guardian smiled slightly, proud of himself. This old man is a strong man in the sanctuary. It is impossible to transmit a voice under the eyes of this old man. Once the old man finds out, the old man will definitely punish him severely. Speaking of this, the old guard's face was cold. All the heavenly rank elders are Yilin. Of course, if your little guy doesn't believe in the old man and thinks that the old man may be biased and turn a blind eye to some people, then treat it as the old man didn't say anything. After his face turned cold, the old guard quickly returned to his smile. Where, the junior believes in the character of the senior guardian. The first-class family children panicked. Just kidding, even if Lord Guardian is really biased, he can only recognize it. The old guard looked at Han Feng and the other 17 people. You have to go through 16 battles except yourself, for a day. In other words, there are 32 battles a day. In order not to waste time, every battle the battle cannot exceed half an hour. If it exceeds half an hour, the old man will judge the winner by the process of the battle between the 2 sides. As for the order of the competition, the old man has already arranged the numbers according to the order in which you entered, and the numbers are randomly selected, and the order of the 4-day battle has been decided. The first battle on the first day of today was between Zhang Qingdu and Lin Huixian. Zhang Qingdu and Lin Huixian stayed behind, and everyone else entered their respective cylindrical barrier for me. With a flick of his sleeves, Han Feng and other 15 people suddenly disappeared. The second one is delivered. In fact, the codeword wizard is very interesting. Today, I wanted to generate a mount immediately, but a 9-point chrysanthemum horse came out. I don't know who invented the codeword wizard, there is no section asterisk. Han Feng only felt that his eyes flickered, and he appeared on a high cylindrical platform, surrounded by pitch-black enchantments. Han Feng moved his ears and sighed, sure enough, I can't perceive anything outside. It's just 4 days. Sitting cross-legged, Han Feng slowly absorbed the spiritual power between heaven and earth. Han Feng was a little surprised by this section. The spiritual power of heaven and earth inside is actually much richer than the outside world. Is this enchantment also gathering the spiritual power of heaven and earth, similar to the effect of gathering spirit array? Han Feng is really happy when he is happy. There are experts in the sanctuary here, and it is naturally difficult for Han Feng to enter the Tianhua Tower, otherwise what should he do if he is discovered? But if there is no spirit stone source liquid and spirit fruit source liquid, with Han Feng's only mid-level aptitude, even if his body strength reaches the 8th level of body quenching, the speed of cultivation is far less than that of Lei Junyan and others. It is absolutely impossible to break through from the late stage of the mysterious 7th star to the peak in a short period of time. But since the spiritual power of heaven and earth is condensed here, it is nearly 10 times denser than the outside, and everything is hard to say. Han Feng touched his chin and thought, it is estimated that the function of this gathering of spirits is to restore the spiritual power of heaven and earth. There are 4 battles a day, which doesn't seem like much, but Lord Guardian said before that it's randomly arranged, which means that you are likely to have a battle every few hours, or it may be a series of battles. In this way, the gathering of spirits can greatly alleviate the severe consumption. Not to mention the 15 people who entered the high column. In place, Lin Huixian and Zhang Qingdu were left behind. Zhang Qingdu's face turned bitter. He didn't expect the first battle to be so unlucky. Who is Lin Huixian? That is the most outstanding existence of the younger generation of the royal family. There are rumors that among so many talented elites from the 4 major families and the royal family, Lin Huixian is very likely to win the championship. And his dark blue is only in the early stage of the 9 stars of the profound rank. The old guardian waved his hand lightly. The competition begins. On a high cylindrical platform. It wasn't long before Han Feng practiced when he heard the faint voice of Lord Guardian. In the first battle, Lin Huixian fought against Tibetan Qingdu, and Lin Huixian won. So fast? Han Feng was stunned for a while, and then frowned. It seems that the rumor that Lin Huixian is stronger than Lei Zhenyan, Lei Ruwen, and others is indeed true. The second battle, Yu Kai versus Lei Yuru. Han Feng was in a tight mood. Lei Yuru came on stage so soon. Although Lei Yuyu has a lot of trump cards, in the face of Yu Kai, who has a strength as high as the 9-star peak of the mysterious rank, and even has the true essence of fire poison, the gap is still quite large. In fact, Lei Yuhan himself knew that with his strength, he was barely close to the top 10, and it was almost impossible to enter the top 10. But Lei Yurui is confident that in the selection of Baidu Academy in half a year, he will definitely surpass the current top 10. The next result, as expected by Han Feng, Lei Yuru failed. Even the time was shorter than the time it took for Lin Huipa to defeat the Tibetan Qingdu. It was estimated that it was less than 10 minutes. Han Feng still had some understanding of Lei Yuyu's strength, and immediately Han Feng's face sank. This Yu Kai is also a formidable enemy. In the third battle, Han Feng's name was suddenly called out by the old guardian. Han Feng was stunned. He really didn't expect it would be his turn so soon. Immediately, Han Feng smiled slightly, and it was good that it was his turn so early, just to end the 4 battles quickly, and the rest of the time was spent on cultivation. Han Feng's opponent is the elite of the first-class family children. Although this elite did not reach the 9 stars of the profound rank, he also reached the 8 stars of the profound rank. Under Lord Guardian's casting teleportation, the two were quickly teleported to the huge quadrilateral competition platform surrounded by 17 high columns. Han Feng, Cui Xingyuan, the competition begins. The old guardian shouted. Please advise. Cui Xingyuan may also know that Han Feng's strength cannot be measured by the pure elite of the 4 major families. That is a perverted existence that is comparable to the profound order 9 stars of the 4 major families. Big waves. Cui Xingyuan roared angrily, and his whole body was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in front of Cui Xingyuan, a wave with a height of several hundred meters condensed out. The huge waves kept making chi-chi noises. Han Feng stood in front of the waves, as small as an ant. Blade of prison breaking. The raging fire spread out. The huge flame blade stood up straight, and then slammed down. Bang. LOL. A deafening roar rang out from the collision of the 2 major attributes of true essence. The collision of fire and water caused the entire quartet to be filled with smoke. But who are the audience? Lord Guardian is the only sanctuary powerhouse in the Great Jin Kingdom. The remaining people are at least Earth level, and there are many heaven level existences. The mere water mist will not affect them at all. Especially the heaven rank and above. The powerhouses of the Earth rank have extraordinary eyesight, and can see the general situation through the water mist, and the powerhouses of the heaven rank and above are able to reflect the precise battle situation in their minds through their powerful mental power. On the 4-way competition stage, Cui Xingyuan stepped back again and again. When it comes to the solidity of true essence, Han Feng is no worse than Cui Xingyuan. On the whole, it is only 1 or 2 chips lower than Cui Xingyuan. However, with the mastery of the top-grade martial arts of the mysterious rank, Han Feng has already perfected the cultivation of the top-ranked martial skills of the mysterious rank, the prison-breaking blade. And although Cui Xingyuan's high-grade Xian-rank martial arts have reached the state of perfection, they are only ordinary high-grade Xian-rank martial skills, and there is still a lot of gap between them and the top-ranking high-grade Xian-rank martial skills. So in the end it was Han Feng who had the upper hand. Xianyan shattered and shattered. Han Feng did not stop attacking because of this, and his right arm turned into a sword of flame and slammed down. No. Cui Xingyuan was horrified and tried his best to resist, but in the end he vomited blood and flew backwards and fainted. Han Feng put away the offensive with a smile on his face. This slash, or Han Feng's mercy, otherwise even Tibetan Qing and such a mysterious 9-star would be split in half, not to mention Cui Xingyuan, a mysterious 8-star. The guardian old man waved his sleeve robe, and Cui Xingyuan was teleported to the high column platform. And Han Feng still stayed on the quartet competition stage. Facing Han Feng's doubtful eyes, the old guard announced the next battle, the 4th match. Han Feng will play against Hu Dufei. Han Feng was surprised, he turned out to be the 2nd consecutive battle. Han Feng was dumbfounded, not knowing whether to call him bad luck or good luck. If you are lucky, the 2 battles will not be connected, but if you say bad luck, the 2 opponents are not strong opponents. On the high cylindrical platform around, many people cursed. Lei Ruan clenched his fists. Damn, you actually dealt with 2 wastes one after another. Forget it, anyway, sooner or later, I will fight with Han Feng, and then I will make him crippled. Hu Dufei appeared in front of Han Feng, and he was also crying. His strength is not as good as Cui Xingyuan, even Cui Xingyuan was defeated so easily, let alone him. Sure enough, there is no virtual person under the reputation. Only after fighting with Han Feng in person can I know the huge gap between Han Feng and them. Cui Xingyuan sighed, Lord Guardian, I admit defeat. He should keep his true essence and physical strength for the next battle. The old guardian nodded. In the 4th battle, Han Feng won. The next 5th battle. Speaking of which, the old guardian looked strange. Seeing that he hadn't been passed away, Han Feng couldn't help stunned. No way. Could it be? The next moment, the guardian old man confirmed Han Feng's conjecture. The 5th battle, Han Feng versus Lei Yuru. Han Feng opened his mouth and closed it for a long time, with a wry smile on his face. These 3 battles are really. Lei Yuru had just been teleported and immediately conceded defeat. It's easy, Han Feng has already got 3 points. The 3rd one. It is estimated that there are only 3 changes today. In order to arrange the next battle, it took a lot of effort. 32 battles a day, more than 104 days. Of course, other than the pig's feet, other battles will definitely not be too detailed. More just mention it and it's over, but at any rate, you have to write down who is fighting who, which requires cabbage to arrange it well. Otherwise, it is very easy to have a battle between so-and-so and so-and-so one day, and it will be repeated the next day. After so many battles, this mistake may not be noticed by everyone, but cabbage can't be careless because of it. Total of 1 page. Reply post, 0. Does not have a Baidu account? Check out the recently played games and the ranking of the most popular games. Popularity, 497,236. Heat, 448,294. Type, leisure sports. Heat, 380,712. Type, simulation business. Heat, 271,538. Heat, 247,530. Heat, 72,460. Type, simulation business. Heat, 50,718. Popularity, 33,598. Popularity, 32,676. Heat, 29,408. Lei Yurui knew his own abilities, and he was definitely not Han Feng's opponent. Furthermore, fighting against Han Feng is just a waste of their true energy and physical strength. Why bother? How good is it to keep true energy and physical strength to deal with the next opponent? Just like that, Han Feng easily won 3 consecutive victories, and was transported to the column high platform by the guardian old man. This made some people secretly regret it. How good it would be if there were 4 consecutive battles. However, when I think about it, the first 3 battles Han Feng hardly cost any real energy and physical strength. The 4th Han Feng's opponent has to face Han Feng that is almost no less than a heyday, and it does not take much advantage. These people just do it. When Han Feng was teleported to the column high platform, the list of the 6th battle was also determined. It is Tibetan Qinghu and Lei Ruwen. When Han Feng was startled, he immediately smiled. They are all top geniuses from the 4 major families. Now it's lively again, but unfortunately it's not me who is watching the fun. This time the battle, I'm afraid it won't end so well. Facts have proved that what Han Feng said was right. This time, the battle didn't end until half an hour later, and it was unknown whether the winner would be decided after half an hour, or if the old guard had to judge the winner based on the situation of both sides of the battle. Regardless of the result, Lei Ruwen is the final winner. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. I thought that Tibetan Qinghu was stronger than Lei Ruwen, but it seems that I guessed wrong. Either Tibetan Qinghu didn't show all his trump cards, or Lei Ruwen has more powerful trump cards. Although I can't get in touch, but Zhang Qinghu has a very high self-esteem, it is definitely not the former possibility, then it can only be the latter. It seems that I underestimated Lei Ruwen. This Lei Ruwen, I'm afraid it's not much worse than Xian Shentong. So far, only 3 people have really made Han Feng vigilant. Lin Huixian, Yu Kai, Xian Shentong. The evaluation that Lei Ruwen is close to Xian Shentong already means that Han Feng attaches great importance to Lei Ruwen. The 7th battle is between Yu Henfei and Hu Dufei. Hearing that these 2 are fighting, you don't have to think to know who wins. In less than 2 minutes, the result came out, and the winner was Yu Henfei. Who is Yu Henfei? Before Yu Youcai's rise, Yu Henfei was the first genius of the Yu family. This is a powerful existence that can 100% enter the top 10. With only 1 competition left, Han Feng focused more on cultivation. In the next competition, except for some of the more important, Han Feng will stop practicing and wait for the result. Some less important competition, or the competition that shows the result at a glance, Han Feng directly ignores it. In the 8th battle, Lei Zhenyan fights Yu Henfei. This battle made Han Feng wait for a while, but what surprised Han Feng was that the winner turned out to be Lei Zhenyan. Although Lei Zhenyan was the top genius of the Lei family, he was actually slightly weaker than Lei Ruwen. But Yu Henfei was the first genius of the previous Yu family. As a result, such a former genius of the Yu family lost to Lei Zhenyan. This situation can only show that the Lei family is really about to rise. A genius is stronger than a genius. Han Feng knew that Yu Henfei was defeated. Just shook his head, unfortunately. It was also 2 consecutive battles. Han Feng encountered 2 weak cannon fodders, basically 2 beings who missed the top 10. Yu Henfei fought 2 battles in a row, and in the second, he encountered a tough opponent and finally lost. The 9th battle was between Lei Zhenyan and Tibetan Qingdu. It was almost a battle without suspense. Without a doubt, Lei Zhenyan won. In the 10th battle, Yu Henfei fought against Lin Huipa. Han Feng's eyelids twitched. This guy, the bad luck is not over yet. He just took a break, but he has to fight again, and the opponent's strength is not weak. Lin Huipa was an elite of the royal family after all, perhaps not as good as Lin Huixian, but not too bad. He was already a mid-stage 9-star Xuanjia cultivation base. On this high cylindrical platform, nearly 10 times the spiritual power of the outside is gathered. I wonder how far Yu Henfei has recovered now. In terms of intuition and cultivation, Yu Henfei is in the late 9-star stage, which is better than Lin Hui's mid-stage 9-star break, but after all, Yu Henfei just finished the battle not long ago. This battle is hard to say. In this battle, it took more than 20 minutes to decide the winner, and the winner was Yu Henfei. In the 11th battle, Xian Shintong fought against Lei Yuru. Xian Shintong won. In the 12th battle, Lin Huixian fought against a son of a first-class family, and there was no doubt that Lin Huixian won easily. In the 13th chapter of the battle, Yu Yukai fought against Hu Dufei, and Yu Yukai won. In the 14th battle, Xian Shintong fought against Tibetan Qinghu. This battle made Han Feng look forward to it a little. Although Han Feng could not know the specific battle situation, he could tell the intensity of the battle through the time of the battle. However, what Han Feng did not expect was that in less than 10 minutes, Zhang Qinghu failed. Han Feng frowned. Is Tibetan Qinghu so weak? It seems that Xian Shintong should have some powerful cards. In the 15th battle, Lei Ruwen played against the first-class family members, and Lei Ruwen gained 1 point again. The 16th battle, Hua Wenlong vs Hu Dufei. This battle also made Han Feng interested. This is Hua Wenlong's first appearance today. On the venue, Hua Wenlongshao was raging. Hu Dufei frowned. This Hua Wenlong's illusion method is very difficult to deal with. He doesn't even know if he has been recruited now. Mesmerizing flower rain. Hua Wenlong spit out 4 words softly. Hu Dufei was shocked to find that the space he was in had undergone tremendous changes. He was in a dark and unfamiliar space with no direction, no light, and nothing. Where is this? Oops, I must have been tricked. Hu Dufei's complexion changed greatly, and the true essence in his body kept surging, trying to dispel the illusion in this way. However, the next moment Hu Dufei realized that it was useless. Hua Wenlong's chuckle came out. Don't bother, my illusion is not so easy to dispel. You think your true essence is surging, but in fact... Hu Dufei's face panicked. Come out to me if you have the ability. Hua Wenlong smiled contemptuously and stopped talking. Outside, everyone only saw that Hua Wenlong's lips moved, and Hu Dufei's eyes immediately became confused, sometimes fierce, sometimes confused, and sometimes pleading. TSK, I've been recruited so quickly. There is a set of news called Hua Wenlong. On the high platform, Lei Yuanjia, TSK, amazed. Special illusion physique, this is the first in the country of Jin. The third elder rolled his eyes and looked worried. I am worried about the 2 little guys Han Feng and Yu Yu. No matter how strong Han Feng and Yu Yu are, their cultivation base is not high, and their soul level is very high. It may not have reached the 9 stars of the profound rank, and facing this kid's illusion, it is easy to be tricked. Lei Yuanjia didn't care. This illusion is very rare in the Great Jin Kingdom, but when you go outside, many secret realms have similar illusions. Even if you are killed in the illusion, you will die in reality. This time, I just let Fenger experience it, and I will be able to deal with those illusions in the future. I believe Fenger will not be fascinated by this mere illusion. Lei Yuanjia said so, and the third elder could only sigh. The 2 of them didn't know it at all, but the old guard is now thoughtful. What a boy, I was almost deceived by the old man. Xuanjia Jiuxing mental power, those little guys are in trouble. But that's all, none of those boys are easy to mess with, just relying on illusions. The old guard shook his head slightly. On the field, Hu Dufei was still standing still, but his body was already trembling, his pupils were full of fear, vaguely, as if there was a sound coming out. Don't, please, forgive me. Don't want. The last two words, Hu Dufei shouted. In the hallucination, Hu Dufei was covered with dreamy cherry blossoms, and these cherry blossoms kept drifting away like a drizzle. However, every time the cherry blossoms crossed Hu Dufei's body, there would be scars on Hu Dufei's body. These scars are not serious, but if hundreds or even thousands of cherry blossoms are streaked together, it is not ordinary, and even the process is extremely painful. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Anyone who can break into this place is not an elite among the elites, with extraordinary willpower. But Hu Dufei screamed in pain, and one can imagine what kind of pain Hu Dufei endured. In fantasy, Hu Dufei is suffering from 1,000 cuts. A large piece of cherry blossoms swept across Hu Dufei's body, taking away a large piece of Hu Dufei's flesh and blood. Hu Dufei screamed in pain again, and after a while, the entire body, except for the head, hands, and feet, was already covered in bones. Seeing his tragic state, Hu Dufei finally couldn't bear it any longer, and completely fainted. In reality, everyone only heard a scream from Hu Dufei, and then fell to the ground with a thud. This time everyone glanced at Xuanhuan Longgao. To be able to easily defeat an 8-star profound rank elite, who is enough to compete with an ordinary 9-star profound rank peak, this strength is definitely not weaker than that of a profound rank 9-star elite. Xuanhuan Long felt the eyes of everyone, and a tyrannical desire rose up in his heart. Jia, this is the first one, wait, the next one is Xuanjia Jiuxing, you shitty elites of the 4 major families, sooner or later. I was trampled under my feet. The old guardian waved his hand lightly, and Xuanhuan Long and Hu Dufei disappeared on the 4-sided competition platform. Then, the guardian old man announced the list of the 17th battle. Tibetan Qinghu vs. Lin Huipa. Tibetan Qinghu wins. The 18th battle, Lei Ruwen vs. Lei Yuru. Hearing this, Han Feng secretly said something bad. Lei Ruwen hates me, and you so much, and he will never show mercy, too bad. But then, Han Feng heard Lei Ruwen's victory. Rolling his eyes, this kid, will definitely admit defeat. Even if Lei Yuru was not as good as Lei Ruwen, he would not be defeated in just a few seconds. Apart from admitting defeat, there was no second possibility. No one would look down on Lei Yuru. Knowing that you can't win, the gap is huge, and you still fight to the death, resulting in a huge consumption of real energy, that is a very stupid behavior. After all, everyone has 4 battles every day, and Lei Yuru still has the last one. If the battle against Lei Ruwen consumes a lot of money, and even gets seriously injured by Lei Ruwen, if the 4th battle encounters a strong player, it will be that's it. But if you encounter a weak person and lose because of a serious injury, it will not be worth the loss, which is too wrong. In the 19th battle, Lin Huixian fought against Cui Xingyuan, and Lin Huixian won. In the 20th battle, it was still Lin Huishuan's battle, but the opponent was still a first-class family member, and Lin Huixian got 1 more point. At the end of this battle, Lin Huixian first completed the task of 4 battles in 1 day, and won all 4 battles, scoring 4 consecutive victories and 4 points. 4 points, currently the first. In the 21st battle, Yu Kai fought against Tibetan Qinghu. It should be Yu Kai who won, but Tibetan Qinghu and even Lei Ruwen couldn't win. Han Feng came to a conclusion, and it didn't take long for Yu Kai to win. Tibetan Qinghu was the 2nd warrior to complete 4 battles today. However, compared to Lin Huixian, Zhang Qinggu had 3 losses and 1 victory. Just thinking about it, Han Feng knew that Zhang Qinggu must be very pale now. Han Feng guessed right. On the high column platform, Tibetan Qinghu can't wait to smash a few big pits on the ground. Tibetan Qinghu has always regarded himself very highly, believing that no one in the entire younger generation can compare with him. But what about the fact? In the 4 matches on the first day of today, I lost 3 straight. This can be described as a stab at the self-esteem of Tibetan Qinghu. No matter how angry Tibetan Qinghu was, the test continued. In the 22nd battle, Xian Shentong fought against Lin Huipa, and Xian Shentong won. In the 23rd battle, Yu Henfei fought against the first-class family members, and Yu Henfei won. The battle was over, and Yu Henfei became the third warrior to complete 4 battles, with 3 wins and 1 loss. So far, this result is still very good. The 24th battle, Hua Wenlong vs Tibetan Qingdu. Hua Wenlong wins. This battle surprised all the warriors who were still on the high platform. The previous Hu Dufei was defeated when he was defeated, but it was only the limit of the 8-star peak of the Xuanjie. It can be dark blue, but it is a genuine 9-star of the mysterious order. This shows what? It shows that Hua Wenlong not only has the ability to compete with the Xuanjie 9-star elite, but also has the ability to defeat the Xuanjie 9-star elite. Confrontation and victory are 2 completely different concepts. At this moment, all Xuanjie 9-star elites treated Hua Wenlong thoroughly and solemnly. Not to mention these mysterious 9-star elites, even other Earth-level and Heaven-level powerhouses also showed their surprised faces. But the elder of the Tibetan family had a dark face. Tibetan Qingdu was also ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of the Tibetan family, but in the end he lost to the children of the small first-class family, which made the Tibetan family's face put on the back burner. At this time, the Tibetan elders felt that the eyes around them were all gloating. On the high column platform, Han Feng smiled lightly. Sure enough, this Chinese dragon was hidden back then. However, there is the Jiuyan Tower, which just restrains Hua Wenlong. After a period of research, Han Feng had already discovered that the Jiuyan Tower would take the initiative to attack any threat that might affect his consciousness. Obviously, the Jiuyan Tower allowed his body to be hurt, but not his mind and will. In the 25th battle, Han Feng fought against Lin Huipa. The light flashed. The 2 were teleported to the quartet tournament stage. For Han Feng, this is the first time he has fought against a 9-star elite of the Xuanjie in a large audience. He is still an elite in the middle stage of the 9 stars of the profound rank. Boom! Without saying a word, Han Feng slammed his feet on the ground and charged, straight like a cannonball. Although Lin Huipa had 3 losses, it was because Lin Huipa had bad luck. He encountered elites who were stronger than him. 3 consecutive losses did not mean that Lin Huipa's strength was poor. King Kong bodyguard! Lin Huipa shouted angrily, and a golden beam of light enveloped Lin Huipa. The next moment, accompanied by a terrifying aura, golden energy poured out of Lin Huipa's body, turning into a huge head more than 10 meters high. King Kong! King Kong roared, punched out. Skyfire fighting fist. Han Feng threw a punch without hesitation. 2 huge fists collided. Bang bang. Scarlet flames and golden rays of light kept flashing. King Kong's huge body took a big step back. Han Feng was also blasted out by a huge force, but Han Feng twisted his body in mid-air and fell back to the ground intact, without any injuries. The Vajra bodyguard is a high-grade martial skill of the metallic profound level. The use of the Vajra bodyguard actually condenses a giant Vajra with huge metallic essence. This Vajra is like a real beast, capable of fighting against enemies, protecting it, and acting like a real Vajra. Unparalleled strength. The strength of the King Kong Warcraft is also well known among the Warcraft family. It can be said that the punch before Energy King Kong is enough to compete with the ordinary 10-star peak powerhouse. Han Feng's own cultivation base is only 7 stars of the mysterious rank, and the eruption of the Skyfire Fighting Fist is only comparable to the 8 stars of the mysterious rank, but don't forget, Han Feng's physical quality is comparable to the 11 stars of the mysterious rank. In general, even if it is weak, not too weak. Hoo-hoo! King Kong roared continuously, and suddenly, King Kong opened his mouth, and the golden beams of light turned into energy arrows and shot out, densely covering the sky. Skyfire seal. Han Feng quickly formed a seal with both hands, and the huge fire seal was erected directly in front of Han Feng, like a hard wall. Boom boom boom. One after another energy arrows hit the Skyfire seal, almost in the blink of an eye. The Skyfire seal is full of cracks. Heavenly Fire Seal is a group attack skill, so in terms of power, it is naturally inferior to Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist. Han Feng had already anticipated such a situation, and immediately snorted, Heavenly Fire Armor, Condensate. The red flame swept out, and after the flames dissipated, Han Feng, who was wearing red mighty armor, was exposed in front of everyone. The Heavenly Fire Seal shattered, and one of the remaining energy arrows stabbed Han Feng's armor. However, Han Feng just smiled and shouted angrily, and the red light of the armor shot straight into the sky. All the energy arrows completely turned to ashes at this moment. The second one is delivered. Thank you for the great reward from Aeolus of the Sky. Congrats to King Fengshen for being promoted to the position of Grandmaster and becoming the head of a sect. Amazed face, / Hehe, it looks like Han Feng is about to lose. The elder of the Lin family said with a smile. Due to the close relationship with Lord Guardian, the elder Lin family did not target Han Feng. Coupled with the fact that the Emperor Lin Tianqiu intends to make friends with Han Feng, the elder Lin family just said lightly about Han Feng's situation at the moment. But even so, Lei Yuanjia frowned. However, everyone has sharp eyes. Lin Huipa has always had the upper hand. Except for the first active attack, Han Feng is passively resisting. If this continues, Han Feng will be defeated sooner or later. 15 columns on a high platform. Lin Huixian looked thoughtful. Lin Huipa's strength should be barely able to squeeze into the top 10. I wonder what Han Feng's strength is? If it fails, then Han Feng's final ranking will be around 11 or 12. But Meng Yaqing values Han Feng so much, Han Feng should have some cards. Anyway, I can't see the scene of the competition, so just wait with peace of mind. Whether Han Feng wins or loses, I will fight with Han Feng sooner or later, and then I will know what Han Feng has worthy of Meng Yaqing's attention. Xian Shentong closed his eyes and practiced without opening it at all, but he said in his heart, if you can't even win against Lin Huipa, you are not qualified to fight on an equal footing with me. Yu Kai grinned, I hope this kid Han Feng can win, this will arouse my desire to fight, otherwise. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yuru were worried. Tibetan Qinghu Lei Ruan and the two were eager for Han Feng to fail. Especially Zhang Qinghu, who has a high self-esteem. He lost 2 games on the first day, but Han Feng, who didn't take it seriously, has won 3 consecutive games. In 2 of them, the other side conceded defeat, causing Han Feng to win without a fight. This makes Tibetan Qinghu bear it, and the strong jealousy constantly erodes his heart. Others have their own ideas. Quartet on the test table. Wearing the Skyfire armor, Han Feng constantly avoided the golden energy arrows that King Kong ejected from the final. Suddenly, Han Feng spread 2 wings behind his back. It is the wings of the flame dragon. The wings of the flame dragon fluttered, and Han Feng suddenly flew into the sky. Accompanied by the consumption of fire attribute true energy in the body, under the 2 huge wings, high-temperature energy fireballs gathered, and the scorching temperature, even some early-stage powerhouses also frowned slightly. Go! Han Feng gave a low drink, and the energy fireball instantly fell from the sky and exploded in the air. Like a meteor shower, the 2 huge energy balls scattered and turned into dense meteor fireballs. Boom boom boom. Meteor fireballs and golden energy arrows continued to expand, with rumbling sounds everywhere. Blade of prison breaking. When he got the chance, Han Feng cut it down without hesitation. In the early stage of the 5th stage of Tianhua Zhanquan, it can only be regarded as an ordinary high-grade martial skill of the mysterious rank, but the blade of prison breaking is a top-grade martial skill of the top mysterious rank, and it was also cultivated by Han Feng to the realm of perfection. At this moment, the power of the prison-breaking blade is far superior to the previous heavenly fire fighting fist. To say that the four major inheritance martial arts are now somewhat unable to keep up with the progress of Han Feng, the main reason is that the progress of Han Feng's practice is too fast, which directly leads to the speed of martial arts improvement being lower than the speed of cultivation. Han Feng is a little pity. If the Qingyun ranking competition is a month later, Han Feng is completely sure to raise all the four major heritage martial arts to the fifth peak. At that time, the comprehensive strength will be greatly improved again. However, Han Feng is not much annoyed. If he spends too much time on martial arts, he now estimates that he may not even have 6 stars of the profound rank. With such strength, it is too difficult to win the top 10 in the Qingyun ranking competition. That's fine now. King Kong let out a deafening roar, and the golden rays of light all over his body condensed on his right fist, and the golden rays of light from other parts were much more illusory. Lin Huipa, in King Kong's body, gradually turned pale. If you want to maintain the Vajra bodyguard continuously, it will consume a lot. The right fist of King Kong swung out suddenly, just touching the tip of the flame blade. Rumbling. King Kong suddenly let out a scream, his right fist burst open, and a large golden beam of light flew in all directions. Some bombarded the surrounding enchantment, and some bombarded the ground. But this enchantment has already been eaten by the guardian old man himself, not to mention the mysterious order. Even if the heaven order is in this enchantment, it cannot have much impact on the enchantment. The beam of light bombarded the barrier, some were bounced back, and some were directly annihilated. And Han Feng's prison-breaking blade also cracked a spider web-like crack, and finally completely turned into a flame of starlight, disappearing between heaven and earth. Lin Huipa's hand slammed into seals, and the metallic real energy in his body flowed out in a large amount, and the originally illusory King Kong was solidified again. The biggest flaw of the diamond bodyguard is that it cannot move too much. It is said to condense the Vajra. In fact, it is to condense the upper body of Vajra. Skyfire fighting fist. Han Feng suddenly flew in the sky, and a fiery fire fist condensed out. Lin Hui frowned secretly. Han Feng had already used this trick before, and he had fallen into a disadvantage. How could he still use it now? Could it be that you really think that you can win just by relying on this ordinary high-grade profound martial skill? Thinking of this, Lin Huipa felt a hint of anger in his heart. But the next moment, the anger in Lin Hui's eyes was replaced by a shock. The originally red fist suddenly burst into a majestic cyan flame. The entire fist turned blue in a short moment. A temperature that made Lin Huipa feel palpitations suddenly hit. Incorporating the Xuanhuan jade fire, the power of the heavenly fire fighting fist is no less than that of the ordinary profound level martial arts. Different fire. Lin Huipa's expression changed drastically. Lin Huipa never thought that there was a strange fire in Han Feng's body. It's just a different fire, but the opponent's martial skills can be integrated with the different fire. The fusion of martial arts and strange fire, the terrifying destructive power, everyone knows very well. Definitely stronger than a single martial skill and a different fire attack. Oops. Lin Huipa hurriedly asked King Kong to concentrate all his strength on his right fist and slammed it out. The cyan flame fist collided with the golden fist, and there was an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, the cyan flame spread to King Kong's body along the golden fist. Almost in the blink of an eye, King Kong's golden body turned cyan. What kind of strange fire is this? It can actually devour my true essence. Lin Huipa's face was ugly, and he jumped out of King Kong's body in time. Only to be swallowed by that strange cyan flame. Han Feng retracted his fist and landed on the ground, facing Lin Huipa far away. This time, Han Feng clearly had the upper hand in this attack, and it could almost be said that Lin Huipa was crushed and suppressed. On the other side, the elder Lin's eyes narrowed. This strange fire is not very powerful, but it has a strange effect. Obviously, with the eyesight of the elders of the Lin family, he could see Xuanhuan Yu was devouring of Xuanhuan at once. Beside the old guardian, Meng Yaqing's eyes flashed with interest. Sure enough, it's much stronger than when I first met. The original strange fire was not much better than the ordinary fire. Now the power of this cyan variant fire is barely close to medium among variant fires, but due to its peculiar characteristics, it should have some advantages against the Xian rank and even the Earth rank, and it is no worse than some medium variant fires. However, if the strange fire is still so powerful before breaking through to the heavenly rank, the strange fire will not be of much use in the future. Meng Yaqing herself has two kinds of different fires, and she sees it more clearly than the elder Lin family. Lei Yuanjia and the third elder were not too surprised. Han Feng had a strange fire, and they knew it when Han Feng broke into the 9-story pagoda. But compared to the different fires at that time, it was like the difference between a small stream and a vast ocean. Lei Yuanjia smiled proudly. My son, even if he is young, will not be worse than other older ones. On the four-way competition stage, Lin Huipa took a deep breath. Originally, this move was intended to be used when you were to use the top-grade Xian level martial arts, but now it seems that you have to use it ahead of time. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, then let's use the best martial arts of the mysterious order to fight. The one who could be treated seriously by Lin Huipa was undoubtedly the supreme martial skill of the Xuanjia. The Skyfire Fighting Fist, which incorporates Xuanhuan and Jade Fire, is only an ordinary profound martial skill, and has little advantage over Lin Huipa. In any case, he is only a mere 7-star Xian rank, and only with stronger martial arts can he continue to gain the upper hand and even win. Han Feng and Lin Huipa both looked dignified. The third one is delivered. On the four-way competition stage, the spiritual power surrounding Han Feng and Lin Huipa quickly fluctuated. The fiery heat of the fire attribute and the metallic edge are tit for tat. Spiritual power rioted. Xianyan shattered and shattered. Ruijing giant palm. Han Feng slashed his right arm, as if to split the entire space in half. Lin Huipa waved his palm down, and the huge palm of nearly 100 meters shone down with a strong ginseng light. Click! Click! Bang bang! Rarely, Han Feng's slash slashed to pieces, and was smashed into pieces by the huge golden palm. This is the first time that Han Feng has been defeated since he mastered Xianyan shattering. But the golden palm was also split in half. The palms of the two halves landed on the fields on both sides, and the entire competition stage shook in an instant, and a metallic storm swept out. And the shattering flame slashes also turned into meteors, constantly hitting the surrounding enchantment. The enchantment flickered for a while. This time, the two actually fought a tie. In terms of cultivation level, Lin Huipa is better than Han Feng, but in terms of the level of martial arts in actual combat and his mastery of martial arts, Han Feng has the upper hand. After all, in the end, no one can do anything about it. Stomping on. The metallic storm was raging, and both Han Feng and Lin Huipa had to retreat. Lin Huipa slammed his right foot to the ground, abruptly stopping the retreating body. Taking a deep look at Han Feng, Lin Huipa persuaded, Han Feng, you admit defeat. To be able to fight me to this level, considering your own cultivation level of only a mysterious 7-star, is already extremely remarkable. If we were at the same level, I believe I wouldn't even have your toes. But that was the same level, and now we are 2 stars behind. Don't think that it was my strongest move before. I still have stronger trump cards, but it consumes a lot of money, and my control is not stable. If you are not careful, it is likely to cause irreversible consequences. Han Feng smiled. Don't I have a hidden hole card? Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Impossible, the best martial arts of the Xian rank should be your strongest trump card. Could it be that you also have a spiritual weapon? As soon as the words fell, a long knife appeared in Lin Huipa's hand. The back of the long knife was engraved with golden lines. The moment the big sword appeared, the spiritual power around it fluctuated. Superior spirit weapon. Han Feng was surprised. Han Feng suddenly patted his head. Yes, the four major families are the top families in the entire Jin dynasty, and it is not surprising that there are spiritual tools. However, Han Feng didn't take it too seriously. Han Feng used to think that all spiritual weapons were extremely powerful weapons, just like the Chi and Nine Dragon's sword. But later Han Feng discovered that this was not the case. The so-called spiritual weapon is only capable of exerting the power of martial arts to a greater extent, and even exceeding normal performance. For example, the spiritual tool is a kind of boxing glove, so when you use the martial arts of the high-grade Xuanjia, the glove may explode with the power of the top-grade Xuanjia, or at least the top-grade Xuanjia martial skills. That's it. The lower the level of the martial skill than the spirit tool, the better the effect. If the level of the martial skill exceeds the level of the spirit tool, it will not have much effect. There is not much difference between having a magic weapon and not having a magic weapon. How much power it can even exert supernormally depends on the holder's control of the spiritual tool. The reason why the Chi and Nine Dragon Saber is so much more powerful than the same level of spiritual artifact is because the Chi and Nine Dragon Saber is essentially a spiritual artifact that surpasses the best, reaching the existence of a holy artifact or even a semi-divine artifact. Even if the Chi and Nine Dragon Saber appears to be only a mid-grade spiritual weapon because of the seal, it is actually not comparable to an ordinary mid-grade spiritual weapon. Take the Chi and Jiolongpo, Chi and Jiolong killing, and Chi and Jiolong slaying of the Chi and Nine Dragon knife, for example. Other spiritual tools do not have self-proclaimed martial arts. Even if you have a spiritual tool, you still need to practice the corresponding martial arts yourself, which makes it impossible for you to achieve 100% fit with the spiritual tool in your hand, no matter what kind of martial skill you cultivate. The Chi and Nine Dragon Saber is different. Even if it is a semi-artifact in the sealed state, it has its own corresponding martial arts. Once it is used, the degree of fit is as high as 100%. All kinds of advantages are not comparable to other mid-grade spirit tools. With such an excellent spiritual weapon, the big sword spiritual weapon in Lin Huipa's hands was really ignored by Han Feng. Lin Huipa said solemnly, Han Feng, this is the top-level spiritual weapon. The Golden Spirit 7 Treasure Saber, take out your spiritual weapon. Han Feng shrugged, no need. Lin Hui's face sank, are you looking down on me? Han Feng stretched out his index finger and shook it slightly, no, it's not that I look down on Brother Lin, but there is really no need to take out the spiritual tool. Before Lin Huipa burst into anger, Han Feng shouted loudly, the 5th level of the heavenly fire fighting body, congeal. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed to 8 stars in the profound order. Lin Hui's angry expression instantly froze. On the audience stage, the eyes of a group of ground-level warriors lit up. Of course, they could see that this was due to the martial skill that Han Feng displayed. What kind of martial skill was it? It has been upgraded by 1 star all of a sudden, and I don't know if there are any sequelae. Martial arts that greatly enhance their strength always have various limitations or sequelae. The more famous similar martial arts in the Great Jin Kingdom are familiar to everyone, but they have never seen the martial arts displayed by Han Feng. Just because I haven't seen it, I'm even more curious. Everyone has no idea of taking it away. To be invited, first of all, various qualities have been verified by the Guardian. Otherwise, there are so many elites who want to take away an outstanding martial arts. Then so many elites will have the future. The days were not good. Even if the family background is deep, it is difficult to hide in the family all the time. Everyone is not stupid. This martial skill has obviously only increased by 1 star, or is it increased by 1 star in the late stage of the Xuanjia? Then what about the peak of the Xuanjia? What about the ground level? It is estimated that even the small realm within 1 star will not necessarily improve. To snatch such martial skills, it is better to practice ground-level martial skills. To be clear, this group of powerhouses didn't like Han Feng's martial arts. Han Feng also knew this reason, so he dared to expose the heavenly fire battle body in a grand manner. Anyway, these people don't know that the level of the Skyfire battle body can still be improved. Lin Huipa took a deep breath. Han Feng, I have to admit that your trump card surprised me. Our Lin family also has similar martial arts, but unfortunately the sequelae and restrictions are too great. No one has ever dared to practice it, which means that it is likely to stop at the profound level in the future. You admit defeat, although I don't know what the after effects of your martial skills are, but it's definitely not easy. Keep going. Even if you win, what about the next 3 days? Although Lin Huipa did this because he didn't want to waste his real energy and physical strength, in a certain sense, it was for Han Feng's sake. It's a pity that only Han Feng himself knows that the Skyfire battle body that he casts has no sequelae. Therefore, Han Feng of course refused. Seeing that Han Feng was so stubborn, Lin Huipa's face also sank. If that's the case, then let's see Zhenjiang. Even if it is an 8-star Xian rank, it is still 1 star lower than me. A strange smile flashed on Han Feng's face. Oh? Is that so? Immediately, Qinghuan Yuhua and Tianhua battle body merged, and Han Feng's strength soared again, directly rising to the 9-star level of Xuanjia. This time, Lin Huipa really changed his face, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even with a spiritual tool in his hand, Lin Huipa's confidence was shaken. The others were also greatly shocked, but many of the powerhouses had extraordinary eyesight. This strange fire can't be taken away, and it is even less likely that many strong people have the intention to snatch Han Feng's martial arts. Who knows if this kind of martial arts requires a different fire to cultivate? If it requires a different fire to cultivate, they will be useless if they grab it, and they will provoke the Lei family and Lei Yuanjia for nothing. Lin Huipa found that his will was shaken, and he didn't dare to continue at the moment, otherwise he would lose his confidence, and how would he fight? True energy surged in his body, and Lin Huipa roared angrily, "Kill the golden whirlpool with 10 blades." For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Today, I used the code word wizard to search for weapons, and the results came out with an iron broom and a fish whip, which are really not at all. I suddenly found that the code word wizard is very interesting. In the future, I will use the code word wizard to find any interesting names. Cabbage will talk about it at the end of the chapter, and everyone will have a good time. On the 4-way competition stage, the spiritual power surrounding Han Feng and Lin Huipa quickly fluctuated. The fiery heat of the fire attribute and the metallic edge are tit for tat. Spiritual power rioted. Xuanhuan shattered and shattered. Ruijing giant palm. Han Feng slashed his right arm, as if to split the entire space in half. Lin Huipa waved his palm down, and the huge palm of nearly 100 meters shone down with a strong ginseng light. Click. Click. Bang bang. Rarely, Han Feng's slash slashed to pieces, and was smashed into pieces by the huge golden palm. This is the first time that Han Feng has been defeated since he mastered Xuanhuan shattering. But the golden palm was also split in half. The palms of the two halves landed on the fields on both sides, and the entire competition stage shook in an instant, and a metallic storm swept out. And the shattering flame slashes also turned into meteors, constantly hitting the surrounding enchantment. The enchantment flickered for a while. This time, the two actually fought a tie. In terms of cultivation level, Lin Huipa is better than Han Feng, but in terms of the level of martial arts in actual combat and his mastery of martial arts, Han Feng has the upper hand. After all, in the end, no one can do anything about it. Stomping on. The metallic storm was raging, and both Han Feng and Lin Huipa had to retreat. Lin Huipa slammed his right foot to the ground, abruptly stopping the retreating body. Taking a deep look at Han Feng, Lin Huipa persuaded, Han Feng, you admit defeat. To be able to fight me to this level, considering your own cultivation level of only a mysterious 7-star, is already extremely remarkable. If we were at the same level, I believe I wouldn't even have your toes. But that was the same level, and now we are 2 stars behind. Don't think that it was my strongest move before. I still have stronger trump cards, but it consumes a lot of money, and my control is not stable. If you are not careful, it is likely to cause irreversible consequences. Han Feng smiled, don't I have a hidden hole card? Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, then frowned, impossible, the best martial arts of the Xian rank should be your strongest trump card. Could it be that you also have a spiritual weapon? As soon as the words fell, a long knife appeared in Lin Huipa's hand. The back of the long knife was engraved with golden lines. The moment the big sword appeared, the spiritual power around it fluctuated. Superior spirit weapon. Han Feng was surprised. Han Feng suddenly patted his head. Yes, the 4 major families are the top families in the entire Jin dynasty, and it is not surprising that there are spiritual tools. However, Han Feng didn't take it too seriously. Han Feng used to think that all spiritual weapons were extremely powerful weapons, just like the Qi and 9 Dragon's sword. But later Han Feng discovered that this was not the case. The so-called spiritual weapon is only capable of exerting the power of martial arts to a greater extent, and even exceeding normal performance. For example, the spiritual tool is a kind of boxing glove, so when you use the martial arts of the high-grade Xuanjia, the glove may explode with the power of the top-grade Xuanjia, or at least the top-grade Xuanjia martial skills. That's it. The lower the level of the martial skill than the spirit tool, the better the effect. If the level of the martial skill exceeds the level of the spirit tool, it will not have much effect. There is not much difference between having a magic weapon and not having a magic weapon. How much power it can even exert supernormally depends on the holder's control of the spiritual tool. The reason why the Qi and 9 Dragon Saber is so much more powerful than the same level of spiritual artifact is because the Qi and 9 Dragon Saber is essentially a spiritual artifact that surpasses the best, reaching the existence of a holy artifact or even a semi-divine artifact. Even if the Qi and 9 Dragon Saber appears to be only a mid-grade spiritual weapon because of the seal, it is actually not comparable to an ordinary mid-grade spiritual weapon. Take the Qi and Jiolongpo, Qi and Jiolong killing, and Qi and Jiolong slaying of the Qi and 9 Dragon knife, for example. Other spiritual tools do not have self-proclaimed martial arts. Even if you have a spiritual tool, you still need to practice the corresponding martial arts yourself, which makes it impossible for you to achieve 100% fit with the spiritual tool in your hand, no matter what kind of martial skill you cultivate. The Qi and 9 Dragon Saber is different. Even if it is a semi-artifact in the sealed state, it has its own corresponding martial arts. Once it is used, the degree of fit is as high as 100%. All kinds of advantages are not comparable to other mid-grade spirit tools. With such an excellent spiritual weapon, the big sword spiritual weapon in Lin Huipa's hands was really ignored by Han Feng. Lin Huipa said solemnly, Han Feng, this is the top-level spiritual weapon. The Golden Spirit 7 Treasure Saber, take out your spiritual weapon. Han Feng shrugged, no need. Lin Hui's face sank, are you looking down on me? Han Feng stretched out his index finger and shook it slightly, no, it's not that I look down on Brother Lin, but there is really no need to take out the spiritual tool. Before Lin Huipa burst into anger, Han Feng shouted loudly, the 5th level of the heavenly fire fighting body, congeal. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed to 8 stars in the profound order. Lin Hui's angry expression instantly froze. On the audience stage, the eyes of a group of ground-level warriors lit up. Of course, they could see that this was due to the martial skill that Han Feng displayed. What kind of martial skill was it? It has been upgraded by 1 star all of a sudden, and I don't know if there are any sequelae. Martial arts that greatly enhance their strength always have various limitations or sequelae. The more famous similar martial arts in the Great Jin Kingdom are familiar to everyone, but they have never seen the martial arts displayed by Han Feng. Just because I haven't seen it, I'm even more curious. Everyone has no idea of taking it away. To be invited, first of all, various qualities have been verified by the Guardian. Otherwise, there are so many elites who want to take away an outstanding martial arts. Then so many elites will have the future. The days were not good. Even if the family background is deep, it is difficult to hide in the family all the time. Everyone is not stupid. This martial skill has obviously only increased by 1 star, or is it increased by 1 star in the late stage of the Xuanjia? Then what about the peak of the Xuanjia? What about the ground level? It is estimated that even the small realm within 1 star will not necessarily improve. To snatch such martial skills, it is better to practice ground-level martial skills. To be clear, this group of powerhouses didn't like Han Feng's martial arts. Han Feng also knew this reason, so he dared to expose the heavenly fire battle body in a grand manner. Anyway, these people don't know that the level of the Skyfire battle body can still be improved. Lin Huipa took a deep breath. Han Feng, I have to admit that your trump card surprised me. Our Lin family also has similar martial arts, but unfortunately the sequelae and restrictions are too great. No one has ever dared to practice it, which means that it is likely to stop at the profound level in the future. You admit defeat, although I don't know what the after effects of your martial skills are, but it's definitely not easy. Keep going. Even if you win, what about the next 3 days? Although Lin Huipa did this because he didn't want to waste his real energy and physical strength, in a certain sense, it was for Han Feng's sake. It's a pity that only Han Feng himself knows that the Skyfire battle body that he casts has no sequelae. Therefore, Han Feng of course refused. Seeing that Han Feng was so stubborn, Lin Huipa's face also sank. If that's the case, then let's see Zhenjiang. Even if it is an 8-star Xian rank, it is still 1 star lower than me. A strange smile flashed on Han Feng's face. Oh? Is that so? Immediately, Qinghuan Yuhua and Tianhua battle body merged, and Han Feng's strength soared again, directly rising to the 9-star level of Xuanjia. This time, Lin Huipa really changed his face, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even with a spiritual tool in his hand, Lin Huipa's confidence was shaken. The others were also greatly shocked, but many of the powerhouses had extraordinary eyesight. This strange fire can't be taken away, and it is even less likely that many strong people have the intention to snatch Han Feng's martial arts. Who knows if this kind of martial arts requires a different fire to cultivate? If it requires a different fire to cultivate, they will be useless if they grab it, and they will provoke the Lei family and Lei Yuanjia for nothing. Lin Huipa found that his will was shaken, and he didn't dare to continue at the moment, otherwise he would lose his confidence, and how would he fight? True energy surged in his body, and Lin Huipa roared angrily, "Kill the golden whirlpool with 10 blades." For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Today, I used the code word wizard to search for weapons, and the results came out with an iron broom and a fish whip, which are really not at all. I suddenly found that the code word wizard is very interesting. In the future, I will use the code word wizard to find any interesting names. Cabbage will talk about it at the end of the chapter, and everyone will have a good time. True energy surged in his body, and Lin Huipa roared angrily, "Kill the golden whirlpool with 10 blades." At this moment, along with Lin Huipa's knife, Han Feng felt that he had come to a golden meteor. The golden brilliance formed a majestic vortex, spinning rapidly. Every time he rotates, there is a powerful aura that permeates out, and by the end, this aura has made Han Feng feel depressed. Jinshan 10 Blades killing is an ordinary profound martial skill in itself. Originally, Lin Huipa's grasp of only a small level of achievement would never have reached such a level. But with the enhancement of a high-level spiritual weapon like the Golden Spirit 7 Treasure Saber, this blow is not weaker than the power of the Perfection Realm. Xuanhuan shattered and shattered. Han Feng also roared loudly, and the bright long sword was like splitting a volcano, slashing out of the volcano. The golden vortex was directly reproduced head-on. Break it for me. Han Feng roared again and again. The golden brilliance and flames continued to rage. The regular rotation of the golden vortex was also twisted. Suddenly, 10 golden blades appeared from the golden vortex, and they all slashed at the slashes that rushed into the golden vortex. Boom boom boom. The deafening voice continued to roar on the four-way competition stage. Everyone, including a group of Tianjia elders, watched intently. Even if the strength of Han Feng and Lin Huipa is only in the eyes of the powerhouses, the exciting scenes generated by the fierce battle still make people want to see blood boil. In the past, they were the same, in front of a group of Earth-level powerhouses and family Heaven-level elders, and under the watchful eye of the Guardian, they fought fiercely in order to win the top 10. Puff. Not long after, Lin Huipa suddenly raised his head to the sky and spat out a blood mist, and the golden vortex disappeared in an instant. Lin Huipa knelt on one knee on the ground, his face was pale, he smiled bitterly. For a long time, I lost. This time, Lin Hui was convinced that he lost. Han Feng is also not feeling well. Wu Yan Zhan is actually a martial skill that uses his right arm as a spirit sword. Even though Lin Huipa's martial skills were broken, Han Feng's right arm was also in pain. Han Feng covered his right arm with his left hand, panting heavily, and the real essence in his body kept running. After the treatment of real essence, Han Feng felt that his right arm was much better, at least it didn't feel as bad as the needle pierced at first. Chao Lin Hui bowed his hands, acceptance. The guardian old man flicked his sleeves and looked at the two with satisfaction. Whether it was Han Feng or Lin Huipa, the old man was extremely satisfied. The old man announced that Han Feng won the 25th battle. It didn't take long for Han Feng and Lin Huipa to be teleported to their respective high columns. This time the battle is the last battle of the first day for the two of them. Han Feng won 10 consecutive victories and got 4 points, which is on par with Lin Huixian. Lin Huipa was more unlucky. Although Lin Huipa was not weak, none of the 4 opponents he met on the first day was a simple character. He lost all 4 games and didn't have a single point. On top of the cylindrical platform, Lin Huixian nodded. I expected it to be good. As expected, Han Feng won. But it took so long. The battle must have been extremely hard. I hope Han Feng still has a whole card to use, otherwise I will win the battle with Han Feng. When Yu Kai learned that Han Feng had won, he grinned. This is worth my shot. Xian Shentong's eyelids twitched, but he didn't look straight. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yuru were overjoyed, and they all smiled. Lei Ruwen and Zhang Qinghu were unwilling. Zhang Qinghu gritted his teeth. Damn, this kid has won 4 consecutive victories. Bastard, 4 points, I only have 1 point now. Although Lei Ruwen was unwilling, Han Feng defeated Lin Huipa, which made Lei Ruwen wary of Han Feng. This kid can kill Lin Huipa. It seems that not only is his physical strength comparable to me, but his own strength is not different. Unfortunately, Lin Huipa is nothing to me. This kid has spent so long against Lin Huipa, so he is not afraid of me. Hua Wenlong looked jealous. Why? This kid is obviously not from the Lei family, but he is so valued by Lei Jian's senior management. I work so hard, why can't my father see it? Why doesn't the senior family still accept me? It's not fair. Not to mention what everyone thinks, the next battle will unfold one after another. In the 26th battle, Xian Shentong fought against Tibetan Qingdu, and Xian Shentong won. Since then, Xian Shentong and Tibetan Qingdu have also completed 4 battles on the first day. Xian Shentong is a 4-game winning streak, while Tibetan Qingdu is a 4-game losing streak. It was exactly the same as Lin Huipa's score, with 0 points. In the 27th battle, Lei Yuru fought against the first-class family members, and Lei Yuru won. Lei Yuru also completed the 4 battles on the first day. The current result is 3 losses and 1 victory, and he has won 1 point. In the 28th battle, Lei Zhenyan fought against Cui Xingyuan, and Lei Zhenyan won. In the 29th longest battle, it was Lei Zhenyan who fought against a first-class clan boy, Lei Zhenyan winning 2 consecutive victories. After 2 consecutive battles, plus the previous 2 battles, Lei Zhenyan's 4 battles on this day also ended, and he achieved 4 consecutive victories. The 30th battle, Lei Ruwen vs Xuanhuan. Han Feng became interested. I wonder how Lei Ruwen will deal with Xuanhuan's illusion. It's a pity, it would be great if you could take a look. It's best that Xuanhuan can make Lei Ruwen feel embarrassed. About 10 minutes later, the results of the game came out. The final winner is Lei Ruwen. Hearing this result, Han Feng shook his head slightly. It seems that Xuanhuan's illusion technique has been overestimated by me, and I thought it could be evenly matched with people like Lei Ruwen, but... The battle ended in more than 10 minutes, which was enough to show that Xuanhuan's illusions did not have much impact on Lei Ruwen. 32 battles are fought each day, and 30 have now been fought. Only the last 2 games left. The 35th game was a battle between 2 first-class family members. Han Feng didn't care who won and lost. The 32nd game, the last test on the first day, was Yu Kai and Xuanhuan. On the 4-way competition stage, Yu Kai looked disdainful. It's just a child of a small family, I really thought I could compete with me. Xuanhuan's face was cold, and he said coldly, really? I want to see how a big man like you, who only has muscles and no brains, can handle my illusions. Being said to have no brains, Yu Yotsai's eyes flashed a cold light. Mesmerizing flower rain. Xuanhuan let out a low voice and cast out the illusion. Yu Kai stood blankly on the stage. Xuanhuan sneered, what about the children of the big family? It's not that they fell into my illusion. If it wasn't for my carelessness, how could they have lost to Lei Ruwen? Suddenly, Xuanhuan's complexion changed. Xuanhuan could clearly see the disdain on Yu Yotsai's face. Xuanhuan's hands were sealed, and he didn't know what he was talking about. Soon, Xuanhuan's face was ugly and shocked. Impossible, why are you not affected by my illusion? This time, Xuanhuan was really shocked. So far, Xuanhuan has really never encountered such a situation. Yu Kai spread his hands. I'm sorry, my fire poison true essence has a certain ability to resist illusions. By the way, I'm not a simple-minded person, and my spiritual power is not worse than that of a peak Xuanjia. Strength, don't take it out for shame. Get out. A fiery real essence spewed out. Without the illusion, Xuanhuan was just an ordinary 7-star martial artist of the profound rank. How could he compete against Yu Kai? He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. So far, Yu Kai has also completed a 4-game winning streak. But Xuanhuan has 2 wins and 2 losses. When Yu Kai and Xuanhuan were transported to their respective highball platforms, the results of the first day came out. Han Feng, Xian Shentong, Yu Kai, Lin Huixian, Lei Zhenyan, and Lei Ruwen got 4 points. A total of 6 people tied for first place. Yu Henfei, who won 3 points, was ranked 7th for the time being. Xuanhuan was the only one who got 2 points, temporarily ranked 8th. Zhang Qinghu, Lei Yuru, and a first-class family member with good luck who got 1 point were tied for 9th place. The rest are 0 points, and they are already outside the 11th place. Lin Huipa and Zhang Qingdu's faces were both ugly. As for Cui Xingyuan, Hu Dufei, and the remaining 2 first-class family members, they had expected it and were not discouraged. The 5th one is delivered. Ask for flowers. This time, I searched for the mount on the codeword wizard, and I got pot-bellied curly grasshopper. God knows what mythical beast is? Lin Huipa couldn't help but smile bitterly when he looked at his score of 0 points, ranking outside the 11th. Soon, Lin Huipa cheered himself up. The 4 people I met today are all extremely difficult characters, and tomorrow will not be so unfortunate. Wait until tomorrow, and make sure to enter the top 10. Lord Guardian said loudly, the first day is over, you can meditate and rest in place. Boys, there is plenty of spiritual power in the enchantment, and you can also recover your injuries and true essence in the enchantment. Within the barrier, Han Feng had already fallen into deep cultivation. Here, Han Feng is not at all worried that he will be plotted against. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a night of time passed. In the early morning of the 2nd day, when the first ray of sunlight shone on the square, the old guardian whispered to Han Feng and everyone, "Okay, little guys, cheer up. Today's battle is about to begin again." Everyone woke up. Han Feng had to admire the methods of the sanctuary powerhouses. With such a deep level of cultivation, if the earth-level and heaven-level powerhouses rashly transmit their voices, it is very likely to cause the other party to go crazy. It's really right that I entered the deep level of cultivation. Before, Han Feng made a bet that the guardians exist as sanctuaries and can definitely wake them up on the premise of their safety. You must know that deep-level cultivation and shallow-level cultivation are completely different in efficiency. The former is several times as effective as the latter. Han Feng stabilized the late stage of 7 stars before the competition started. The training during the competition is not far from the limit in the later stage. And now, Han Feng has completely reached the limit of the later stage of 7 stars. The faint voice of the guardian interrupted Han Feng's imagination. The first battle, Han Feng versus Xuanhuan. Han Feng was stunned for a while, but he didn't expect the first battle to be his turn. Stretching his arms, Han Feng's body made a crackling sound. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng appeared on the 4-sided competition platform, and the opposite was Xuanhuan. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. What happened yesterday? Xuanhuan's face is still as ugly now. But Han Feng doesn't care whether Xuanhuan's face is ugly or not. Now Xuanhuan is just an opponent to him. Xuanhuan looked at Han Feng with a gloomy face. This kid was so lucky yesterday, but now he met me, There is already one Yu Kai, I don't believe there will be a second one. Start. Accompanied by the guardian's voice. Xuanhuan shot first, Mei Huan Huayu. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and large swathes of cherry blossoms rushed toward him. Drink. Han Feng gave a low drink and used willpower to resist these illusions. Profound rank warriors can't use their mental power yet, and can only rely on willpower to resist the illusion. Han Feng's willpower is not bad. After being hacked in Thunder Cave for so long, if his willpower is poor, he probably won't even be able to persevere. Presumably Lei Ruwen was able to solve Xuanhuan in just over 10 minutes, and it took a long time to train in Thunder Cave to survive. Under the resistance of strong will. This fantasy space seems to have entered the end of the world, and it will collapse at any time. As the caster, Xuanhuan naturally knew everything, and roared in his heart, "Bastard, why is the mental will of this Lei family so strong?" Ruthless in his heart, Xuanhuan's face was hideous. Even if your spiritual power is strong, but it is only the 7 stars of the mysterious order, I don't believe that your spiritual power will surpass the 9 stars. Under Xuanhuan's full force, the illusion became firm again. sharp cherry blossoms, covering the sky and the sun. Han Feng immediately communicated with Juyin Tianhua Pagoda. For the time being, Han Feng can't control the Juyin Skyfire Tower to break the illusion, but Han Feng can send his thoughts to the past. Even Han Feng doesn't know if the Juyin Skyfire Tower will make a move. If Juyin Tianhua Tower really fails, Han Feng will have to use the second method. Fortunately, the Juyin Tianhua Tower did not disappoint Han Feng. A heat flow came out of his heart and quickly poured into the sea of consciousness. At present, Han Feng can't look inside his sea of consciousness like the powerhouses of the earth rank and heaven rank, but Han Feng can feel his head becoming clearer and more comfortable. In an instant, the situation in front of Han Feng changed drastically. All the cherry blossoms disappeared suddenly at this moment. Han Feng looked at Xuanhuan lightly. On the high platform, Lei Yuanjia's tense face suddenly eased, and he said proudly, "Let me just say, how could my son be defeated by mere illusions?" The third elder blinked. No, Han Feng's mental power should not be as strong as Lei Ruan. How can he break free from the illusion faster than Lei Ruan? Lei Yuanjia said, "Of course, my family's Fenger is very talented." The three elders couldn't find any results, and could only agree with Lei Yuanjia's idea. The old guard's eyes were puzzled. He always felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to have noticed anything before. Frowning, the guardian old man had to give up. If Han Feng knew that the guardian old man had found a trace of disobedience, he would definitely be frightened. Fortunately, the level of the Jianshan fire tower was quite high. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Feng's own strength was too poor, the guardian old man, the sanctuary of the great sanctuary level, would never find a trace of violation. Break out of the illusion? How is it possible? Xuanhuan looked incredulous. Xuanhuan reluctantly displayed illusions one by one. In Han Feng's vision, some skeletons appear from time to time, some monsters appear from time to time, and various illusions are ushered in. Each illusion does not appear for a second or two, and the special energy pouring into the Han Feng consciousness sea from the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower will tear all these illusions apart. Han Feng finally had enough of playing, and impatient with these illusions, he slapped Xuanhuan with a palm, and slapped Xuanhuan fiercely. This palm, Han Feng, is just a casual blow, not using much power at all. The condensed true essence still made Xuanhuan groan and spit out a mouthful of blood. However, I am a mysterious 7-star like me, how can I resist my illusion? Xuanhuan was still in a trance. Han Feng frowned, admit defeat, your illusions are useless to me. Han Feng's advice brought Xuanhuan back to his senses, but also made Xuanhuan more and more annoyed. Xuanhuan ignored Han Feng's advice at all, and his body gushed out of true essence. Even if there is no illusion, I have other means. With an angry shout, Xuanhuan punched out. This punch has a strange energy. 100 fists of mind power. The so-called mind power is the energy condensed from the spiritual power. Not to mention the profound level, it is impossible for an earth-level powerhouse to have such an ability. Even the powerhouses of the heavenly rank, unless they practice illusion, can only use their mental power as a scanner, and it is impossible to convert their mental power into a mind power attack. But Xuanhuan is a special physique, born for illusion. Therefore, at the level of Xuanjia, one can display the power of thought. It's just that this thought power is extremely weak, but to Xuanjia, it is still a special energy far superior to the true essence. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Since Xuanhuan is unwilling to lose decently, Han Feng will naturally not leave room for Xuanhuan. Tianhua Zhangquan directly fuses with Qinghuan Yuhua, and throws a punch. No matter how special the power of mind is, Xuanhuan itself is just an ordinary 7-star of the mysterious order. After a punch, the power of mind power 100 fists turned into a trace of spiritual power, stabbing Han Feng, and touching the special energy of the Juyin Tianhua Tower. After that, it all turned to ashes. But Xuanhuan himself was kicked out by Han Feng, vomiting blood again and again. On the high platform, Lei Yuanjia opened his mouth wide, reading power. This kid, he actually mastered the power of thought at the Xuanjia. After being shocked, Lei Yuanjia sighed. If he could use this trick unexpectedly against Lei Ruan before, Lei Ruan would never win so easily. The guardian said lightly, with this ability, this child is enough to rank in the top 10. Everyone was shocked when they heard the guardian's high evaluation of Xuanhuan. As for Han Feng, except for Lei's happiness and Lin's indifference, the other clan elders are extremely vigilant. Xuanhuan was so highly rated by the guardian, but he still lost to Han Feng. Isn't that Han Feng's evaluation higher? Thinking about the situation in which Han Feng defeated Lin Huipa yesterday, no matter how awkward everyone felt, they also estimated Han Feng's comprehensive strength, and they were afraid that they would be in the top 6. 6 more and 15,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Han Feng was also in a cold sweat at this time. This trick is really insidious. The so-called mind power 100 boxing tyrant is not a trick to confront people head-on, but a trick of a person. If it weren't for the special energy protection in his mind, I'm afraid it would be him who was crying on the ground now. Maybe the result of this competition is a lose-lose. That's all. But the physical injury improves, but the mental injury is different. Once the mental injury is damaged, it is enough to affect the next competition. This Xuanhuan is too mean. I really don't know, how did Lei Ruan escape? How did Han Feng know that Xuanhuan didn't use such an ability when he fought against Lei Ruan? He was the first to be hit. The guardian flicked his sleeves, and the two disappeared into the four-way competition stage. In this battle, Han Feng won, and first scored a point. In the second battle, Zhang Qinghu fought against the children of the first-class family. Zhang Qinghu finally won easily, which made Zhang Qinghu let out a sigh of relief. In the third battle, Lin Huixian fought against Lin Huipa. Lin Huipa didn't even have a fight, so he just conceded defeat. Although Han Feng didn't see the game scene, he could guess that Lin Huipa would never fight against Lin Huixian. Lin Huipa and Lin Huixian belonged to the royal family of the Lin family. They must have known each other very well. Lin Huipa definitely knew the difference between Lin Huixian and Lin Huixian. As long as he was not a fool, he would not waste his true energy and physical strength knowing that he failed. This is only the first game. There are still 3 competitions, so why waste it? In the fourth battle, Yu Kai fought against Cui Xingyuan, and Yu Kai won. In the fifth battle, Lei Ruan fought Yu Hanfei. This battle lasted a little longer, but in the end, Lei Ruan was victorious. In the sixth battle, it was Han Feng's turn again, but his opponent was still an insignificant first-class family member. Han Feng easily won. In the seventh battle, Zhang Qingdu played against Hu Dufei. Zhang Qingdu won and finally won a point. This made Zhang Qingdu go crazy with tears, and finally he was no longer a duck egg. What a shame! In the eighth battle, Lei Yuru fought against Cui Xingyuan, and Lei Yuru easily won. In the ninth battle, Yu Kai fought against Lin Huipa, and Yu Kai won. On the high platform, Han Feng heard the result and was almost at a loss. Han Feng couldn't help laughing and laughing. Lin Huipa was too unlucky. All he encountered were those who had the hope of winning the top few places. Although there are many strong people in the front, and few strong people in the back, but he has always maintained a record of 0 wins, and his face is not good-looking. As Han Feng had expected, Lin Huipa at this moment was already vomiting and was about to vomit blood. The 10th and 11th battles turned out to be connected by Xian Shentong. The opponents were all first-class family members. The two conceded defeat without even fighting, and Xian Shentong got 2 points all at once. In the 12th battle, Lin Huixian fought against Lei Yuru, and Lin Huixian won. In the 13th battle, Lei Ruwen won against one of several first-class family children. In the 14th battle, Zhang Qinghu played against Zhang Qingdu, and Zhang Qingdu also conceded defeat. Zhang Qinghu won without a fight and scored another point. Tibetan Qinghu's confidence is back, he has already scored 2 points today. Tibetan Qinghu believes that he can get more points. In the 15th battle, Yu Henfei fought against one of several first-class clan children, and Yu Henfei won. This time, after Han Feng and Xian Shintong, it was Lei Zhenyan's turn to have good luck. In 2 consecutive battles, the 16th and 17th games were Lei Zhenyan against first-class clan children, and Lei Zhenyan easily won 2 points. In the 18th battle, Hua Wenlong won and gained 1 point. In the 19th battle, Han Feng laughed. The 2 sides in this battle were Han Feng and Lei Ruwen. Han Feng smiled, and Lei Ruwen was even more satisfied. The 2 were already ready to teach each other a good lesson. Han Feng has endured the provocation of Lei Ruwen from time to time to the extreme. And Lei Ruwen was eager to defeat Han Feng, proving that Lei Ruwen was the first genius of the Lei family. Even if his Japanese and Korean style surpassed him, today's record is still a stain on Han Feng's future. Even if it is a grudge, Lei Ruwen will grapple with Han Feng for the rest of his life. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng and Lei Ruwen appeared at the quartet competition stage. On the high platform, the Tibetan elder gloated and said, "You Lei family are going to kill each other again. Everyone is an elder, and each has its own connections and means. Deeper information cannot be found, but shallower information is not a problem." Lei Ruwen and Han Feng did not deal with it. This is the news that these elders easily found out. When these 2 are facing each other, there will never be anyone admitting defeat, saving the possibility of real energy and physical strength for the subsequent competition. In the eyes of these elders, Han Feng is very powerful, but Lei Ruwen is also not bad. It is best for the 2 of them to have a lose-lose situation, and it is seriously injured to the extent that it affects the subsequent competition. In this way, the people of their family will have a great advantage against Lei Ruwen and Han Feng. Facing these people's schadenfreude, Lei Yuanjia snorted coldly and looked at them coldly. The warning in Lei Yuanjia's eyes was too serious. The Tibetan elder gritted his teeth, and if he hadn't been warned by the guardian just now, he would never have died like this now. Seeing the Tibetan elder like this, Lei Yuanjia snorted softly and turned his head away. The Tibetan elder looked ashen. The 3 elders sighed silently. For the battle between Lei Ruwen and Han Feng, he didn't know who to favor, so he could only let it develop. If the 2 really lose both in the end, and the situation is serious, it's a big deal that they don't want this face, and the guardian must take action to intercept them. On the 4-way competition stage, Lei Ruwen smiled wantonly. "Han Feng, do you know how long I waited for this day?" Han Feng sneered, "How do I know? By the way, I have been waiting for this situation for a long time today. A narcissistic and ignorant fool like you, I have long wanted to clean up you." Lei Ruwen's wanton smile suddenly froze, and his face was ruthless. "Han Feng, I think you are more arrogant, not much to say, see Xinjiang under your hands." Lei Jiao bites. Lei Ruwen had no intention of showing mercy at all. As soon as he made a move, it was the best martial skill of the mysterious order. And it is still a top-level mysterious martial arts. Lei Ruwen's comprehension ability is obviously higher than that of Lin Huipa, and he is close to the realm of great achievement. It should be noted that this is a top-level profound-level martial skill, and its power is close to the realm of the great accomplishment. Compared with the perfect state of ordinary profound-level martial arts, it is even better. Roar roar. Crackling. The surging power of thunder turned into a 100-meter-long thunder dragon, with 18 heads. With Lei Ruwen's cultivation, the longest Lei Jiao can reach hundreds of meters. However, the field is so large, and the Lei Jiao's size will affect the flexibility, so it is compressed to 100 meters long. The compression of the body length makes the thunder power in Lei Jiao's body more intense. The fifth level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. Skyfire armor, congeal. Xuanhuan jade fire, fusion. In the face of such an attack, Han Feng did not dare to be careless, and directly soared his cultivation to the middle and late stages of the 9 stars of the Profound Order. Huh? Lei Ruwen's eyes narrowed, obviously not expecting that Han Feng would have such a martial skill to improve his cultivation, and immediately Lei Ruwen sneered, cultivating such a martial skill with considerable sequelae is not worth the loss. This kind of martial arts is generally only practiced by those who have not made progress in their cultivation, or who have almost no breakthroughs, or some people who have practiced it will only use it when they are in a hurry. After all, every use will leave serious sequelae, which may ultimately affect life expectancy. From Lei Ruwen's point of view, Han Feng was obviously forced to the limit when he used such martial skills. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Xuanhuan Jade Fire, fusion. After the fusion, the Skyfire Fighting Fist is no less than the best martial arts of the mysterious order. Drink. Han Feng drank one after another and threw a punch. With the passage of a large amount of true essence in the body, the cyan flame giant fist continued to whistle away. Bang! Roar! Lei Jiao roared and hit him head-on. The explosion of fire fists and thunderbolts resounded throughout the square. On the 4-way competition stage, cyan flames and purple lightning were everywhere, and even the silhouettes of people could not be clearly seen. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded. 18 thunder dragons rushed into the sky, and in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, they directly merged together, condensing a 500-meter-long giant thunder dragon. Lei Jiao's eyes shot out a cold light. The destructive power of thunder continued to flicker on the body. A powerful breath came out wave after wave. Han Feng on the ground felt a burst of oppression. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Han Feng raised his right arm and slashed down. Xuanhuan shattered and shattered. In the perception of everyone, everything disappeared. Without Han Feng, without Lei Ruwen, and without the martial arts platform, only a void remains. In the void, a bright sword with a fiery flame broke through the void, and looking at it like this, it was like splitting the entire void in half. At this moment, thunder and lightning bloomed in the void, and the 500-meter-long Lei Jiao roared out, roaring in the sky. Countless thunder force bombarded out. Facing the flaming heavenly sword, Lei Jiao rushed up without hesitation and swallowed the flaming heavenly sword into his mouth. The flaming heavenly sword rammed into Lei Jiao's body, and in the blink of an eye, Lei Jiao's body was pierced by the flaming heavenly sword several times. Flames spread out from these openings. Lei Jiao let out a miserable roar. However, Lei Jiao is not easy to be with. The power of thunder in the body constantly erodes the flame sword. Boom! Suddenly, Lei Jiao's body swelled rapidly, followed by an earth-shattering explosion injury. Lei Jiao was torn apart, and the flaming heavenly sword was directly shattered in the explosion. The dense power of thunder, as if a heavy rain fell from the sky. At this time, Han Feng, Lei Ruwen, and the quartet competition stage reappeared in everyone's sight. Everyone was shocked. They were attracted by the attack of these two people, and they were attracted to ignore other things besides the attack. Boom boom boom. The thunderstorm fell to the ground with a roar. There are also many thunderstorms hitting the Korean wind. Han Feng's body surface Skyfire armor azure flame swept out, relying on the strong defensive power. Han Feng resisted abruptly, not even a trace of injury. The fluctuations of the thunder and flames gradually subsided, and Han Feng and Lei Ruwen stood opposite each other again. In the previous battle, it can be said that Han Feng fell into a disadvantage, because Lei Jiao not only swallowed Han Feng's attack, but also turned into a thunderstorm and continued to attack Han Feng. It's just that the Skyfire armor that Han Feng condensed was strong enough, and it was able to survive without any injuries. Han Feng covered his right arm and felt sore. This is not because the Skyfire armor did not defend against the thunderstorm, but because Lei Jiao devoured the flaming heavenly sword and caused a little trouble to Han Feng. Han Feng frowned slightly. Lei Ruwen has mastered the martial arts to such an extent that when it comes to fighting with martial arts, I can't take much advantage of it. Unless I fuse Qinghuan Yuhua and Xuanhuan shattering. Profound flame shattering, top profound martial arts. Of course, it cannot be perfectly integrated with Qinghuan Jade Fire like the four inherited martial arts. After it can be merged, the power of Xuanhuan Shattering Slash will still go straight to the ground-level martial arts. This Lei Ruwen is much stronger than Lin Huipa. If Lin Huipa's strength is barely squeezed into the top 10, this Lei Ruwen is enough to rank in the forefront. Han Feng also raised his evaluation of Lei Ruwen. People are arrogant, and they also have arrogant capital. It is no wonder that the name of the first genius of the Lei family was taken away from him and obtained by a foreign surnamed Lei family. In the previous battle against Lin Huipa, it was also a draw, but at that time Han Feng was only a mysterious 7-star. But now, Jean Lei Ruwen has lost a little bit of a disadvantage, but his cultivation has skyrocketed to 9 stars of the profound rank, and the gap between them is huge. When dealing with Lin Huipa, Han Feng didn't raise his cultivation to the 9 stars of the profound rank until Lin Huipa used a spiritual weapon. In this regard, Han Feng can only sigh inwardly. The gap between ordinary profound level top grade martial arts and top profound level top grade martial arts is indeed huge. It's just that the top level profound level top grade martial arts are nearly completed, and their formidable power is already stronger than that of ordinary profound level top grade martial arts. The third elder sighed. This is probably Han Feng's strongest attack, but Lei Ruwen should have a whole card that he didn't use. Lei Yuanjia didn't say a word. He used a special secret method to raise his cultivation base to 9 stars of the mysterious rank, and then broke out the top-notch martial arts of the mysterious rank. It was hard for Lei Yuanjia to imagine what trump cards Han Feng would have. The third elder muttered, "That's why I said that Han Feng should be allowed to participate in the Qingyun Bang competition 3 years later. Han Feng's training time is still too short. If it takes a long time, maybe he will be able to find a suitable spiritual tool and find a martial skill that is compatible with the spiritual tool to practice." Quartet on the test table. Lei Ruwen snorted coldly, "Is that so?" Han Feng moved his body and said lightly, "Is there any other way to use it, now I'm not hurt?" "That's what you said." Lei Ruwen showed a hideous face, and suddenly a long spear wrapped in purple gold appeared in his hand. "This is the Zijin Panlong spear, remember that you are under this spear." Crossing the flood dragon. The Zijin Panlong spear let out a long roar. Lei Ruwen suddenly shot out the spear, his entire body spun, flew directly into the sky, and then crashed down. The rotating body gathered a lot of thunder power. Soon, a roaring flood dragon condensed out. The power of thunder around the Jialong showed a rotating trend. Different from the previous thunder flood dragon bite, in the previous thunder flood dragon bite, the condensed Jialong was covered in purple, which was purely condensed by the power of thunder. But at this moment, the flood dragon is like a real flood dragon, and its body is purple gold. Only around the body is the power of thunder that revolves, wrapping the entire body of the flood dragon. The ferocious Jialong rushed towards Han Feng, and a palpitating aura continued to wreak havoc. It is conceivable that once hit by this flood dragon, you will be disabled even if you don't die. This Lei Ruwen obviously had no intention of showing mercy from the very beginning. Xuanhuan shattered and shattered. Facing such a powerful attack, Han Feng still just waved his right arm. However, this time, Han Feng let Qinghuan Jade Fire and Xuanhuan Shattering fuse together. The breath that was not weaker than the Huajialong's swirl rushed straight into the sky, and was finally blocked by the barrier on the top floor. The aura that Han Feng burst out became stronger and stronger, and in the end, it clearly surpassed the dragon that Lei Ruwen transformed into. Break! Han Feng roared out, and the flame sword was mixed with blue flames, and it hit the head of the dragon. Even if Lei Ruwen used a spirit weapon, he was just using the power of his martial skills to the perfection. But no matter how successful it is also a mysterious martial skill. And Han Feng's Xianyan shattering slash is already on the verge of the power of the ground-level martial arts. It can be said that the mysterious martial arts are no longer on the same level. The screams of Jialong and Lei Ruwen came out at the same time. The martial skills that are no longer at a level let Han Feng easily completely destroy the Huajialong Xianpa. The whole Jialong was split in half. The dragon dispersed, and Lei Ruwen's clothes in the air were chopped into pieces and disappeared between the sky and the earth. He didn't even have underpants. He fell directly from the sky and fell to the ground. The crowd was stunned. I thought that Han Feng was going to lose, but I thought Han Feng still had this trick. The martial skills that can be combined with the different fire are extremely precious martial skills. Even the Lei family, there are not many such martial skills. And now, Han Feng is using it one after another. Where did Han Feng get his martial skills? That's all. Han Feng's last slash also made Lei Ruwen appear naked in front of the public. This Lei Ruwen's face was greatly embarrassed. Not only did Lei Ruwen lose face, but his body was also severely injured. He raised his head with difficulty. Lei Ruwen's eyes were full of anger and horror. Horrified at Han Feng's strength, and even more angry at Han Feng's humiliation to him. Han Feng sneered, "If it wasn't for the Lei family's sake, I would have split you in half before." Lei Ruwen was stared at by Han Feng's icy eyes, and his whole body was suddenly cold. If it was before, Lei Ruwen would have sneered, but seeing Han Feng's powerful strength before, Lei Ruwen had to admit that Han Feng wanted to kill him before. It was definitely a matter of one thought, very easy. Lei Ruwen looked disappointed. The second one is delivered. Lei Ruwen never expected that he would really lose to Han Feng, who was several years younger than him. This was a huge blow to Lei Ruwen. It's like a ruler who is aloof, never caring about a beggar, but suddenly one day, the beggar is appreciated by a big man. Although the master is jealous, he still won't take beggars to heart, but even the beggars who don't care about them eventually get rid of the master. Lei Ruwen is still a little flustered, a little unbelievable, and even thinks he is dreaming. The guardian couldn't stand Lei Ruwen giving his girl a long needle eye, and with a flick of his sleeve robe, Han Feng and Lei Ruwen disappeared. The two were transported to the high column platform. The next test continues. In the 20th battle, Lin Huixian fought against Hu Dufei, and Lin Huixian won. In the 21st battle, Yu Henfei fought against Xian Shentong, and Xian Shentong won. In the 22nd battle, Zhang Qinghu fought against one of the first-class children of the family, and Zhang Qinghu won. In the 23rd battle, Lei Zhenyan fought Hua Wenlong. Hearing that it was Lei Zhenyan's turn to compete, Han Feng immediately raised his attention. Hua Wenlong's last move is very insidious. I wonder if Lei Zhenyan has any means of resistance. If it doesn't, it's likely to suffer. Han Feng finally muttered, and as time passed, the result hadn't come out yet, and Han Feng couldn't help but feel anxious. After more than 20 minutes, the result finally came out, and it was Lei Zhenyan who won. This made Han Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Lei Zhenyan is at the late stage of 9 stars, and has been tempered by the power of thunder, and his mental power should be at least 10 stars. It is estimated that even if it is plotted, there will not be much damage. In the 24th battle, Lin Huipa played against one of the first-class family members. Lin Huipa finally won his first points in 2 days. In the 25th battle, Lei Yurui lost. The 26th battle was still Lei Yuru. It's a pity that Lei Yuru's luck is obviously not as good as that of Han Feng and others, and his opponent is the powerful Tibetan Qinghu. In the previous battle, Lei Yuru had spent a lot of physical strength. Facing Tibetan Qinghu, Lei Yurui immediately conceded defeat, and there was no possibility of winning. Given the grievances between the Tibetan family and the Lei family, there might be some insidious tactics that Tibetan Qinghu would use, but Lei Yurui didn't want to be caught. Since then, Lei Yurui took the lead in completing the 4 matches on the second day, with 1 win and 3 losses. Like the first day, the total points were 2. In the 27th battle, Lin Huixian fought Xuanhuan. Han Feng didn't know how the game went, but within a few minutes before and after, the result came out, and Lin Huixian won. Lin Huixian became the second warrior to complete the 4 battles on the second day, still winning 4 in a row, exactly the same as the situation on the first day. Today's 4 points, plus yesterday's 4 points, 8 points top the list. This made Han Feng's face slightly congeal. Hua Wenlong's mind power 100 punches are definitely a powerful means of eating people, and this Lin Huixian wins so easily. Either Hua Wenlong didn't use his mind power, or it was. Han Feng's evaluation of Lin Huixian improved again. I'm afraid that even Xian Shentong and Yu Kai are not necessarily Lin Huixian's opponents. As expected of the first elite of the royal family. No matter what Han Feng thinks of Lin Huixian, the test is still going on without any hassle. In the 28th battle, Zhang Qingdu fought against the first-class children of the family, and Zhang Qingdu won. In the 29th battle, Yu Kai fought Yu Henfei, and Yu Kai won. The 30th battle, the 31st battle, the 32nd battle. Finally, it was the last battle of the second day. In this battle, both sides were a little excited. Even the audience became interested and gossipy. The 2 sides in the last battle were Han Feng and Xian Shentong. In terms of strength, Han Feng's last blow against Lei Ruwen made everyone look forward to Han Feng's next performance. Xian Shentong has always been extremely strong. The battle between the 2 tigers is bound to be very exciting. In terms of gossip, those who can come here to be an audience are not only strong, but also have a strong position in the Great Jin Kingdom. It is naturally clear that Xian Shentong's father loves Han Feng's mother. Many strong people looked at Lei Yuanjia cautiously, wanting to see something on Lei Yuanjia's face, but unfortunately Lei Yuanjia's face was tense, his eyes were indifferent, and he couldn't tell whether Lei Yuanjia was angry or something else. In the end, everyone still focused on the 2 people on the 4-way competition stage. Rather than gossip about Lei Yuanjia, it is better to experience the fierce competition of dragons and tigers. Xian Shentong looked at Han Feng with a hint of surprise in his tone. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to win Lei Ruwen. Even me, I smelled danger from Lei Ruwen. Let me fight Lei Ruwen, even if I win, it won't feel good. Han Feng smiled and said, aren't you going to admit defeat? Xian Shentong shook his head slightly, impossible. Since you have proven your strength, we don't have to waste time, we will use our strongest martial arts. Just to save time, the means of temptation are directly transitioned. Xian Shentong's eyes widened, and ice blue blades appeared in his left and right hands at the same time. This is the double edge of frost, be careful. Boom. Suddenly, the ice spirit power around Xian Shentong rioted. Xian Shentong was bathed in frost, and his whole body was buried in ice blue frost. At this moment, Xian Shentong's breath suddenly surged. Xian Shentong's original black eyes had turned into ice blue color at some point. Half of his jet black hair has turned blue, and the black is mixed with blue, and Xian Shentong's whole body fluctuates with an icy aura, as if he is at a distance of thousands of miles. Profound rank 10 stars. Han Feng's eyes were stunned. This Xian Shentong even had martial skills to improve his cultivation. No, it didn't feel like he was using martial skills before. Han Feng frowned, what the hell is going on? But no matter what, Xuan Shentong's cultivation base has skyrocketed, and his strength will inevitably increase greatly. Han Feng dare not be careless, the 5th level of Tianhua battle body, congeal. Skyfire armor, congeal. Xuanhuan jade fire, fusion. The breath of Han Feng is also rising steadily. The body of the Ice King. After the Xian family's ancestors, there is finally a second person who has the body of the Ice Emperor. The guardian old man was instantly moved. Lei Yuanjia and other celestial powers clearly understood the body of the Ice Emperor, and their expressions changed. In this continent, many warriors are born with peculiar bloodlines. This bloodline is strong or weak, but no matter how strong or weak, it has an extremely powerful effect of increasing strength. The guardian old man gave Xian Shentong a deep look. Brother Xian, your bloodline has finally been inherited by future generations. Unfortunately, this kid should have just possessed the body of the Ice King for less than half a year. The degree of mastery is extremely low, and the bloodline concentration is not high. The body of the Ice King is far inferior to yours. Otherwise, it will not just be promoted from the peak of 9 stars to the beginning of 10 stars. Don't worry, since there are descendants who have inherited your bloodline, what you left behind will finally be used. Perhaps, this kid who inherited your bloodline will be recruited by Baidu Academy. The previous Xian Shentong was just an ordinary genius in the heart of the old guardian. As a strong man in the sanctuary, the guardian old man has seen too many geniuses, and geniuses like Xian Shentong are among them, but they are only low-level. But now, Xian Shentong, who has the body of the Ice Emperor, has undergone earth-shaking changes in his position in the heart of the old guardian. Once the Ice Emperor's body reaches its peak, it will fully exert the effect of the Ice Emperor's body. Even if it is only in the late stage of the Xuanjia, it is enough to kill the existence of the Earth-ranked. The original ancestor of the Xian family did not raise the body of the Ice Emperor to its peak. Just as the old guardian said, Xian Shentong did discover his body changes in the last 6 months, and Xian Shentong didn't tell anyone, just to be a blockbuster in the Qingyun ranking competition. After initially mastering the body of the Ice Emperor, Xian Shentong did not perform well, and his face showed pain. A stream of ice attribute true essence poured into the frost, double-edged. And Han Feng's fire attribute true essence was also transported into his right arm. At the same time, the Xuanhuan jade fire in his dantian also merged with fire attribute true essence. The third one is delivered. After a hard-fought battle, there were still some problems in the end. Trouble. Jinghang Ice Slash. Fusion, Profound Flame Shattering Slash. Han Feng and Xian Shentong shouted in unison. The ice sword exuding endless chills and the flaming heaven sword wrapped in blue flames collided in the sky. Rumbling. LOL. The ice sword and the flame sword collided, and each started to shatter from the tip, turned into flames and frost, and swept out. Immediately afterwards, the flames and frost continued to devour and melt, and the entire competition platform was covered with white fog. Many strong people stared at the 4-way competition stage, and they couldn't wait to know the outcome of the matter. As soon as it came up, it was the strongest trick, and there was not even a temptation. It could be said that it was the first one in the 3rd stage of the Qingyun ranking competition. Lei Yuanjia, the 3rd elder, and the Xian family elder all exuded their own spiritual power, staring at everything on the competition stage. Elder Xian's face was even more pleasantly surprised. Oh my god, this kid Xian Shentong has awakened the body of the Ice Emperor. It has been more than 1,000 years. Since the ancestors passed away, no one in the Xian family has awakened the body of the Ice Emperor. It was found that Xian Shentong had awakened the body of the Ice Emperor, and the elders of the Xian family were full of surprises. As for the result of this competition, in the eyes of the elders of the Xian family, it was completely unimportant. Now the most important thing is Xian Shentong, there must be no too much damage. With the body of the Ice Emperor, as long as you guide it, increase the blood concentration in the body, and improve the control of the body of the Ice Emperor, you may be able to break through to the sanctuary in the future. Since knowing that Lei Yuanjia is likely to become a sanctuary powerhouse in the future, the pressure of the Xian family's elders is not too big. Once the Lei family has a sanctuary powerhouse, what will their Xian family do? Do you surrender to the Lei family? Alright now, after awakening the body of the Ice King, as long as Xian Shentong also breaks through to the sanctuary in the future, is he still afraid of the Lei family? Lei Yuanjia and the third elder did not care about the excitement of the Xian family elder. They are the older generation of the Lei family. Since the great elder got the experience of the sanctuary, there is a great hope that he will break through to the sanctuary in his lifetime. The next generation of Lei Yuanjia's strength has grown rapidly, and with the help of the sanctuary experience, maybe he will break through to the sanctuary faster than the first elder. Among the younger generation, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen are both extremely outstanding beings. Han Feng's performance was even better than that of Lei Yuanjia, and he was also expected to exist in the sanctuary. There are so many promising sanctuaries, but only one of them has appeared in the Xian family. Both Lei Yuanjia and the third elder are extremely calm. But the elders of the Tibetan family and the elders of the Yu family were jealous. Even the elder of the royal family of the Lin family had to smile bitterly and admit his unwillingness in his heart. On the four-way competition stage, the white fog gradually dissipated. Han Feng and Xian Shentong are far away from each other. Suddenly, Xian Shentong's throat was sweet, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Han Feng covered his right arm, also dripping with cold sweat and his face ashen. Xian Shentong took a deep look at Han Feng and said solemnly, "I admit defeat." The previous flame sword, Xian Shentong knew that Han Feng was merciful, otherwise the spiritual tool in his hand would have been damaged at least half, instead of only losing a little spirituality now. Standing up, Xian Shentong looked straight at Han Feng. "I lost today, but I believe that I will surpass you soon, and I will challenge you." Awakening the body of the Ice Emperor was half a year ago. But the initial grasp of the body of the Ice Emperor was only recently. Xian Shentong had already faintly felt that he was about to break through to the 10-star realm of the mysterious order. Even Xian Shentong had a feeling that as his mastery of physical changes deepened, his strength would grow faster and faster. He might not be able to. Thinking of this, Xian Shentong glanced at the guardian without a trace, and his heart was full of blood. That's his goal. Han Feng smiled, "I will definitely accompany you." The faint voice of the guardian old man sounded, "The 32nd battle, Han Feng won. Continue tomorrow." After teleporting Han Feng and Xian Shentong to their respective high columns, the guardian began to read everyone's achievements today. There are 5 people who have won 4 consecutive victories today, namely Lei Zhenyan, Tibetan Qinghu, Yu Kai, Lin Huixian and Han Feng. Among them, Tibetan Qinghu's result yesterday was 1 win and 3 losses. Today, it can be said that there is a big comeback. The rest of Han Feng waited for the 4, and the results were the same as yesterday. There are 3 people who have won 3 consecutive victories, namely Xian Shentong, Lei Ruwen and Tibetan Qingdu. Among them, Xian Shentong and Lei Ruwen had 4 consecutive victories yesterday, and they both lost to Han Feng today. Tibetan Qingdu is also a big comeback. Yesterday's result was a 4-game losing streak, with 0 points. No one gets 2 points, the rest get 1 point. Han Feng, Xian Shentong, Yu Kai, Lin Huixian, Lei Zhenyan, and Lei Ruwen got 4 points yesterday. A total of 6 people tied for first place. Yu Kenfei, who won 3 points, was ranked 7th. Hua Wenlong was the only one who got 2 points, ranking 8th. Zhang Qinghu, Lei Yuru, and a first-class family member with good luck were ranked 9th with 1 point. The rest are 0 points, and they are already outside the 11th place. Now, with yesterday's results and today's results, Lin Huixian, Yu Kai, Han Feng, and Lei Zhenyan are tied for first place, all with 8 points. Ranked fifth are Xian Shintong and Lei Ruwen, both with 7 points. Then there is the Tibetan Qinghu, 5 points. Yu Henfei, 4 points. The degree of navy blue, 3 points. Lei Yuru, 2 points. Lin Huipa, 1 point. Along with Lin Huipa, are the children of other first-class families. Although only 2 days have passed, such a ranking cannot be said to be the final ranking. But at least everyone who will definitely be able to enter the top 10 already knows. Only the back 7*10, probably not so stable. Many geniuses are impressed by Han Feng. If it is said that Han Feng's 4-game winning streak yesterday was due to good luck, then today's 4-game winning streak, Han Feng has a real proof of strength, and these 4-game winning streaks are well-deserved. Whether it is Lei Ruwen or Xian Shintong, they are both super powerful people recognized by everyone. In particular, the warriors who fought with Lei Ruwen and Xian Shintong clearly know how powerful the two are, and now, both of them have lost to Han Feng. And with the relationship between Xian Shintong, Lei Ruwen and Han Feng, it is impossible for Xian Shintong and Lei Ruwen to release water. In other words, Han Feng's strength is enough to rank among the top talents. Yu Yotsai's eyes were excited. This is an opponent worthy of a full shot. Sitting cross-legged on a raised platform, Han Feng suddenly realized that the true essence in his body was fluctuating violently. Han Feng was first surprised, then overjoyed. This is a sign of a breakthrough. Han Feng never thought that he would make a breakthrough at this time. Now that I think about it, the first reason is that the physical strength exceeds the cultivation level by more than 3 stars, resulting in the ability to absorb spiritual power to the greatest extent in the enchantment. The concentration of spiritual power in the enchantment is indeed far more than the outside world, even more than 10 times. But this does not mean that you can absorb all 10 times the spiritual power. It depends on how much your body can bear. The stronger the body, the higher the cultivation base, and the more it can bear. Han Feng's physical strength exceeded his cultivation base by more than 3 stars, which directly led to Han Feng's ability to withstand far more than the 7-star Xuanjia of the same level. The majestic spiritual power, no matter how strong it is, can be absorbed by Han Feng in an instant, and the tough refining is charged into the meridians. With the current state of the meridians, this spiritual power is nothing at all. Secondly, today's 2 battles can be said to be extremely dangerous, and Han Feng fights almost every time he fights. It is said that fighting helps improve strength, and this sentence is indeed true. Han Feng was very excited. Breaking through at this time, even though it was only a small realm within a star, would be of great benefit to the next competition. Bro papa! Han Feng shouted in his heart. Just listening to the bang, Han Feng stepped from the late stage of Xuanjia 7 stars to the peak of Xuanjia 7 stars with ease. The meridians are more tenacious and have expanded a lot, and can accommodate more true essence. At the same time, the true essence in the meridians also solidified. Han Feng exhaled, his mind fell silent, and he didn't care about being exposed. He quickly took out the source fluid and swallowed it, stabilizing the realm of the peak of the 7 stars of the Xuanjia. Fire fist. Huh? This kid broke through. The guardian old man snorted, and his surprised eyes swept to where Han Feng was. The old guard tooted, to break through during the game. It seems that this kid has a solid accumulation on weekdays, but as far as I know, this kid should have been in the middle of the 7 stars when he first arrived, right? In just a few days, it has been raised to such a state. It is really strange to see that the true essence in his body is still so solid. Shaking his head, the old guardian was also muttering in his heart, full of doubts. With the eyesight of the old guard, he didn't see anything special about Han Feng's physique. Because of this, the old guard felt even more strange. It seems to be extremely ordinary, but the speed of cultivation is so fast. With the mental power swept away, the guardian old man naturally saw the jade bottle in Han Feng's hand. What the hell is this? The old guardian frowned, and finally sighed and didn't care. This continent is very big, and the old guard knows himself. With his strength, he is nothing in the whole continent, and what he knows is limited. He can't see it, but it does not mean that Han Feng does not have special qualifications. As for the special jade bottle in Han Feng's hands, the old guardian completely regarded it as some spiritual liquid that Han Feng had come across. For example, a spiritual liquid such as the Millennium Stone stalactite. Fortunately, Han Feng didn't take the source liquid under the eyelids of the old guard, otherwise, it would definitely cause the old guard's doubts. Heaven and earth spiritual liquid has always been rare. How can anyone drink heaven and earth spiritual liquid like water? The night passed. Thanks to the top second level source liquid, although Han Feng has not completely stabilized the realm of the peak of the 7 stars of the profound rank, it is not unstable, so that he may fall back to the late stage of the 7 stars of the profound rank at any time due to damage during the battle. The third day of battle came. In the first battle on the third day, Lin Huipa fought against the children of the first-class family, and Lin Huipa won. In the second battle, Zhang Qingdu played against the first-class children of the family, and Zhang Qingdu won. In the third battle, Lei Yuru fought against the first-class family members, and Lei Yuru won. Strangely, in the first 3 battles, the elites of the 4 major clans fought against the children of the first-class clans. Except for Lei Yuru, who was a little more difficult to deal with, Lin Huipa and Zhang Qingdu basically won relatively easily. In the fourth battle, Lin Huixian fought Yu Kai. Hearing that the two were fighting, Han Feng immediately focused his attention. Whether it is Yu Kai or Lin Huixian, they are the top figures among the elites. Han Feng has a feeling that Yu Kai and Lin Huixian are not so easy to deal with. It will definitely be an extremely difficult battle, no less than the battle with Xian Shentong and Lei Ruwen, and even more so. Difficult. But who is stronger between Lin Huixian and Yu Kai? Han Feng was unable to judge this. At this moment, the two are fighting, and the results of everything will be revealed soon. After half an hour, the guardian's voice faintly entered Han Feng's ears, and it was Lin Huixian who won. It seems that Lin Huixian is stronger. Unless there is any reservation. However, the possibility that Yu Kai has reservations is less than 1/10. Take a deep breath. Han Feng completely regarded Lin Huixian as his number 1 opponent. In the 5th battle, Han Feng fought against Lei Zhenyan. Lei Zhenyan raised his hand to admit defeat. In Lei Zhenyan's words, "I'm not Lei Ruwen's opponent, and Lei Ruwen lost to you, so of course I won't be your opponent, boy, work hard and bring glory to our Lei family." Easily, Han Feng got a point on the 3rd day. In the 6th battle, Lei Ruwen won. In the 7th battle, Tibetan Qinghu fought against Chui Xingyuan, and Tibetan Qinghu won. In the 8th battle, Yu Henfei fought against Zhang Qingdu, and Yu Henfei won. The 9th battle and the 10th battle were both Hua Wenlong's battles. Hua Wenlong's opponents were the children of 2 first-class families. With illusion, Hua Wenlong easily won the victory. In the 11th battle, Yu Kai fought against Xian Shentong. This is another battle that makes people uncertain who will win. No matter which one of the 2 sides is, it is an extremely difficult role. But no matter how difficult it is, there will be a winner in the end, and no matter how difficult it is, there will be a guardian to judge who is stronger. In the result of the competition between the two, Yu Kai was even better. In the 12th battle, it was Han Feng's turn again. Han Feng's luck is still very good, and he is fighting against a first-class family member. This time, no one will underestimate Han Feng because of his good luck. In the 13th battle, Lin Huipa fought against Lei Yuru, and Lin Huipa won. In the 14th battle, Xian Shentong fought against Cui Xingyuan, and Xian Shentong won. In the 15th battle, Lei Ruwen fought against the first-class family members, and Lei Ruwen won. In the 16th battle, Tibetan Qinghu fought Huawenlong, and Tibetan Qinghu won. In the 17th battle, Huawenlong played against Xian Shentong. This is unfortunate, and 2 consecutive games have encountered difficult characters. When he was fighting against Tibetan Qinghu, Huawenlong had already consumed a lot, so how could he still fight against Xianshen? As expected, Huawenlong lost and Xian Shentong won. At the end of this competition, Huawenlong took the lead in completing the 4 battles on the 3rd day, with 2 wins and 2 losses, and scored 2 points. In the 18th battle, Lei Ruwen fought against Tibetan Qingdu, and Lei Ruwen won. In the 19th battle, Yu Henfei fought against Cui Xingyuan, and Yu Henfei won. In the 20th battle, Tibetan Qinghu fought against Lin Huixian, and Lin Huixian won. In the 21st battle, Lin Huipa fought against Cui Xingyuan, and Lin Huipa won. Following Huawenlong, Lin Huipa also completed 4 battles on the 3rd day. On the 3rd day, Lin Huipa achieved fairly good results, with 3 wins and 1 loss, and 4 points. In the 22nd battle, Han Feng fought Yu Henfei. In this battle, Han Feng's face was relaxed. I have to admit that Yu Henfei's strength is not bad. His cultivation base has reached the limit of the late stage of the 9 stars of the Profound Order, and he is only half a step away from the peak of the 9 stars. But compared with Xian Shentong, Yu Henfei is obviously more than 1 step behind. Quartet on the test table. Yu Henfei shouted with a stern expression, "The scorching sun burns the soul." Yu Henfei's whole body seemed to bloom with sparks. The sparks condensed in the air and turned into a scorching sun. Han Feng Tianhua battle body and Tianhua armor were quickly displayed, and at the same time, they merged with Qingluan Yuhua. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng's cultivation level has risen to the peak of the 9-star Xuanjia. In terms of cultivation level, it is even better than Yu Henfei. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. Bang bang. With 1 punch, the scorching sun instantly collapsed. Puff. Yu Henfei's face was instantly pale, and he stepped back again and again, his eyes full of shock. 1 strike. Defeated him with just 1 blow, such a strong strength. This time, Yu Henfei finally understood why Xian Shentong and Lei Ruwen were defeated by Han Feng. This Han Feng's strength is indeed terrifying. Seeing that the martial skill was broken, Yu Henfei took out his spiritual weapon without hesitation. The first-class spiritual weapon, Chaoyang Fire Gloves. Magic Fire Fist. Yu Henfei punched out, and the flames like a tornado shot out. In Han Feng's perception, there is a vortex of flames in front of him, and the vortex of flames will suck him into it, and there will be no residue left. Xianyan shattered and shattered. Han Feng smiled lightly, not paying any attention to such an attack. The gap between Yu Henfei and Xian Shentong can't be said to be big, but it can't be said to be small either. All in all, after seeing the powerful combat power of Xian Shentong and Lei Ruwen, Yu Henfei's performance can only be regarded as mediocre. Demon Fire Fist can only be regarded as an ordinary profound martial skill, and the level of mastery is only the realm of great achievement. Even if you rely on the Chaoyang Fire Gloves to exert its power to the realm of perfection, it is only equivalent to the realm of close to the perfection of the top-level mysterious martial arts. LOL. Boom. To put it lightly, the shattering slash of the Xianyan swung from Han Feng's right arm completely split the flame vortex in half. Yu Henfei stepped back again and again, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. At this point, Yu Henfei didn't know how big the gap between himself and the other party was, and shook his head. Yu Henfei said directly, "I admit defeat." Yu Henfei felt bitter in his heart. After all, he used to be the #1 elite of the Yu family, but Yu Kai came out first, and now he has encountered many opponents in the Qingyun ranking competition. Yu Henfei sighed, people, only after suffering setbacks, do they understand how vast the world is. The fifth one is delivered. Ask for flowers. The result of Han Feng's victory was taken for granted by many strong people. It has been more than 2 days since the battle has gone on here, and a group of heaven-level and earth-level powerhouses already have a spectrum in their hearts. Perhaps the rankings of the first few sides are still a bit mysterious, but the latter ones are roughly determined, but they are uncertain and specific. Just a ranking. Just like the first few, many powerhouses have confirmed that there will definitely be Han Feng, Yu Cai, Lin Huixian, and Xian Shentong. Xian Shentong is definitely not as good as the first 3, but what the ranking of the first 3 will be, we still need to keep an eye on. The same is true for the last few. Many strong people have a spectrum in their hearts. Yu Henfei should be between the 6th and 10th place. The specific ranking needs to continue to be observed. One is the existence that is expected to be in the top 3, and the other is the existence of the 6th to 10th place. If Han Feng fails, there will be a ghost. Many powerhouses now wish that Han Feng would immediately have a good fight with Yu Cai and even Lin Huixian. If Han Feng loses, then the top 3 of the Qingyun ranking competition can basically be determined. Lin Huixian is the first, Yu Cai is the second, and Han Feng is the third. If Han Feng wins, he needs to play against Lin Huixian to determine who is the first. In the 23rd battle, Lin Huixian fought against the first-class family members, and Lin Huixian won. In the 24th battle, Yu Cai fought against the children of the first-class family, and Yu Cai won. In the 25th battle, Xian Shentong fought against Hu Dufei, and Xian Shentong won. Following Hua Wenlong and Lin Huipa, Xian Shentong also completed 4 battles on the 3rd day, with 3 wins and 1 loss, and won 3 points. In the 26th battle, Lei Zhenyan fought against Lei Yuru, and Lei Zhenyan won. Lei Zhenyan also completed the 4 battles on the 3rd day, with 2 wins and 2 losses, and scored 2 points. In the 27th battle, Lin Huipa fought against Lei Ruan, and Lin Huipa won. The 28th, the 29th, the 30th. In this battle, it was finally Han Feng's turn. And Han Feng's opponent is the Tibetan Qinghu, who has long been jealous of Han Feng. On the high column platform, Han Feng chuckled, "It's finally your turn to fight with you. I should know about insulting my parents." A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. For example, on the competition stage, compared to Han Feng's indifference, Tibetan Qinghu's complexion was ashen. If Tibetan Qinghu wanted to fight Han Feng and teach Han Feng to vent his anger at the beginning, now the last thing Tibetan Qinghu wants to fight is Han Feng. On the first day, Tibetan Qinghu fought against Xian Shentong, and they failed miserably. For Xian Shentong's powerful strength, Tibetan Qinghu is very clear. But such a strong man lost to Han Feng, how strong would Han Feng be? At this moment, Zhang Qinghu regrets a little. Back then, in Ziyun Pavilion, he should not provoke and insult Han Feng's parents. Now, if Han Feng can show mercy, it will be a ghost. Perhaps seeing the apprehension and fear under the face of Tibetan Qinghu Tai Qing, Han Feng suddenly lost much interest. To him, Tibetan Qinghu was not a strong enemy at all. For a person who has long been afraid of him, Han Feng really can't show much interest in fighting. Han Feng was indifferent, show your strongest move, save time. Zhang Qinghu gritted his teeth, and Han Feng's contempt made Zhang Qinghu feel extremely uncomfortable. But when he thought that Xian Shentong was defeated by Han Feng, the trace of anger that had just aroused in Zhang Qinghu's heart disappeared immediately. Han Feng was extremely disappointed. This did not make Zhang Qinghu angry. Even if this Zhang Qinghu had good qualifications, Ding Tian was also a heavenly rank, and there was absolutely no hope of breaking through to the sanctuary. Then you be careful. Zhang Qinghu began to stutter when he was worried. The Tibetan elder trembled when he saw it, and it was too disgraceful for the Tibetan family. The Tibetan elder could not wait to slap him, but ask yourself and think in a different position. It is this old guy. If he is only as strong as Tibetan Qinghu, I am afraid that he will also, so be it. Beforehand, who knew that Han Feng would have such strength? That special secret technique was performed one after another, as if there were no sequelae. There are even powerful different fires, as well as martial arts that can be combined with different fires to enhance their power. Many powerhouses even suspected that the special martial arts Han Feng displayed had no sequelae. As soon as this idea came up, it was cut off by their respective powerhouses. How could it be possible? It's too perverted to have such a special martial skill. This is not to have a special bloodline. Perhaps because of the strange fire, the sequelae have been greatly reduced. Such an idea popped up in the hearts of many strong people, and this is the only possibility, which is reluctantly accepted by many strong people. An earth gold axe appeared in Tibetan Qinghu's hand. The earth attribute true essence poured into it, and the earth golden light was abundant. Great slash! Zhang Qinghu Li shouted. This axe went down, as if it was not Han Feng, but a majestic mountain. Tibetan Qinghu seems to have turned into a giant even bigger than the towering mountains. After this slash, the giant mountain rumbled, as if the next moment would suddenly be split in half. The strange color in Han Feng's eyes flashed. This Tibetan Qinghu is not so unbearable, it is stronger than Yuhenfei, but the strength is limited, but it can't compare to Lei Ruwen. The Skyfire battle body and Skyfire armor were displayed, and the blue flames fused together. Fusion, profound flame-shattering slash. Now Han Feng is at the peak of the Xuanjia 7 Stars cultivation base, displaying the heavenly fire battle body and merging with the Xuanhuan jade fire. Han Feng's cultivation base after rising is no worse than the Tibetan Qinghu. Relying on the spiritual tool, the Tibetan Qinghu is only displaying the power of the top-level mysterious martial arts. And Han Feng combines the Xianyan shattering slash of Xuanhuan jade fire, and its power is chasing the ground-level martial arts. Not a great at all. Tibetan Qinghu found in horror that the majestic mountains he faced had undergone earth-shaking changes, the altitude had soared, and the hardness of the rocks had also increased by several grades. The giant axe in his hand slashed above the mountain, and the mountain did not even shake. At this moment, the mountain broke apart in an instant, and a neat crack opened from the center, and the whole mountain was divided into two halves. Before Tibetan Qinghu could be surprised, his face turned into fear. In the center of the split high mountain, a cyan flaming heavenly sword suddenly struck. The tip of the flame sword just touched the axe in his hand. The axe burst into bursts, turned into starlight, and disappeared. Do not. Zhang Qinghu let out a scream, his entire body was instantly smashed, and blood spurted wildly. The giant disappeared. The axe disappeared. The mountains disappeared. The flame sword also disappeared. The only ones left on the four-sided competition stage were Han Feng, who was tall and straight, and Tibetan Qinghu, who fell to the ground, twitching and spitting out blood. Victory and defeat. The guardian old man said lightly, the 30th battle, Han Feng won. The 31st. Both Han Feng and Tibetan Qinghu were teleported to the high column platform. As an elite of the family, there are healing pills, and the grade is not low. Han Feng is not worried that Tibetan Qinghu's injury will affect tomorrow's competition. Although he didn't show mercy, he didn't play too hard. According to preliminary estimates, he would recover completely in half a day at most. Not long after, with the end of the 32nd battle, the competition on the third day came to an end. There is only a quarter of the progress left in the final stage of the Qingyunbang contest. Tomorrow, the top 10 list of the Qingyun ranking competition will be selected. On the third day, the competition ended, and the results of the competition were announced. On the third day, there were only two people who still maintained their 4-game winning streak, Han Feng and Lin Huixian, both of whom got 4 points. A total of 5 people got 3 points, namely Lin Huipa, Yu Henfei, Lei Ruwen, Xian Shintong and Yu Kai. Among them, Lin Huipa let out a sigh of relief. After all, the results of the first 2 days were really appalling. On the first day of 4 consecutive losses, he only had 0 points. I don't know how many people laughed. On the second day, he only won 1 game, and only got a mere point. There are a total of 4 people who have obtained 2 points later, namely Zhang Qinghu, Lei Zhenyan, Hua Wenlong and Zhang Qingdu. Lei Zhenyan had 4 consecutive victories on the first 2 days, and only 2 consecutive victories on the third day. This result can be said to be a step backward. But Lei Zhenyan was already extremely satisfied. The reason why he had 4 consecutive victories in the first 2 days was just good luck, and he did not encounter 2 strong opponents. Today was different. Lei Zhenyan was not at all frustrated with his second straight victory. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to the pure state-owned enterprise master and Qingqiang Fengshen for their great rewards. Lei Yuru only got 1 point. To say the most strange, Lei Yuyu is the most strange one. For the past 3 days, every day was only 1 point, not too much, and the average was very good. The results of the first 2 days are, Lin Huixian, Yu Kai, Han Feng and Lei Zhenyan tied for first place, all with 8 points. Ranked 5th are Xian Shintong and Lei Ruwen, both with 7 points. Then there is the Tibetan Qinghu, 5 points. Yu Henfei, 4 points. The degree of navy blue, 3 points. Lei Yuru, 2 points. Lin Huipa, 1 point. Along with Lin Huipa, are the children of other first-class families. But as soon as today's results came out, the ranking has changed. Han Feng and Lin Huixian are tied for first place, with a total of 12 points. The second is Yu Kai, who is ranked third, with 11 points. Then there are Xian Shintong, Lei Ruwen, and Lei Zhenyan, who are tied for fourth place, all with 10 points. After that, Zhang Qinghu and Yu Henfei, who were tied for 7th, had 7 points. Tied for 9th are Huawenlong and Tibetan Qingdu, with a total of 5 points. Followed by Lin Huipa, 4 points, Lei Yuru, 3 points. Silent all night. For 3 consecutive days, everyone was also tired. If they practiced for 3 days, it would be over in a blink of an eye. But in the past 3 days, I have been observing the battles of many juniors, and everyone has fought 12 times, in other words, everyone has appeared 12 times. For the powerhouses, this is not physical fatigue, but a visual fatigue. The powerhouses are looking forward to some changes that will surprise them. In the look of fatigue and anticipation of the powerhouses, the first battle of the 4th day, the last day, began. In the first battle, Lei Yuru fought against Hu Dufei, and Lei Yuru won. In the second battle, Lin Huipa fought against the first-class family members, and Lin Huipa won. In the third battle, Zhang Qingdu played against Cui Xingyuan, and Zhang Qingdu won. In the fourth battle, Lin Huixian fought against Lei Zhenyan, and Lin Huixian won. In the fifth battle, Zhang Qinghu fought against the first-class children of the family, and Zhang Qinghu won. In the sixth battle, Lei Ruwen fought against Cui Xingyuan, and Lei Ruwen won. In the seventh battle, Yu Henfei fought against Lei Yuru, and Yu Henfei won. In the eighth battle, Han Feng fought against Tibetan Qingdu. On the four-way competition stage, Zhang Qingdu was crying, even Zhang Qinghu lost to Han Feng, not to mention him. As far as Han Feng is concerned, killing Zhang Qingyu at the beginning has already brought out a good breath of bad anger. He defeated Zhang Qinghu before, which severely thwarted Zhang Qinghu's spirit and dignity. The bad anger in Han Feng's heart has basically dissipated. For opponents who have lost their fighting spirit, Han Feng has no interest at all. With one move, Xian Yan smashed, and even the Xuanhuan jade fire did not fuse, and the Tibetan Qingdu was severely damaged, and a point was easily obtained. Now, Han Feng's targets are Yu Kai and Lin Huixian. Only these two people are worthy of his standing with all his cards. In the ninth battle, Lin Huixian fought Yu Henfei, and Lin Huixian won. 10th battle. Yu Kai fought against Lei Ruan, and Yu Kai won. Immediately following the 11th and 12th battles, all of them were Yu Kai, and the opponents they faced were also children of first-class families. Yu Kai won easily and scored 3 points in a row. In the 13th battle, it was Han Feng's turn again. This time Han Feng's opponent was also a son of a first-class family, and Han Feng easily won. With the passage of time, the ranking of the Qingyunbang competition has basically become clear. Now everyone's eyes are focused on Han Feng, Yu Kai, and Lin Huixian. These three are already the undisputed top three. Among them, Yu Kai had already been defeated by Lin Huixian, and the highest ranking was the second. But what will happen to Han Feng and Lin Huixian, many strong people can't know. It is true that in the current situation, Lin Huixian is better than Han Feng, or even better. But every time Han Feng encounters a strong enemy, he will reveal a stronger hole card. Who knows if Han Feng has a stronger hole card? Although this possibility is small, it is not impossible. This adds a touch of mystery to the top three. The 20th battle, Han Feng versus Yu Kai. Suddenly, the faint voice of the guardian old man came into the ears of Han Feng and Yu Kai, and both of them were condensed. On the four-way competition stage, Han Feng and Yu Kai appeared, both full of fighting spirit. Originally thought it was boring, and even some of the many high-level powerhouses who had been bored and yawned also came to the spirit. Finally, it's the two little guys' turn to fight. I'm tired of the previous battle. Yeah, it's just a few tricks back and forth. I don't know who Han Feng and Yu Kai can win. If Yu Kai wins, the top three will be decided. Lin Huixian is the first, Yu Kai is the second, and Han Feng is the third. But if Han Feng wins, then Yu Kai will be third, and Han Feng and Lin Huixian will fight for the first place. Not only did many powerhouses come to be interested, but even Lei Yuanjia and other Tianjia elders also had their eyes fixed on the two people who competed on the martial arts platform. Among them, the elders Yu and the third elder were the most nervous. Lei Yuanjia looked indifferent. From Lei Yuanjia's point of view, Han Feng's achievements are already abnormal enough. He won the top three in the Qingyun ranking competition at the age of nearly 15, which has broken the record of the Qingyun ranking competition for so many years. There is such a record, this battle is lost, and no one dares to underestimate Han Feng, and no one dares to watch the jokes of their mother and son. Han Feng, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. When I met you for the first time, you gave me a sense of danger, but this feeling was fleeting, and I thought it was my illusion. Now it seems. Yu Kai shook his head, but his face became more and more full of fighting spirit. Don't talk nonsense, there is no need for any temptation, pick me up. The giant horn explodes. Boom. A strong flame spread out like a sea of fire. Behind Yu Kai, a huge flame demon ox condensed out. The body of the demon bull is illusory, but the horns are extremely solid. If you don't look carefully, it is absolutely difficult to find out whether it is true or false. Blazing flames burst out from the horns. Tread. The flame demon cow slammed into Han Feng with 4 feet on the ground, and its horns locked Han Feng firmly. Shanyan shattered and shattered. Han Feng waved his right arm down, and soon felt something was wrong. When it comes to martial arts, the giant horn blasting flame is also a top-grade Xian-level martial arts, and Yu Kai is only slightly better than Lei Ruan in his mastery of the top-grade Xian-level martial arts, which is definitely limited. But on the demon bull's horns, the fiery flame was extremely poisonous. These poisons spread along Han Feng's energy attack, and soon spread to Han Feng's right arm. Not good. Han Feng was startled, the fusion of Xuanhuan and jade fire increased, and at the same time, the Xuanhuan and jade fire in his body rushed towards his right arm. The fire poison and Xuanhuan jade fire touched, making a chi-chi sound. Han Feng's face was pale, and the pain in his right arm made Han Feng almost interrupt Xuanhuan's shattering. Han Feng gritted his teeth, and at this time, he must not interrupt Xuanhuan's shattering slash. Otherwise, if you are hit by Yu Yotsai's attack, you will definitely be severely injured, which will greatly affect the subsequent battle. Broken. Han Feng roared with a ferocious look on his face, unable to care about the passage of Xuanhuan jade fire. The slashing power of Xuanhuan's shattering suddenly increased. Rumbling. The palpitating energy aftermath spreads in bursts, and the enchantment flickers. The flame demon bull was torn apart instantly. However, Han Feng was still continuously retreating by the aftermath of the energy, and his right arm was in pain due to the fire poison. Spreading out his hand, Han Feng found that the center of the palm was purple and black. The Xuanhuan jade fire circulated, the purple-black color gradually dissipated, and the fire poison was being swallowed by the Xuanhuan jade fire. Yu Kai was also affected by the aftermath of the energy, and directly retreated hundreds of meters. For Yu Kai, it just consumed a lot of real energy, and the attack was broken, and he didn't suffer much damage. In this battle, if you really want to say it, it was Han Feng who was at a disadvantage. After all, Han Feng was caught by fire poison, but seriously, after the fire poison was swallowed by Xuanhuan Yuhua, apart from the pain in his right arm, Han Feng himself was fine. From this point of view, the two are evenly matched. The second one is delivered. Thanks to the pure state-owned enterprise master for the big flowers and rewards. Amazed face, / Yesterday, I went to bed after 1 o'clock in the morning again, and today, I have no energy for the day. Please work hard for the 4th shift, the 6th shift is probably impossible. Yu Kai took a deep breath. It turns out that there is a strange fire and the effect of swallowing, no wonder. A strange fire that can devour true essence, a martial skill that can be fused with the strange fire to increase its power. Martial skills that can improve cultivation. It's no wonder that Xian Shentong was defeated with the 7-star cultivation base of the mysterious order. Yu Kai squinted his eyes slightly. My fire poison true essence can be described as a good thing for Yin people, but unfortunately this Han Feng has a special fire that devours true essence. Even my fire poison can be swallowed. My fire poison is basically considered a scrapped. In that case, Lai Lu furnace. Yu Kai gave a low drink, and a small furnace appeared in his hand at an unknown time. The furnace is blue-green, and the furnace shell flashes a streamer from time to time, and it is not ordinary at first glance. This is Yu Yotsai's magic weapon? A curious magic weapon. Han Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. In the previous few people, the weapon was either a sword or a knife or an axe. It is really the first to use a furnace as a spiritual weapon as a means of attack. It is very strange. Han Feng was more vigilant. It is impossible for Yu Kai to come up with a useless spiritual tool. The more peculiar the spiritual tool, the more special it may be, so don't be careless. Korean style. Show the real means. If the previous attack is already your strongest attack, then you are sure to lose. Yu Kai shouted loudly. Han Feng chuckled. If you have any means to use it, I will follow it. As soon as the voice fell, Han Feng's face changed greatly. I saw that the Lai Lu melting furnace in Yu Yotsai's hand suddenly flew into the air, expanded and opened, and in a blink of an eye, it changed from a small palm-sized furnace to a huge furnace more than 10 meters high. The lid of the furnace was opened, and a huge suction force, like a storm, instantly acted on Han Feng's body. Not good. What a strong attraction. Han Feng was terrified, desperately running the 9 flames and different fire art, trying to block the terrifying suction. Yu Kai smiled lightly. Give it up, unless your cultivation is far beyond mine, reaching the peak of 10 stars or even 11 stars of the profound rank. Otherwise, it is impossible to escape the suction of my Lai Lu furnace. Do you know why I yelled at you before? This is actually the password to use the glazed furnace. Once you answer, the glazed furnace will record your voice and breath. No matter how you resist or escape, it is impossible in the end. If you can escape, sooner or later you will be sucked into it by the Liu furnace. Numerous powerhouses were in an uproar. This Lai Lu furnace seems to be only a high-quality mid-grade spiritual weapon, and its level is not high, so it has such a special method. This method is too tricky. If you don't pay attention, you will suffer. Everyone was excited. This was the battle they were looking forward to. So many battles before, the abilities and tricks that everyone has, they have already recorded in their hearts. It is really nothing new. Now suddenly there is a Liu furnace, which greatly stimulates their interest. So, how can Han Feng resist it? What will Han Feng do? A group of strong people looked forward to Han Feng again. At this moment, Han Feng slammed his feet into the ground, trying his best to resist the suction of Lai Lu furnace. The guardian old man frowned slightly. This talent should be extremely powerful in terms of induction. It should be that the strength of Lin Huixian is quite different from that of Lin Huixian. That's why he didn't use the glazed furnace when fighting against Lin Huixian. It is estimated that you have already understood that it will still fail if you use it. The reason why the feeling of Han Feng disappeared in a flash should be related to the fact that Han Feng's method was improved by secret methods, and the strange fire is not so easy to sense. The old guardian had just finished muttering, and Han Feng was no longer able to resist the terrifying suction of the Lai Lu furnace, and was instantly sucked into it. After being inhaled into the glazed furnace, Han Feng discovered that there is a universe in this fierce glazed furnace. From the outside, the Lai Lu furnace is only a dozen meters high. But in this glazed furnace, the radius is at least several hundred meters. There were turquoise flames everywhere. The flames roared, and Han Feng was deep in it, as if he was caught in a sea of fire. The rich flames were transformed into flamingos, overwhelming the sky and the earth. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Han Feng didn't dare to be careless. He threw a punch, and every time he swung it, several firebirds would disappear into ashes, turning into flames, and falling into the deep sea of fire. However, there are too many flamingos, and a single one is not a big threat, but if they form a group, Rauscher Han Feng gradually breaks out in a cold sweat, consumes a lot and looks pale. Damn, is this flame endless? Han Feng cursed. And many more. Speaking of the endless flames, Han Feng was suddenly stunned, frowning tightly. Could it be that those flamingos that I killed turned into flames and then recondensed into new flamingos? Han Feng looked at the raging fire below and took a deep breath. This is too perverted. Where is this Liu furnace a mid-grade spiritual weapon? Well, in terms of power, it is indeed a mid-grade spiritual tool, but this peculiar ability is not comparable to an ordinary middle-grade spiritual tool. Where did you get it? Thinking of the fire poison True Yuan obtained by Yu Yotsai's adventure, Han Feng instantly realized. Han Feng frowned, although he explained that Yu Yokai should have come across such a peculiar spiritual tool, but it didn't help at all on how to resist the firebird and how to escape. He sighed, although he didn't want to use it, but at this point, if you don't use it, it will be too late. Since the cultivation base has broken through to the 7 stars of the mysterious rank, the 9 flames different fire art has been promoted to the 3rd level, and Han Feng has mastered the Kanglin Xuanhuan. But due to the low cultivation base, the capacity of Kanglin Profound Fire is really not much. When I just mastered it, it was just a small cluster of flames. And now reaching the peak of the 7 stars, it is only the size of the thumb. Take a deep breath. Although it is only about the size of a thumb, it can be used and it consumes a lot of money. The fusion of Xianyan Shattering Slash is only one blow. After one blow, my body's true essence was almost exhausted. At that time, we must seize the opportunity and fight in close quarters. With a thought, in the center of the dantian, in the center of the azure flame, the blue Kanglan mysterious fire, the size of the little finger, instantly flowed out. Kanglan's profound fire moved to the right arm, and Han Feng suddenly waved it down. Xuanhuan shattered and shattered. If the previous profound flame-shattering slash was only close to the ground-level martial arts, then the current profound flame-shattering slash has truly reached the low-level martial arts level. Approaching and truly reaching are two dimensions, and the two cannot be equal at all. The blue flame sword, coming from the void, with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, directly cut a hole in the Lai Lu melting furnace. Boom! In the Lai Lu furnace, earth-shaking changes have taken place. It's like the end of the world. The sea of fire is tumbling, and it has been uncontrollably filled around, and swept out along the opening. Outside, controlling the glazed furnace, Yu Kai quietly waited for Han Feng to call out the word admit defeat. But it didn't take long for Yu Kai to spit out a mouthful of blood, with a horrified expression on his face. Hearing a bang, a huge hole opened in the center of Lai Lu's furnace. How is that possible? What means did Han Feng use to smash my glass furnace? Yu Kai was extremely shocked, and in addition to the shock, he was deeply distressed. How many spiritual tools have suffered such heavy damage all at once, and I am afraid they will not be able to use them in the future. The flames scattered, and the entire competition platform was filled with turquoise flames. Yu Yotsai's face became terrified. Once these flames left the glazed furnace, they would be out of control. In other words, he would also be attacked by turquoise flames. What happened? What happened? A group of high-level powerhouses talked a lot. They didn't know how Han Feng broke through the Lai Lu furnace. But one thing they are sure of, Han Feng really has hidden cards. The excitement of the crowd has directly increased by several percentage points. They eagerly wanted to know what the trump card Han Feng displayed this time. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, Han Feng did not come out of Lai Lu furnace. It's not that Han Feng can't come out, but he doesn't plan to come out. Han Feng did not expect the riot in the Sea of Fire. Since the Sea of Fire is no longer under the control of Yu Kai, it will attack Yu Kai. *Inner True Yuan. The third one is delivered. Damn, give it to me. Yu Kai controlled the glazed furnace, and a small part was indeed sucked into the glazed furnace, but most of the flames still did not take the glazed furnace seriously. Even a small part of the flames that were absorbed back out came out after a while. Firebirds spread their huge wings and flew into the sky, constantly impacting the barrier. However, how can these enchantments only be able to compete with firebirds, which are equivalent to the strength of ordinary Xuanhuan 9-star warriors? No matter how many firebirds are, the power level is still too weak. These firebirds all tear apart the barrier that even the powerhouses of the sky can't break. How can these firebirds be able to break through it? Yu Kai was helpless and wanted to cry without tears. With Yu Yotsai's control over the glazed furnace, of course he knew that Han Feng was deliberately hiding in the glazed furnace so that he could not come out. Yu Kai can't wait to yell at Han Feng to get out. Is it useful? If he really yelled, his face would be even more embarrassing. At the beginning, you sucked people into the Lai Lu furnace, but now it's better, you still ask them to come out. Yu Kai would rather keep his mouth shut and let others mistakenly think that the glazed furnace can trap Han Feng, and he does not want to ask Han Feng for help to fight these firebirds together. Now that the Lai Lu melting furnace is cracked, basically the spiritual tool is abolished, and Yu Kai has also lost most of his control over the Lai Lu melting furnace. Otherwise, Yu Kai can pour out Han Feng with a single thought. Feeling aggrieved, Yu Kai had no choice but to kill those firebirds with great effort. On the high platform, a group of Tianjia elders looked at each other. No one expected that things would develop to this point. These flamingos are difficult to deal with, a group of elders of Tianjia can see it clearly. If these flamingos and the sea of fire were displayed by Han Feng, that's all, but these flamingos should have been Yu Yotsai's means of confronting the enemy. This Yu Kai is really unfortunate. In the end, his tricks were actually used on himself. Elder Yu's cheeks twitched. But what can he say? Han Feng was able to split a hole in the Lai Lu melting furnace, which was Han Feng's ability. It can only be said that Yu Yotsai's strength still has no advantage. If Yu Kai is already a 10-star, or even 11-star of the mysterious rank, I am afraid that the strength of Han Feng has already been melted in the Lai Lu furnace. The guardian old man is a strong man in the sanctuary. Those heaven ranks can't see through, can the guardian old man not see through it? The power of the primordial spirit, which has been qualitatively changed, passed through the Lai Lu furnace, and clearly saw that Han Feng was safely suspended in the air, recovering the true essence in his body. The wings of the flame dragon spread out from behind. This stinky boy has made Yu Kai miserable. The old guard scolded with a smile in his heart. After another long while, the old guardian saw that the time had passed, and immediately reached out and grabbed it in the void. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the flames in the enchantment of the four-way competition platform were directly caught in the hands of the guardian old man, condensed into a fireball, and the blazing temperature radiated as enough to kill a mysterious peak powerhouse. But in the hands of the old guardian of the sanctuary, this flame is no different from the air. When the old guardian grabbed it, the flame completely dissipated. Everyone was stunned to see that, as expected of a strong sanctuary, really powerful. Yu Kai was a little stunned for a moment, because of the actions of the old guard. It's now. Inside the Lai Lu furnace, Han Feng, who had recovered some real yuan, flashed in his eyes, and immediately jumped out, punching Yu Kai with a punch. Yu Kai immediately reflected, and quickly crossed his arms, to resist in front of him. But what is the physical strength of Han Feng? That is the 8th level of body quenching, which is equivalent to the physical strength of the 11th star of the profound level. If Yu Kai was in his prime, it would be fine to have true essence to protect his body, but in order to cope with those flaming birds, Yu Kai consumed a lot of true essence. A dull voice sounded, followed by a scream from Yu Kai. Yu Yotsai's whole body was thrown out by Han Feng with a punch, and he fell heavily to the ground. The arms were already unable to lift. This result has already declared Han Feng's victory. A group of powerhouses were silent at first, and then burst into applause. Whether it's Yu Yotsai's unexpected and peculiar effect of the lilac furnace, or Han Feng's stronger trump card to break the Liliu furnace, a group of powerhouses have a good look. The guardian old man teleported Han Feng and Yu Kai to their respective high columns and started the next competition. On the other high pillars, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yurui were stunned. The two never expected that Han Feng would win even Yu Kai. This is too perverted. After Lei Zhenyan was shocked, he sighed, it's a pity that such a person is only a foreign surname. If Han Feng belongs to the Lei family, with such qualifications, unless Han Feng takes the initiative to reject it, he will definitely be in Han Feng's pocket. Lei Zhenyan was a little fortunate at this moment. When Lei Ruwen knew the result of the test, his face was stunned, and he no longer had the heart to compare with Han Feng. The gap between the two was really too big. Looking up, Lei Ruwen was a little confused. Where should I go? Zhang Qingdu, Lin Huipa, Hua Wenlong, Zhang Qinghu, Yu Henfei and the others smiled bitterly, and the last trace of unwillingness in their hearts disappeared. A strange look flashed in Xian Shentong's eyes. Didn't you do your best when you were fighting against me? After I master the changes in my body, I will definitely have a fight with you. At that time, not only will you have to show all your cards, but you will also be defeated. Lin Huixian stood up, and through the pitch-black barrier, he didn't know what he was looking at. Han Feng, I didn't expect that even you Kai would lose. It seems that my true strength cannot be concealed. Forget it, anyway, the outside world needs to know sooner or later. Let's do it in advance, and let those outsiders know that there is more than one Lei Yuanjia in the great Jin kingdom. Lei Yuru asked in his heart, Old Fu, do you know how Han Feng won? After enduring it for nearly 4 days, Lei Yuru finally couldn't help but ask Mr. Chifu. It was Han Feng that surprised him too much. To be honest, Lei Yuyu just thought that Han Feng could be in the top 10 rows at first. Second place, Lei Yurui didn't expect Han Feng to reach such a level at first. Old Fu rolled his eyes. I only asked now. To tell you the truth, the old man doesn't know. What? It's a shame that you are still a strong sanctuary. Yes, Lord Guardian is at the level of the great sanctuary. It's only normal that you dare not look at it. Lei Yuzhen was surprised at first, and then he finally kept muttering. Fu Laoqing's veins went straight. The old man will not be able to compete with the level of the small great sanctuary. There is a limit to joking, but this old man is just a remnant soul. Does the remnant soul know? My primordial spirit power is not even 1% of what it was in its heyday. Otherwise, the old man will be concerned about the small great sanctuary. Lei Yuru finally said Fu Lao's words, 1%, it seems that Fu Lao you should be at the level of the great perfection of the sanctuary in your heyday. Lei Yuru only knew that Fu Lao was strong, but to what extent he was strong, Lei Yuru didn't know much, guessing that it was at least a small perfection in the sanctuary. In this test, Lei Yurui was sure that Fu Lao was a genuine master of the great perfection of the Holy Land. Lei Yuru was overjoyed. With such a master's guidance, if he still couldn't break through the sanctuary, it would be too useless. Fu Lao, he was tricked. One battle after another, and soon, the final battle was finally reached. Han Feng versus Lin Huixian. Han Feng guessed that this game was deliberately pushed and dragged to the end by the old guardian. Because it was the last game, it didn't matter whether the contestants knew the tricks of Han Feng and Lin Huixian. Immediately, the old guardian disperses the pitch-black barrier, and Lei Zhenyan and others can clearly see the situation of the competition in all directions. Even due to the close distance, Lei Zhenyan and others can see it better than the powerhouses of the earth and the sky. Clear. Lei Zhenyan squeezed a cold sweat in his hand. Han Feng, if you continue to show your power, it's better to kill Lin Huixian. The first place has spent much more time cultivating in the spiritual secret realm than the next 9. Han Feng and Lin Huixian also knew the importance of the first place, and they both had plans in their hearts. For the first place, they gave up their lives. I really didn't expect that kid Han Feng would get to this point. He is only a mysterious 7-star. The 3 elders sighed softly. Lei Yuanjia was full of reluctance. With my son's ability, more than 80% can pass the selection of Baidu Academy. In 3 years, I will not see my son. Baidu University has regulations. Anyone who enters Baidu University cannot leave Baidu University for 3 years. These 3 years are the adaptation period of Baidu University. After the adaptation period is over, the students of Baidu University have time to go home to visit relatives every year. As for whether to go back or not, it is naturally up to the students themselves. The old guardian also interjected at this time. Now only the first and second are left undecided, and the third and later have been ranked. On the 4th day, everything became clear. Today, apart from Han Feng and Lin Huixian, one of the 4 who got 4 points is Tibetan Qinghu. On the first day of Tibetan Qinghu's bad luck, he encountered difficult characters, 3 losses and 1 victory, and he lost face. But the next day, Tibetan Qinghu's luck improved. The 3rd day was ordinary, and the 4th day was obviously another lucky day. However, the ranking competition relies on the final points. The final points ranking of Zhang Qinggu is not high, but it can be said that it is not low. In general, Zhang Qinggu's strength is not bad, otherwise even if he is lucky, there will be no such thing. Score. The 3 points below the 4 points naturally have Han Feng and Lin Huixian. However, the 3 of them have not yet had a result in their first battle. Once the result comes out, one of them will definitely get 4 points, and one of them will only get 3 points. Besides Han Feng and Lin Huixian, Lin Huipa, Yu Kai and Xian Shentong also got 3 points. Yu Henfei is 2 points. Lei Yuru also has 2 points. Huawenlong and Tibetan Qingdu are both a point. Lei Zhenyan's results are a fort, 0 points. On the 4th day, Lei Zhenyan did not win a single one. It can only be said that Lei Zhenyan's luck in the first 3 days was very good, especially in the first 2 days, he did not encounter any strong people. In the early stage, the weak were met, and in the later stage, the strong were naturally encountered. Lin Huixian, Xian Shentong, and Tibetan Qinghu, which one is the most annoying? Together with the results of the previous 3 days, the current standings are as follows. Han Feng and Lin Huixian tied for first place with 15 points. Yu Kai ranked 3rd with 14 points. Xian Shentong 4th, 13 points. Lei Ruwen 5th, 12 points. Tibetan Qinghu 6th, 11 points. Lei Zhenyan ranked 7th with 10 points. Yu Henfei was 8th and 9 points. Huawenlong is 9th, 8 points. Lin Hui broke 10th with 7 points. The 11th Navy Blue degree, 6 points. Lei Yuru was the 12th, 5 points. Cui Xingyuan's 13th, 4 points. Hu Dufei 14th, 3 points. The remaining few are first-class family members, with 2 points, 1 point and 0 points. Zhang Qingdu was annoyed when he learned that he was ranked 11th and was only 1 step away from entering the top 10. Lei Yuru knew that he would not be able to enter the top 10, but his expression did not change. Old Fu chuckled in Lei Yuru's heart, for the time being, you are 12. When you go to Baidu Academy, except for a few who are not guaranteed, I dare to say that you will definitely surpass. At least it will be stronger than Lei Ruwen. Lei Yuru nodded heavily. Fu Lao, please. Baidu Academy, he's gone. Even if he can't be led away by the powerhouses of the empire like the top 10, if he climbs the mountains and wades alone, he must go. After the top 10 list came out, the third elder was all red. There are only 10 places in the top 10, but there are so many elite geniuses from the 4 major families, the royal family, and other families who can participate in the competition. Even if the royal family and the 4 major families swept the top 10, on average, there were 2 per family. Not to mention that one of the top 10 is outside the 4 major families and the royal family, so there are only 9 places left for the 4 major families and the royal family. But the Lei family alone has 3, accounting for 1/3. They are Han Feng, Lei Ruwen and Lei Zhenyan. Not to mention these 3 people, that Lei Yulu was also ranked 12th, very close to the top 10. This limelight is not small. The royal family has 2, Lin Huixian and Lin Huipa. The 2 can't say much, especially in terms of the status of the royal family, it's even more underwhelming. But as long as Lin Huixian took the first place, the limelight would immediately overshadow the Lei family. The first limelight is much stronger than the others. There is only one Xian family, Xian Shentong. There is only one Tibetan Qinghu. The Yu family and the royal Lin family are equal, the same too, Yu Kai and Yu Henfei. Not to mention the blush, pride and jealousy of the other clan elders, Han Feng and Lin Huixian had already soared their momentum on the 4-way competition stage. Lin Huixian smiled. Han Feng, facing you, it's time for me to use all my strength. This is also my respect for you. I hope you can respect me as well. Boom boom boom. The momentum is like an ocean wave, one wave is higher than the other. The heavy momentum of the waves continued to oppress Han Feng. Ding ding dang. Han Feng's face suddenly changed, and under the momentum of the waves, Han Feng had to retreat one after another to resist this momentum. At this moment, Han Feng has already displayed the 5th layer of the Skyfire battle body and the Skyfire armor, and has integrated the Xuanhuan jade fire. However, Han Feng was still out of breath for a while. Profound rank 10 stars. After finally taking a breath, Han Feng stared at Lin Huixian and spat out every word. Profound rank 10 stars, that is already stepping into the peak of the profound rank. Don't look at the peak of the 9 stars of the profound order is only 1 step away from the 10 stars of the profound order, but if you really want to cross it, it is not so easy to cross. Just look at Lei Ruwen and the others, they have stayed at the peak of the 9 stars of the Xuanjia for at least 2 or 3 months. Among them, Xian Shentong and Yu Kai are afraid that they have reached the peak of the 9-star peak, but there is still no feeling of breakthrough. Maybe it will break through after half a month and a month, or it may take 2 to 3 months, or even half a year, no one can say for sure. From the 9 stars of the Xuanjia to the 10 stars of the Xuanjia, it is definitely a hurdle that is extremely difficult to cross. Once you have stepped over it, it will be smooth all the way, until the peak of the 12 stars of the Xuanjia, and will face even greater hurdles. That is the hurdle of the profound unearthed steps. Han Feng never thought that Lin Huishuan's real strength was so terrifying. Lei Yuanjia and others showed their shocked expressions. With their heavenly strength, they didn't even see Lin Huishuan's true strength. The elder Lin was very proud. Seeing the surprised faces of the Tianjia elders around him, the vanity of the elder Lin reached a peak, and he immediately explained, "My 6th Highness went out to experience an adventure a few years ago, and obtained the secret method to hide his strength." No way to know. Lei Yuanjia and the others nodded. Each of the powerhouses did not have some adventures. In this regard, many heavenly powerhouses were not jealous. Some of them encountered adventures that were much better than Lin Huixian. The 3rd elder murmured, "Compared to Yuan Jia, he is not much weaker." On the other high pillars, Yu Kai kept his hands full. "This guy, when he was fighting against me, he actually hid his strength." A feeling of unwillingness rose from the bottom of my heart. Although Yu Kai knew that Lin Huixian was very powerful and that he was probably not Lin Huishuan's opponent, he thought that he was forcing Lin Huixian to reveal a lot of tricks, but he didn't know that the other party even had a real cultivator. It's useless for strength. Everyone who fought with Lin Huixian gasped, and some were even more afraid. If Lin Huixian had revealed such a strong strength from the beginning, they would not be able to take a single move. This Lin Huixian is not only a 10 star of the profound rank, but also the midterm limit of a 10 star of the profound rank. The original Lei Yuanjia was the pinnacle of the 10 stars of the profound rank. Compared to Lei Yuanjia, he was only 2 chips behind. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yuru looked at each other, and both saw the bitter smile in their hearts. If at the beginning, the two still had expectations for Han Feng to win the first place, then now I just hope that Han Feng can hold on for a longer time. If they are defeated in a few moves, even if they win the second place, the face will be lost. Not good looking. Quartet competition. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the real essence in his body was surging. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. The cyan flame fist condensed out in a swirling trend, and with a fiery temperature, punched Lin Huixian with one punch. Golden Light Vortex. Lin Huixian opened his arms, and the metallic real essence swelled out, and he drank lightly. In front of Lin Huixian, streaks of golden light suddenly appeared. First delivery. Ask for flowers. In a moment, the golden light has become extremely rich, as many as tens of thousands. And the number of golden lights is still increasing at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Tens of thousands, 100,000, more than 100,000. The golden light spun, and a huge golden vortex of nearly 100 meters was formed in an instant. Bang! The flame fist hit the golden light vortex, and under the rotation of the golden light, the flame fist also twisted and twisted. Not long after, the flaming fist was distorted and turned into a sky-filled flame, which was completely dispersed. Han Feng frowned. Sure enough, the peak Xuanjia cultivation base has an advantage over the late Xuanjia when it comes to displaying the best martial skills of the Xuanjia. It is true that this golden light vortex should not be a top-level profound-level martial arts, and can only be regarded as ordinary. But in the case of cultivation to perfection, and it is displayed by the peak of the mysterious rank, the power can still not be underestimated. Han Feng's heavenly fire fighting fist has been integrated with Xuanhuan and jade fire, and its power is no less than the perfection of ordinary Xuanjia superb martial arts, and Han Feng's soaring cultivation at this moment is the peak of Xuanjia 9-star. It can be said that the blow that Han Feng broke out just now is not much worse than the strongest move of Tibetan Qing Hu. But Lin Huixian, in an understatement, resisted or even eliminated such an attack. Blade of prison breaking. The sea of fire split from the center, and the blade of flame broke from the void. However, when the blade of flame came into contact with the golden light vortex, the blade of flame was twisted in an instant, and the blade turned into flame fragments, which scattered all over the sky. Lin Huixian laughed lightly. Show your true skills, even Xian Shintong and Yu Kai can't deal with this ability, let alone this highness. Han Feng grinned. If that's the case, then you have to pick it up. Xian Yin shattered and shattered. As soon as he made his move, Han Feng displayed the strongest martial arts he has mastered so far, and combined it with Qinghuan Yuhua. The power is straight to the ground level martial arts. As soon as this move came out, Lin Huishuan's complexion changed drastically, and he was a little lost. Han Feng had indeed used Xian Yin to smash several times, but in the pitch-black barrier, it was impossible for Lin Huixian to know that Han Feng would have such an ability. Han Feng used two ordinary profound martial arts skills in succession to reduce Lin Huishuan's vigilance. No matter how smart Lin Huixian is, can he still think that the martial arts power in Han Feng's hands can catch up to the ground? Unexpectedly, this one caused Lin Huishuan's golden light vortex to dissipate. The cyan flame sword split the golden light vortex in half from the middle. And he slashed at Lin Huixian unabated. Han Feng has no mercy at all. In the previous battle against Xian Shintong and others, although Han Feng also used the Xian Yin shattering slash with the fusion of Qinghuan and jade fire, Han Feng always took back some strength in the end, so as not to really split Xian Shintong and others in two half. However, for Lin Huixian, Han Feng really didn't hold back at all. It's not that Han Feng and Lin Huixian have a grudge, but Han Feng knows that Lin Huishuan's strength is strong, and he must have stronger tricks. Facing Lin Huixian, keeping his hands is not only disrespectful to Lin Huixian, but also adds more to his defeat. Possibility. The fact is, as Han Feng expected, Lin Huixian does have stronger tricks. As a peak Xuanjia master, Lin Huishuan's loss was only for a moment. In a moment, Lin Huixian returned to normal. Immediately reach out and grab it in the void. Big gold cracking monument hand. A golden 100-meter palm suddenly condensed from the sky, and the surging metallic real energy waved and waved out. The golden palm suddenly grabbed the flaming heavenly sword. Boom boom boom. The golden palm and the flaming sword kept rubbing, accompanied by palpitating energy fluctuations. The big gold cracking tablet hand is obviously a very high-level Xian level top-grade martial arts, combined with Lin Huishuan's peak Xian level strength. His power is terrifying. In the field, except for Yu Kai, I am afraid that no one can resist. And Yu Yotsai's so-called resistance is nothing but the use of fire poison and true essence in people. If the fire poison true essence did not have the ability of a in person, or if the opponent had already been vigilant, such an attack, even Yu Kai, without a spiritual weapon, the probability of being able to successfully resist it is no more than 50%. In the battle between Xian Shintong and Han Feng that day, Han Feng was just a little careless, and then he and Yu Kai fought on a par, and finally was sucked into the Lai Lu furnace. Click, click. Whether it is the flaming sword or the golden palm, the surface is cracked like a spider web. The flaming heavenly sword was continuously shot through by the Jin Rui Qi of Jin Can's palm, and Jin Can's palm was also torn apart by the flames and sharp sword energy of the flaming heavenly sword. Rumbling. Flame heaven sword and Jin Can's palm collapsed and separated, and the fluctuations of fire spirit power and golden spirit power swept the entire competition stage like a storm. This is the real draw. Comparable. Lin Huixian exhaled in shock. I finally understand why Miss Meng is so fond of you. You actually have a strange fire. Different fire also has the characteristics of devouring. There are even martial arts that can be fused with different fires. Ms. Meng herself also has a strange fire. In the entire Jin dynasty, you are the only one who has a strange fire, like Miss Meng. No wonder. Lin Huixian finally understood the whole story, and the trace of jealousy towards Han Feng disappeared in his heart. As the first genius of the royal family, Lin Huixian naturally also has his own secret, which the guardian obviously knows. Based on the importance the guardian places on Meng Yaqing, Lin Huixian believes that Meng Yaqing must also know about it. Lin Huixian is full of confidence in his trump card, and his aptitude is good. With such special ability, it is not impossible to pass the selection of Baidu University. Meng Yaqing doesn't value such ability. Why is Han Feng? Now Lin Huixian knows, it's not that Meng Yaqing doesn't look down on his special ability, but that Han Feng's strange fire just caught Meng Yaqing's eyes. Lin Huixian believes that with his special ability, the value is no less than that of Han Feng Zihua. If Han Feng Zihua cannot evolve, then his special ability value is still higher than Han Feng Zihua. Lin Huixian stretched out his hand and grabbed the void in front of his chest, and then, a purple-gold light burst out. The dazzling purple-gold color squinted the eyes of everyone who shone. Yu Yotsai's expression changed. He was defeated by this weapon. This is... Lei Yuanjia and other celestial powerhouses looked solemn. The fluctuations of this spiritual tool are not great, but the breath is very powerful. There is only one possibility to have such a contradictory spirit tool, an evolutionary spirit tool. In the entire Great Jin Kingdom, there is only one spiritual weapon that can be evolved, and that is the state-suppressing spiritual weapon of the royal family of the Great Jin Kingdom, and the family heirloom of the Lin family, the heaven-shaking dragon sword. Spirits are divided into three categories. One is the fixed spiritual tool, which has a fixed level. Unless it is transformed by the refiner, the level will be improved, or the spiritual tool is damaged and the spirituality is greatly reduced, resulting in a sharp drop in the level of the spiritual tool. The second category is the seal-type spiritual tool. Such a spiritual tool is originally of a very high level, and it may even be a high-level holy weapon or even a semi-divine weapon. Because it was directly sealed by a powerful powerhouse with a special method, resulting in a drop in level, which was extremely low. Only by using a special method can the seal be gradually unsealed. Improve. A typical example is the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife in Han Feng's hand, which unseals the seal by devouring blood essence. The third category is evolvable spiritual tools. Such a spiritual tool is generally not high level, and may not even be considered a spiritual tool at first, but within such a spiritual tool, there is a spirit that is not weaker than human intelligence. As long as it is recognized by the tool spirit, you can become the holder of the spirit tool. With the improvement of strength and communication with the tool spirit, the spirit tool will continue to evolve and the level will soar. The heaven-shaking dragon sword is the third kind of spiritual weapon. However, such a spirit tool has great flaws. First, it is extremely difficult to obtain the recognition of the tool spirit. If it cannot be recognized by the tool spirit, no matter how it can evolve, it will always be just a waste. The second one is delivered. Thanks to the pure state-owned enterprise master for the successive rewards, and congratulations to the pure state-owned enterprise master for being promoted to the position of Hall Master. Thanks to Enshan 2004 and others for their support, and congratulations to Enshan 2004 for being promoted to the position of Dharma Protector. Amazed Face, / Dragon Soul Sky / This is different from the sealing spirit tool. There is no such thing as a sealed spirit tool that needs to be acknowledged by the spirit. As long as the method is correct, anyone can become the holder of the sealed spirit tool. Just like the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife, the previous owner, Elder Lin Taisheng, was killed by Han Feng, and Han Feng became the new owner of the blood-drinking nine-dragon knife in a blink of an eye. This so-called Lin family has nothing to do with the royal family. There are so many surnames in this mainland that the same surname means there is a relationship between the two. Unless it is a rare surname, such as a compound surname, there are many overlapping surnames. For example, the Han family, there are some small Han families, like Zhongqing, and there are other more powerful Han families. It is said that in a certain prefecture-level city in the Great Jin Kingdom, there is a Han family in it. There are several early-stage powerhouses in the clan. This Han family has nothing to do with Han Feng's Han family. Generally speaking, in the same country, families with the same surname generally appear, and the relationship is not only not friendly, but may even be hostile. The royal family's Lin family paid no attention to the Lin family in Xuanhuan City. They were only concerned about the reputation of the royal family. And the prefecture-level power Han family did not take action against the Han family in Renshongqing, it was disdain. The topic goes back to the difference between a sealed spirit tool and an evolvable spirit tool. An evolvable spiritual tool can be recognized by the tool spirit, which means that the relationship between the tool spirit and the holder is good, and it may even be a close friend. You killed the holder, and still want the spirit to admit you? No kidding, that's impossible. Therefore, if it is said that the sealing of the spiritual tool will cause many strong people to fight for it, then the evolutionary spiritual tool is not necessarily the case. However, unless the sealing spirit tool is well known, if a sealing spirit tool comes out casually, it will be easy to see where it is. However, because of its special contradiction, the evolvable spiritual tool has a strong breath, but the fluctuation of spiritual power does not match the breath, and it is easy to be recognized by people. This is just the first flaw. The second flaw is that once the previous holder dies, the evolvable spiritual weapon will instantly return to its original form. Even before returning to its original form, the evolvable spiritual tool has evolved to the holy artifact level. If the new holder is recognized by the evolvable spiritual tool, he will have to start all over again. The three elders murmured in a low voice, "This heaven-shaking dragon sword, it is said that apart from the ancestor of the royal family Lin family, no one has been able to get the recognition of its artifact spirit. I didn't expect." Lei Yuanjia looked at it intently. It is said that there are 9 dragon patterns in the heaven-shaking dragon sword. Each time a dragon pattern is activated, the level of the heaven-shaking dragon sword will be greatly improved. Now 4 dragon patterns have been activated. As long as one more dragon pattern is activated, it has evolved into a top-grade spiritual weapon. Elder Lin smiled and said, "The 4th dragon pattern has not been activated for a long time. It's a long time before the 5th dragon pattern is activated." Even so, the level of the heaven-shaking dragon sword at this moment is no worse than that of the first-class mid-grade spiritual weapons. The heaven-shaking dragon sword has 9 dragon designs in total. Inspiring 1 dragon pattern and 2 dragon patterns are all low-grade spiritual tools. Inspires 3 dragon patterns and 4 dragon patterns, belonging to the mid-grade spiritual artifact. Inspires 5 dragon patterns and 6 dragon patterns, which are high-grade spiritual tools. Inspired by 7 dragon patterns and 8 dragon patterns, it is a top-quality spiritual tool. Stimulate the 9 dragon patterns, and it will evolve into a holy weapon. So far, only the ancestors of the royal family Lin family evolved it to the level of a holy weapon. The 3 elders suddenly condensed, as if thinking of something. His face changed greatly, and he asked anxiously, Elder Lin, according to rumors, the holder who has been recognized by the heaven-shaking dragon sword spirit will be able to use the heaven-shaking dragon sword. The spirit transforms the body, enough to withstand the special magic of the golden dragon. I don't know if it's true. The metamorphosis of the golden dragon's ability to increase its strength is not weaker than the body of the Ice Emperor. And obviously, if Lin Huixian really mastered the golden dragon variety, he would definitely be deeper than Xian Shentong's mastery. God knows to what extent the cultivation base will be improved. Elder Lin was surprised. Elder Lei also knows about this rumor? The matter has come to this point, there is nothing to hide. Elder Lin smiled proudly. Yes, His Royal Highness has obtained the golden dragon variety inheritance, and has mastered the dragon scale transformation extremely deeply. It's only one step away from the next dragon-human transformation. The 3 elders and others gasped. But while taking a deep breath, the 3rd elder also breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon scale transformation and the dragon-human transformation seem to be only one step away, but they are actually very different. The dragon scales have changed, and the cultivation has reached a very deep level, which is enough to raise the peak of the profound rank to a 1-star cultivation base. And the dragon man change, cultivation to a very deep realm, is enough to raise the peak of the earth-level powerhouse by 1 star. If only the dragon scales changed, Han Feng might not have the power to fight. Lei Zhenyan and others thought that Han Feng had lost, because they didn't know that Han Feng had a stronger whole card. But the 3 elders and others knew that Han Feng must have a stronger whole card, otherwise he would not break a hole in the Lai Lu furnace. If it is a dragon man change, even if it is only in the early stage, Han Feng has no hope of winning. The old guard's face was calm, but he was relieved. I thought that there was only one Lin Huixian, but I didn't expect Xian Shentong to appear later, and now there is Han Feng. I can't see through a golden dragon, a body of an ice emperor, and Han Feng. These 3 people are very likely to pass the selection of Baidu Academy. Once passed, even if only one of these 3 people will achieve the sanctuary in the future, I, the old guy, can take the burden off my body. That guy, if I try to seal it, the great Jing kingdom will be stable for at least 200 or 300 years. As for 200 or 300 years later, sigh, I can only look at these little guys. I hope I won't disappoint the old man. I don't know what to think. The old guard's expression suddenly became solemn. On the 4-way competition stage, the purple-gold color around Lin Huishuan's body gradually dissipated, and the heaven-shaking dragon sword waved a powerful aura in his hand. With a slight smile, Lin Huixian raised his right hand. Han Feng, if you don't have stronger means, you will lose this blow. Dragon Soul Heaven Slash. With a loud shout, the heaven-shaking dragon sword in Lin Huishuan's hand swung down in an instant. Roar roar. A loud dragon roar suddenly sounded throughout the competition stage. From behind Lin Huixian, a golden dragon roared and condensed. With the roar of the golden dragon's phantom, the heaven-shaking dragon sword that was chopped down seemed to have transformed into a huge golden dragon, heading straight for Han Feng. Where can Han Feng keep his hand at this time? The blood-drinking red dragon knife finally appeared in his hand. A strong bloody atmosphere permeated the entire competition platform. Red light burst out. Top middle-grade spirit weapon. Everyone was shocked. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yuru were overjoyed. They thought that Han Feng would lose, but in the end Han Feng actually took out the top mid-grade spiritual weapon. The blood-drinking red dragon saber was originally a high-quality medium-grade spiritual tool, but in the forest of the ancient times, all the monsters killed by Han Feng had their blood absorbed by Han Feng using the blood-drinking red dragon saber. The blood-drinking red dragon knife itself was only half a step away from the top middle-grade spiritual tool. At that time, it absorbed the blood essence of so many monsters, and it was immediately upgraded to the top middle-grade spiritual tool without any bottleneck. The next step is to work hard towards the promotion of the bloody yellow dragon saber. Once you advance to the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife, it is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Blood-drinking red dragon is broken. Han Feng shouted angrily without hesitation, and the red blood dragon emerged with a hideous face. The red blood dragon and the golden dragon kept roaring and collided. The collision of the two energy dragons set off a storm of spiritual power. In the shocking eyes of everyone, the two giant dragons kept biting and cracking. In the end, it was the blood-colored red dragon that was better. The whole body was firmly twisted on the golden dragon's body, swallowing the golden dragon one by one. In terms of cultivation, Han Feng is indeed inferior to Lin Huixian. However, the blood-drinking red dragon knife has reached the top middle-grade spiritual weapon level, and it has its own skills, which are powerful. And the heaven-shaking dragon sword is currently only the most recent top middle-grade spiritual weapon. If it weren't for the Dragon Soul Heaven Slash, which also belonged to the martial skill of the heaven-shaking dragon pattern sword itself, and the fusion rate was as high as 100%, the golden dragon would never have been entangled with the red blood dragon for so long. Boom boom boom. The golden dragon seemed to know that he would be swallowed up sooner or later, and immediately let out a scream, and instantly exploded. The terrifying metallic storm also tore apart the blood-colored red dragon. The third one. Transformation. It is good. Awesome. This is the real battle. A group of top-level powerhouses exclaimed in amazement. There were a total of 128 battles in 4 consecutive days. Rao was a top-level powerhouse, and was bored with the battles that had already been determined in their minds who could win. Before Han Feng fought Yu Kai, they were greatly excited, and now they are obviously better. The reason is quite common. Whether it is Han Feng's blood-drinking red dragon saber and blood-drinking red dragon pa, or Lin Huishuan's heaven-shaking dragon sword and dragon soul sky slash, it is the first time they have appeared in the world. Strictly speaking, it was the first time it appeared in front of them. In addition to being unfamiliar and curious, it naturally greatly increased the interest of the powerhouses. What interested them even more was that it was hard to say who would win or lose between Han Feng and Lin Huixian. This unknown made the powerhouses willing to devote more interest to the battle between Han Feng and Lin Huixian. Yuan Jia, it's so hard for this stinky boy to hide from us. The 3 elders laughed and scolded. Lei Yuanjia nodded lightly. This is my son's chance. The family is not allowed to do bad things. Lei Yuanjia couldn't see that it was a sealed spirit weapon, but he also felt that it was not simple. Naturally, he didn't want the family to put greedy desire on Han Feng. The 3rd elder smiled bitterly. Don't worry, girl, what you are worried about is impossible. Isn't that pushing the boy Han Feng out, and besides, isn't there still you? Once the family really did that kind of thing, the 3rd elder believed that the girl Lei Yuanjia would definitely stand beside Han Feng, not the Lei family. Han Feng has a bright future at first glance, and the Lei family is stupid to destroy the friendly relationship they finally established with Han Feng. It seems that there is a choice between Lei Ruan and Han Feng. The 3rd elder thought in a low voice. Quartet competition. Lin Huixian frowned slightly. Han Feng's difficulty level was obviously beyond his expectations. Sighed, I really don't want to reveal that trump card so early. I thought it was used during the selection of Baidu Academy. But now for the first place in the Qingyun ranking competition. Lin Hui's eyes slammed. Golden Dragon, Variety Dragon Scale Transformation. Roar. The Golden Dragon Phantom behind Lin Huipa roared up to the sky, and the Golden Dragon Phantom became more solid. At the same time, Lin Huipa's face, hands, and body parts that could be exposed were all covered with golden scales. The former Lin Huixian gave people a noble and gentle aura, but the current Lin Huixian exudes a fierce aura, with a ferocious figure. The pupils also changed from black to blood red. Hoo! This time, it was Lin Huipa who roared out involuntarily, and his breath soared directly to the midterm limit of the 11 stars of the profound rank. The terrifying aura formed ripples, and waves spread around. The waves hit the barrier, and ripples appeared on the surface of the barrier. What? Han Feng's pupils widened. Not good. Dragon Soul Heaven / Han Feng had just secretly said that it was not good, and Lin Huixian had already swung his sword down again. Blood-drinking red dragon kill. Han Feng obviously knew. Lin Huixian, who has advanced greatly in strength, is no longer able to resist the blood-drinking Qilong Pa, and immediately displayed the second move of the 3 skills of the blood-drinking 9 dragon sword, kill. The red blood dragon roared out. Compared with the first red blood dragon, this blood dragon was taller, more bloody, and had clearer scales. Compared with the first red blood dragon, it seems like the gap between the model and the real thing. Again, 2 giant dragons collided with each other, biting and killing each other. Lei Zhenyan and the others were already numb. These 2 guys, one has a whole card than the other, and the other is stronger than the other whole card. Before Lin Huixian took out the heaven-shaking dragon sword, everyone thought that Han Feng was going to lose, but they knew that Han Feng also took out the spirit tool, which looked more powerful than the heaven-shaking dragon sword. Facts have also proved that Han Feng has the upper hand. Just when everyone thought that Lin Huixian was going to lose, Lin Huixian suddenly used the Golden Dragon Variety secret technique. His strength was directly increased by 1 star, and the power of Dragon Soul Sky / greatly increased. Even if there is a barrier, it stands to reason that Lin Huishuan's explosive momentum will not affect them, but I don't know if it is a psychological effect. This time everyone's balance was in favor of Lin Huixian again, thinking that Lin Huixian was about to win, but Han Feng showed a stronger move. A group of young elites were so entangled that they stopped guessing at all, and just sat there and waited for the result. If you guess any further, they will definitely vomit blood and depression. The red blood dragon devoured the golden dragon, but the golden dragon suddenly flicked its tail and broke free. At the same time, the dragon's claws were torn apart fiercely. In an instant, many blood-colored scales on the red blood dragon's body were shattered and turned into faint. The blood-colored energy dissipated. The 2 energy dragons come and go, and bursts of powerful breath permeate. Lin Huishuan's expression darkened. This was already his strongest move. Couldn't he still cope with Han Feng? How strong is this Han Feng? Han Feng was panting. In terms of cultivation, Han Feng was weaker than Lin Huixian. Lin Huixian could still stand there without changing his face to maintain the energy of the golden dragon. And Han Feng has found that the consumption of real yuan exceeds the replenishment of real yuan. I can't go on like this anymore. I'm definitely not Lin Huishuan's opponent, so I can only use that trick. Blood-drinking red dragon annihilation. The scarlet blood dragon, which was covered in scars, suddenly let out a deafening roar. The next moment, the scarlet blood dragon's size instantly soared, surpassing the golden dragon, and the scars on the body's surface also completely recovered. Compared with the previous scarlet blood dragon, the scarlet blood dragon is more like a young giant dragon whose strength has reached the peak level. Compared with the current red blood dragon, the previous red blood dragon was like a giant dragon in the growth stage that had not yet grown. The middle-aged red blood dragon opened its fangs and bit the golden dragon with 1 bite. The golden dragon couldn't escape, and immediately screamed. 1/5 of its body was bitten, and it turned into golden spiritual power and dissipated between heaven and earth. Swallow it for me. Han Feng roared. The red blood dragon swelled in size for a while, opened its mouth, the golden dragon had swallowed the golden dragon before it could react. The blood-colored energy continued to erode the golden dragon. Not long after, the belly of the red blood dragon was flattened. There is no doubt that the golden dragon has completely dissipated. The red blood dragon roared up to the sky and turned into a blood-colored blade that fell from the sky like a torrential rain, aiming directly at Lin Huixian. Golden Dragon Guardian. Lin Huixian gritted his teeth, and placed the heaven-shaking dragon sword on his chest. A golden light emerged, forming a half-sphere, to protect Lin Huixian. Above the golden hemisphere, the figure of the golden dragon slowly emerged. The endless blood-colored blades fell densely, and the sound of rumbling was incessant. Suddenly, a crisp sound sounded, and it was the golden dragon guardian that had a crack. Lin Huishuan's complexion changed greatly. With the first crack, naturally, there will be a second, more and more. In the end, the golden dragon guardian could no longer support it, and it shattered in an instant. Puff puff. Bang. Lin Huishuan's body was covered with scars cut open by the blood-colored blade, dripping with blood. Unable to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, Lin Huixian fell heavily to the ground. Han Feng sat on the ground, struggling to support his body with the blood-drinking red dragon knife, and the blood-drinking red dragon was destroyed. With just one move, all the real energy in Han Feng's body was exhausted. If Lin Huixian passed out without falling down, he would definitely lose. Seeing this, the guardian knew that the victory and defeat had been decided, and immediately put away the enchantment of the four-way competition platform. As soon as the barrier was withdrawn, the spiritual energy gathered in the competition platform surged out. Lei Zhenyan and the others turned pale instantly. Okay, such a strong coercion. Is this the situation in which Han Feng and Lin Huixian were fighting? If I were in the barrier, I'm afraid I would be oppressed and unable to stand up. Lei Zhenyan felt the terrifying spiritual power that really came. Fluctuate, horrified. The guardian smiled lightly. In the last battle, Han Feng won. Now the old man announces that the first place in this Qingyun list competition is Han Feng from Lei's family. Clap clap clap. A group of powerhouses instantly applauded. The other families had no choice but to accept the result, congratulating Lei Yuanjia and the third elder. Elder Lin's footsteps moved and came to Lin Huishuan's side, anxiously investigating Lin Huishuan's injury. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. It was confirmed that Lin Huixian was only traumatized, but that he fainted due to the consumption of too much real energy and too much blood. Elder Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you Han Xiaoyu for showing mercy. Elder Lin bowed his hands to Han Feng. Each of those blades looked extremely lethal. How could it be just trauma? There is only one possibility to cause all this, and Han Feng showed mercy. Han Feng's face was pale, and the consumption of real energy in his body was huge. Hearing this, he just twitched the corners of his mouth and nodded to Elder Lin, but he no longer had the strength to say unnecessary words. If it hadn't been forcibly stopped at the last minute, Han Feng might not have consumed so much. But it's impossible to hold back. Han Feng and Lin Huixian have no hatred themselves. Judging from the day in Ziyun Pavilion, the relationship between the two sides is still good, and Lin Huixian even has the intention to win over Han Feng. Let those who attacked without a trace reach the depths of Lin Huishuan's body. Lin Huixian must already be a corpse. The Lin family and the Lei family, no, it should be said that with him, Han Feng, will be mortal enemies. Han Feng is stupid to do that, but being merciful will leave a good impression on the royal Lin family and make friends with the royal family. The voice of the guardian old man reached everyone's ears at this time. 3 days later, the top 10 elites and their respective clan elders can go to the imperial city of Xingjin City, and Elder Lin will bring you to see the old man, and the old man will bring you again. Go to the spiritual secret realm. The first place can stay there for 12 days, the second and third place can only stay for 8 days, the fourth, fifth and sixth place can stay for 5 days, and the seventh and eighth place can stay in it for 5 days, the ninth and 10th place can stay in it for 3 days. The old man once again announces that the rankings of this Qingyun list competition are Han Feng, Lin Huixian, Yu Kai, Xian Shintong, Lei Ruwen, Tibetan Qinghu, Lei Zhenyan, Yu Henfei, Hua Wenlong, and Lin Huipa. After saying that, when the guardian old man grabbed Meng Yaqing, a huge force surged out, covering everyone. The next moment, everyone was horrified to find that they had been teleported to the entrance of the Forest of Ancients, the first entrance of the Qingyun ranking competition. Lin Huixian, Elder Lin, Guardian and Meng Yaqing disappeared. Everyone knew that the four had already gone to the inner imperial city. Immediately, everyone's envious eyes focused on Han Feng. 12 days. To be able to stay in the Lingjing secret territory for 12 days, God knows what kind of cultivation will be improved. At the very least, it can be promoted to the early stage of the 9 stars of the profound rank. Ordinary warriors who want to upgrade from the mysterious 7-star to the early 9-star stage can do it in 12 days. Also, this is a conservative estimate. Xingjinin, after the 4 major families returned, Lei Fufa led them back to the Lei family. The only people who stayed here were Lei Yuanjia, the 3 elders, Han Feng, Lei Ruwen, and Lei Zhenyan. 3 days later, Han Feng and the 3 are going to enter the secret realm of Lingjing to cultivate. Lei Yuanjia and the 3rd elder wanted to see what kind of improvement the 3 of Han Feng would have after coming out of the spiritual secret realm. 3 days later, Han Feng resumed his exit, and his cultivation went even further, reaching the peak of the mysterious rank 7 stars. The 3 elders found that Han Feng's cultivation had improved, and he sighed, "You kid, you were only in the middle and junior stages when you came to participate in the competition. It's only been more than 10 days, and it's already at the peak." Lei Ruwen and Lei Zhenyan both opened their mouths, but they had rested for 3 days. Can it increase so much? Han Feng was dissatisfied, it's too slow. It took more than 10 days to step into the peak from the midterm. This speed is indeed not powerful for Han Feng, especially the cup of spiritual tea that he drank in Ziyun Pavilion gave a lot of help. Otherwise, it is just entering the peak state now. It is impossible to reach the peak limit. The corners of the 3rd elder's mouth twitched, wishing to give Han Feng a fist. This speed is fast enough, okay? It's too slow. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen were so ashamed and angry that they were too slow. What about the 2 of them? Lei Yuanjia's face was full of pride, and he felt that Bayer had gained face. With a sigh, the 3rd elder was unable to complain. "Okay, follow me to the inner imperial city." At the gate of the inner imperial city, Elder Lin was already waiting here, and other families and Hua Wenlong had also arrived. Han Feng was surprised when he saw that Hua Wenlong was only 1 person, and the Hua family did not send an elder at all. Lei Zhenyan whispered beside Han Feng, "Hua Wenlong is not favored in the Hua family, so." Han Feng frowned, "Hua Wenlong's strength is not bad. Didn't the Hua family push Hua Wenlong out of the way? Aren't they afraid that Hua Wenlong and the Hua family would make a clear relationship and invest in other families?" Lei Zhenyan made a cut and said, "Hua Wenlong has been bullied a lot in the Hua family in the past few years. To be honest, Hua Wenlong's psychology has long been distorted. Since his cultivation has soared, he was able to use illusions to fight enemies. Hua Wenlong took revenge on those people a lot. To be honest, it's just a matter of calling back and venting your anger, but Hua Wenlong cast a lot of terrifying illusions on them, and some people were scared stupid. Behind those people, they are all senior members of the Hua family. If it wasn't for a supreme elder of the Hua family, Hua Wenlong would have been killed long ago. Those high-level executives don't like Hua Wenlong, how could anyone come?" Han Feng knew it, so he just said that when he was fighting with Hua Wenlong, he always felt that Hua Wenlong was not right. He always felt that Xuanhuan was particularly jealous and hostile to him. It turned out that his psychology was distorted. When everyone arrived, Elder Lin and the elders exchanged greetings for a long time, before leading everyone into the inner imperial city. Somewhere in the inner imperial city, a green bamboo house appeared in front of everyone. "Lord Guardian, people have been brought here." As soon as the words fell, the guardian had appeared in front of everyone. With a flick of his sleeves, everyone disappeared. When the crowd reacted, they had already appeared in a desolate place. In the center of the desolate place, the space was distorted, and you could vaguely see a completely different scenery behind the space from this desolate place. The old guardian explained lightly that twisted space is the entrance to the secret realm of spirits. With a flick of a finger, 10 rays of light were injected into 10 people's bodies. "I have set up some kind of power in your body, and this power can allow you to stay in the secret realm of spirits for as long as you should. The spiritual spirit secret realm can only be filled with pure spiritual energy every 3 years. This spiritual energy is different from the outside. The spiritual energy inside is pure and flawless. You can directly become your true essence without transformation. And the spiritual power in it can also improve the solidity of the true essence in your body. How far you can improve, the old man doesn't know, everything depends on you. Go." "Thank you, Lord Guardian." The 10 people responded respectfully in unison, and immediately, 10 people entered the twisted space one after another. On the spot, the guardian looked regretful. It would be great if the spiritual power in the spirit secret realm was endless. If this is the case, even if the aptitude is not good, the guardian is sure to let it break through to the ground level or even higher level before the age of 20. It is a pity that the spiritual secret realm will only be fully accumulated in 3 years. From today to 12 days, it is estimated that the accumulated spiritual power will be completely absorbed again. Once again, it will be 3 years later. Spiritual secret territory. Lei Zhenyan looked shocked. Is this the secret realm of the spirit mirror? It's like in a dream. There are dreamlike things everywhere, the illusory white clouds fluttering in the sky, and the grass on the ground is empty and real. Everything here feels like a fake, which makes people feel very unreal. Lin Huixian said with a light smile, "Everything here is composed of pure and flawless spiritual power. The more spiritual power we absorb, the more illusory these things will become. In the end, when we leave, everything here will turn into nothingness." Lord Guardian once said that if this elf secret realm accumulates for tens of thousands of years, it may become a small world. Small world? Han Feng's ears moved and looked at Lin Huixian. Lin Huixian said lightly, "I think some of you should know. Our continent is actually a continent forgotten by the gods. Once, our continent also belonged to the continent of the gods. Unfortunately, the battle of the gods caused many parts of the continent to be broken and separated from the continent of the gods. The 5th one is delivered. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward from Qingqiang Fengshen. Oh, ___. Oh. Our continent is actually a continent forgotten by the gods. Once, our continent also belonged to the continent of the gods. Unfortunately, the battle of the gods caused many parts of the continent to be broken and separated from the continent of the gods. These separated continents have lost their connection with the continent of the gods, so they are called the Forgotten Continent. Our continent is one of the forgotten continents." Han Feng listened very seriously. After coming to this world for so many years, Han Feng has no idea what this world is called and what is its origin. "When I came to Lei's house, I spent more time practicing." Like the history of these continents, Han Feng did not deliberately understand it. Lin Huixian continued, "When our forgotten continent was separated, many spaces were distorted and changed. As a result, there are many different dimensions in our forgotten continent. Actually, there are many powerful forces that live in the alien dimension and do not exist in this continent. It is said that the spiritual power in the alien dimension is stronger and purer than that of the continent. However, the alien space is extremely unstable. Without the support of higher-level sanctuary powerhouses, the warriors living in the alien space can easily perish because of the fluctuations in the alien space. The secret realm of spirits is an initial alien dimension. As long as he is given time to develop, and there are high-level sanctuary powerhouses in charge, this secret realm of spirits may become a prosperous alien world in the future. Han Feng was greatly surprised. He didn't expect this world to have such a history. Looking around, except for a few, such as Lei Ruwen, who were calm, Xuanhuan and him were both surprised. It seems that this kind of thing is not so secretive. After thinking about it, Han Feng asked his own question, does this mean that the powerhouses in our continent can no longer go to the continent of the gods? Lin Huishan smiled bitterly, yes, although the sanctuary is strong, it is nothing in the continent of the gods. But this matter has nothing to do with us, unless one day we reach the great perfection of the Holy Land. Even Lord Guardian is currently only at the level of the great sanctuary. It is basically impossible for them to achieve the great perfection of the sanctuary. Without the strength of the great perfection of the sanctuary, why bother to think about the continent of the gods? After understanding the history of the spiritual secret realm and the forgotten continent, everyone turned their attention to the spiritual secret realm. Lin Huishan said solemnly, in order not to affect each other, we'd better be separated by a kilometer. Immediately, the 10 people spread out in an instant, each occupied a position and began to practice. At this point, the difference becomes apparent. The higher the cultivation technique and the deeper the mastery of the technique, the more spiritual powers will be absorbed. Time passed slowly, the secret realm of Lingjing fell into silence, and everyone was immersed in cultivation. Han Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that in this secret realm of spirits, his cultivation was leaps and bounds. In just one day, he successfully broke through to the 8-star Shen rank. 2 days later, Lin Huipa, Xuanhuan, Yu Henfei, and Lei Zhenyan flickered with a white light, and the 4 were teleported outside. Elder Lin, Elder Yu family, 3rd Elder, and Lei Yuanjia instantly focused on the 3 of them. After a long while, the 4 of them all retracted their gazes with satisfaction. After cultivating for 3 days in the spiritual secret realm, Lin Huipa and Yu Henfei, all 3 of Lei Zhenyan broke through to the 10-star realm of the profound rank. Xuanhuan also broke through from the Xuanjia 7 stars to the 8 stars. Among them, Lin Huipa and Yu Henfei were still in an unstable state. And Lei Zhenyan's realm has almost stabilized. Xuanhuan may have a lower level of breakthrough, only from 7 stars to 8 stars, so the realm is more stable, and the next step is to hit the initial limit of 8 stars. 2 days later, Zhang Qinghu, Lei Ruwen, and Xian Shintong were also sent out. Both Tibetan Qinghu and Lei Ruwen are the initial limit of 10 stars, and they are only half a step away from the midterm. It was only 2 days longer than Lei Zhenyan and the others in the spiritual secret realm, but there was a huge difference in level. Don't underestimate the gap between the initial state of instability and the initial limit. The former does not know how long it will take to stabilize the realm, let alone the initial limit. The latter has been able to hit the midterm, and there is even a great possibility of success in just a few days. In other words, in a few days, the gap between Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen will be the gap between the initial stage and the middle stage. As for Xian Shintong, it has already broken through to the mid-10-star stage. The guardian spoke to Xian Shen at this time, Xian family boy, you come with me. Xian Shintong followed the guardian with questions. The Xian family elder was stunned for a while, and then he didn't know what to think, and his face was ecstatic. The 3rd elder asked in surprise, Elder Xian, seeing you are so happy, is there something good? The Xian family elder did not hide it, even if he did not say it, he might say it when the guardian came back. Hey, This old man just remembered that before our ancestor of the Xian family passed away, the Ice Emperor's spring was left in the guardian's place. The reason is that in the future, the younger generation of the Ice Emperor's body will appear again in our Xian family to soak in it, which will not only improve the strength, but also improve the degree of control over the Ice Emperor's body. The crowd took a breath. In the early stage of the Ice Emperor's body, Xian Shentong has been able to improve a lot of strength when he has a preliminary grasp. This immersion, if he has a deeper grasp of the Ice Emperor's body, how much strength can he increase? Lei Ruwen and the others looked envious and secretly sighed, fearing that when Xian Shentong exits the Ice Emperor spring, the gap between them will be even greater. I don't know what the situation will be compared to Lin Huixian, Han Feng and others. Another 3 days later, Yu Kai and Lin Huixian walked out of the secret territory of Lingjing. Yu Yotsai's cultivation base has been promoted to the late 10th stage of the profound rank, but the realm is not stable. Lin Huixian has directly reached the peak limit of 10 stars of the profound rank, and he is only 1 step away from 11 stars. Lin Huixian shook his head slowly. If he was the first, he would definitely be able to step into the mysterious 11-star level in the secret realm of Lingjing. At that time, with the ever-changing golden dragon, the cultivation base instantly soared to the 12 stars of the Xuanjia. If such a strength went to participate in the selection of the Baidu Academy, it might not be ranked at the top, but it would not be at the bottom. Moreover, there are still 5 months before the selection of Baidu Academy. In these 5 months, maybe Tai will be able to break through again. Pity. After thinking about it, Lin Huixian simply waited here to see how far Han Feng would improve. Privately, Lin Huixian still wanted to fight Han Feng again. Spiritual secret territory. It's been 8 days, those guys can't think of it, I'm already at the peak of the 9-star Xuanjia. 8 days from the peak of 7 stars to the peak of 9 stars, a full increase of 2 stars, if this speed is released, it will definitely stun a large number of people. Being able to improve so much, on the one hand, is naturally the reason for the secret realm of the spirits, and on the other hand, the physical quality has reached 11 stars of the mysterious rank. Han Feng knows that when the cultivation base reaches this level, the physical quality is only 1 star stronger than the cultivation base, and it is almost impossible to improve quickly. In the future, you will need to slowly endure like Lei Ruwen. But Han Feng's body flashed and entered the Jiuyantianhua Tower. Now he is the only one left in the secret realm of Lingjing, and there is nothing to avoid. Han Feng put a ball of spiritual liquid into the melting flame cauldron of all things, and began to refine it, turning it into a source liquid. This spiritual liquid is the 1,000-year-old stalactite that Meng Yaqing and Meng Yaqing obtained together. This 1,000-year-old stalactite could have made it possible for a warrior to easily break through to the 10th star of the Xuanjia at the peak of the 9 stars of the Xuanjia. At this moment, it was refined into a source liquid of stalactite, which exerted 100% of the effect of the stalactite, and Han Feng was even more looking forward to it. After swallowing the spiritual liquid, Han Feng was filled with huge spiritual power. Han Feng silently ran the 3rd layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, and the huge spiritual power was quickly suppressed and finally turned into true essence. There is stalactite source liquid inside, and the pure spiritual power of the secret realm of spirits outside. Under the double action, the bottleneck leading to the 10 stars of the mysterious order was broken in an instant, and there was not even a trace of resistance. Rumbling. True Yuan expansion. True essence condensed. Han Feng feels better and stronger than ever before. Cool. Han Feng yelled. On the 8th day of entering the spiritual secret realm, Han Feng has been promoted to the peak of the 9-star Xuanjia, and on the 9th day, Han Feng has successfully broken through to the 10th star of the Xuanjia. 6 more and 15,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Body. Profound rank 10 stars. The power of the peak of the Xuanjia is really powerful. Han Feng clenched his fists, feeling the power of the peak of Xuanjia, and his face was complicated. More than a year ago, Xuanjia was an unattainable existence to him. Even a star of Xuanjia was enough to kill the Han family and bring disaster to their Han family. And now, in just a short period of time, more than a year, he has already established himself at the peak of the profound order. A mere Xuanjia star is like an ant to him, which can be killed at will. With a sigh, Han Feng suppressed the thoughts of the past in his heart. What are you thinking about now? Since he set foot on the road of martial artist, his goal is only the peak. It's already the 9th day. Today has passed, and there are still 3 days before I can go out, but... Han Feng frowned and looked around. The spiritual power was basically exhausted, and the entire spiritual secret realm had begun to approach nothingness. Even if I absorb all these spiritual powers, it is estimated that I will not be able to improve it in the later stage. However, cultivating in the spiritual secret is still an extremely valuable environment. In addition to practicing, let's improve the 4 major inheritance martial arts. Han Feng is a little helpless. His strength is improving quickly, but the level of the 4 inherited martial arts can't keep up. The reason is that the time spent on martial arts training is too short. Fortunately, I've been prepared since I left Thunder Training Camp. Although the number of Kanglan Profound Fire is too small, after so many days, the sacred flame vermilion fruit has been refined into the source liquid, and a new sacred flame vermilion fruit has been cultivated. It just so happens that my strength has grown so much now that I have entered 10 stars. The Kanglan Profound Fire has been raised to the size of a fist, and the speed of refining the holy flame vermilion fruit is much faster. Together with the previous Xingyan Zhugua source liquid, it should be enough to raise the 4 major inheritance martial arts to the 6th level. Xingyan Zhugua is one of the many fire attribute spirit fruits that Lei Yuanjia gave Han Feng from the very beginning. At the beginning, because the level of Saint Flame Vermilion fruit was too high, Han Feng could not refine it and could only store it. And now, Han Feng has the ability to refine it. Among the fire attribute spirit fruits, the sacred flame vermilion fruit has a relatively low level, and is used for the cultivation of fire attribute early stage warriors. For Han Feng, who owns the Kanglan Profound Fire, it happens to be a fire-type spirit fruit that can barely be refined into a source liquid. The holy flame vermilion fruit is a spiritual fruit that can increase the strength of even the first-level fire attribute warriors. It can be used to improve the 5th and 6th layers of the 4 major inheritance martial arts. It can be said to be the best. Even from the 6th level to the 7th level, the sacred flame vermilion fruit can also play a big role. It took a day, Han Feng intermittently, finally refining a holy flame vermilion fruit, refining it into the holy flame vermilion fruit origin liquid. In addition to the 2 that took time to refine a few days ago, there are now 3 bottles of Xingyan Zhugua origin liquid. Han Feng swallowed one of the bottles. In the secret realm of Lingjing, Han Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that, along with the absorption of these pure spiritual powers, the speed of digesting the holy flame vermilion fruit origin liquid was greatly improved. It is indeed the spiritual power of the different dimension, and it has many wonderful uses. It's no wonder that those top forces choose to live in the alien dimension. In just half a day, Han Feng has already digested it, and the Skyfire battle body has risen to the peak of the 5th level in one fell swoop, vaguely, and can break through to the 6th level at any time. For such a rapid and huge improvement, Han Feng can only attribute it to Saint Yen Zhugua. It is strange to use the fire attribute spirit fruit used to improve the strength of the early stage warriors, to improve the martial skills of the mysterious level. If it is a fire attribute spirit fruit of the same level, for example, a certain fire attribute spirit fruit that is used to enhance the strength of a peak Xuanjia warrior, Han Feng estimates that at least 2 or 3 can be raised to the 5th peak. If you want to be promoted to the 6th level, at least 3 or 4, and after the 6th level, if you want to be promoted to the 6th level peak, you don't know how much you need, let alone from the 6th level to the 7th level. Another half-day passed, and it was already the 11th day. The second bottle of sacred flame vermilion fruit origin liquid had been absorbed, and the heavenly fire battle body broke through to the 6th level in one fell swoop. It was not even the early stage of the 6th stage, but the middle stage of the 6th stage. In addition to the breakthrough in martial arts, in terms of cultivation, Han Feng is also worthy of reaching the middle stage of the 10-star Xian rank. Half a day later, the third bottle of Xingyan Zhugua origin liquid was absorbed, and the heavenly fire battle body broke through to the 6th peak. The 6th level peak itself is already a level between the profound level and the ground level martial arts. It can be said that it is no less than the Xianyan shattering slash that has melted the Xuanhuan jade fire. The 6th level of the heavenly fire battle physique, once the Xuanhuan jade fire is integrated, the level will be no less than that of the earth level martial arts. Taking a breath, Han Feng opened his eyes and was in high spirits. I don't know to what extent the heavenly fire weapon after the fusion of Qinghuan Yuhua will increase my cultivation base. The 6th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. Boom. Scarlet flames permeated out, and while Han Feng's body increased instantly, his cultivation level rose from the middle stage of the 10-star Xuanjie to the late stage of the 11th star of the Xuanjie in one fell swoop. After King Luanyu, merge. The red flame turned into a blue flame. The blue flame of a lotus flower is wrapped around Han Feng, and after the flame dissipates, Han Feng's cultivation level surpasses the peak level of the 12 stars of the Xian rank in one fell swoop. Although not much surpassed, it is actually above the ordinary 12-star peak martial artist of the profound rank. Feeling the mighty power in his body, Han Feng couldn't help showing a happy expression. There's still a day and a half left, and it's time to refine another Saint Flame vermilion fruit and absorb it. A day and a half later, Han Feng suddenly stood up. This time, Han Feng used the source liquid of the Holy Flame vermilion fruit on the Skyfire Fighting Fist. The Skyfire Fighting Fist has reached the 5th peak, which is between the top-grade Xuanjie martial arts and the top-grade Xuanjie martial skills. Luan Yuhua's level will surpass that of the top-grade Xuanjie martial arts. In addition to the improvement of the Skyfire Fighting Fist, the cultivation base has also gone further, stepping into the midterm limit of the 10 stars of the profound rank. It's time to leave. With a sigh, a white light suddenly appeared, covering Han Feng, and after a while, Han Feng disappeared into the secret territory of Lingjing. Outside the spirit realm. After a few days, the guardian reappeared in front of several elders, along with Xian Shentong. However, compared to a few days ago, Xianshen's momentum was more aggressive. This momentum is no worse than Lin Huixian. Everyone looked at Xian Shentong in surprise, and the Xian family elders were full of surprises. Thank you, Lord Guardian. Xian Shentong thanked him respectfully. The guardian waved his hand. The old man just fulfilled the agreement with Xuanxiong. You are not bad, although because of Xuanxiong's blood essence, but in just a few days, it is enough to be promoted to the peak of Xuanjie 10-star peak. It shows that you have excellent qualifications. Now that you have also raised the body of the Ice King to the initial limit, it is the most important thing to seize the time to stabilize and improve the body of the Ice King to the midterm. Yes. In the face of the guardian's suggestion, Xian Shentong nodded his thanks. Everyone sighed silently. Xian Shentong at this time was not much worse than Lin Huixian. The one with the most complicated mind is probably more than talented. In the Qingyun ranking competition, Xian Shentong was not yet his opponent, but now Yu Kai believes that if the two play against each other again, he will definitely lose, and he will lose very badly. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm of spirits, I don't know what realm Han Feng has risen to. Can it be stronger than Xian Shentong? Xian Shentong, Lin Huixian, and others obviously thought of this, and they all looked at the entrance to the secret realm of spirits. The guardian retracted his gaze on Xian Shentong. It was a pity. After all, the Ice Emperor Spring was built more than 1,000 years ago. The sanctuary is the sanctuary after all, not the powerhouse of the gods. The blood of the gods, even after a lapse of 10,000 years, will not lose much power, and the power of the sanctuary will pass after only a few hundred years. If he had not taken good care of him over the years, at least 7 or 8 out of 10 would have been lost. If you soak the Ice Emperor Spring for hundreds of years in the morning, you will at least break through to the 11th star of the profound rank, and it is very likely to be promoted to the peak of the 11th star of the profound rank. 2 stars is not impossible. Under the eyes of everyone, a white light suddenly burst out from the entrance of the spiritual secret realm and fell in front of everyone. The white light gradually dissipated, and Han Feng's figure appeared in everyone's sight. In the moment when Han Feng appeared, several elders with heaven-level strength immediately stared at them, their mental power swept away, and the expressions of many elders suddenly became sluggish. One more flower. Xian. Xian ranked 10 stars. The 3 elders stammered. This can't be blamed on the 3rd elder. It should be noted that when Han Feng entered the secret realm of spirits, he was only a mere 7 star in the mysterious rank. According to everyone's previous thoughts, after Han Feng came out, it was at least the early stage of the 9 stars of the Xuanjia, and at most it was only the peak of the 9 stars of the Xuanjia. The bottleneck of the 9-star Xuanjia and the 10-star Xuanjia is so easy to break through. Lei Ruan and others easily broke through to 10 stars, that is, they have accumulated enough time at the peak of the 9-star peak of the Xuanjia, and they have a profound background. What about Han Feng? It is enough to break through to 10 stars of the profound rank. It is still the limit of the midterm of the 10 stars of the profound rank, and you can step into the late 10 stars of the profound rank at any time. This improvement is really too. Only Lei Yuanjia was not as dumbfounded as the rest of the crowd. In Lei Yuanjia's view, his son is the best, and his son is the best. Isn't it just a little bit better? What's the big deal? As long as what happened to Han Feng, in Lei Yuanjia's view, it was a matter of course. The 3rd elder noticed Lei Yuanjia's expression and couldn't help but be speechless. The 3rd elder complained in his heart, it is Han Feng that suddenly soared to the rank of the earth, and it is estimated that the girl Yuan Jia will take it for granted. Lin Huixian and the others were shocked when they heard what the elders said, and their eyes were full of astonishment. Obviously, they didn't expect Han Feng to have such a huge improvement. Lin Huixian originally planned to fight Han Feng, but now he stopped thinking about it immediately, joking. He was nearly 3 stars higher than Han Feng and was finally defeated, but now it is only 2 small realms, even 1 star. No, he will definitely still lose. Unless the Golden Dragon variety is upgraded to the 2nd level, the Dragon Man change. It's not too far from breaking through to the 2nd level of Dragon-Human transformation. After breaking through, I will find Han Feng to decide the outcome. Lin Huixian muttered in his heart, extinguishing the fighting spirit in his eyes. Xuanhuan's Ice Emperor's body has been raised to the initial limit, and it is when the fighting spirit is full of enthusiasm, where will he shrink back, and immediately shouted, Han Feng, let's fight again, how about it? After saying that, Xuanhuan's aura soared, and the huge pressure of the peak of the 10-star peak of the Xuanjia swept out. Several elders looked at each other, and they also wanted to see how much the gap between the two who had greatly improved their strength would now look at the guardian. The guardian chuckled, there is plenty of blood, okay, let me see, how have you 2 boys improved now? With a flick of his hand, a huge barrier surrounded Xuanhuan and Han Feng. Han Feng's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and it was when he was eager to fight, he immediately laughed, okay. Why not? How about using the strongest move to decide the outcome? That's what it means. Xuanhuan's eyes had turned into an ice blue color, and his whole person exuded a heart-pounding icy aura. Bang! The body of the Ice Emperor was displayed, and Xuanhuan's cultivation level skyrocketed, and in an instant he rose to the peak of the 11-star Xian rank, and even surpassed it. To be precise, it should be somewhere between the Xuanjia 11 stars and the Xuanjia 12 stars. Double frost blades, crystal rainbow ice slash. The icy air like a rainbow condensed into a huge ice sword and fell from the sky in an instant. The 6th level of the heavenly fire fighting body in Han Feng's body surged out violently. The cultivation base instantly soared to the late stage of the 11th star of the Xuanjia, and after the fusion of King Luanyu, it soared again, surpassing the 12 stars of the Xuanjia. The powerful flame breath burst out, including the old guard, who was shocked for a moment. The guardian old man and a few elders of the sky could never have imagined that Han Feng would improve his cultivation so much, even more than Xian Shentong's Ice Emperor's body. Could it be that Han Feng's secret method to enhance his strength is more precious than the body of the Ice Emperor? Fusion, profound flame shattering slash. Bang! The flame sword and the ice sword collided, and in an instant, the ice sword collapsed and separated. Puff! Xian Shentong vomited blood and flew out. This time, Xian Shentong lost even faster than the first time he fought Han Feng. With Xuan Shentong's current strength, it has actually surpassed the 12-star Xuanjia. The ordinary 12-star Xuanjia faced Xuan Shentong's blow, and if he did not display the corresponding level of martial arts, he would basically be killed in seconds. But Han Feng is stronger. The Xianyan shattering slash, which incorporates the Qinghuan jade fire, is extremely close to the level of the ground-level martial arts. And Han Feng's own cultivation level also surpassed the 12 stars of the Xuanjia. Han Feng's attack power at the moment is already close to the level of an earth-level warrior. Xian Shentong's defeat is logical. The same is beyond the 12 stars of the Xian rank, and the strength is also high and low. Earth-level 1-star warriors are nearly 10 times stronger than ordinary profound-level 12-star warriors. If Xian Shentong is about 2 to 3 times stronger than the ordinary Xian level 12-star warrior, Han Feng is about 5 to 6 times stronger than the ordinary Xian level 12-star warrior. Thump! Xian Shentong fell to the ground ruthlessly, stood up embarrassedly, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were even stronger. I didn't expect you to be stronger. I lost this time. When my Ice King's body evolves to the middle stage, I will fight you again. Xian Shentong knew that Han Feng had shown mercy, except for a few mouthfuls of blood, there was nothing serious. Lei Zhenyan and the others were lost for a while. Xian Shentong's progress is abnormal enough, but Han Feng's progress is even more terrifying. Lin Huixian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, but fortunately he didn't discuss with Han Feng, otherwise he would be defeated in seconds. Thinking of this, Lin Huixian sighed endlessly. More than 10 days ago, Han Feng was only slightly better than others, but now, he has already opened such a big gap. When the barrier dissipated, the guardian frowned, and suddenly asked, Han Feng, is it possible that your special secret technique has also improved? Only this possibility will cause Han Feng to improve so much on the basis of the 10 stars of the profound rank. Han Feng's heart froze, and he was a little complacent. The face is very calm. Yes, in the secret realm of spirits, the secret method for the younger generation to improve their strength has improved to a realm. So that's the case. Does your special secret technique have no sequelae? The old man sees that you will use such a secret technique every time you fight. It's nothing more than the Qingyun Bang contest, in order to compete for the first place. But now it's just a matter of learning, and it's a little wrong to use a special secret technique. Those who have mastered special secrets, which one will not be used until the limit is reached. After all, the after effects were too serious. According to legend, only those top forces in the mainland have secret techniques, with less sequelae. Han Feng thought for a while and replied, the secret technique of the younger generation will leave some special fire attribute true energy in the body after it is used, and these true energy will cause some damage to the meridians. If you use it for a long time, the meridians will be fragile. However, this junior's abnormal fire happens to have the phagocytic feature, which can devour those special fire attributes. Therefore, the junior's secret technique has great sequelae to others, and for the junior. Han Feng didn't finish what he said later, but everyone already understood it. No wonder Han Feng dared to display unscrupulously, it turned out to be like this. From this point of view, even if there is a strange fire, if it does not have the devouring effect of Han Feng's strange fire, it cannot be used as recklessly as Han Feng. The interest of several heavenly rank elders was greatly reduced in an instant. Especially the elders of the Yu family. The Yu family is basically the owner of the fire attribute. The elders of the Yu family originally planned to use the special secret method of the Yu family and some powerful fire attribute martial arts to exchange the special secret method with Han Feng. Now, when he learned the whole story, he immediately extinguished the previous one. Thought. It's not worth it to exchange the Yu family's special secret technique and powerful fire attribute martial arts for a special secret technique that is almost unusable. Seeing that everyone, including Lord Guardian, lost most of their interest, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the response was quick, I will use this excuse in the future. Anything that will leave special real essence and cause damage to the meridians is naturally fake. Heavenly fire fighting body, but without the slightest sequelae. After the Guardian asked the question, he started to post, little guys, now you have two choices, one is to stay here to receive the training of the old man, and the other is to return to your own family to practice. Which one do you choose? Let's talk about it first. The old man is a fire attribute martial artist. Although he is proficient in other attributes at this state, he still has the deepest grasp of fire attribute. The second one is delivered. The Guardian's implication, if it is other attributes, under his teaching, it may be stronger than the family, but it may also be weaker than the family. Take the Thunder training camp of the Lei family as an example. The training place that the Guardians can provide to the elites of the Lei family is definitely not comparable to the Thunder training camp. After all, it was created by the ancestor of the Lei family. The ancestor of the Lei family was also a master of the Great Sanctuary in his heyday. Others don't know, but the Guardian knows that the ancestor of the Lei family has not fallen. Sure enough, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen thought for a while, and decided to return to the Thunder training camp to continue their practice. The two of them have already stepped into the peak of the profound rank, and the subsequent star breakthrough. There is no difficulty in breaking through the 9-star 10-star, 5 months is enough for them to go one step further and step into the 11-star rank. Han Feng thought about it for a while, and decided to return to the Thunder training camp. Han Feng also thought about taking his body quenching level further and raising it to the 9th level. It is the 10th level of body quenching, and Han Feng also wants to give it a try. The Guardian was not surprised by the choice of Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen, but was surprised by the choice of Han Feng. Kid Han Feng, if the old man remembers correctly, you are a fire attribute. Han Feng laughed. Junior still hopes that the physical strength can be stronger. The Guardian understood, but still said, the old man may not have a place to improve his physical strength like the Lei family, but there is a place where fire attribute warriors can quickly improve their strength. Even so, you choose to return to the Thunder training camp? Privately, the Guardian still hopes to teach Han Feng something. As soon as Han Feng's rapid growth is concerned, the Guardian has moved the idea of accepting apprentices, but because Han Feng is about to participate in the selection of Baidu Academy, the Guardian can only hold back. Once Han Feng loses the election, he will definitely accept Han Feng as his apprentice. If you are selected, it is natural to give up. The cultivation conditions of Baidu University. Even if he is a master of the Great Sanctuary, he is incomparable. He is only one person, and the sanctuary powerhouse of Baidu Academy can't say much, but he can't say too little. It is said that the palace master of Baidu Academy is a master at the level of small perfection in the sanctuary. Moreover, he is also a master at the peak of small perfection. The great sanctuary and the sanctuary small perfection seem to be only one sanctuary peak apart, but in fact it is a huge gap between the 18th and 30th layers. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. Secondly, Han Feng's real element attribute is fire, and he is also in a strange fire, so the guardian is a little itchy and wants to tune in. By the way, study the different fire of Han Feng well. Han Feng still shook his head. With the current Kanglan profound fire, it is enough to refine the high-grade spirit stones. Not only will the training speed not slow down, but as long as there are enough high-grade spirit stones, the speed will increase. The Lei Ting training camp would indeed not give him high-grade spirit stones. According to the Lei family's regulations, only those with a high level of power were eligible to receive high-grade spirit stones. But don't forget, there is also Han Feng's mother Lei Yuanjia, not to mention the top-grade spirit stone, the top-grade spirit stone. As long as Han Feng opens his mouth, Lei Yuanjia will not hesitate to put the top-grade spirit stone in his hand. Send it to Han Feng. With top-grade spirit stone source liquid, Han Feng is enough to practice. Moreover, under the guidance of the guardian, one had to be careful to prevent the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda from being exposed, and the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda could not be used. Not as comfortable as Thunder Camp at all. Alas, since your boy insists, the old man will not keep you. Seeing this, the guardian can only shake his head regretfully. In the end, only Lin Huixian, Yu Yu Kai, Xian Shintong, Yu Henfei, Hua Wenlong, and Lin Huipa were willing to stay. Needless to say, Lin Huixian and Lin Huipa, as members of the royal family, have to stay if they don't stay. The guardians originally lived in the inner imperial city, and they were guided by the guardians, which did not hinder the cultivation in the royal family's Lin family. Yu Yu Kai and Yu Henfei are both fire attribute warriors, which are in line with the guardian's own fire attribute characteristics. Xian Shintong is for the body of the Ice Emperor. It is true that the ice attribute and the fire attribute are opposites, but the ancestors of the Xian family and the guardian are good friends. The knowledge of the Ice Emperor's body is more than 1,000 years old. The current Xian family may not be as good as the guardian's understanding of the Ice Emperor. Understanding of the body. The Xian family elder has already promised to bring back all the information about the body of the Ice Emperor when he returns to the family. As for Hua Wenlong, it is simpler. The Hua family is not friendly to him, and it is impossible to do everything in his power to train him. Even if the guardian does not have a deep understanding of illusion, it is better than staying in the Hua family. After the personnel allocation was completed, the guardian flicked his sleeves and robes. As the top 10 in the Qingyun ranking competition, this old man allows you to enter the old man's private room to select martial arts. After a group of people reacted, they have appeared in a secret room. The secret room is extremely bright, and there is no sign of the night pearl. Just like the underground labyrinth of the ancient forest, there is obviously no source of light, but the secret room is indeed bright as day. In the secret room, there are rows of bookshelves everywhere. 10 people's eyes are bright, the guardian's collection, how can it be a simple martial arts? The guardian smiled lightly, in view of your strength, you are only allowed to choose low-grade martial arts. There are only 5 months left, before the selection of Baidu Academy. You will not be able to master martial skills that are too advanced. Not only will you not be your helper, but it will hinder you. Lin Huixian chuckled, even if it's just a low grade, it's not comparable to a low grade outside. The martial skills collected by the guardian must be outstanding. The guardian laughed at the flattery, this sentence is true, both are low grade, the old man's collection is definitely more precious than the outside world, the fellow practitioners are under the same martial arts, the old man promises that the winner must be you. These little guys. Of course, this is a law outside the Baidu Academy. When you arrive at the Baidu Academy, it's not necessarily the case. The Baidu Academy has gathered many geniuses from the Beizhou continent. The forces behind most of these geniuses are not simple. There are also strong people in the sanctuary, and the collection of martial arts must not be weak. This has made them very satisfied. Han Feng thought about it at this time. What kind of martial arts do he need? In terms of attacking martial arts, as long as the Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist and Heavenly Fire Seal reach the 6th level, it is enough for him to use. Even if it is to break through to the ground level in the future, it will be enough to break through to the 7th level. The 4 inherited martial arts are not fixed martial arts. It is possible to keep advancing. Furthermore, the Blade of Heaven and the second slash of the 5 flames and the Earth Flame Melting Slash are also low-grade martial arts, and even among the low-grade martial arts, they are all top tiers. After thinking about it, he didn't need an attack-type low-grade martial skill at all. Maybe, I should think about it in other ways. Defensive martial arts include Skyfire armor, footwork martial arts. Wait, I seem to be very rare in footwork martial arts, and my level is relatively low, so it's not suitable for me now. Well, just choose footwork and martial arts. After determining the direction, Han Feng purposefully looked for it. However, the secret room looks small, but it is not so simple to find the appropriate footwork and martial arts one by one. After a long while, Han Feng did not find a suitable martial skill for him, and frowned. Hee, little guy, do you want martial arts skills? The guardian's light smile sounded in Han Feng's ears. Han Feng was taken aback and suddenly realized that the guardian had appeared beside him at some point. After calming down, Han Feng nodded. Yes, the younger generation is somewhat lacking in footwork, so I want to find a footwork-like martial skill, but the ones I have found so far are not suitable for the younger generation. The guardian smiled. The martial arts collected by this old man are sought after by everyone outside, but I didn't expect them to be so unbearable in your eyes. You kid, are you looking for footwork martial arts that can integrate with different fires? Han Feng touched his head embarrassedly. Yes. The guardian stretched out his hand, and saw a secret book suddenly appear on the palm of his hand. What do you think of this footwork martial arts? Han Feng took it and opened it, and his eyes lit up instantly. This footwork is the footwork that he has painstakingly found that can integrate with the different fire. The guardian laughed. I noticed you a long time ago, and I will give you this holy flame lingbo footwork. I wish you good results in the selection of Baidu Academy. Really? Han Feng was overjoyed. Of course, otherwise, why do you think the old man specially picked this footwork for you? The old guard glared at Han Feng angrily. Han Feng sneered, but still happily put away Xingyan Lingbo's footwork, as if he would be robbed in the next moment. The guardian old man couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. After half an hour, everyone had finished choosing. The guardian old man glanced at the 10 people with a solemn expression. Now, it's time to tell you the news of the selection of Baidu Academy. Hearing this, Han Feng, 10 people immediately raised their attention. The guardian old man said lightly, the selection of Baidu Academy is divided into 10 times, with at least 10,000 people each time. In other words, at least 100,000 people sign up for the selection of Baidu Academy each time. But in the end, there are less than 1,000 people who can be selected. The crowd gasped. 100,000 people seem to be a lot, but they are the super geniuses that gathered more than 90% of the Beizhou continent, and each of them is no weaker than any of them here. But with so many people, in the end, only 1,000 people were chosen. 100 to 1 odds. Only 100 geniuses can be selected. The guardian smiled lightly. The Baidu Academy is divided into the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard. Among the 1,000 people in the outer courtyard, it is estimated that only a few hundred or even fewer can enter the inner courtyard alive. Cultivation in Baidu Academy is truly cruel. killing is allowed. The competition inside is extremely fierce. If you are not careful, you will completely fall. The crowd was horrified. Even their family didn't dare to blatantly kill people, but in Baidu Academy, this turned out to be normal. Everyone involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of spit. Before, Baidu Academy was a stage for them to leap from the Dragon Gate. But now, for them, Baidu Academy is not only the gate of the Dragon Gate, but also a dangerous gate to hell that will never return. It is true that once selected, those who can graduate from the inner courtyard of Baidu University are all at the sanctuary level. But that would also require them to live to that time. For a while, everyone's heart could not help but cast a shadow. Selected, there is hope of impacting the sanctuary, but the premise is to survive. If you lose, it is very likely that you will not be able to break through to the sanctuary for the rest of your life, but in the Great Jin Kingdom, he is a top genius. In the future, it is very likely that he will be one of the top dozens of powerhouses in the Great Jin Kingdom and will be admired by others. Two choices, two different outcomes, made a group of boys hesitate. At this time, the old guard threw another bomb. The hundreds of people who can break into the inner courtyard will eventually survive, less than 1/10. Everyone was breathless. Dozens of people? There were only dozens of people. This probability is too small. Han Feng and others fell silent. After the old guard attacked everyone, he said solemnly, "What? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then give up the selection of the Baidu Academy. At least in the Great Jin Kingdom, you can save your own lives, and it will turn into a handful of less in 100 years. Everyone's face changed again, and they were unwilling to fill their hearts. What are they cultivating for? Not to break through to a higher level. Get more lifespan. Only by breaking through the sanctuary can qualitative changes occur and lifespan be extended. Are they going to give up just because of one difficulty? If you give up, do you want to watch the geniuses of the same generation as you are selected into the Baidu Academy, and finally break through to the sanctuary, and bow your head to it? Do not. Absolutely not. Seeing the eyes of Lin Huixian and others, the guardian was satisfied. In the Great Jin Kingdom, Lin Huixian and the others were extremely remarkable geniuses, but among the many geniuses in the Baidu Academy, they were only ordinary members. If Lin Huixian and others were not attacked at this time, it would be too late when they arrived at the Baidu Academy. How many geniuses arrived at Baidu Academy and still boasted incomparably, but before they were selected, they were abolished by even more powerful geniuses. But after a blow, the guardian also wanted to see if Lin Huixian and the others had enough temperament. If they retreated just because of such a blow, then as I said before, stay in the Great Jin Kingdom and don't go. In the past, it was not that there were no geniuses who participated in the selection and suffered a great blow, and have since become a passerby. Lei Yuanjia was a person who participated in the selection in that year, and his genius heart was ravaged by the blow. He is still in the middle stages of the earth. Some geniuses who were originally below him are now above him. The guardian smiled and clapped his hands. Okay, yes, this is a well-deserved genius. Some people are geniuses at the human level, but not necessarily at the profound level. Similarly, they are geniuses at the profound level, but they are not geniuses at the earth level or even the heaven level. If you want to keep the title of genius, you must keep working hard, and you can't give up because of a little danger and setback. Once you give up, you will eventually become ordinary people. How many days has it been difficult for the Great Jin Kingdom to reach the heavenly rank, because our Great Jin country's level is too low, and when we reach the heavenly level, it is already the cutting-edge strength of the Great Jin Kingdom. Without competition and comparison, it gradually became an ordinary heavenly state. Stage. Basically, those who graduated from Baidu Academy have become sanctuary powerhouses. What's the reason? It's not just that Baidu University has cultivation resources and environment that other forces can't match, but more is the fierce competition of Baidu University. Under that competition, no one dares to slack off. The same genius who broke through to the heavenly rank in the Baidu Academy and entered the inner courtyard. Because of the fiercer competition, not only will the training speed not drop, but sometimes he will become more and more courageous because his potential has been stimulated. But in our country of great gene, maybe it will be silently drowned in the crowd, just an ordinary heaven. Everyone listened with awe-inspiring expressions, and they naturally wanted to be the heavenly rank that inspired their potential, rather than being reduced to the heavenly rank of ordinary people. Because of the guardian's blow, Lin Huixian and others suppressed their pride. They were only geniuses of the great Jin kingdom, and they were nothing outside. But while restraining that pride, Lin Huixian and others were also full of fighting spirit. No matter how difficult the selection is, they have to try hard. The guardian waited for everyone to calm down, and then slowly continued, "Now let's talk about some other things about Baidu Academy. After the Baidu Academy is selected, it will be divided according to your strength, talent, and other aspects. It is roughly divided into 4 levels: ordinary, war general, war commander, and war king. Each level is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A total of 12 products. It's called the 12th grade of the Northern Capital. The higher the grade, the more valued by the Baidu University, and the strongest in the same class selected." Everyone was surprised when they heard it. They didn't expect that Baidu Academy would have such a division. Han Feng couldn't help but ask, "Are these things the same?" The guardian frowned. "It seems, it's not static. I don't know the specifics." To be honest, the old man would be a loose cultivator when he was young, and he has never entered the Baidu Academy. These news are very clear to all major forces, but at a deeper level, this old man, who has never entered Baidu Academy, is not clear. Lin Huixian held his chin. "If we can pass the selection, I don't know what grade it will be." "War general? War commander?" The guardian sneered. "Take it down. Let's not talk about whether you can pass the selection. Even if you pass, it is just an ordinary high-ranking rank. Anyone who can become a warrior will at least be in the early stage of the first stage. What kind of cultivation do you guys have? Will you be able to break through to the ground level in 5 months?" The little guys gasped. In the early stage of 1 star, it could only be classified as a low-grade general. Lin Huixian swallowed a mouthful of spit. "Lord Guardian, I don't know what grade Miss Meng will be when she enters the Baidu Academy?" Mentioning Meng Yaqing, the guardian looked proud. "Meng girl? At least a battle king. It's still a top-grade war king. However, at the age of 16, a 5-star on the ground level may enter the 6-star on the ground level at any time. This talent, in the entire Beizhou continent, definitely belongs to the top." Everyone was extremely shocked, and only then did they clearly realize the huge gap between them and Meng Yaqing. "First delivery. Ask for flowers." "Really?" Han Feng was overjoyed. "Of course, otherwise why do you think the old man specially picked this footwork for you?" The old guard glared at Han Feng angrily. Han Feng sneered, but still happily put away Xingyan Lingbo's footwork, as if he would be robbed in the next moment. The guardian old man couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. After half an hour, everyone has finished their selection. The guardian old man glanced at the 10 people with a solemn expression. "Now, it's time to tell you about the selection of Baidu University." Hearing the words, Han Feng, 10 people immediately raised their attention. The guardian old man said lightly, "The selection of Baidu Academy is divided into 10 times, with at least 10,000 people each time. In other words, for the selection of Baidu University, there are at least 100,000 people who sign up each time. But in the end, there are less than 1,000 people who can be selected." Everyone gasped. 100,000 people seem like a lot. But that is a collection of more than 90% of the super geniuses in Beizhou continent, and each of them is no weaker than any of them here. But with so many people, in the end, only 1,000 people were chosen. 100 to 1 odds. Only 100 geniuses can be selected. The guardian smiled lightly. The Baidu Academy is divided into the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard. Among the 1,000 people in the outer courtyard, it is estimated that only a few hundred or even fewer can enter the inner courtyard alive. Cultivation in Baidu Academy is truly cruel. Killing is allowed. The competition inside is extremely fierce. If you are not careful, you will completely fall. The crowd was horrified. Even their family didn't dare to blatantly kill people, but in Baidu Academy, this turned out to be normal. Everyone involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of spit. Before, Baidu Academy was a stage for them to leap from the Dragon Gate. But now, for them, Baidu Academy is not only the gate of the Dragon Gate, but also a dangerous gate to hell that will never return. It is true that once selected, those who can graduate from the inner courtyard of Baidu University are all at the sanctuary level. But that would also require them to live to that time. For a while, everyone's heart could not help but cast a shadow. Selected, there is hope of impacting the sanctuary, but the premise is to survive. If you lose, it is very likely that you will not be able to break through to the sanctuary for the rest of your life, but in the Great Jin Kingdom, he is a top genius. In the future, it is very likely that he will be one of the top dozens of powerhouses in the Great Jin Kingdom and will be admired by others. 2 choices, 2 different outcomes, made a group of boys hesitate. At this time, the old guard threw another bomb. The hundreds of people who can break into the inner courtyard will eventually survive, less than 1/10. Everyone was breathless. Dozens of people? There were only dozens of people. This probability is too small. Han Feng and others fell silent. After the old guard attacked everyone, he said solemnly, "What? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then give up the selection of the Baidu Academy. At least in the Great Jin Kingdom, you can save your own lives, and it will turn into a handful of less in 100 years. Everyone's face changed again, and they were unwilling to fill their hearts. What are they cultivating for? It is not to break through to a higher level and obtain more life essence. Only by breaking through the sanctuary can qualitative changes occur and lifespan be extended. Are they going to give up just because of one difficulty? If you give up, do you want to watch the geniuses of the same generation as you are selected into the Baidu Academy, and finally break through to the sanctuary, and bow your head to it? Do not. Absolutely not. Seeing the eyes of Lin Huixian and others, the guardian was satisfied. In the Great Jin Kingdom, Lin Huixian and the others were extremely remarkable geniuses, but among the many geniuses in the Baidu Academy, they were only ordinary members. If Lin Huixian and others were not attacked at this time, it would be too late when they arrived at the Baidu Academy. How many geniuses arrived at Baidu Academy and still boasted incomparably, but before they were selected, they were abolished by even more powerful geniuses. But after a blow, the guardian also wanted to see if Lin Huixian and the others had enough temperament. If they retreated just because of such a blow, then as I said before, stay in the Great Jin Kingdom and don't go. In the past, it was not that there were no geniuses who participated in the selection and suffered a great blow, and have since become a passerby. Lei Yuanjia was a person who participated in the selection in that year, and his genius heart was ravaged by the blow. He is still in the middle stages of the earth. Some geniuses who were originally below him are now above him. The guardian smiled and clapped his hands. Okay, yes, this is a well-deserved genius. Some people are geniuses at the human level, but not necessarily at the profound level. Similarly, they are geniuses at the profound level, but they are not geniuses at the earth level or even the heaven level. If you want to keep the title of genius, you must keep working hard, and you can't give up because of a little danger and setback. Once you give up, you will eventually become ordinary people. How many days has it been difficult for the Great Jin Kingdom to reach the heavenly rank, because our Great Jin country's level is too low, and when we reach the heavenly level, it is already the cutting-edge strength of the Great Jin Kingdom. Without competition and comparison, it gradually became an ordinary heavenly state. Stage. Basically, those who graduated from Baidu Academy have become sanctuary powerhouses. What's the reason? It's not just that Baidu University has cultivation resources and environment that other forces can't match, but more is the fierce competition of Baidu University. Under that competition, no one dares to slack off. The same genius who broke through to the heavenly rank in the Baidu Academy and entered the inner courtyard. Because of the fiercer competition, not only will the training speed not drop, but sometimes he will become more and more courageous because his potential has been stimulated. But in our country of Great Jin, maybe it will be silently drowned in the crowd, just an ordinary heaven. Everyone listened with awe-inspiring expressions, and they naturally wanted to be the heavenly rank that inspired their potential, rather than being reduced to the heavenly rank of ordinary people. Because of the guardian's blow, Lin Huixian and others suppressed their pride. They were only geniuses of the Great Jin Kingdom, and they were nothing outside. But while restraining that pride, Lin Huixian and others were also full of fighting spirit. No matter how difficult the selection is, they have to try hard. The guardian waited for everyone to calm down, and then slowly continued, now let's talk about some other things about Baidu Academy. After the Baidu Academy is selected, it will be divided according to your strength, talent, and other aspects. It is roughly divided into 4 levels: ordinary, war general, war commander, and war king. Each level is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A total of 12 products. It's called the 12th grade of the Northern Capital. The higher the grade, the more valued by the Baidu University, and the strongest in the same class selected. Everyone was surprised when they heard it. They didn't expect that Baidu Academy would have such a division. Han Feng couldn't help but ask, are these things the same? The guardian frowned, it seems, it's not static. I don't know the specifics. To be honest, the old man would be a loose cultivator when he was young, and he has never entered the Baidu Academy. These news are very clear to all major forces, but at a deeper level, this old man, who has never entered Baidu Academy, is not clear. Lin Huixian held his chin, if we can pass the selection, I don't know what grade it will be. War general? War commander? The guardian sneered, take it down, let's not talk about whether you can pass the selection, even if you pass, it is just an ordinary high-ranking rank. Anyone who can become a warrior will at least be in the early stage of the first stage. What kind of cultivation do you guys have? Will you be able to break through to the ground level in 5 months? The little guys gasped. In the early stage of 1 star, it could only be classified as a low-grade general. Lin Huixian swallowed a mouthful of spit. Lord Guardian, I don't know what grade Miss Meng will be when she enters the Baidu Academy? Mentioning Meng Yaqing, the guardian looked proud. Meng girl? At least a battle king. It's still a top-grade war king. However, at the age of 16, a 5-star on the ground level may enter the 6-star on the ground level at any time. This talent, in the entire Beizhou continent, definitely belongs to the top. Everyone was extremely shocked, and only then did they clearly realize the huge gap between them and Meng Yaqing. Those who once had some thoughts about Meng Yaqing are now extremely ashamed. How could a woman like Meng Yaqing be worthy of them? The guardian flicked his sleeves, and everyone appeared outside again, with the elders of their respective families. Han Feng, Lei Zhenyan, and Lei Ruwen will come to the inner imperial city in 4 months. At that time, this old man will take you to the nearest third-rank empire, and the upper third-rank empires can all be sent directly to Baidu Academy. A nearby teleportation array. When separating, the guardian said lightly. The 3 of Han Feng immediately nodded in response. Outside, several elders were already anxiously waiting. Meng Yaqing still looked indifferent. As soon as the guardian came out, she walked to the guardian's side. At this moment, the eyes of Lin Huixian and others looking at Meng Yaqing no longer had the certainty they had before. There is no comparison. With comparison, everyone finds that the gap between them and Meng Yaqing is like the difference between heaven and earth. Apart from Han Feng, which one of them is not 18 or 19, he is nearly 2 or 3 years older than Meng Yaqing. But Meng Yaqing is already a mid-level powerhouse who is about to break through to the 6-star level. God knows what kind of cultivation Meng Yaqing will be at their age. The pinnacle of the ground? Or people have been afraid to continue to think about it. In the eyes of Lin Huixian and others, Han Feng is the only one who can catch up with Meng Yaqing. But that is only possible to catch up. One is about 16 years old, and the other is nearly 15 years old. It seems that the difference is not big, but the 10-star of the profound rank and the 5-star of the earth rank, unless they are geniuses against the sky, they want to break through from the 10-star of the profound rank to the star of the profound rank in just 1 year. 5 stars on the ground level, it's too difficult. And many more. Just as the third elder was about to leave with Han Feng and the 3 of them, Meng Yaqing's cold voice suddenly sounded. "I don't know Miss Meng." The third elder asked cautiously. Meng Yaqing ignored the third elder and gave Han Feng a jade slip, saying, "After 3 months, I will wait for you there." This sentence means that there is no temperature, but it is easy to misunderstand. The eyes of everyone looking at Han Feng are extremely strange. Meng Yaqing doesn't really like Han Feng, right? Even the third elder looked strange. However, Lei Yuanjia felt that Meng Yaqing was really insightful. The guardian frowned slightly, then thought of something, and suddenly realized. He smiled wretchedly in his heart, but his face was very righteous. Meng Yaqing also reflected at this time that her actions and words were too ambiguous, and her face immediately flushed slightly. Although he quickly recovered his expressionless face, he was still seen by Han Feng. Han Feng is terrifying, wouldn't he really like him? Meng Yaqing was embarrassed to stay here, and immediately turned around and disappeared. Let's go, don't get in the way here." The guardian waved his hand impatiently. Lin Huixian and other little guys who wanted to see what was in the jade slip had to watch the third elder and others leave regretfully. Halfway, Han Feng played with the jade slip in his hand, and his face was hesitant. What if it was a confession letter? Han Feng was both proud and apprehensive in his heart. After all, a woman like Meng Yaqing is not worthy of ordinary people. It is a man's pride to be confessed by such a woman. Lei Zhenyan had a look of jealousy. "This jade slip is not a token of love, I see you making a fuss." Han Feng is embarrassed. Maybe it is really a token of love? Although it is a bit strange that the token of love is a jade slip. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Han Feng's mental power entered the jade slip. As a profound level powerhouse, naturally, he cannot transmit sound at close range like an earth-level powerhouse, nor can he directly expand his mental power to a radius of thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters to investigate like a sky-level powerhouse. But the jade slip is very special. As long as it is a living person, there will be mental fluctuations, and there will be mental fluctuations. With concentration, you can see the things in the jade slip. Sure enough, it's not a confession, and it's not a token of love. Han Feng touched his nose mockingly. He clearly knew that it was impossible to still have expectations, but in the face of a beautiful woman like Meng Yaqing, he couldn't help but be moved. This is a common problem for men. When Lei Zhenyan and the others saw Han Feng's expression, they knew that the inside of the jade slip was definitely not Meng Yaqing's confession. Lei Zhenyan smiled and said, "You are already perverted. If even a woman like Meng Yaqing is conquered by you, then I really want to envy you for the rest of my life." What men value, one is power, the other is cultivation, and the third is beauty. In this forgotten continent where the strong are respected, as long as the cultivation base is strong, are you afraid that you will have no rights? Therefore, it is said that there are three, but in fact, strictly speaking, it is two. A man with a strong cultivation base and an enviable wife, then this life is really complete. In terms of cultivation, Lei Zhenyan and others are no longer as good as Han Feng. If the goddess in their hearts is hooked by Han Feng again, then they will really vomit blood. Han Feng rolled his eyes and stopped paying attention to Lei Zhenyan. Instead, he carefully browsed the information in the jade slip. Soon, Han Feng's expression became solemn. The information in the jade slip is very simple. Meng Yaqing intends to find Han Feng to join forces to capture the Fire Fury Lotus. Time is in 3 months. Han Feng held his chin. Furious lotus, whether it is lotus petals or lotus seeds, they are all treasures to improve the cultivation of fire attribute warriors. And the improvement is not low. I have room for planting, but I don't know that with lotus seeds, I can cultivate new fiery lotus flowers. If you can cultivate the fiery wrath lotus flower, then whether it is used to improve the third level of the 9 flames and different fire art, or to improve the 4 major inheritance martial arts, or to improve the cultivation base, it can play a great role. When the 9 flames and different fires are upgraded to the third level, I can refine the fire spirit orb and raise the 9 flames and different fires to the 4th level in one fell swoop. Even Xuanhuan can improve his strength by swallowing lotus petals and seeds. Now Xuanhuan's strength is too far from me and Xiaolei. During this period of time, Xuanhuan has been unhappy and even unwilling to come out. That is the reason. Xiaolei is already a level 12 beast. Han Feng is also a peak Xuanjia cultivation base, only Xuanhuan is currently a short distance away from level 11. Han Feng thought thoughtfully, if I promise Meng Yaqing and get the Flaming Lotus, I will go to a nearby high-ranking empire alone with Meng Yaqing, and get a quota and transfer it to Baidu University. As a result, there will be a shortage of one of the 10 places in the Qingyun ranking competition. There are only 10 places in a lower third-rank empire, so the top 10 of the Qingyun ranking competition will be precious. If you want to participate in the selection of Baidu academies, you can only go by yourself. The kingdom of Great Jin actually belonged to the third-rank empire, but it was the 7th-rank empire. However, apart from the Guardian, the Great Sanctuary with a near Xuanhuan, there was no sanctuary in the empire. Therefore, like the lower third-rank empire, there were only 10 places. According to the strength of the third-rank empire, some have only 15 places, and some have 20 places. As long as you think you are qualified to be selected, except for the top 30, as long as you hand in a certain amount of spiritual stones or other precious items, you can use the teleportation array to transfer to the Baidu Academy selection area. The outer and inner courtyards of Baidu University are in different dimensions. Not in the Forgotten Continent. After thinking about it, a figure suddenly flashed in Han Feng's mind. By the way, there is also this guy Lei Yuru. This guy's strength is also extremely perverted. After 4 months, God knows he will improve to the level of a god, at least not worse than Lin Huiba and other people who are on the verge of 10th place. The quota I lack can be reserved for Lei Yuru. Hey, what are you thinking? You shouldn't be disappointed. Lei Zhenyan stretched out his hand and swayed in front of Han Feng. Han Feng snorted, I want you to take care of it. Lei Zhenyan gritted his teeth, but he was extremely curious in his heart, but Han Feng didn't say anything. Lei Zhenyan had to sit down angrily. A few days later, the elites of the Lei family began to return to the Thunder Training Camp, along with the new guardians of the Thunder Training Camp. This Dharma protector, Han Feng, is quite familiar, and it is impressive. Under the envy and admiration of a group of Lei family boys, Han Feng finally returned to the Thunder Training Camp. The 10th level of body quenching, I must reach it. Han Feng clenched his fist and his eyes were firm. Second more. Thunder Beast Cave. The endless sea of fire raged, and large tracts of thunder beasts were drowned by the flames and turned into ashes, leaving only the thunder beads. If I don't have your ability, I really don't know what to do. Han Feng smiled and thanked Lei Yuru, who was beside him. More than half a month has passed since returning to the thunder training camp. In the first half of the month, Han Feng has been retreating to improve the 4 inherited martial arts. If there is no Holy Flame Vermilion Fruit Origin Liquid, or the previous Fire Cloud Fruit Origin Liquid, it is absolutely impossible to raise the 4 great inherited martial skills to the 6th peak level within half a month. But with Xingyan Zhugua, everything would be different. Not only that, in half a month, the Xingyan Zhugua Origin Liquid was not only used to improve the 4 major inheritance martial arts, but also used in the cultivation base. Among them, there was a high-grade Lingshur Origin Liquid to help. In just half a month, Han Feng not only raised the 4 major inheritance martial arts to the 6th peak, but also raised his cultivation to the peak limit of 10 stars of the profound rank. He is only half a step away from stepping into the 11 stars of the profound rank. Remote. All in all, in just half a month, Han Feng's strength has made a huge leap. The 4 inherited martial arts are no better than Xuanhuan's shattering and smashing. Profound flame smashing and fusion with Xuanhuan and jade fire are only close to the ground-level martial arts. If you want to truly compete with the ground-level martial arts, you need to fuse with Kanglin Xuanhua. And with the amount of Kanglin's profound fire, with just one blow, it was no longer possible to break out a shattering slash of profound flame that was comparable to the might of an earth-level martial skill. However, with Han Feng's current cultivation level, after a single blow, he will not lose any fighting power, but the Kanglin profound fire will be exhausted. And the 4 major inheritance martial arts have been upgraded to the 6th peak, which is already above the top-level martial arts of the Xian level, and the combination of Xuanhuan and jade fire is also comparable to the martial arts of the ground level. It can even be cast multiple times at a time. This is the reason why Han Feng spends a lot of effort to improve the 4 inherited martial arts. Compared with the martial arts of the same level that can be combined with different fires, the 4 inherited martial arts are more dominant, otherwise why would Han Feng improve the 4 inherited martial arts, and every time he improves his strength, he can cultivate the martial arts of the corresponding level. With the 4 inherited martial arts combined with Xuanhuan's shattering slash, Han Feng can now be said to have mastered 5 ground-level martial arts. In the face of ordinary 1-star warriors, Han Feng believes that he also has the power to fight. With such a powerful strength, the Thunder Beast in the Thunder Beast Cave no longer poses the slightest threat. Even if a large number of top-level Thunder Beasts attacked, they would not be able to hurt Han Feng in the slightest. Lei Yuru smiled slightly. It's a reward for leaving the opportunity to me. From Han Feng's mouth, Lei Yurui had already learned that Han Feng was going to gather with Meng Yaqing in 3 months, and the vacant place had been given to him. To Han Feng, Lei Yuru was very grateful. This means that he can have about 2 more months of cultivation time. Otherwise, he would have to set off early to find a way to Baidu Academy. Outside, after all, there is no freedom to cultivate in the Thunder training camp, and it is impossible to cultivate all the time. Efficiency will definitely be greatly reduced. This means that the possibility of passing the selection of Baidu University is also decreasing. Han Feng laughed. Stop talking nonsense, the Thunder Beast is here again. I have to hurry up and raise the tempering level to level 10 within 3 months. Say this to others. Others must think that Han Feng has a problem with his brain and is crazy. But Lei Yurui was convinced of Han Feng's words. Lei Yuru nodded immediately, then congratulations to Han Feng for breaking the record. Seeing Han Feng's metamorphosis, Lei Yurui firmly believed that the 10th level of body quenching was not an unattainable goal for Han Feng. Old Fu sighed in Lei Yu's mind. This kid is still very weak at present, but as long as he can continue to grow, in the future. Yu, hurry up and cultivate. Even if you can't reach the 10th level, at least you must reach the 9th level. Yes. Lei Yuru chuckled in his head. A few days later, 20 days have passed since Han Feng returned to Thunder Training Camp, and Han Feng has accumulated enough energy. These energy values are enough for him to practice in the core area of Thunder Cave for a very long period of time. Even the Thunder Pool in the center of the Thunder area is enough to practice for a period of time. Han Feng doesn't know how many points it takes to cultivate in Thunder Pond, but it's a lot of money. Otherwise, with Han Feng's current strength, how could he stay in Thunder Cave for so long? With Han Feng's strength, one day is enough to accumulate the energy value of a month's cultivation in the core area, or even more. At the entrance of the Thunder Beast Cave, Han Feng and Lei Yurui both appeared, clasping their fists at the Thunder Beast Cave Deacon. Master Deacon, please. The two handed the Thunder Orb to the Thunder Beast Cave Deacon. Having had the last experience, this time the Thunder Beast Cave Deacon calmed down a lot. Furthermore, the news that Han Feng won the first place in the Qingyun ranking competition and Lei Yuyu ranked 12th has already spread in the Thunder Training Camp. It is not so shocking that such two great masters combined to harvest so many Thunder Beads. After recording the points, the two of them rushed to Thunder Cave without wasting any time. Not only Han Feng and Lei Yurua, but also Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen were caught in the round-trip route between Thunder Beast Cave and Thunder Cave. Once they left the Thunder Beast Cave and Thunder Cave, the two of them also retreated and practiced to break through their cultivation base, and there was absolutely no waste of time. If it was before the Qingyun Bang competition, Lei Ruwen and Lei Zhenyan would definitely find a female slave to vent. Lei Zhenyan may also find a few brothers and buddies to gather together, eat a feast and drink, and never feel wronged. But now, the two of them are like ascetic monks. Everything is for the selection of Baidu Academy. Han Feng completely understood the thoughts of the two. For now, although there is a gap in their strength, they can all be said to be the top geniuses of the Great Jin Kingdom, and they are on the same level. But once someone passes the selection of Baidu Academy, while others fail, the gap between the two sides will become bigger and bigger, and in the end it will be a world of difference. Everyone is the favored son of heaven. How can he allow himself to bow down to other people in the future? Entrance to Thunder Cave. Deacon of Thunder Cave smiled. Is it also going to the core area? Yes, please help the deacon. Han Feng and Lei Yuyu looked respectful. Deacon Lei Tingdong sighed and encouraged, Han Feng, Lei Yuru, you must cultivate well, the glory of our Lei family rests on you. By the way, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen have just entered. The news that Han Feng gave up his quota to Lei Yuru has also spread throughout the Thunder Training Camp, so the deacon of Lei Tingdong knew that Lei Yuru would also go to Baidu Academy for selection. As the deacon of Thunder Cave, the deacon of Thunder Cave clearly knew the speed of Lei Yuyu's abnormal progress. If there is no Han Feng, then the series of halos on Han Feng's head today will definitely be worn on Lei Yuru's head. It can only be said that Lei Yurui was born at an untimely time and happened to meet Han Feng, and he was still in the first class. Fortunately, the relationship between the two is like brothers, which makes Deacon Lei Tingdong very happy. Both of them are the pride of the Lei family. If they are hostile to each other and never give up, it will be a huge loss to the Lei family. Thunder Hole Core Area. Han Feng released the Phantom Thunder Leopard, Xiaolei. Xiaolei, help me practice. Hey, boss, leave it to me. But boss has to break through to the 9th level quickly, and then go to the Thunder Pond in the center of Thunder Cave. The power of thunder in this core area is not so obvious for my strength improvement. Xiaolei is the most dissatisfied with the slowdown in the progress of strength. Han Feng tapped Xiaolei's head. If you want my body level to break through to the 9th level as soon as possible, then give me a good tempering of the power of thunder, and temper the power of thunder to be more refined. Over the cave, the dense power of thunder suddenly descended. Xiaolei let out a low roar, and the huge body absorbed all the power of thunder. After absorbing the violent force and the power of thunder, the more refined power of thunder bombarded Han Feng. Han Feng's face was indifferent, and he took advantage of this opportunity to hurry up and temper his body. The power of thunder is tempering Han Feng's body. Although Han Feng's body is slightly white and tender, if someone touches this white and tender skin, they will find out the terrifying power contained under this white and tender skin. This is definitely not something that a little white face can have. Bathed under the power of purple thunder, in the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. These quintessential thunder powers did not disappoint Han Feng. In just 20 days, Han Feng's body quenching level broke through to the 9th level. The third one. Jia, boss, you finally broke through to the 9th level, hurry up, let's go to the central thunder pond. Xiaolei couldn't wait. Han Feng was speechless. You guy, even if you want to go to the central thunder pond, you still need to talk to the deacon, otherwise how will you go? Also, I just broke through to the 9th level of body quenching, let me adapt to it well. Standing up, Han Feng made a crackling sound when his body moved. Han Feng's abdominal muscles and arms are not as burly as muscular men, but healthier and more perfect muscles. At first glance, he feels that this person has an indescribable feeling. But Rao did not make Han Feng's skin tend to be wheat-colored. Whenever wheat-colored skin is produced, the 9 flames and different fire art will immediately return to a white and tender color. If Han Feng is wearing a white Confucian uniform now, no one will think that Han Feng is a powerful warrior, but a scholar full of knowledge. Outside Thunder Cave. Deacon Thunder Cave saw Han Feng come out, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. It came out so soon? I thought you would stay for a whole month. The energy value consumed before is the value of 30 days. Han Feng grinned. I didn't expect to break through to the 9th level of body quenching in less than a month. Deacon Thunder Cave's eyes widened. What? The 9th level of body quenching, you are not kidding. Rao is that Lei Junyan and Lei Ruan have not broken through to the bold 9th level. Although he knew about Han Feng's metamorphosis, he could change from the 8th level of body quenching to the 9th level in just 20 days. Deacon of Thunder Cave was still a little bit unbearable, and he wanted to die immediately. It was too shocking. Deacon Thunder Cave felt that he was weak when he was young. Han Feng coughed lightly and recovered Deacon Thunder Cave from the blow. Lord Deacon, this junior wants to go to the Central Thunder Pond to practice. Central Thunder Pond? Deacon Lei Tingdong was stunned, and then his face became solemn. Han Feng, could it be you? Han Feng nodded. No. You are courting death. The power of thunder in the Central Thunder Pool is the pinnacle of the 9th level of body quenching, and there is a half chance that you will be killed. You are only at the 9th level of body quenching. No, absolutely not. Deacon Thunder Cave jumped up in fright, waved his hands repeatedly, rejecting Han Feng's death-defying behavior. Han Feng was helpless, he knew it would be like this. Immediately, Han Feng explained patiently, Lord Deacon, the younger generation is absolutely sure to go. Just like when the juniors dared to go to the core area when they were only at the 2nd level of body quenching, didn't you think that the juniors were courting death back then, but what was the result? Deacon Thunder Cave was silent and hesitant. From an emotional point of view, Deacon Thunder Cave obviously believes in Han Feng. I dared to practice directly in the core area with a low level, such as the 2nd level of body quenching that day. Now I go to the Central Thunder Pool in the early stage of the 9th level of body quenching. It should be no big deal. But from a rational point of view, Han Feng is extremely important to the Lei family. Even if it is a trivial matter, it should not be careless. At the moment, Deacon Lei Tingdong sent a message directly to Lei Bubu, asking Lei Bubu to choose. When Lei Bubu received the news, he learned that Han Feng wanted to go to the Central Lei Pond, and he couldn't help but feel a headache on his forehead. Han Feng. Are you really going? Lei Fu moved with the last glimmer of hope. Han Feng nodded firmly. Well, good luck. Lei Bubu retreated. At this point, Lei Bubu already knew Han Feng's determination. Lei Bubu felt that, as the protector of Lei Ting training camp, he should have more confidence in Han Feng. Thank you, Lord Protector. Han Feng was overjoyed. The Deacon of Thunder Cave shook his head and said, Han Feng, let's talk about it first. To practice in the Central Thunder Pond, you need 10,000 energy points a day. Han Feng took a deep breath. He needed so much to practice in the Central Thunder Pond. The core area is only 1,000 energy points. Han Feng secretly said, I really have a vision, otherwise I'm afraid I'll go hunting in the Thunder Beast Cave. Without Lei Yuru's help, it would be really difficult to collect tens of thousands of energy points. It's not that the Thunder Beasts are powerful, but the chances of encountering powerful Thunder Beasts are really low. Under the unbelievable gaze of the Thunder Cave Deacon, Han Feng crossed out 100,000 points. Now, can I enter the Central Thunder Pond to practice? Han Feng said with a little smugness. Deacon Thunder Cave twitched the corners of his mouth, unable to find the last possible excuse for refusal. Outside the Thunder Pond in the center of Thunder Cave. As soon as it was teleported here, the strong power of thunder made Han Feng's hair stand upright, and an extremely dangerous feeling came. This is indeed the Central Thunder Pool area, almost the entire space is the power of thunder. Han Feng felt that his skin had not yet touched the power of thunder, and there was already a tingling pain. Boom! In an instant, the endless power of thunder struck Han Feng, who screamed and fell heavily to the ground. This has not yet entered the Thunder Pond, and Han Feng has been hit hard. Roar! Xiao Lei was released in an instant, and with a low roar, Xiao Lei's huge body appeared above Han Feng, and all the power of thunder and lightning hit Xiao Lei's body. Rao is Xiao Lei, who is a thunder-type monster with rough skin and thick flesh, and was also bombarded with screams. But compared to Han Feng being hit hard, Xiao Lei at least endured it. Resisting the pain in his body, Xiao Lei absorbed the violent force of the thunder power that fell on him for his own use, and the remaining pure thunder power was delivered to Han Feng. Han Feng gritted his teeth, with a grim look on his face. Although his body was in great pain, and even Han Feng felt some damage to his internal organs, Han Feng still did not hesitate to use the pure power of thunder to temper his body. Even if the body is injured, as long as the body level increases, everything can be ignored. Anyway, as long as you leave the Thunder Cave, you can take all kinds of healing pills and medicinal materials. Aha! Han Feng screamed in a low voice, his face twisted, it was too painful. It is true that this is the power of thunder that has already absorbed the amount of madness, but to Han Feng, it is still a very advanced power of thunder. For practice. For progress. In order to pass the selection of Baidu University, I worked hard. Time passed by, and before you knew it, Han Feng's frowning brows slowly eased. Perhaps because he was used to the power of thunder here, Han Feng no longer screamed in a low voice. Every part of the body, a slight movement, is a surging power. Suddenly, a violent force surged out, Han Feng was taken aback, opened his eyes, and the fluctuations came out of Xiao Lei's body. It's about to break through. Han Feng was overjoyed, and Xiao Lei broke through, which meant that it was already a monster of the earth. With the strength of the earth rank, it is enough to support him to cultivate in the Thunder Pool. Now Han Feng is just outside the Thunder Pond and has not entered the Thunder Pond yet. What is Thunder Pool? That is the liquid that the power of thunder gathers together and liquefies directly. Compared with the scattered and dense thunder power outside, the thunder power in the Thunder Pond is even more terrifying. It's no wonder that the 9th level peak of body quenching has a great possibility of falling. Boom boom boom. Xiao Lei's breath fluctuated in waves, but after a day and a night, there was still no sign of a successful breakthrough. Han Feng felt a little bad. Every time he was promoted, Warcraft needed much more energy than humans. It would take at least a month for an ordinary Warcraft to break through from the 12th level to the ground level. There is indeed a dense power of thunder here, but to say that it will break through within a few days, it is too. Han Feng gritted his teeth. You can't waste time, since that's the case, you can only. With a wave of his hand, Xiaolei was first sent to the animal breeding space, and then Han Feng threw his sleeves outside the thunder pond, and Xiaolei was thrown out and fell into the thunder pond. Falling into the thunder pool, the terrifying power of thunder in the thunder pool rushed towards Xiaolei frantically. If it was Xiaolei of the 12th level, he would not be able to withstand such a strong power of thunder. But Xiaolei, who is now at the key point of promotion, no matter how much he comes, he will absorb it all. Time passed in the process of Xiaolei absorbing the power of thunder. In the blink of an eye, another day and night passed, and Xiaolei's breath fluctuated in an instant. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Thanks to the Pure State-owned Enterprise Master and Enshan 2004 for their super generous donations, and thanks to the Pure State-owned Enterprise Master for the big flowers. Congratulations to the Pure State-owned Enterprise Master and Enshan 2004 who have been promoted to the position of Grand Master and become the head of a sect. Amazed face, / Cyclonus breath made the power of thunder chaotic. Bathed in the power of the powerful thunder, Han Feng was already in a state of embarrassment. At this time, the power of the thunder was in disarray, and Han Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But the effort pays off. This day and night of tempering has brought Han Feng's body tempering level to the highest level. Xiaolei's breath gradually stabilized, the power of thunder returned to normal, Xiaolei's huge body suddenly appeared above Han Feng, and all the power of thunder was intercepted. Hey, boss, I'm already an Earth-level monster. Xiaolei's words were full of surprises and pride. Earth-level monsters have already entered the room, and they can speak more. In the future, when they are outside, they will no longer have to keep their mouths shut in order to cover up their specialties with other monsters. Boss, the power of thunder outside the thunder pond has no effect on me. When the boss reaches the limit of the 9th level high-level quenching body, the boss can jump into the thunder pond. With my help, boss, although you will be tortured terribly, you will never have to worry about your life. Han Feng exhaled, please. Now it has been 6 days since entering the central area of Thunder Cave, and it is too late. The strength has broken through to the ground level, and the power of thunder after being tempered by Xiaolei is more refined. In just half a day, Han Feng's body quenching level reached the limit of the 9th level. The next step is to break through to the 10th level. Since the creation of Thunder Cave, no one has ever reached the 10th level of body tempering before the age of 20. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng adjusted his body to the best state and jumped into the thunder pond with Xiaolei. Outside world. Outside the Thunder Cave, it has been nearly 10 days since Han Feng entered the central thunder pond. Lei Yuru, who had been practicing for nearly a month, walked out of the Thunder Cave. A month of training was boring, and Lei Yuru couldn't wait to come out to get a breath of fresh air. Lord Deacon? What happened? You're so impatient? The moment he came out, Lei Yuru saw Deacon Lei Tingdong's anxious face, and his mouth was bubbling. Deacon Lei Tingdong gave a wry smile. It's not that kid Han Feng, who went to the central thunder pond to practice. It's been almost 10 days now, and I don't know what happened. Lei Yuru raised his eyebrows, but there was no surprise on his face, but he seemed a bit taken for granted. Han Feng never mentioned the fact that Han Feng went to the central Lei pond to practice, but Lei Yuhu had already guessed it. Now it just confirms the original speculation. Deacon of Thunder Cave. Lei Yuyu, are you not worried at all? Deacon Lei Tingdong twitched. Lei Yuru chuckled, I guessed that Han Feng would do that. This is Han Feng's way of doing things. Deacon Thunder Cave rolled his eyes wildly, but he couldn't help but question himself, was he really making a fuss? Looking at Lei Yuyu again, Deacon Lei Tingdong found something wrong, your breath. Although the aura was stable, Deacon Lei Tingdong was a mid-level master at any rate, and he still vaguely noticed a slight fluctuation in his aura. It was obvious that Lei Yuru had also made a huge breakthrough. Lei Yuru noticed the gaze of the Thunder Cave Deacon, and immediately said with a smile, I broke through by luck, it is currently the peak of the 9 stars of the Xuanjie. Deacon Thunder Cave twitched the corners of his mouth again. Please, this Thunder Cave is used to temper your body. What are you going to make a fuss about with 2 stars in a row in Thunder Cave? I've never heard of improving strength in Thunder Hole. It is impossible to absorb the power of thunder, unless you want to explode and die. Lei Yu smiled strangely, he naturally couldn't say that he could absorb the power of thunder. Otherwise, something will definitely happen. At this moment, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen also walked out one after another, causing Deacon Lei Tingdong to change his target. After checking the physical levels of the two, Deacon Thunder Cave nodded with satisfaction, not bad, I have already reached the 8th level high-level body tempering. The effect of retreating for a month is very great. Suddenly thinking of Han Feng and Lei Yurua, Deacon Lei Tingdong was silent. However, Han Feng has been promoted from the initial stage of the 8th level of body quenching to the early stage of the 9th level of body quenching in just 20 days. As for Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yulu, although they had broken through to the 8th level high-level body quenching, it was clear that they had just broken through. Deacon of Thunder Cave estimated that it would be good for the two of them to reach the 9th level of body quenching before going to Baidu Academy, and to stabilize it. Compared with Han Feng, this score is a bit underwhelming. Even if you don't mention Han Feng, Lei Yuru himself has reached the 8th level of body quenching, and Lei Yuru was already at the 7th level of body quenching before entering the Thunder Cave. Not to mention, Lei Yurue has been promoted to 2 stars in a row in the Thunder Cave. 1 or 2 are perverts. No wonder Lei Yuru wasn't surprised at all, he was a pervert, of course only perverts understood. Lei Zhenyan and Lei Ruwen looked at each other when they saw Deacon Lei Tingdong's resentful eyes. Perhaps due to being hit too hard by Han Feng, Lei Ruwen's personality has changed a lot, and he is no longer as sharp and small as before. Maybe the relationship with Han Feng is still stiff, and he feels embarrassed when he sees Han Feng, but the relationship with Lei Zhenyan has improved a lot. Regardless, the two are brothers and have been together for over a decade. Lord Deacon, are you all right? Lei Zhenyan asked cautiously. Deacon Thunder Cave waved his hand, unable to tell the story of Han Feng. The deacon looked forward to the shocking gazes from the two of them, but Lei Zhenyan sighed, as expected, I'm not as good as that. Lei Zhenyan's face was stiff and he didn't say a word, but it could be seen from his eyes that Lei Zhenyan wasn't shocked either. Like Lei Yuyu, the two had already guessed that Han Feng would be like this. Deacon of Thunder Cave. He simply didn't know what to say. Yes, so many people don't worry, and he doesn't have to worry. Time passed slowly, and in the tangled eyes of the deacon, Han Feng was teleported out. Seeing that Han Feng's figure was a little embarrassed, but his face was full of energy, the deacon breathed a sigh of relief, at least there was no major problem. At this time, the deacon of Thunder Cave was interested and asked, how is your kid's harvest? Han Feng grinned, fortunately not to be humiliated. Deacon of Thunder Cave was stunned, and then looked at Han Feng with incredible eyes. You. Lei Yuru stepped forward to congratulate. Congratulations, the first pervert to break through to the 10th level of body quenching. Lei Zhenyan is also happy. Lei Ruwen's face was stiff, and he congratulated him stiffly. Han Feng was not a cautious person, so he would not hold Lei Ruwen's hands because of the past, so he accepted Lei Ruwen's congratulations and responded with a smile. Deacon of Thunder Cave was messy in the wind. Boys, this is the 10th level of body quenching, do you want to be so calm, bastard? With a twitching face, Deacon Thunder Cave couldn't stay any longer, his figure flashed and disappeared. Inside the stone house, Han Feng slowly raised his breath to the top. Now that my physical fitness has been improved to the 1st star level of the Earth rank, it should be easy to break through to the 11th star of the Profound rank. 50 days have passed, 1 month and 20 days, and 1 month and 10 days to go to the appointment. These days, let's improve your cultivation and master low-level martial arts. Time passed by Han Feng's ascetic cultivation and martial arts. I have to say that the physical quality of the Earth rank makes Han Feng's body and meridians extremely resistant. It can be said that Han Feng has broken through to the 11 stars of the mysterious rank. Sometimes he cultivated hard, sometimes he improved the 4 inheritance martial arts, and sometimes he practiced high-level martial arts such as Heavenly Prison Blade, Holy Flame Lingbo Footwork, and Earth Flame Melting Slash. In nearly 40 days, the cultivation base broke through again, and it was promoted to the middle stage at 12 stars in one fell swoop. One of the 4 inherited martial arts, the Heavenly Fire Battle Physique, has also been elevated to the 7th stage of the initial stage. Han Feng did not dare to rashly improve the other 3 inherited martial arts. Heavenly Prison Blade, Holy Flame Lingbo Footwork, and Earth Flame Melting Slash are the top low-grade Shan rank martial arts, which are extremely difficult to cultivate. The level does not match, even if it is cultivated in the House of Time. Han Feng has raised the 3 martial arts to the realm of small success, and can no longer cultivate. It's time to make an appointment. On this day, Han Feng walked out of the stone house and muttered to himself. The 5th one is delivered. Ask for flowers. The mountains that once killed the phantom thunder leopard were shrouded in mist. Through the clouds, you can see the broken mountain range under the clouds, which was the damage caused by the battle between Meng Yaqing and the phantom thunder leopard. After nearly a year, it has recovered a lot. Coming here again, Han Feng sighed a little. Han Feng flew here on a flying lion, Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan and Xiaolei only recognized Han Feng because of the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, but this is where Xiaolei's mother once died, and Xiaolei flew here. Han Feng felt that it was too cruel. You came. At the top of the mountain, Meng Yaqing looked at Han Feng with a calm expression. Han Feng jumped off Xiaoyan's body and cupped his hands. Miss Meng came so early. Meng Yaqing first glanced at Han Feng, then turned to Xiaoyan, and said casually, "Call me Yaqing." Han Feng was choked. He would be embarrassed to call it so intimately. Before Han Feng could call out Yaqing, Meng Yaqing spoke first. I remember that this monster was not even level 9 at the time. It's rare that a monster can improve so fast. I said back then that this monster is not easy. Han Feng looked embarrassed and changed the subject. Yaqing, where is the Huafu Lotus? Moreover, the spirits of the level of Fiery Wrath Lotus, even the mid to late stage masters, will also take action. Are the 2 of us too weak? Meng Yaqing slowly shook her head. No, the Furious Lotus is in a 9th rank empire, the Dark Cloud Empire. There is only one sanctuary in the Wuyuan Empire, and it's just an ordinary sanctuary, but it is the cultivation base of the 4th level of the sanctuary. Among the 9th rank empires, the Dark Cloud Empire is at the bottom. There are no more than 20 heavenly rank powerhouses in the entire empire, and only a few hundred earth ranks. Although there are hundreds, there are not many that can really be dispatched, and the level will not be too high. If I hadn't been gracious to a young warrior in the Dark Cloud Empire when I was practicing, I would never have known about this fiery lotus. Han Feng realized, and immediately frowned. As far as he knew, the Wuyuan Empire was not close to the Great Jin Kingdom. At the speed of Xiaolei's flight, it would take at least a month to arrive. Meng Yaqing blinked, as if she could see through what Han Feng was thinking. Don't worry, the Dark Cloud Empire is so far away. Of course, I have already prepared, not only you, but I also don't want to waste time, and finally miss the Baidu Academy. After saying that, Meng Yaqing flicked her sleeves and threw out a model of a small fishing boat. This is... Han Feng looked surprised. This is the best spiritual weapon of the flying type Feitian Yulong ship. The Feitian Yulong ship suddenly expanded in the sky, reaching a length of 100 meters. The whole hull looks like a white rail dragon. On both sides of the center of the hull, there are huge characteristic wings. No wonder it is called the Feitian Yulong ship. Meng Yaqing introduced, although the Feitian Yulong ship is a top-quality spiritual weapon, it only has the function of flying. Because of this, the Feitian feathered dragon boat is not comparable to the top-quality spiritual weapons in other aspects, but in terms of flight, even the peak powerhouses of the 12th star in the sky can't compare, and it is roughly comparable to the flight of the second and third tiers of the sanctuary. Speed. Even the height of the flight is not comparable to the ordinary powerhouse. With the Feitian Yulong ship, we will reach the Dark Cloud Empire within 2 days. Han Feng looked at Feitian Yulong ship, and then listened to Meng Yaqing's introduction, with a look of amazement. This is Han Feng's first contact with this special spiritual tool. It is worthy of being the direct disciple of Lord Guardian of the 18th heavenly powerhouse of the sanctuary. There are so many good things. Han Feng's saliva is about to flow out. Meng Yaqing jumped onto the Feitian Yulong boat, and greeted Han Feng at the same time. Han Feng was no longer polite, and with a move, he jumped onto the spaceship. On the Feitian Yulong ship, Han Feng realized that he still underestimated the Feitian Yulong ship. On the surface, it is just an enlarged fishing boat, but it is more beautiful and delicate, but in fact, there is a small palace on the Feitian Yulong. The palace is not big, and it is only a few dozen square meters, by visual inspection. If one person can live there, there will be no feeling of crowding. Meng Yaqing said lightly, "We have been living here for the past 2 days. After the Dark Cloud Empire, the Feitian Yulong ship will stop. And we fly very high, don't worry about being discovered. The strong sanctuary sits in various imperial palaces, and will not fly in the sky without any problems. We are a relatively barren place in Beizhou continent, and we haven't reached the sanctuary yet." Han Feng was stunned. Live together, right? Meng Yaqing frowned slightly, and immediately reflected on it, coughing lightly. "I'm talking about meditating and practicing together." Han Feng smiled. "We can be considered living together." Meng Yaqing rolled her eyes at Han Feng. "Come in, once the Feitian Yulong ship starts, the wind resistance will be very large. We are not yet strong in the sky. We can't bear that kind of wind." Han Feng also thought about it, and immediately followed Meng Yaqing into the palace of Feitian Yulong ship. Standing outside is like standing on the wing of a plane when it takes off. It is not impossible to be blown off if you are not careful. In the palace, Meng Yaqing obviously prepared a lot of things, and there were countless delicious food and wine. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched. "Yaqing, are you going out to work or to enjoy?" Meng Yaqing rolled her eyes at Han Feng again. "Does this miss look like an ascetic?" Han Feng touched his nose. Indeed, he only had a superficial understanding of Meng Yaqing. He really didn't know that much about what Meng Yaqing's daily life was like. "Looking at how powerful you are at such a young age, I thought you would spend all your time practicing cultivation." Han Feng expressed his views on Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing snorted softly. "It seems like you are very old. Cultivation is practice, and whoever says that practice must have a hard life. I won't hurt myself. If you don't want to eat, you can meditate for 2 days. Don't, I'll eat it." Han Feng waved his hand hurriedly, joking. At first glance, these delicacies are hard to be eaten by ordinary people in Dajin, and only fools will not eat them. He is not a strong man in the sanctuary, and can already be an idiot permanently. The scope of the palace is not large, and there are bursts of fragrance from the food, and it is impossible for him to meditate with peace of mind. When enjoying the food, Han Feng gradually opened his mouth wide with a shocked expression on his face. Meng Yaqing really surprised Han Feng too much. There are dozens of dishes on the table, but Han Feng has just tasted each dish. Nearly half of the dishes have been completely emptied, and all of them have entered Meng Yaqing's mouth. The speed of this consumption is too fast. Is it eaten with the mouth or with the hands? Not to mention the speed, this Meng Yaqing's small waist can be grasped with both hands. How exactly these things got into Meng Yaqing's stomach, I can't see at all. You. Han Feng pointed at Meng Yaqing, unable to speak at all. It's so unimaginable. Incredible. It seems that she is a beautiful and refined girl with a paralyzed face, but why did she suddenly become a foodie girl? Han Feng couldn't turn his head for a while. Meng Yaqing raised her eyebrows. What? Is there a problem? Seeing Meng Yaqing's expression of if you dare to say I have a problem, I will kill you, Han Feng closed his mouth wisely. No, nothing. That being said, Han Feng's eyes, like looking at a monster, exposed everything. Meng Yaqing didn't take it seriously. Her master had the same expression every time she watched her eat. Who said that a thin beauty must eat less? She just loves to eat, and she eats more. Who can help her? Looking at Han Feng's stunned expression, Meng Yaqing's tone sank. Don't eat? If you don't eat, I'll be welcome. Han Feng was shocked and immediately grabbed off with Meng Yaqing. Eating too much, Meng Yaqing looked extremely elegant, while Han Feng looked rude. When a table of dishes was finished, almost 9/10 of them entered Meng Yaqing's belly, and only 1/10 of the remaining entered Han Feng's belly. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Sorry, it's too late. I slept late yesterday, and it was almost noon when I woke up today. It was 1 o'clock after dinner, and after a little sleep, it was 4 o'clock. Cabbage was speechless about her physique, that she was sleepy the next day after staying up all night.